And we are back here. We're going to continue that static run as we have been doing this entire day, but more Pinnacle option. We've got the semifinals and grand finals here for you all to witness today. A lot of exciting best of three action coming at you here very soon. In a first matchup of the day, SKADE taking on Eternal Fire.
And I actually don't think I could have handpicked any more of these teams that would have created better matchups because, quite frankly, if we would have someone like BNE in this stage, yeah, it might be a bit explosive, but I don't think I'd really favor them when it comes to the team play category. That's why I like ECSTATIC to be the ones up to the test here, and then Eternal Fire, they're another kind of BNE-esque team where a lot of their play comes with their individual prowess.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely try and pull through with that same level that BNE was doing just yesterday. That is for sure, but SKADE was able to best them. That was a pretty impressive reverse sweep victory that they were able to pull through. I mean, as I was saying, we've kind of gotten to witness this team make it from the play-ins of the quarterfinals here and all the way into the semifinals. So they were looking to really solidify that here and now with a victory over Eternal Fire. And again, this would be a real statement victory for them to make as well with their new player in Zella.
100%, right? And I'm actually quite surprised to see that Eternal Fire are, well, you know what? Maybe I should direct that statement before I even utter it, because they've been doing respectfully well, right? They've had some good results. They've looked good at times, but I don't think it's been consistent enough as I would like for this Eternal Fire team. They've been together for a very, very long time. I'd like to say 9 months currently under this banner, and that's one, with the Eternal Fire banner. So I don't know. I just wish we'd see a little bit more consistency from them.
Yeah, and we might be able to get that here in this matchup. They are kind of on the rise, I will say, with, a recent major performance and being able to make that. I feel like that definitely bolstered a lot of encouragement in this team. A lot of motivation has been revitalized because it does seem like we're getting some new highs. Walkchick's been much more effective for us and a little bit more consistent, right? Xanterra's just trying to pull through the same thing. But it's difficult when it's a team heavily reliant on firepower to maintain that consistency. So again, that's always going to be a challenge for rosters like Eternal Fire. They can definitely make it work, right? They can make it work on any day, but are they going to make it work here today versus SKADE?
I'm not sure, but there is something that I'll highlight about being interesting later on. But as we've received word, Fasher will not be joining us today. It'll be Stayer as the fill-in, and maybe that's going to cause some issues because we saw yesterday and even the day before, Fasher was like the guy. Like, he was that guy, pal, and he kind of bailed ECSTATIC out of a lot of sticky situations.
Yeah, no doubt about it, right? That map 3 from the likes of Fasher was completely one-sided. He dropped 30 kills at the very least, if not more than that, to really put them across the finish line there versus their opposition in B&E yesterday. So, I mean, now that you don't have him, and you do have a very fine stand-in in Stair, you can definitely make it work with him. It's just a huge loss of firepower here potentially and comfort that SKADE really like to rely on in their game plan. I mean, again, they know how to set this guy up. We mentioned it in the interviews there from Bird from Sky yesterday. They set him up for success so often, and now that's going to be a missing piece of the puzzle that's definitely going to help out Eternal Fire in this victory if they're looking to try and make it into the grand finals.
Right, and for ECSTATIC, maybe there is something to talk about in the fact that Stayer is also one of the strong suits of Sprout, the team that he's coming in from, the team that he plays for as the stand-in here. So there is the possibility that he's just able to fit in and they are able to set him up the same way they would Fasher, and he could still get the ball rolling. But that point I wanted to make comes into vetoes because I like to do a little bit of cheatsy doodles in them beforehand and figure out, what the situation is. But this map veto actually kind of interests me because it's more picked into the interest of Eternal Fire and ECSTATIC. I want to say kind of calling their bluff. Inferno is the only map that they statistically look on. Other than that, Eternal Fire have a better percentage in every single one of these maps.
Yeah, very surprised again how good they looked on Vertigo yesterday as well, not getting into that map here and now. They're going to be avoiding going into that Inferno like you had said. Interesting pick for Eternal Fire for me as, maybe trying to potentially punish a little bit of a stat, but nonetheless, sometimes Eternal Fire can be slow to start on these T sides. So now that they're picking to this map, are they going to be able to deal with an early start? Are they going to be able to start things off when you're giving ECSTATIC over that CT side? And over S side should kind of deliver here as we again kind of look to see if ECSTATIC can pull through with some victories. But yeah, these vetoes definitely a little bit of a shocker for me in terms of no Vertigo in this one and Inferno I picked up from ECSTATIC.
I don't know, man. I mean, look, well, you're onto something in the fact that Eternal Fire have a little bit of a slow start to them. Obviously, when a lot of your game plan is around having really good individuals, it takes them a second to heat up, and it probably takes you a second as a whole to heat up alongside that. I don't know if I have that much data on their Nuke to say that their T-side's going to be all that bad. I mean, it seems like they have a pretty even margin of conversion rates, like only a handful of T-sided rounds not going their way to the opposite and counterpart. So, I mean, I think the ball is put into ECSTATIC's court. Maybe the pressure put right onto them because they're probably going to have to be the first responders here. Because when you think of Inferno, it's not like Inferno or rather, it's not like Eternal Fire are clueless to this map. Like, it's still one of their better ones. It's still a map they've been battle tested on and have beaten some of the best teams in the world on too. I mean, they went toe to toe with people like Fnatic. I believe they played FaZe on it. I mean, they've beaten Astral's talent. The rosters go on, is what I'm trying to say. And Eternal Fire have a lot of favorable results to try to back them up.
Yeah. I mean, it does kind of bode well for them. I think the veto's looking quite strong. Again, the one caveat to that is how are they going to start things off? I mean, like you said, they can definitely pull through with a lot of energy here on Nuke early on, and I think that's a capability that Eternal Fire can always take place with. But we have seen struggles with them activating early versus some teams in the Pinnacle Cup in the past, so I'm wondering if they can kind of turn that around. And I think that, again, one thing to note is that we're not going to be seeing Fasher in play, so again, it's going to be a little bit difficult to lock things down. That communication isn't going to be all there. One thing to note is I will say Zello looked very good on this map in some of the early exchanges just prior in this event. He was really able to work that map and was able to work around a lot of different positions. He was very fluid in his rotations, and I wonder if that's going to keep up now that Fasher's not there and that there's a slight lack in communication potentially with a new stand-in.
Yeah, and I mean, you and I saw them the other day on this map. Like, ECSTATIC, they've had their issues, they've had their differences on it. It's not like it's been all super clean and cut Counter-Strike. Like, they lost against Apex 22-18, and if we really want to try to get a hold on what both of these teams can do on this map, they both fought Apex, and I believe it was a 16-12 win for Eternal Fire, where it was a 22-18 loss for the likes of ECSTATIC. But there's also multiple times in that series where there's a chance for them to close it out, when maybe they throw away a couple of 1v1s, 1v2s, clutches given away, that they didn't seemingly give up in the remainder of the event, or at least just in the playoffs that we saw. So if they're able to hold on to that, like that little bit of hope, that little bit of feeling, and not allow as many clutches to go against them, it's going to be difficult to actually get momentum on these guys. Yeah,
and that's for sure. And then we head into Inferno as well, which is I feel like a pretty solid home turf map for both teams here. But I'm not sure what to expect in this one. Like, we see Eternal Fire have a lot of history on this map, but also ECSTATIC have kind of used this map recently to kind of bolster up a couple of those reverse sweeps, right? They've been able to utilize this map in the later stages and trying to pull off, victories versus some of these teams that, they might struggle with. And so now, I mean, are they going to be able to use this map here versus Eternal Fire? Again, it's a lot of rotations that we're going to be seeing here, and both actually, all three of these maps are very rotation heavy on those CT sides. And again, I want to see how Stair's going to mount up, because not having Fasher as a key part of this game plan is going to be a big deal in all of these maps. You have to have these good CT rotations. You have to have these lockdown positions, and they're not going to have that same sort of cohesion here potentially.
Yeah, that is something that you have to worry about, and it kind of leads me to lean towards Eternal Fire's favoritism in this series. I definitely think coming into it, they had a bit of a leg up. Now it's double time. Now you don't have to worry about Fasher, probably the star of the show of ECSTATIC, and maybe even the biggest scary piece to go against all in all. But I'm not going to say it's going to be night and day, because we've seen throughout this event so far, everybody from ECSTATIC has had their moments. We have seen every single person step up to the plate, and if Stayer can deliver just half of what Fasher's been able to do recently, maybe you have Bird from Sky still performing, you've got the Zello, who's also been looking pretty good, Manx has had his moments. If they can just pick up the pieces for Fasher not being here, there is a very good chance they're able to take this series. But as it stands, I think I lean the way of Eternal Fire in the favor of a 2-1.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I do think this could go the distance. I do think that, we could see ECSTATIC pick off a map here in the mix, but overall, I think the grand scheme of this series is going to definitely favor Eternal Fire with that small detail. And even before that, it was tough to argue that we weren't going to see anything otherwise, right? Eternal Fire have a lot of experience to bring it into the table. Again, they're fresh off that major, and I think that's offered up a whole lot of motivation. So I imagine that that's going to be carried forward here into this matchup, where they're trying to solidify themselves a nice Pinnacle Cup IV victory under their belt, as well as that major run they were able to go on. But I mean, nonetheless, I do want to see ECSTATIC try and continue to show that resilience that they've been doing throughout this entire event, right? I mean, it would be really cool to see them with one of their heavy hitters, you know, not being able to play out, but still make it forward into the grand finals, because it seems like these guys have started off series down and out of things, but have never really been out, right? I mean, yesterday versus BNE, they kick off Dust 2 at, what was it, 16-4, and then they bounce back with a 16-1 big Vertigo. So it is absolutely bizarre to see that level of mental resilience, and if they can carry that in with a stand-in, that would be a real accomplishment for this team.
And honestly, maybe that's more so why we see the Inferno come through. Well, maybe not so much about the point, but out in the back of my mind that, like, if you've got maybe not your star of the show, Fasher, who's used to getting a bit jiggy with pretty much every map, and you kind of need your game plan in order to win against crucial teams, it's like, do you really want to go to something like that where it's going to be more difficult to fit Stayer into a quick game plan? Or do you want to go to something like Inferno where it's more puggy favoring, right? You can have those shoo-ins do pretty well on this map like we've seen it time and time again. In fact, I think it's one of the best performing maps stand-ins as a whole, let alone Danes. I mean, look, Dane and Inferno go hand in hand, so it's like I don't really think I have to point out much. It's just the fact that if there's any map that Stayer is going to be able to have an individual impact on, it's Inferno, I think, so way more than Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, and I also think they're just trying to potentially avoid that up against Eternal Fire to be very comfortable in that map, so you can kind of understand exactly why they're kind of going away from that. And like you said, I feel like everyone does know some sort of proper rotations here on Inferno that have kind of been ingrained over the years of play that you can kind of work with, and Bird from Sky can certainly communicate that forward as the now 4-Dane core is going to try to pull this one off, because again, you got Nuke in the mix there as well as the opening map, and maybe that can help out with the Danes as well. I mean, it does start to seem a little bit of a silver lining here, as SKADE have been met with this slightly gray clouds of Fashion not being here, but it's still workable. Again, I don't want to count them out just yet at all. I think that they can still pull through. It's just not going to be easy considering that huge loss.
I think I'm with you. I think they could still pull through. They're just certainly not the favorites, just what I'm trying to get at. I don't think they really have that much of a chance on Nuke. Again, it's like Eternal Fire, one of those teams that can really pick you apart for letting a little individual slip through, for letting one player be maybe a bit too over-aggressive here, spacing be a bit poor here, and they're very good at working man advantages for that reason, because individually, these guys are all super talented. And I know I maybe not highlighted their team play in the past, but it's not the greatest. I mean, we gotta just leave that on the table right now. A lot of their success comes off of what they're able to do individually, but we're about to find out if they all show up into the server, because they're known for their starts. Let's see if they put that up here or not.
See if that's the case here. Hopping into the CT side, Nuke here for a stack. We'll take a look at those Pinnacle odds, and it does favor Eternal Fire, and I do feel like this is fair enough, right? Maybe even heavily favoring SKADE here, but if you want to get in on these odds, you can go and check that out over at pinnacle.com/odds and get your bets in there. 18 and plus, of course, and gamble responsibly. But a drop in through mini here to test the waters towards Dafu. The trade back and forth, but Santeros is looking to fire away with this Glock in hand. He's still hit by Dafu, though, getting the reload, but just in an escape. Santeros will find the kill.
Yeah, he flubbed the movement. I mean, look, Dafu definitely could have gotten out of there alive. He just got caught on the wall. And it seems like they're paying for it big time. Zello and Bird from Sky already onto their last legs, and a lot of this round's success kind of falls onto the back of Manx to pull it off, though he does hear the footsteps of them creeping around through lobby, and taking this off angle could actually catch Santaras lacking. It does, but he's not able to convert on the shots just yet. Now the crossfire set up, and Calyx and Xcloud wanting to shut it down. Just can't deliver yet. Zello, all alone. Off versus him, and I mean, they both have negligible HP, something you'd keep your eye on. Zello's got a kit, so he can try to play around with this time.
A lot of time that he can work with here, but they slip right on by each other, and Calyx is going to maybe make his way in through Squeaky as he clears out more and more information. A kit in play, of course, but he has to find this kill here soon. Bomb's about half ticked.
I mean, timing could come down to the majority of it. Calyx, does he even bother going for a swing? Seems like he will, and they both give up footsteps back and forth. Zello wants to take the aggressive angle on a swing, and he shouldn't. No, I thought he had it. No, he just barely can't connect, and Calyx winning the 1v1 is a huge prospect for Eternal Fire.
It's a nice way to start things off, right? They're getting a pistol round one is exactly what we needed to see out of them if they wanted to start things off hot, right? You know, you don't need to have the craziest of D sides if you get 3-0 at the start here. are pretty much free. Although I say that, there are going to be a little bit of resistance offered up here at the moment. Static going in for a forced buy.
Well, how does this like unwind though? Because it's obviously not the favor of the two. Eternal Fire having everybody on rifles, that's a big difficulty to try to deal with. I mean, you've got zello on the scout, so you let him fire off a couple of shots, maybe land some lucky tags, and there's a world where ECSTATIC are able to sweep this round away. But Eternal Fire playing it slowly and patiently are going to make it difficult to find opening picks.
Looking to make it tricky here. That's all by design. These current positioning here, already down towards Secret. It's definitely going to bolster up some really advantageous map positioning here. Making your way down towards that critical point. Stairs going to go down low. He's taking some shots towards that outer yard. They're looking to try and give it back to Xantares. He might get closed in upon, actually. He might overstay his welcome. He's calling for some reinforcements here, potentially, or at least someone on Eternal Fire to make a move, but everyone's still holding their default positions here. Everyone's still waiting for this aggression.
This MP9 of Dafu could do everything, though. It all depends on what angle he holds at what time. But look at the re-aggression from ECSTATIC going all the way up through ramp. They did this in the previous. Emor holds for it, spots for it, and gets one as well. Now, timer starts to tick away as the bomb spotted on its A side of transition. Dafu gonna need to hold down the line for a bare minimum 1, and he's gotten it. Bomb not dropped. There was a shot in the dark, but no, it seems like it's gonna fizzle out. Oh, hold on. zello, it's a 1v4, and this scout turns into an op at this position as they go flying down into the B bomb site. There's 20 seconds to go, and zello's right onto this. I don't think he'll be able to catch them in transition, but there is a world where he shuts down the plant. No, he's been bamboozled. They open up the single door and go right back up through the vents. Footsteps heard, and zello, I don't think he's going to have interest in going in for this very much longer.
Yeah, nothing you could do here at this point in time, right? Talked about the scout becoming an op right there, and maybe there was some chances if he could have dropped the bomb on B, it would have been everything, but now that he's been spotted out here in the ramp room and bomb's already planted, it's going to be tricky to even maybe hold on to the scout. How much does Eternal Fire really want to invest hunting this down?
I mean, I always think scouts are one of the scariest weapons on rounds like this, because just that ability to bag and tag, regardless of what weapon you have, it's just such an overlying demon that teams don't necessarily deal with that much. It's like, let's say you put the scout towards outside, you have a push come through from maybe Bird from Sky, which he's historically done on like a P250, then zello finds a tag, they're distracted, easy kill. Rinse and repeat, see how many times you can replicate that success, because if you find 2 frags, that's an ultimate W, and it doesn't seem like it's that difficult to do.
No doubt. Yeah, I agree. If teams allow for hesitation to kick in rounds like that where, you know, you do find a couple of scout tags and no one ever wants to go in the aggressive and everyone just kind of plays to their opposition and the timer, then rounds like that can very much so spiral out of control, but not the case. Not the case in this round, or at least the previous. From Sky taken down to 1 HP. So you imagine this is just kind of a throwaway here, depending on if they walk into zello here on the scout. Needs a headshot.
Oh, dude, you can't be testing Xantares there. I gotta be real with you. You can't be committing.
Oh,
you gotta be at an angle where you can take a shot and get the hell out of there. Because if you don't, this guy is known to destroy you.
Yeah, again, I feel like this team is off of a little bit of a high, right? It definitely feels that way. Performing very good to make it into the major, and you know, even in some of those interviews, right, Woxic likes to talk about how much and how encouraging LAN is for him. So I imagine getting that opportunity to play both in the RMR and that LAN major as well is quite an encouragement, that's for sure.
Results probably not as good as they would have wanted or hoped, but we'll take it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you get a taste of it.
Free gun. That's potentially a big pickup. That scout seems still a bit irrecoverable. Is Xantares dead here? Yeah, no, okay. Dot on Nuke, I forgot.
Dot on Nuke. It's a dud. You know, it isn't a dud. Astropay, they're pretty good. Pretty great, in fact. If you're interested in making some online purchases, you can use them. Go and check them out over at Astropay for all your online purchasing needs. As we get our online purchase of a first gun round here for Static, we'll see if that could be starting them off the right way here. Even an op in the hands of Zello as well. So everything you could ask for to work with. But the same is true for the counterpart here. Woxic rocking with the AWP of his own. Oh.
Good start, too. Taking down Emor. Well, maybe he's not that much on fire right now, but still an opening pick is welcome for ecstatic. No, last nade bounces in and it adds up a little bit of extra damage. Cherry picking as they go into the site. And Calyx through his smoke will fall. Actually, the Molotov is the assistance for the kill. And it seems like this one's going downhill. xFloud left all alone in the 1v4. He's got nothing else to connect upon. Dafu, he is starting to step up a little bit for an ecstatic first gun round.
Yeah, and he was, you know, obviously one of the anchors here for ecstatic and not really performing in the numbers as of recent, but doing his job for sure. And maybe that's going to be what is needed here. If they want to pull this one off, maybe Dafu to step up, because right now he's top of the charts. He was easily able to deliver that first gun round. Really exciting stuff.
Well, I mean, they forced the hand at Eternal Fire's money.
Oh.
Like, there's a real opportunity here for them to start to break the banks and tie up this game right in the blink of an eye. And again, we speak about how early ecstatic are going to be able to get the ball rolling. This is their chance.
Bird from Sky making a risky play, but Santera's going to clear it. Nope, he's going to stick his gun barrel up just wide enough.
It's one of the AKs.
Now, how does Bird from Sky get out of this position? It doesn't have any help. He's got to fight his way out of it. He does have a gun to do so. Molly to throw in as well, and maybe Zello can provide overwatch right there as he's nailed the shot.
Oh my. That's sick, man. That's actually really cool. Bird from Sky, too, he's not going to take the avenue to get away. He wants the kill. Maybe a bit too audacious, but the Molotov spreads at the last tick, and Woxic is shell-shocked by it. It's 2 AKs against the world, and now you can make that just one. Calyx at the wrong side of the map to contend, and Zello makes it quick and painless. Ecstatic. Clean on that one.
Incredibly clean. Great setup, like you said. Absolutely sick right there. That volley that threw in, you know, again, Bird from Sky, if he did want to get out of dodge, he could have just walked away. He sticks around for a couple extra fights, right? But still, a very cool gameplay in there to deal with that half-buy, forced-buy situation. Great gameplays here delivered early on for Bird from Sky. And oh, they got the camera view of that one. Absolutely brutal.
That is a take the L type beat. Oh, I don't expect much of this round. Like, even if there was a couple extra deagles, maybe there would be something to make of it, but you've got majority Glocks here, so it's like, what are you really hoping to accomplish? Maybe a bomb plant if you're lucky? I'm not sure.
Shouldn't really be given too much here, that's for sure. Test the waters here towards the ramp room. Minx is the one to deal with. What is that, man? Calyx with the 1D, a big entry. Again, you don't like their odds with just pistols, but if they can keep hitting shots like that, then maybe you can work with it.
And these nades just aren't lining up right now. I thought for a second maybe the game plan for Eternal Fire was to try to push down the Opera and ramp and see if you can't force that rebuy. Like, even if you take 3-4 casualties in the process, ensuring they can't get that weapon back is just big. But now they go into the A-sided transition and give up the opening pick. Stayer atop the silo and maybe even fakes out the drop. Not going to be expected now, says this boy. As Eternal Fire once again transition back to the opposite side of the map. All 4 of them want to push down the ramp player and Bird from Sky.
Test the waters here. He's very much isolated, but wisely repositions. He falls off instead of holding his ground. That's for the best, I feel like, but maybe he's given up too much space. He needs to find a lineup here. Does find 2, walks away with it, but the rotations have arrived onto the scene. There is a player in that single door. There's no smoke for it, so how do you plan the numbers? When you punch in the digits here, you might not be able to do so. Toxic with the A1S. Maybe an extra kill would be nice, but no. A one-tap hit from Dafu was sharp with the aim.
As soon as they got that rifle retrieved in a free bomb site, I thought it might be curtains. I'm not going to lie. If Zantares was able to hit another one of those nasty 1Ds and be bait in for the M4, then there's a world where Ecstatic gets swept away on that round. But I guess they add up to 3 in succession, mimicking what Eternal Fire had previously done to them. But now we see what both teams are going to continuously throw out of the hat, because there's a big gap in the money here and the fact that Eternal Fire can't really continuously reinvest. Like, Ecstatic can break him again right here.
Certainly can. See if they're able to do so. And make their move towards the out of yard here. Taking a bit of a different path, though, is Xanteros. Looking to catch him off guard. But look at this peek out. Bird from Sky might have timed it to perfection, but no. Xanteros has snuck his way through mini. Dafu going to find a double kill. And turning it around in time is Xanteros. He does find the first. At the very least, recovering some ground. Dafu still on a mission with 3 kills. He finally gets shut down. There's still a lot of A defense to move through.
Well, you spotted the both of them now. Manx, I told you he's going to have to step up here in Faster's place. Well, again, an opportunity arises for him as he pushes all the way around through lobby. No way.
Oh, man.
No way. Show him where the rabbits are, George. 1v2, and Zello now needs to come up through the ramp, rather through the vents if he wants to fight for this round. 50 seconds to go. And where is this transition going to be? He could be heaven. He could be sitting in sight. You don't know where this op lies, but you certainly don't want to test him. We've seen Zello in these spots before. It's not like he's a rat in a cage. No. Looks like a bird. I guess you could say flying around in the sky, eh?
Free. Bird from Sky.
Oh.
He's no longer in this round, though. Still in another clutch situation. You don't like his odds with an op retake, right? I mean, it's going to be a bit tricky to work with this. Silent move up the ladder. They're going to get caught on the ladder. That's
He hesitated, too. Like, you could see. He hesitated. He didn't actually just commit to walking up the ladder. He could have caught the timing and the angle on Xanteros, and that would have been a huge pick. Because you know that can't be the planner as soon as you spot out where the bomb's planted. So, I mean, he would have been stuck on site in a 1v1.
Yeah. Slight hesitation can be the end of you. Look at that, though. But Dafu is really trying to step up in the place of Asher right now. He's got the 10 kills. He got a 3K in the last one, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. There's still those trades. Really fantastic spacing coming through from Eternal Fire in some of these rounds. And then playing up that 2v2 with maximum composure. Like you said, just waiting for those flanks to come on through towards lobby. Or was playing it to perfection, playing it to a T.
Yeah, well, now we get to see what Zello can't get done. I mean, last round he was pretty leveled out just by the fact that he wasn't on the right side at the right time. It's really the best way you can put it. Now he's just chilling in secret, seeing if he can't pick up where Bird from Sky left off. And that round does kind of fall into a timing, right? Because if Bird from Sky was holding a bit more of a default angle on the NBK push, then he would have spotted Xanteros. Like, he would have gotten that kill. It's 2-on-4, and the round's pretty much done, like, there. But the fact is, they allow too many kills to slip the way of EF, and again, they're very well known for picking you apart piece by piece.
They certainly are capable of doing that, but Zello, again, with some of these opening picks, is so welcomed. It's going to be necessary here if they want to keep up this CT side success. And he's repositioned nicely in towards this ramp room. They're not going to test the waters in this direction, though. Instead, they're going to test Daffy once again. He's passed every occasion. They will continue to do so, but only good for one. That might be problematic. Xcloud needs to find another, but all the numbers have dropped here off the opening pick. They're going to shut things down with Stair, finding himself a 2K and closing down a 4th here for SKADE.
Well, tying it right back up. It was good because it's kind of needed if they wanted to keep the investments rolling in, but Eternal Fire had only prolonged the inevitable with the previous victory. Now they've got to consider that save once more. That's why the timeout comes through, because this will be the first lead given up of the game. And how far are SKADE able to stretch this? So far, the CT side, it's been a little rough. Stayer hasn't really been able to get his name out there, but that is him being an A-site anchor, so you're usually not going to be getting very much. You're usually the butt end of an A attack. Maybe lucky to get 1 or 2, usually flashed off and mollied into the open. Really just the human shield.
Yeah. And I feel like if you're Stair, you're not really trying to be the hero of this game, right? You're just trying to lock things down, you know, be an effective force for the roster over on the SKADE, right? There's no need to go for any sort of crazy plays when you know you're just kind of filling in here for this match. And he's doing so nicely. Dafu, again, like I had said, is kind of stepping up to the plate, though, when it's needed the most.
Yeah, it's good to see everybody else actually start to chirp up when actually needed from SKADE. It seems like it's going to be a ramp play here, and they're walking into the jaws of Manx's AK and Molotov combo. Bomb dropped, and I mean, you can spend your time working around the map, sure, but don't you just want to try to pressure him down, see if he can't find the kill? Yeah, that's what they want to do. Xcloud 1v4 with the Tech 9. Maybe he'll be lucky for another kill, but as it stands, SKADE sit in good position to find their 5th.
Moving on up quickly here for SKADE. Exciting stuff for them, but again, you still have a lot of buys to deal with, and I feel like Eternal Fire's CT set is definitely quite strong on this map when they get that ball moving early, so when we talk about benchmarks, I feel like you get 4 or 5 here for Eternal Fire, and you'll feel pretty comfortable with this matchup, and they're slowly moving in towards that direction. They got plenty of half to play with left, still 5 rounds to go to try and give them a little bit of extra.
What are they doing here? It seems like they're just going for basic outside take. I actually don't think we've seen them throw in these smokes yet. So,
yeah.
Ecstatic's response could mean absolutely everything. I'm not too sure where Zello is, but it seems like he's tucked in secret right now, again with the op. So, it might not be all night and day. Like, he could potentially find a pick, fall away, open up the round for Ecstatic, and get out of dodge pretty easily. And Vert from Sky still yet to even get a confirmed tag through this smoke. Eventually, maybe he'll catch on to the fact that nobody's here, but oh, now he's heard that. And they're jumping around. Very scary as they all go dancing over towards Secret. Zello, only good for the one. The trade is worthwhile for Eternal Fire.
I'll take that any day of the week right there. You found a nice little trade onto the op of Zello. You've shut him down and limited him to 1 kill, but there's more. From Sky's able to...
timing and a half.
And so you're exactly right. He slipped right on by here. He's going to help out in this piece out attack. They've got to make their move. Maybe he's just going to slip in through heaven now that that kill comes through onto Bird from Sky.
I don't know. He's really starting to try to figure out what's going on here. Manx, oh, he's blindsided by Calyx there. This was an opening pick for Ecstatic, going awry. A 4-on-3, going absolutely nowhere. Stay here. Well, he said he doesn't want to be that hero, but it seems like now he's got no choice. Coming through on a quick secret flank. Maybe he catches a player or two with their backs turned. They even know that this is going to be a B play now. You got that confirmation of a kill going down lower early on, and the pins pulled on the utility is just going to solidify what's going on here. So, stay here. 13 seconds left in the round, and maybe he's going to try to deny this plan as Explode. He's going to sit on the other side of the silo and get the safe digits punched in. But Stayer still trying to maneuver around these 1v1s, but nobody giving themselves up.
They're playing this one so patient. They get themselves in towards post plans, but are they going to get caught in transition? Stayer's going to catch one, but not able to throw the kill. Spam might be able to do it. He could line up 2. Explode going to drop to it, but there's still another. Right around the corner. Sinteros is confirmed. He is. He'll be found out from Stair. He's going to jump down for the last.
No way. He's got a nade.
On the Calyx. Last is Defu. He's going to throw the HE in, and he tries to move past it, but there's not enough time. Oh, there is. He certainly has. He has a kit and everything.
Hey, it's about time the standard got something done. Even though he only finds one there, what he does is huge. He finds some tags on his Antares and confirms the player at back silo. Gives the info to Dafu to frag out, and then finds the one impactful player you've got to worry about. That double stack on the Raptors. Stayer does not get fooled, and then some does so much damage to the player in dark that it almost guarantees Ecstatic a conversion round. And now the pistols are sent back into the hands of Eternal Fire as they look to deny Ecstatic of 7.
What a huge round right there. You're exactly right, man. Stair able to step up in a big way. Some big impact. But now this explosion out towards A, they're going to look to pop in. They've already found an entry kill, but now holding down Dafu and Stair going to step it up. Now,
no way!
My God, mini play. No one's ready for this. Sinteros drops on 2, and there's still that player confirmed on the back silo.
They're both going down B. Oh my God, you've been bamboozled so hard. And they still aren't weary of this possibility. It's given Zantares all this time to rotate in on the flank. And the op, expectant of the push, is going to find the trade. But still, 2-on-2. They don't have weapons, but they've got a post plant. And Woxic's position in ladder gets even scarier with every extra second you give it. But timing of the essence as he maneuvers down the ladder. Headshot converted. And now Zello needs to find the trade, which he does deliver on. But Calyx to worry about. Where does he set up? He could be absolutely anywhere, even behind the big blue bin, which is first the clearing from Zello. And I don't think the op is in a retrievable distance, but all Ecstatic are worried about there is confirming a 1-round. Man, that was closer than they would have liked.
Back-to-back 3-on-2s that they're able to convert right there. Really strong stuff. Coming through from Ecstatic, showing some good resiliency. Those Pinnacle odds, they haven't really moved at all, have they? They're still stuck in at around that 2.35 area for Ecstatic, and I wonder if that's going to remain true as we continue to see Ecstatic's round count rise on the CT side. Again, there's not too much to worry about. Eternal Fire are making these runs very close, and once they win one of these gun rounds, it could bring that economic collapse that they're hoping to gather. But it all comes down to actually winning those.
Yeah, they're just setting themselves up well for the future, but not if Zello's consistently able to find these opening picks, man. This is his 3rd time doing it with the op, but the legend that Woxic is won't let him get away unscathed still. A lot of utility goes into the site, and they actually catch Stayer at the middle of silo. That's an advantage found without even needing to see the player. Now, Ecstatic, it seems like a ghost has put the pressure on them, but the Eternal Fire offense is all too real.
They're going to be in your face right now. Going to trigger a re-aggression, but they're waiting for it patiently. Dafu, another 2K from him, and he turns his attention towards Antares. He's going to shut him down, but not enough. Damage done. Manx is going to find the quick trade right there, but it brings his attention from Calyx towards that A bomb site. He's going to walk his way to Squeaky, but Manx seems prepared. He's ready for this.
Can he hit the shots, though? That's the question. No, by 1 HP, he trembles too much. A1S users can't spray an Eternal Fire, get 5 because of it.
Wild stuff right there. Had a golden opportunity right there. Manx played it to perfection, but just couldn't find the last bullet, man. Look where it leaves him off at. Really rough situations. Famas's a deagle in the hands of Stare. No op and Zello. We talked about the opening proceedings. This guy's been able to find, and that's probably going to be limited here if he's only on an A1S instead of the trusty op for him.
Yeah, he's been like 90% of Ecstatic's opening success right there. So you've already taken a hefty blow without the round actually even starting. So now somebody's going to have to step up in his place. Stayer, I don't know if he's dropped the gun over. It certainly seems like he did. I doubt he came into this round with $1,700. But if he does, I like that play. Bird from Sky, even blocking the smoke. Oh, this creates a big gap.
How committed are they going to be? I mean, not at all, right? Underhand smoke is quite nice.
Still a gap.
I'd allow for it, but yeah, that's a little slight gap in that one. It boosted up Xanteras towards that top position, and Zello actually does eat a lot of damage from that off angle. Really well recovered in a sense. But can they continue to recover here? Eternal Fire, a really important round. If they shut Ecstatic down now, they can cement themselves a T side that is so good.
Well, 57 seconds, and now they're moving back in towards lobby. I don't know if they're going to go for an A-pop, but if they do, this is exactly what Ecstatic want from them. Another smoke refreshed over on the squeaky door, so now they've got to wait off that sight line for at least 20 seconds. Delaying the A take is so huge right now. It's all Ecstatic and really hope to do cause some chaos in the midst of it all and use that to their advantage to take a victory. It does seem like they are lining up for this A-pop. And Woxix even got a Molotov pulled. The M4 of Dafu makes or breaks this round. And with the utility now coming out, they should have all the info necessary to find a converted one, but not looking the right way. And now it looks like you're going to catch a couple of blinded up members. Zello doubles down, but it shouldn't be enough. Behind the smoke, Lester Famas has got a lucky pick. This round is done, and Eternal Fire finds 6.
Yeah, and not a single weapon saved over. Look at this. It's economic collapse coming through here for side of Ecstatic. And that's going to solidify a 7th and give them an opportunity for an 8th, right? I mean, USPs aren't going to put up a fight here, surely, so you really like Eternal Fire's odds here in map number 1. They're looking clean as ever. Even included in that is a couple of 2v3 losses. So, Eternal Fire are really walking away with a pretty confident T-half.
Yeah, I mean, we speak about how CT-sided a map like Nuke is, and I mean, there was expected to be some growing pains in it, right? Obviously, we keep lingering that fact that the stand-in is something to worry about, so I'm not really surprised to see it this close, or even this competitive in the favor of Eternal Fire, but they're just going to try to run him down on the USP. So Xantares, while he is stuck between a rock, it's not between a hard place. It's more of like a fluffy bush on the other side that he can just walk through to take a little bit of damage and chillin'.
Jesus. Found another headshot right there towards the outer yard. Didn't even see that one before he got taken down by the USB.
Crazy with it.
Short as ever. There you go. Confirmed. Closed out from Xfloud and nothing too worrisome here. Hitting the server. Pinnacle odds continue into favor. Eternal Fire, they'll remain that way. Especially with this dominant T side that they're putting up. Very solid stuff from them.
Yeah, this is their last chance to find any sort of success. And I mean, if you wanted to try to fight for a map like this, well, you kind of need to win the half at bare minimum. I'm trying to be optimistic here because it still already looks bad, and Eternal Fire are probably going to take it. But you kind of need this round, and Stayer, I mean, he's fighting tooth and nail just to keep you in it. Zello with the op alongside him, positioned at the back of the silo, and maybe a bit of an oversight by the Eternal Fire offense, or maybe I'm just dead wrong. As Xfloud left on 8 HP is all of a sudden 1v1. And even drops in the smoke. Bird from Sky decides to peek up. He's got the confidence as you could ever expect from this man. Entry fragger, and shows why. 8 rounds taken by Ecstatic and just a very narrow lead.
They'll take it any day of the week, though. I mean, at least you walk away with lead. I don't know if you're too happy about that half Eternal Fire. I certainly feel like walking away with the better end of that. But if you want to walk away with the better end of some online purchases, you can go check out AstroPay. Definitely get you those sweet, sweet online purchases with ease. So if you got in the market for some online shopping, go and utilize them.
Yeah. Good tool to utilize, and you'd be lying to yourself if you said you didn't buy anything online, because we all know we do. Some things we are proud of, some things we aren't proud of, but that's not
like an impulse purchase online.
Oh, I don't. That's not what I was going for, but yeah, sure. Impulse purchases. Yeah.
I almost bought some shorts last night online.
And why didn't you? I'm telling you, you would have looked so hot in those Daisy Dukes. Yeah, my bad.
Fair enough. No, I mean, I was feeling confident, right? I was gonna treat myself. We were up late.
Wait.
So I was gonna treat myself to some online purchase shorts.
Wait.
Were you not? You get to bed early?
Mentally, no.
Hanging on. Hanging on. Yeah, could have used AstroPay if I wanted to get those shorts. I didn't pull the pin on it. I stopped myself. But if I was to purchase it,
yeah,
could have used AstroPay.
The only thing I buy online nowadays are controllers, GameCube controllers.
And you could use AstroPay to buy those too.
Can you use AstroPay on eBay?
I'm sure.
Huh.
They're available on over 1,000 websites. Oh, we get room review, and that one was sick.
Okay,
I don't know if you saw that.
I missed it. I actually just missed it.
Oh, man.
We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
You're
I missed it. I gotta see.
It was so sweet. Oh.
Oh my God. What you doing with all this room, man? Damn. You got me shaking up, bro.
Guitar, skateboard, man.
X-Flout, oh my God.
That's a deadly combo right there.
I know what player I'm hitting up if I'm ever in Turkey. Holy. No, we
Sweet
can't
room.
stop
Even
there.
the slanted roof, right?
I was going to say, yeah, I saw that. We need more roofs. Come on. Yeah. Okay, Bird from Sky. I think he adjusted his cam a little bit since yesterday. But he is one of the door open gamers. That's kind of weird. Kind of weird.
He's open.
Oh, yeah. Yup.
To new pathways.
Dude,
Dafu's
got some contention today. Like,
you know what? I know Fasher isn't here, right? Fasher's not here. He's got a sweet room as well, but I will say.
Do we have stair cam?
He had that nice camera in the back. I think he's doing some vlogging over there for Static. He's been covering some of his lands. It's been really sweet to watch that on YouTube. There's stair cam.
Come on, bro. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You artificially blur out the background? Are you kidding?
He's just messing with us at this point.
Disqualified.
Absolutely messing with us.
Wah, wah. Oh, we've seen this before. The duality of man right there, dude. He was kicking it back, and then, like, within an instant, just gamer. Into it.
I just love this little quote on the back. So encouraging.
I just wish, like, that quote was replaced with, "It's about drive, it's about power." Just like, the unsuspecting eye won't catch it. But it's like, you do a double take, and whoa. Well, this is all the way back to the first pistol, man. We didn't get to see this, did we? Xantares kind of saved him in this round. I mean, on 1 HP, catches Dafu.
Gosh.
So huge, man. And that impact will be felt out throughout the entire game because it lead up to a 3-0 start. Like, you think about ECSTATIC converting that pistol, and if things pan out the way that they had already done, like, that's 11-4. Completely different score, and you think ECSTATIC have way more of a chance there. And that's honestly potentially due to the fact of the flubbed up movement by Dafu.
Yeah, I mean, might be honest something. Dafu has been stepping it up, though. On the A anchor, the guy has 16 kills. Not a position where you really get, too much easy action like he's been doing, but he's been showing multi-kill after multi-kill that can step up and fill the shoes. That's a crazy HE. They're right on the money, but Bird from Sky, it's not going to stop him from opening up proceedings and finding the first kill.
Well, Zantar is certainly going to be here to spot out for the heaven flank, but what could he do about it? Absolutely nothing, man. Leveled out, a taste of their own medicine. They come barreling in, and not a single man can be stopped. Explode 1v5. He's at least given it the go-ahead for one pick, but how many more follow suit?
Take a look in towards lobby, and it will be only one. He'll be held. Lights out coming through from a static as they just delete the opposition right on the pistol. Just hitting all the shots necessary.
I kind of want to make a poll to see who's got the cooler room because I can't decide between Daff and Xcloud.
It's tough to say. Tough to say. With you. I love the skateboard guitar combo though. I think that's gonna take the cake for me. That gets it across the line. All things considered though, it is gonna be a forced buy and another rush through the ramp room here. Pulling through with exactly what they did on pistol, but this time they're taking a different approach, rerouting in that lower bomb site and catching Xcloud off guard.
And they might already call it a save, to be honest with you. Don't really have the weaponry to come back into this, or so I say anymore. Makes it look easy. Two of them spotted over in the side hall as this bomb looks to go down. But no, they delay it for the time being. Zantares is upgraded to the AK. Rifles dropped around the board, but it seems like ECSTATIC are finally able to manage the chaos.
Man, it's just exactly what they're doing though right now. 1-on-2, still yet to punch in those numbers just yet. That might be a challenge here as Woxic tries to make his move, but both the static members just kind of holding their own. Gonna patiently wait for some sort of mistake to come, but I feel like Woxic has chosen the right route. If he's gonna go through that single door, it's much more welcoming, but no, back up the vents. Might have outbrained himself.
He might be overthinking this, man. Woxic, imagining the player he is, though, you'd only think he's going to give this a go-ahead, right? There's no way he just backs away with no armor and a scout. That's not the Woxic we know.
It's not going to be the Woxic we see either. He's committed. Got a P2000 out. I don't like his odds. He will go down. Nice attempt, nonetheless. But 10 confirmed to static, and they should be able to grab 11. It's not going to be a lot of resistance offered up here.
Well, Eternal Fire still definitely the likely victors in Pinnacle's favor, but, or at least in Pinnacle's eyes, but I don't know, man. Like, this is going to look scary, right? This first rifle round is going to tell us a whole lot. If Eternal Fire are dropping that first CT rifle, then it's probably, what, 13-7 before you can really respond? And at that point, do they leave themselves enough room for error to bring this game back?
Oh, then there, you're just going to need a couple flash in the pan rounds. Close it out, and we all know that Static have been capable of winning those throughout this entire event. They've not looked back. I mean, yesterday they closed out a series point on the likes of Bad News Eagles on a full eco, a Glock buy. So you know they're capable of doing so.
Yeah, but are they capable here? It doesn't seem like the answer is going to be an astounding yes. Bird from Sky and Daff, who on a quick entry into the A site, should pretty much lock down this round as it stands. Eternal Fire, I think the only game plan here now is to maybe try to force a couple of rebuys or get some exit frags if you're lucky. Like, we've seen all of these players with AKs before, so I don't think any of them would be too shy about trying to bring one into the next round.
Can you even grab it? This is a question if they can drop someone on a static. But I will say these rounds look clean as ever. They're pretty heftily dealing with these kind of half-buy situations that are coming through from Eternal Fire. And when you're talking about the deagles that come out, it's not an easy task to make it look as clean as Static are doing so right now. Very decisive here. State's going to wait for a couple of freebies, and thank you very much. But no, actually gets taken down. Xcloud on the hunt.
Okay, well, he's not going to get anything. But he was close to. But there's that
Zato's
AK
got
that
an AK,
Mirage. And he could drop an AWP if he wants. Also, update. I believe it was 503 to 30 in the favor of Xcloud's room being cooler.
530 to
503 to 30.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Chat stands with me.
I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of Eternal Fire fans here.
Yes. And they all think that Exploit has a cooler room, and they're all right.
That's true. So, you get the W today, my friend.
There you go. Take the cake. Will they take the cake in the round count here? That's the question. Probably the more important victory that they're hoping to gather.
Yeah. Oh, Santares. They expect him, just not enough. As he mows down all three, man. I told you why you can't give him an AK. Because when you let him work his magic, well, that's what he'll deliver upon. Op the op duel, but Zello can't convert the shot. He had a chance to find the opening pick back for ECSTATIC, but just seems too far too late. And now everybody from Eternal Fire are going to start to push the envelope as Zello is heading for a corner in which ECSTATIC, or rather Eternal Fire, aren't going to let him back out of.
They're going to close in. Zello is off to save with a minute left on the clock. Man, that doesn't really bode well for him.
Oh,
spotted out. Oh,
dude.
my God, that's the Deagle shot? Are you kidding me? Oh, he's been spotted on this left side.
My God, you're going to have to
Surely
fight your way out.
Surely he can't get away from this. Yeah, this has got to be a hold type of deal. That can't be just a sit and wait.
What are they doing? What are they doing, bro? They're boosting up. Oh, my God, the head is spotted. I've never seen this much tense of a save. Now they're all going to come swinging from the fences. Flash thrown in deep, and yeah, he's not going to be getting away with this. Calyx shuts him down, denies any form of save, and Eternal Fire pick up their first CT round.
Lovely stuff. And the fashion in which they were able to do so is really welcomed. Xanthera's finding just an instant 3K. I mean, like you said, you don't want to give him an AK, and that was one thing that we noted when they were on that last round, or 2 rounds prior, rather. You've given him an AK here with the one-shot headshots that come through. Look at this last transfer. Another headshot from him. Probably wouldn't have gotten it if it was anyone else. That's a crazy shot from Zello, though, man. That was trouble.
Well, they're not going to slow down either. Look at this, ECSTATIC. They just come popping into the A site. Response is still made. All of a sudden, 1v3 and Woxic. Again, he's not known for his saving presence here. He wants this, and he wants it bad. Dafu toying with the idea of a swing in Squeaky. This would be probably his biggest mistake of the game so far, because the only man who can respond is Zello on a P250. His only job right now is to wait for Zello to take contact, because as soon as he does, that swing's going to come through, and gives it just a bit too early. Zello now tucked into the corner as Bird from Sky picks up the falling ground, and they deny him of the save. Opt to be retrieved from Zello, and the round to be picked up by ECSTATIC.
Well, that's a pretty swift response right there from ECSTATIC in unexpected fashion, right? I was talking just earlier about how that round right there is going to bolster ECSTATIC's chances so much in terms of, or rather Eternal Fire's chances in trying to close this one out and get that CT side rolling. But to get answered back in the fashion in which they just did is brutal, because now a lot of pressure put on this buy, and there's a 5-7 in it.
Oh, look at the nades going in deep.
God.
Bird from Sky, he's already been leveled out. Santares, maybe that without the AK in this round, but still doesn't want to let his impact be determined by a mere rifle, because he can perform on any weapon that we've seen before from him.
Well, util toss around to make sure that that squeaky door is cut off at all points.
Yeah, that's your number one objective right now if you're Eternal Fire. Just keeping that choke point completely covered. Take it off of the menu. Make ECSTATIC try something else, because going out through Hut, man, it is close to a death wish.
We might continue to test this A site, though. An explosive round worked out quite nicely for them. But Dafu gets met with a little bit of resistance and is forced to change approach. They're getting locked out here with 45 seconds left on the clock.
What are they doing?
Well, they do have one player in lower. What's going to be the game plan? What are they going to go with here? They've got to make a move here very shortly.
The best way I can describe this round for ECSTATIC is a jack of all trades, where they can really go anywhere. They've got a little bit of nitpicking at either side of the map, so it all just depends on where they're leaning in the favoritism. No, they're going to go dropping down the bench with that one pick not going their way. Emor up through the Molotov, and he's going to try to catch one, which he will. Balls as the B-site take comes into full effect, but that's if you're able to get that far. Woxic on the op is easily able to respond. 17 seconds, and he's now dropped. There's a chance to get the plant in. Stayer taps it, getting pushed from every direction. Gonna have to pick a fight one by one. Dude, I was worried. Calyx had an op. He was going all or nothing. If he didn't find that frag, there's a real world where Stayer closes it out, but ECSTATIC just can't convert the consistent rounds.
Not quite. It's going to close that distance to 3 here for the side of Eternal Fire. Can they continue to keep this up? They need more in a row here. And I feel like SKADE are going to go back to what works. This very fast play. Aggressive moves towards A, potentially, if they just throw a couple pop flashes in. But no, instead they go towards that outer yard and into the op of Woxic, who's been activated here on the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, he's not been the loudest on Nuke so far, but he's turning up when he's needed the most in the past couple of rounds. He's been one of the sole contributors for the impact category and why Eternal Fire have been able to convert on the rounds. So, yeah, it's good to see him start to get warmed up towards the butt end of this game. If you're able to use all this momentum too and take it into Inferno, they get to start out on the CT side. Like, they get that extra little advantage.
Sure do. It's going to be a big factor. Especially if you know, we talk about the impact of T side versus the CT side, and already Woxic shows a rising form. Gonna take a pixel angle, but running right past it. It is a bit of valuable information confirmed, but no kill just yet. And no response from SKADE. They're locked in. This outer yard setup here. As smokes fly in as well.
Well, they hold the line for now. Still not so eager to give up another opening pick, but nah, you're not going to get through Woxic untested. Yeah, he is farming them up, continuously giving him these 1v1s, and the op is the mastermind of working them apart. Now, you look to convert into the A site, but you've already been battered black and blue, and the only chance is off of Manx's Deagle, which won't come through. Not a lick of damage dealt. SKADE go to a save as Eternal Fire are going to be one away from a tie.
Yeah, not doing too much damage right there. Is pretty rough, and we're going to head up into 11. Almost certainly, as this is just going to be a couple pistol upgrades. So now you start to really worry if you're SKADE. You've given up that distance that was separating these two teams. And they're on the CT side, so pulling through with a couple of rounds in a row isn't that unlikely. A jump through on top of many. Everyone's going to be testing the Lexus and Xanteras, and this duo towards the outer yard is just going to mop them up. Every single one falling to Xanteras so far. And he can confirm the ace denied. Woxic's dropped with the op. Is that recovered?
Yep.
Oh, just barely.
Love that game sense, too. He's just like, take this M4. I'll go recover the big green. But that's throwaway round anyway. You didn't expect SKADE to convert there anyway. I guess
yeah,
you got somewhat close to dropping the op into an irrecoverable spot, so a little mini clap for you there, but still does seem like Eternal Fire are the heavy candidates for completing this comeback off. Only 5 kills away from doing it, and the reward would be a lead taken right behind it.
welcome that. See if they're able to convert off of it, though. SKADE have been held at 12 for a little while, but they've been able to pull some pretty impressive T rounds out of nowhere, so they just need to get one of those calls in, those Bird from Sky classics, where he's just able to make a huge read and deal with that defense to perfection. Avoid it entirely, but they're going to look to meet him head on towards the ramp side. zello is really interested in peeking forward with the AWP. X-Flood on the other end of things here, waiting patiently for him. He will peek into it. He will gather more and more information here. A couple angles being cleared by him.
Yeah, but the issue with it is the fact that you don't really want to overextend here. There's so many times where players just get timing because maybe they let go of the angle for a second and then end up falling. So they're just going to relax. Maybe even have just zello wait here if they want to go in for a ramp take and see if they can't work up this pick on X-Floud. 50 seconds, though, and this timer's soon going to play into a factor. There's still a smoke on Xanteras, so if he wants to keep Squeaky Door out of the equation, he most certainly can.
Gonna test the waters here. X-Flood has a lot to deal with. Gonna get a flash in, but get out of dodge. Xanteras opens up proceedings. A lovely start from him, and now they're going to continue their endeavors in towards B, but the player tapping towards the back of Silo, and look at the rotations. Look how decisive it is. Eternal Fire. The trades are in, though. Stair finds 2 and zello with 1 as well. So we're back to even territory
and
here.
They heard both. They know where both players are. They heard a player in the Squeaky Door, and they just heard another one drop down the vents. You have all the information in the world, but the time is of the essence. 13 seconds to go. Smoke still blooming on the double door stayer. Gonna go ahead and commit to the plant. zello gets the shot into the first door player, but still the lineup is there, and Calyx gets them both. You can't flick around fast enough. As good as they try, SKADE just barely can't hang on, and that lead now dropped.
Oh, it makes you sweat a little bit, though, man. Calyx almost let that one slip right through his hands. The smoke faded at the perfect time, though, for him to close that one out. Tied up 12s at the moment. I will say that that recovery round right there, I mean, you're talking about 3 players to deal with on that B site. Stair finds 2. Zello with the op finds 1. I don't think that should have even been close with how decisive the rotations were from Eternal Fire, but a good effort from SKADE makes it close, gives him a bomb plant, so it gives him another buy here.
And eventually, I think we all need to come to terms with the fact that SKADE probably weren't going to convert on a map like this. Obviously, there is still a chance that T side just finds a mini resurgence and closes it out outright. I'm not denying that, but it's unlikely. That's what I'm trying to get at. Woxic, he's also crept around the red bin, but Bird from the Sky has a very big avenue to try to find the timing frag on him. As these smokes soon to expire, Bird from the Sky is slipped in that entirely, decides to just give up anonymity and sprint in through mini, but if he had walked, he was easily going to be able to find a kill. Now it seems like it's just back to Doomsday. Calyx with all 3, and the bomb lies dormant on the A site ground, all up to Manx in the 1v5. And this Galil, well, I've seen it do some magic before. This just shouldn't be the weapon for the job.
I've seen it. He's going to drop it, though. Get onto that A1S. Side grade, as I like to call it here. They'll just get up, down, and Woxic going to solidify things right there. Calyx has been stepping up in these last couple rounds, though. I mean, actually, just all of your pieces that you really hope to step up have been doing so in the second half right now. Calyx having great rounds here in the past couple. Xanteras has been rock solid as ever, and then Woxic has really stepped it up with the op, so some good signs here. And now with taking the lead on the CT side of Nuke, you do kind of expect them to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, underdog story as it is. Eternal Fire just looked like the better force today, especially with that flick, dude. Those micro flicks are probably some of the hardest to hit on the Opera, so that just impresses me so much.
Yeah, he's not much better than Woxic on some of those as well, right? Bait and switch set up towards the outer yards, and Terras gets a freebie off the back of the initial exchange for Woxic, and he wants more. He's not coming with one. One more around the corner, he'll take 3 with him. It's a nice little duo towards that outer yard of Woxic and Xanteras to shut him down.
That might just be it. I mean, you've got one more rifle investment on the card, sure, but you're still missing this op. I mean, it's honestly for better or for worse, because every time we've seen them with the op, Zello has usually been a bit far behind the pack to actually find entry impact. And considering he's your top fragger right now, I feel like you kind of want him on a rifle, so it might not be the worst thing.
Yeah, it's tough to really say. Op hasn't been as effective as it was in the first half, and it's hard to really blame him for that fact. Manx is going to be able to avoid all the spam. He walks through the smoke, he does find the entry, but Calyx is going to give 2 back, man. He is keeping things in good tension here. There's a couple low HP bars to note. Manx finds another headshot, but 8 Gs could line in towards the site to deny a plant.
Woxic still being held from the lobby push. Zello's got his number written on his AK. And now Xfloud left all alone. There's a couple of low bars to work against it. Xfloud with the cash built up. He's got some interest in going for this. Now Molly to use up in case he wants to, but as soon as that flash is used up and he can't get anything off it, he just loses interest in the retake. I mean, look, even though you've got cash built up, it's like there's no reason to just go throwing this gun away. So let them have their 13th. Try to run it back in the next round, but, I mean, bro, we've all heard of Hammurabi's Law, or Hammurabi's Code. But I feel like we're watching a bit of a new resurgence here. I feel like we're watching Calyx's Code. Because every time somebody falls on Eternal Fire, it's not a 1-for-1 trade. No, that's not enough for Calyx. That's why it's Calyx's Code. Because he gets 2 every time.
It's not an eye for an eye. It's an eye for both of your eyes there, that's for sure.
Yeah, if not more.
Take it all. A very nice attempt there from Calyx on the side defense, right? But a good round. I mean, again, SKADE are always good to just keep things in close stead. Going through with a nice attempt.
Yeah, they're honestly
go
lucky
for a
he
little
doesn't
bit.
get 3 there.
Yeah. He tried to pull through with even more. Manx with a great round, though. Again, he was the one that found that entry. He was the one that started off proceedings, but in terms of closing it, couldn't quite let his teammates take the reins on that one. SKADE going to apply some serious pressure here and now.
I mean, you win this round and we're going the distance regardless of who comes the victor. And I'm all for it, dude. This SKADE team can be so interesting to watch. Look at the nades going back and forth. Both players, both teams eat them, but Xfloud comes out with a kill. And the IGL now leaves ECSTATIC in a bit of a hole to try to bring this one back out. Stayer needs to convert on the outside duel, but he misses. And now, seems like ECSTATIC are all but waiting for this round to end. They're split up in the ramp room and hoping that somebody can bring a pick back.
They are definitely kind of grasping at straws at the moment. Crossing this sightline is going to be tricky. Woxic has been good on those micro adjustments, but oh my god, you cannot believe this. I mean, you cannot make this up. Woxic takes it away. Look who's in the back of Silo. He'll go down. xCloud drops, and now this round becomes doable here for ECSTATIC, who have taken the site control and gotten all those smokes down. They're not going to have the best post plants, but you're still going to have those numbers punched in.
Well, Woxic dumps in the Molotov. It's not planted at the default spot, though. A little bit of a, good stuff from ECSTATIC. I loved seeing that. Nice little footnote on it, but now they're coming through on the retake, and if these kills can be delivered, then there's a chance. Manx will take that trade alongside Dafu in the op, still in play on Zello, spotting out the window player, but can't deliver in the frag feed just yet. But now as it's all left up to Calyx, it seems like this retake's going nowhere, man. This was a 5-on-3. ECSTATIC had brought it back from the depths of hell. Calyx running out of time and running out of bullets. It seems like it's done and dusted. We're going the distance on Nuke, and an ECSTATIC that looked battered and bruised coming into this game, or at least staying alive for another.
Just gotta drop everyone there towards the tail. Together on the T side for this ECSTATIC team. If they can find anything else, that would be huge.
Eternal Fire invests a lot into this round, and while it's not going to be so much that they don't have a good buy into the next, they're going to be missing the op. And we've already spoken about how Woxic's woken up in these previous couple of affairs. Like, if you drop this now, oh man, I mean, there'd be no better opportunity for ECSTATIC to close out this game. And it honestly seems like whoever wins this round might just win this game. Because the same thing kind of goes for ECSTATIC. I mean, without a bomb plant, they're going to be working with Mac 10s and Deagles.
Yeah, we're going to need another big bird from Sky Call here. The right attack, right game plan needs to be called in here and now. Because like you said, there's so much implications on this round individually in terms of the economy and who's going to grab that map point first. You got a little bit of momentum heading into this one if you're ECSTATIC. You found so many rounds in a row now to confirm tied scoreline, and they've done a lot of damage on the Emor. He's going to be pressured in.
It's Antares getting so proactive all the way through outside, soon to dismantle this lobby take. Bird from Sky spotted on the roof as he goes throwing in all the utility, and he's yet to pull the trigger. He doesn't want to throw it in. There's no way. There is just no way, Bird from Sky. You've done this. He's found the flank, and he's put all the pressure right back onto Eternal Fire. So much time used up and expended, so it doesn't seem like ECSTATIC can exchange around the game plan right now, but that is a very, very huge opening pick, and they're just going to try to sell some presents over towards that and cause some chaos, cause a ruckus, and it seems like it may have worked. Only one defender at the back of the bomb site. It's Woxic doubling down, rotation needed, and the ladder heard, but he doesn't care, trying to be loud and proud. Woxic finds all three, but it's not enough for a round. A team ace for ECSTATIC, locked them into map point.
You wouldn't believe it right there. That's incredible stuff. Bird from Sky with such a huge kill. How does he find that towards the outer yard? Timeout called here from ECSTATIC as they know the opportunities that they've just given themselves. 15 now. You would not believe your eyes if you thought that they were going to win that round. That Xanthera's flank almost had to have been enough right there. But Bird from Sky is too aware.
This is crazy, bro. Like, the fact is, the game gets tied up 12-12. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Eternal Fire take a lead 13-12 too, or am I mistaken?
14-12.
I thought so.
It's now been
3 in a row.
Three in a row, yeah.
ECSTATIC, they're ready to close this out at the finish line and really start to sell the upset into Eternal Fire. And I wonder, right, if they lose this map, what's the mental game going to look like? Because in the past, there have been, you know, a couple of stories of some of the Eternal Fire players maybe not having the greatest of mentality, maybe being a little bit tilted. So you're going to come into this next map, not your home turf, with all of this going against you. That's obviously if that happens, but I think the response from them means absolutely everything. And what they are and are not going to be able to accomplish kind of relies on if they do or don't mentally recover.
Now, this would be maximum frustration for the Eternal Fire camp if this gets taken away from them in the fashion in which it has been so far. 3 in a row out of nowhere. SKADE, they could really get anything in a row. And now all of a sudden, to secure a game, you need 4. 1 player to deal with, though. Look at this crossfire that they've got going on. Woxic's going to look to play this gap. If he spots anything, no, he doesn't. But Santeros is going to pop a shot off here. Pop a head off of Stair. And finds a freebie without taking any damage. Gets out of dodge.
Well, now in a 4-on-5, it's SKADE who've got to work out from the back rope. Woxic still yet to flinch on the angle, and he hears all these footsteps pitter-pattering into secret. And you've still got Zantares posted up here on the FAMAS. Sure, not the best weapon for the job, but he's got one to his name. You're just looking for extra damage at this point for him to buy some time on the rotations, but it seems all the more known to SKADE of a player being here. All 4 of them spotted, and the rotations, they are going to be quick as ever. Woxic denied of event flank for the time being as Antares on the Raptors. Another man spotted. Dafu can't deliver, and you need these kills to come back your way tenfold if SKADE want to convert, but it's not consistent. 3-on-2 for the flank. They all about to come barreling in through ramp. There's a Molotov to keep them out of the left side of it, so that's not a fight you're going to be able to take, and this bomb goes down. Zello has a complete line of sight over on these ramp pushes, but they need to set themselves up for the crossfire, and they don't. Manx 1v3 won't deliver. Eternal Fire bring us to overtime, and it's nothing more that you could ask for.
Need a little bit more to separate these two teams to say finally found it. They found their CT round. A bit late, yes, but they'll take it any day of the week, man. Saving their nuke, saving their map pick, and avoiding what would have been pretty disastrous here. Overtime. The mix. But what a great effort from Zantares. I mean, like you said, he finds that opening pick, but then the jump spot where he spots everybody allows for fast rotations. And then following it up with a second kill is so huge.
Yeah, SKADE. They're just happy to be here, though. Because there were a couple of rounds where they trembled on the CT side. So regardless of the outcome in this first overtime half, you're going to think that there's always a chance for them. They go into a defensive-sided map. Look, you're only really looking for 1 round, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. And they've been able to slip the net in mini, but not for long enough. Attention, distracted, and pulled. And while Manx has delivered on the trade, it's too far to gone. This round already seems the way of Eternal Fire. Just by how much is the question.
Wide margin. That's how much. Calyx again starting off the first round of overtime play. Quite hot. Right there. It's great work done from him.
They need more. Like, simply put, both of these teams need more. Because, honestly, while they've been neck and neck in this game, the next map is where I get to turn an eager eye to wonder how it's going to work out. Because SKADE's T side didn't look all that bad. It was the defense that had been holding them back, I'd argue. And that's also why I'm so nervous about them getting the run back for Eternal Fire, but still, it doesn't seem like they're going to fail to hold on to either one of these bomb sites. Though the USP says other stories. Antares still tucked into the middle of it. Bird from Sky flashes out, needs the kill, will deliver, and they leave it 2-0 in an M4 on a retake. Now just decide to cut cut noise, cut timing, wait to see what the response is going to be.
Response is going to be in towards B. Confirmed, though. Information heard. Woxic is going to be posting up here, ready to go, but he makes his presence known with a flashbang. Dafu, not going to punch in those numbers just yet. He doesn't really have a teammate close by, right? Dafu's kind of isolated. Now, Bird from Sky's going to join up and help out. Flash goes in. Oh, no, that's smoke instead. I'll certainly bolster a chance at a bomb plant here. Woxic just going to run inside of it and throw all of his utility. But it's not going to stop this bomb plant.
No
Certainly not.
way.
X-Cloud is, though. And Bird from Sky can't trade things out, so a 1v2 that's tricky as ever. Now tapping the bomb, going through the smoke is Woxic back to back, but they find the kill. And Woxic's going to close things down right there.
I honestly thought Bird from Sky was going to try to make his way up into the A site. I really thought that's what he was going to try to do. But still, man, you need... I don't know. You need more to deliver. Like, Bird from Sky find 3 kills that round, and nobody else able to find anything.
be a pretty welcoming half here for Eternal Fire. If they can find one more, that would be icing on the cake. T-sides have looked pretty good on the gun rounds, so walking away with anything extra would be nice. Oh man, look at this damage done. Xanterra's down low early on. Woxic just going wild in through the hut. Dafu gonna maintain composure, but only good for a singular. Xanterra's gonna go down as well towards that outer yard, so work being done, and Moore's able to slip the gap right there. And Wild actually goes back up the ladder.
They're just giving away picks at this point. Calyx left all alone on the A side. He's got the ops. We can try to poke these a couple of picks back. Poke holes in the offense, but Stayer holds down the line, leaves it all up to Explode, coming through on the heaven rotate. And they know it's the ramp player, so they positioned around this properly. And Zello, yeah, just catches the fall off. Not an easy shot to hit, might I add. And another team ace adds up to an ecstatic 16th.
That's a good round, at least a comforting one that you're able to find singular. That actually gives yourself a chance. If you win 3 CT rounds in a row, you can close this one down. Call it a day on Nuke at the very least. But again, we've seen Eternal Fire put up some pretty impressive T-side rounds already.
Yeah, well, Eternal Fire. Big round to try to convert right here, and Calyx delivers on the opening pick. The opening blow, that might just lead them to put their foot on the gas into the A side, try to pick apart this defense. Trade still not found, and Zantares delivers on another outside. The magic maybe gone, bird from sky. Well, that bird's just hit the ground. And with Zantares still not giving up his life, he just causes a ruckus, is a nuisance, ensures that somebody has to be posted on this position at all times. And it makes one of these site takes just all the much more easier. Dafu finally to deliver on a trade, but what's the finale going to be? Well, we're about to find out as a bit of utilities thrown into A.
We gotta let hesitation get the better of him here. They're making a pretty decisive move towards this B side, and so I don't think the answer is going to be yes. They're going to make their way very quickly in towards B, free of charge. And get those numbers punched in as well. They've already got some decent post plants with control of control. And Mank's looking to take that back, but has to wait out on Molly first things first.
Yeah, that first kill was everything. In fact, Calyx is able to at least find one, pretty much solidifies that this should be an Eternal Fire favored round. Even sitting in the Molotov as Dafu tries to desperately find a trade that Xcloud denies, doubling down for an Eternal Fire 18th. And now 2 chances to send this one to Inferno, them being up a map. I don't think they're going to drop this opportunity.
I don't think so either. Ample opportunity now to close. All they need to do is find one of 2. It's still not going to be easy, right? It still offers up potential. SKADE could certainly close out 2 CT rounds in a row with the investments they've got going on. Double op invested, in fact. Going for broke here. SKADE pulling out all the stops to try and close this one out.
Well, this is your last chance. And Amor's already put things to a bit of a bad spot. Looking a bit down in the dumps as ecstatic. As that chance that they were once granted swiftly to drift away from their fingertips. And now they just wait. Eternal Fire, see if they can't pick apart more, see what ecstatic give to them, waste utility over aggress, anything, they'll take it, especially in this spot.
Throw in some utility here, a lot of presence drawn in towards the ramp side. Just a molly thrown in, and actually it will vacate the position, vacate the perimeter, and try and take their chances in towards Mini. Both Woxic and Xanterra's missing their opportunity to find a kill, and their backs turned to this aggression coming through towards the squeaky door. Nothing spotted out towards Mustang either, and this is going to be a hard clear. No, Stair's not going to be cleared at all. Amor continues to fire away with the op in impressive fashion, but he will be dropped eventually. Stair takes matters into his own hands, and it's the duo towards that outer yard left to close things down. Xanterra's gets caught off guard, and Woxic left with all of it to do in the 1v2.
Yeah, this is separated these 2 teams by mere inches of ground. Woxic wants to work them back. 1-on-2 for the game. 20 health to work with, and boy, have I seen more impressive things from him before, so this is not as one-sided as people may think. And he even had the proper line. I thought he was going to have that first kill behind it, but ecstatic, hold it down and stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, Or put an impressive round together, but it did become very chaotic quickly, right? With that damage being done towards the outer yard, that kind of shut down the hopes there for that mini split alongside that A attack, which I feel like would have certainly been a round one and converted if they just could have found one of those players in mini, but not afforded to them in this occasion. So SKADE, they stay afloat.
But for how long Remember, this mostly comes off of a bit of a miscommunication by Eternal Fire and the fact that they had found a couple of opening picks, then just maybe didn't comment that there was a mini player, didn't comment that there was somebody on the rafters. I didn't know if that's necessarily what happened, but I'm speculating because nobody was weary of somebody being a mini even after he had just found a kill.
Onto something there. Gotta set their attention towards this round, though. They need one to close it out, so they gotta wipe that one clean from their memory here as they look to test the waters towards ramp. Manx is here, ready to defend.
I love this.
He's playing a very passive angle. Zella's putting to a
Oh,
molly.
what?
Down to 4. He's 100 to 0.
I don't know what happened.
Oh no.
No idea. And now Manx has got to respond. The bomb spotted in ramp, knowing that his teammates fall, and just getting away alive in this 4-on-4 is absolutely massively impactful. Zella, a big mistake made, and now he needs his teammates to bail him out. The time are going to start to play into a factor here shortly. With only 40 seconds left, there's not much utility across the board. 1 molly, 4 flashes for the offense, 2 flashes, 1 nade for the defense. And Zantara as well. If he walks up the ladder, this would almost certainly be another performance away of ecstatic. As Stayer's caught timing. A-site play to be the attempt, and well, they should be able to get the bomb down. It's past that that's got me worried, or maybe not. No, Calyx, this kill is so big, and the nade to trade him out. The bomb's dropped in the open. Tetris as it stands. And 18 seconds to go. Woxic spotted. Same with Dafu. They exchange glances. And you've got Manx on the wrong side of the map to try to help out. Woxic just posts up on Mini. They can't bait out the option, and that might be the end of it. Manx, 1v2. The B-site rotate against the world, it feels. And he's got a kit, but he's got to work apart these 1v1s. Not going to take the leeway to try to find the frag into the lobby player. No. Instead, opts to work around Hut, but he's tucked in the left corner. This is Curtains. Xfloud's got the proper read, and Eternal Fire have the proper play. 19-17 to close out a very, very close Nuke.
Yeah, that's a hard victory right there on Nuke for Eternal Fire, but they'll welcome a closer there despite the overtime affair. We'll be hopping in to the next map here shortly on Inferno. Make sure you all stay tuned.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
And we are into Inferno here, and it looks like we have a new face into the server as well. Fasher rejoining the likes of SKADE here for map number 2, trying to pull things back with what would be their third reverse sweep of the playoffs for them. A fast rush in the play. They go right through the smoke here. No worries in the world. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Pinnacle odds favoring that. Eternal Fire still.
Well, now there's nothing holding SKADE back from hitting their 100. Fasher, the new arrival of the server. I thought he'd be good for the double, but now chances start to go a bit downhill. Xcloud behind the smoke, maybe spotted, maybe not. Shadow given away, and Bird from Sky takes the kill happily. Zontaras all down to the 1v2, and I don't see a kid in play, so he's going to have to just win this one on raw aim duels and gunfights. Bird from Sky spots him getting off of the bomb, and it looks like this round is going to continue to go downhill and downhill, as the timer will soon get to a bit of a worrying spot. They both decide to take a round from the coffins and play their lives. Bird from Sky has had enough of the carousel ride that has been this round and takes a 3K for the pistol win.
Shot hit right there from Bird from Sky, so opening exchange here on Inferno going to favor that of SKADE. Of course, the Force Spy is going to be instantly called in upon once you know that you have the deagle damage to bring out. There's no doubt in your mind that they're going to try their luck with it. A couple of MP9s in the mix as well. My eyes are on the scout. Like you said before, if you get a couple scout tags, it could really bolster up a buy. Woxic is going to peek in, dodging up on all the flashes, but only catching a little bit of flak in the meantime there. So will be held at bay.
Yeah, not letting Woxic get activated early on might just be a win condition for you if you're SKADE. I mean, you saw how deadly he was towards the final parts of the CT side. You think if he doesn't start as slow, what's this game look like, right? What does that last result look like? Obviously, Eternal Fire were still the ones to come out on top and be the victors in the equation, but probably even more dominant if you let all the players start to get heated up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Fasher has given us some really good Inferno performances in the past, though. He looks to continue that trend. It's a complete stack towards A. No one home at B, and that's going to be called in from Fasher here very shortly. As the CT smoke lies in, the chances are rapidly rising here as a kill from Minx comes through. There's nothing to say about this route other than it feels like a locked in for a stat.
Oof, Woxic, no response there. Eternal Fire, best interest probably into holding on to these weapons, these low-tier SMGs, to see if you can't work around them in the next affair. But for the time being, it's SKADE taking the 2-0 lead. A T side that might just look a little bit stronger now that it's got all the pieces put together.
Solid start right there. SKADE up to 2 rounds, should be 3 in the future. Still could bolster up a little bit of a buy here with the couple saved pistols and SMGs that they've got going on, but all things considered, SKADE quite happy with this. Again, it's going to be potentially a story of some solid CT side halves. It's kind of what we gathered. Well, we did see Eternal Fire put up a pretty good T side. Same with SKADE, surprisingly enough, on Nuke. They were able to find 4 rounds in a row to get us into overtime there.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of good moments on that T side to look forward to if you're an SKADE fan, especially on an Inferno that doesn't actually look to be all that one-sided anymore. I mean, the biggest win condition I felt for SKADE was probably on Inferno anyway, but that honestly it doesn't increase as much as you'd think with Fasher, at least in my eyes, because I assume if they came into this series knowing they would have Fasher, I feel like they would have gone for a Vertigo pick. I don't feel like we would have seen Inferno.
Yeah, tough to say. The point still stands that Eternal Fire are going to be really good on a map like Vertigo, just given their win rate and history, but you might bring up a good point there. The game plans for SKADE definitely change whenever you talk about, is Fasher going to be there or is he not? Maybe they were coming into this expecting him not to be able to play, but now he is back. Ready to go. Better than ever.
Yeah, well, I've seen Eternal Fire work with these SMGs before and Deagle alongside it, so I'm not going to discredit them in a round like this. There's too many times where they hit the craziest headshots and just win the most unthinkable rounds, so this one's not done and dusted till the clock says 0 or till SKADE have 3.
This is sure true here. Utility thrown into our CT spawn. X-Flood as the MP9, the Crossfire mixed up with Emor. I mean, there's armor in this buy up here towards B, so it's a scary prospect. They're going to test the waters, but immediately finding out that boosted up player heard from Sky on the entry duty. Oh, but there's the Deagle shots, making a 3K. He finds 4, lighting up the server right there and pushing through the smoke. You were exactly right. Those Deagles do the damage, and they shut down the round.
You just can't contest it, man. These guys are Deagle gods. You don't touch them. You stay away. No flash, well, no kills, no round. That's what Emor says. Get the hell out of my B site, bro. We gotta look at this replay because that's the play. That is all it is. No mollies come into the site. Just a bit lackluster. The spacing poor. Emor almost finds an ace too. But they'll take that. Guns recovered. Everything just picked up. And now it's SKADE, who maybe did not have their backs against the wall, but are certainly a bit shaken up after that.
Oh, man. Shaken up to say the least. What a round right there from Emor. That is unreasonable. Like you said, there was no flashes, but surely 1 of 4 should trade. That was not the case. They had no response for that sort of Deag play right there. A lovely start. Can they follow it up, though? It's still going to be contested by an investment coming through from SKADE, and they've got some pretty deep grounded towards this A site. Defu, though, spotted out here in apartments, isn't going to be able to hold his ground for too much longer. He forced off the line. They've just recycled a smoke towards Banana, and they're stacking in another rotator here. Now, this one smoke is going to actually sell Woxic back in towards the ace commitment. So they're not going to quite have that bolstered up B defense, but still, they're going to be forced through a smoke and forced to deal with this dynamic duo of X-Floud and Emor.
As soon as the smoke fades, the full test will begin. I mean, that flashbang is going to blind X-Floud off the angle that he was hoping to play to perfection still. Usually known to be a one and done, but not this time. Bird from Sky, hard clears. And an advantage fielded bomb soon to go down if they try to deny it through the smoke. Oh, just barely not connecting. It was so close, but yet so far. And in the 4-on-5, Eternal Fire, I don't think they have that much of an interest in going in for the retake. Woxic's op is such a big key to this win. You don't want to let it go away just yet.
There's no utility. I think that's the kicker, right? One flashbang just simply isn't enough. They need some sort of smokes or mollies to flush out these players, but with only one flashbang left over to their disposal, they have to call it off, right? Now we're going to see Fasher actually on a little bit of a hunt here. Might be arriving a little late at the party. So he makes his way through Moto instead of up lane. So everyone on Eternal Fire should be safe and sound, but what a clear from Bird from Sky, man. From around that goes so horribly wrong, where you just get locked out by Emor with 4 Deagles, to that where Bird from Sky is just able to hard clear you and instantly find the singular opener that's needed to win the round.
You'd expect him to find at least one there. I mean, even if the trade is coming through, even if you're like, all right, you know what, probably going to go 1 for 1, that's about the most you'd expect. You'd almost certainly count him up for a kill there, but not when Bird from Sky is playing. Bro, he's been so lights out this tournament. Like, I want to give so much credit to SKADE just on Bird from Sky's account, because not only has he been such an impactful player in the past, but now he is consistently, I think I'm ready to say, delivering. In the past 3 days, he has held his own weight, if not excelled in that margin.
Exactly right. Get caught on some retake utility here towards Banana. They're going to be held at bay for now. They're going to test the waters here towards A after that utility gets thrown on in here for Eternal Fire. And they're going to walk into this box. A bit of a scary prospect, but Calix is going to give up his life. Dafu with a nice entry. It's going to make this a whole lot more easier.
Ooh. Basher is warm. He is hot. Zantara is too, though. He's going to be least able to double down. Somehow finds a third, and he saved their team's round. Emor and Xflow with those kills coming through would definitely have more of an interest in attempting this retake now, but I'm surprised. I mean, I know maybe MP9's not the necessary weapon you want, but I'd probably take it over an op. Now they're going to boost up, see if they can't pick off a site player, but no frags give themselves up. One Molly still to come through from the ecstatic. Well, I'd say defense now. And there's a lot to work around here. Molly's going to cover the back of the site. I actually really like that from Emor. It covers off pit now as the smoke. There's a 1v1 isolated in the middle of the site. The spam almost connects for a kill, but it's forced him off, I'm pretty sure. So much damage inflicted. Dafu's got him dead to rights.
Inferno T side's looking very solid. Only one round found so far from Eternal Fire, and that required everything from Emor. You gotta find 4 deagle shots. Other than that, it has been lights out for SKADE. So can they find anyone else to maybe step up to the plate? I mean, right there, Xantares, he tried his very best with 3 kills on the round. He was looking sharp as ever, but again, when you lose all of those opening picks, it's not going to help too much when you find big multi-kills if you still give up the site and you still lose control, lose your reins.
Dude, I mean, this round does also come down to luck for SKADE too, because you think if they don't find those frags through pit, it almost seems like they're going to lose the round, because I believe both Xfloud and Woxic, or whoever was with them, were both hard clearing the site. They were hard pressed on the site player, but it's just the fact that Dafu causes such a distraction in from pit that they can't keep their attention posted there.
That's the travesty of an A-side post plant right there. It's so hard to get back into rounds like that. We'll get another deagle round here, and they can certainly work with Eternal Fire. We've already seen it happen before. But can they replicate it? Actually, Amor's not even on the deagle. He's gone for the MP9. Surprised to see that with the success he just had earlier.
There's no doubt in my mind that this is possible from Eternal Fire. No doubt whatsoever. They even hear the footsteps going around towards car. Flash to try to get Emor in and see if he can't find a pick or two. He was the one tearing apart the last round like this, but he wants to do it again at long range. Can't connect, still got some damage off. And at least secures the car control is in the hands of Eternal Fire for now. Isn't going to commit to the peaks, but gives the info over to his teammates today so they can set up a defense pretty properly.
Woxic gonna push right past that smoke. He's not deterred at all.
Oh, no.
Not even by the flashes. He's gonna stick around and test the waters here. This guy on the entry duty finds a first, but only good for one this time. No multi-kills given over just yet, but still, they're a little bit hesitant now that that kill's come through. They're gonna be forced on elsewhere. They're gonna walk back in towards the B side, but look at this. There's only 40 seconds left on the clock. They gotta be careful about the timing, and they're still walking in towards A now. They're committed to it, but again, there's 3 players left to deal with.
Oh, Spot step close. You got a couple of players lined up for you, but Manx with the double denies anything too chaotic for the time being. Calix not able to respond either. Eternal Fire, I thought they would have had a little more of a fighting chance in that round. I certainly thought that they were going to be good for more, but no, just no. Emor seems like he's going to try to give this one a go coming in through the arch side. Scope her to the op, so maybe a leeway to try to find a pick. And if you're able to get this gun, would not be too shocked if he saves it, but no. Walking into the op scope, a left eye peek will not favor you, especially in online CS, and SKADE walk up 5-1.
Great work right there. Dangerous position from Zella, but he gets away with an op shot, closes it down. They move up to 5. This T side's starting off very strong. I mean, I feel like, again, we've seen nothing from SKADE but some really strong resilience. The reverse sweeps have come through constantly throughout their entire run.
Yeah.
So they're used to being down a map, right? They're used to you know, keeping their composure after dropping it. And now they have Fasher back.
Yeah, dude, I mean, that's what I was trying to point out. Like, the fact is, ECSTATIC made it so close in the previous game without Fasher, their star player. So, I don't know, man. He hasn't been the hottest of margins here, but maybe he's looking to change that around. On 7 health being the difference, he's able to take the first blood onto him more. Not really a response made by Eternal Fire either. Woxic, probably the next man you look forward to if you're hoping for a response for Eternal Fire.
Fasher finds that entry. It's going to be purged from SKADE to fill his place, though, with the higher HP bar. He's going to take a lot of reins towards Banana at the moment. Need to grab that ground and hope to grab some control here towards P. They're kept at bay for now, but the commitment does seem to lie in here for the likes of Static to test. B side, 2 players to deal with here. It's still a pretty strong defense ready to muster up. They're moving quickly.
They just decided to put pedal to the metal. As soon as they, I don't know, hear something. I'm not really too sure what the call is, but as soon as they throw the smokes, they are in the site instantaneously, but not in through Zantara's. He, anymore, put up the perfect B defense. It is to a T. And with only the 2 there, they're able to shut down that round single-handedly. A full house between them, and Eternal Fire stomp forward to a second.
A much needed and converted round right there. Nice and clean. They kind of gambled that B bomb site with that 4v5 situation, but a nice hold. X-Cloud offering up a big multi-kill. Helping out that opportunity for Eternal Fire to get themselves a second. Can't be a flash in a pan, though. They need to follow it up. They need to find consistent success here on that CT side because ECSTATIC have held them at 1 round so far. If they can find a second, that would be huge. The Abdul Woxic with a lovely opener. Zello gonna hit the dirt.
And now it's Eternal Fire finding the opening success. Still looking for more. Oh, don't do it, mates, because Wox is posted. And it's just shut down round the board. There's just no way for ECSTATIC to bring this one back. Fasher, yeah, sure, he can hope to attain some killing success, but that's not going to anywhere near add up to a 1 round. He still looks to walk towards the B site. Maybe find some leeway out of the coffin player, but oh, you'd have to be a ninja to sneak one over anymore, and that's just not what Fasher is.
He looks to entry loud. He gets spammed down because of it. A lot of damage done. But it does seem like we're going to get that consistent success required from Eternal Fire and not being saved here. It's a minute left on the clock, and they're at T-spawn. They'll be playing tic-tac-toe for the next little bit here because there's no way they're going for it.
If they don't play tic-tac-toe, I'd be so upset. Come on. At least strike 1. There's no way they're going to hunt you down like this, bro. Come on. Have some fun with it.
Man, it's a long time. Might as well go for some tic-tac-toe.
Yeah. Come on, man. Really? Gotta try hard, guys. Gotta hold the angles. Come on, bro. No fun allowed.
No fun.
No fun
For ECSTATIC in that round, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Still, a buy kind of forced to the way of ECSTATIC, and maybe not the most welcoming of them. Burnt from Sky down to a Galil. Zello probably facing the same fate. Or, no, how did they... Okay, I forgot they saved the op. My bad. Wait, is Burnt from Sky gone down to a Glock? No, I was going to say, like, did he really take that much of an L?
Sure. Ooh. More attempts from Woxic. I think he's trying to really take the reins on this game right now. I mean, we've seen him peek down middle for a big multi-kill, dealing with 2 ops. He looks to take it now towards B, and he's actually boosted up on top of that half wall right there. So while they throw that top banana smoke in, it's valuable. He's going to drop the bomb right there. Bird from Sky hitting the deck. And another good start from Woxic.
He gets like half a second to hit that shot. If not, then the A site will not compromise this probably going to be the weaker of the two targets, but now Eternal Fire with all the info in the world, even a flash to come through, look to hold it down. Calyx only good with the one, but you still got one hell of a crossfire to break apart, and they are no close to cracking the code. Xfloud behind Zantares, and again, a shutdown defense wherever this man goes. Zello already calling it game time.
Ooh. Not the first time that, you know, we see early dismantling. This is 2 rounds in a row now that you just see walks at kickoff proceedings. It triggers them fast in towards A, but there's no luck there. Locked down from Xfloud.
I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. The response from Eternal Fire right now is turning it up. 3 rounds in a row, and a couple of them very confident. I don't think it stops there, too, and I assume we have a attack pause coming, rather a tech pause, because... No, wait. No, it's Fasher. Oh, no, dude. No!
That's a frustrating one as well. That's a really frustrating loss for SKADE. If this you know, does require a substitute, I feel like you're going to be really mentally checked out of this one. Eternal Fire, I mean, they've already solidified a couple of rounds in a row. Now they're keeping SKADE stuck on 5.
Well, this is a bit unfortunate now, isn't it?
I think they've used their tech timeouts as well. I mean, I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure they did use those in getting into this one, right? They had to delay to allow for Fasher to get on into the server.
Yep.
So he's got to rejoin quickly, or they got to call up Stair again.
I mean, that's if he's available at this point. You never know, bro. He's got a game to play today, too. Like,
Oof.
what if he just said, you know what? I'm gonna go take a nap. I got you guys with the fill-in. I'm gonna be out of here. Are you really gonna be able to call on him at that much of a moment's notice? Apparently they don't need to. Fasher's back. Alright.
Alright.
Saved.
Go. Back into the action here once again. Zello with the hero up. That's all that they have to muster up. After the save. Can they keep it up?
Well, they're gonna have to. Because still, there's a lot to go on the CT side. And while, you know, they've looked confident in the past couple of rounds, it's not the end-all be-all. There's a reason that there's 15 rounds per half in Counter-Strike. So any team has a chance to pull a comeback off at any time. So... Eternal Fire. They look like the favorites in this round, but it's the next one. And one's going further forward that I'm worried about because maybe they're able to read onto these setups. But I do feel like SKADE have been getting hard countered in a lot of these rounds, like where it doesn't even feel like Eternal Fire are doing anything all that special. There's not that many re-aggressions, re-peaks off of lost map control. It's really just these setups and actual site defenses panning out so well.
Yeah, they let him take some ground. Even, you know, Woxic going for a lot of early exchanges has been nice. But Woxic still having impact in this round despite not finding an opening pick. He's peeking down deep banana. He spots out absolutely nothing. So look at this 4-man lean that we're going to get out of Eternal Fire towards A. At the perfect time as well as they start to test this ground. More nades landing on Zello. And it's going to be an instant kill. That's the op dropped. Emor will get traded, yes. But you find a valuable trade right there in dropping Zello.
I mean, it's recovered, though, and we've seen what Berkeley's guys have done with this bad boy weaponry, or maybe not. No, Fasher, still the only one to respond thus far for SKADE as he goes charging up through AK in hand. Got a couple more fights to take, and it doesn't seem like he's going to get anywhere close to winning them. Now they should be able to recover the op, too, if they want to go for a double setup, and we've seen this time and time again from Eternal Fire.
Double op's going to be very welcoming for them right there. Tied up 5-5 now. Finding themselves a healthy string of rounds here, and this one isn't going to include a Zello op. It's not going to be afforded to them just yet. Woxic's been really solidifying himself as an influential factor here for Eternal Fire.
I'm so surprised to see it as one-sided as this is. And as one-sided as a 5-5 score can be, but I don't think it's going to stop there. Emor on a secondary op is ready to bang some out, and the trading is awful. I thought that was good for 3. But no, now you leave it to the trusting hands of Xfloud. And as smokes go back and forth, he can just be confident backing off into construction. That's fine. Let them get the bomb plant if they want.
Yeah, they can plant for free. Got a 4-on-2. The retake should be in the picture here, but might stick around for some spam. Catches some flak through the smoke. There's an op in Mank's hands. There's a lot of retake utility here over in the Eternal Fire camp to get back into this round.
Well, gotta take some initiative. Bird from Sky realizes that and takes an opening headshot. Nice flash, but can it get him to kill onto Explode? Yes, it can. And now with the Manx post up from Banana, this round could look a little bit bleak. Bird from Sky, the big brain IGL. We've talked about him showing up this event so far. Well, he's got to do it one more time. Even here's the footsteps of a man going around him in the construction smoke. They've cleared out the site, but they know exactly where he lies. Bird from Sky, got to make a desperate play work. And, well, Calyx won't allow it. Lead taken by Eternal Fire, but for how long?
That was a really hard-fought retake right there. But they're able to close it out. Man, pure chaos. I thought that Bird from Sky was going to do just enough right there, but playing around the smoke was the recovery from Eternal Fire. Those Pinnacle odds continuing to favor the likes of Eternal Fire, especially as they take that lead, right?
Yeah, but it only gets better from here for Eternal Fire, because if you keep shutting down these rounds, right, like there's been situations where they shouldn't even be allowing a bomb plant. It's just a lucky couple of kills that get them to that point. If that, like, if Eternal Fire hold up this, like, what they're doing right now, then you're going to be starting to pick up rounds 2 for the price of 1. And that's scary, especially for an Ecstatic who are usually T-sided on a map like this.
Yeah, they'll feel a lot of comfort. If they can continue this more. What a lovely shot from him. Gonna kick off proceedings once again. He has to be careful. There's one right around the corner and Fasher looking to find a trade. He's wild in his approach here. He's going to take his position up towards Coffins. Doesn't realize that there's one in the cubby. He could be caught off guard by this, but Manx might be the first point of contact here. He dodged the flashbang, but he's getting away safely. Now it's up to Xcloud to offer up a site defense, but he can find nothing. And the site compromised here.
That's shocking. Usually Xcloud's guaranteed good for 1, but now it's going to be up to a retake again. This time a little more dire for them. Zantares, well, he's taking down the low bar and Bird from Sky. A little more is going to be required of him, as him and his boys look to group up from CT spawn, even waiting out the smokes. There's no more utility bar a flashbang from Ecstatic. And there's a plentiful amount for the likes of Eternal Fire. Already that molly goes over towards Nubox, so if they really wanted to, just throw it over an emo, and this should be a pretty much stock standard free kill. Zello stuck behind the pillar. This kill's still not delivered, and they've completely neglected the angle. Doubling down, the op doesn't need it to fire off. 1v3 for Woxic, and it's impossible now. They know where he's coming in from. He just wants to find some kills. He wants to force some rebuys and get out of their hair. Ecstatic somehow hold it down in the disadvantage, or not in the disadvantage, but in a 3-on-3 where they're even mollied out.
It's a big pickup right there for Ecstatic. They came so close in that round prior, right? 4-on-2 post-plant situation. They just keep on testing that B side. This time, though, it goes a lot better for them, despite that 4v5 advantage found out. They're able to overwhelm.
I mean, this is crazy, too. The fact that that's not enough to win them the round right there. I even thought he would be good for the third. Dafu, I don't even know if it was his movement, more of the flub shot from Imora, which I certainly thought was on. But, yeah, still plenty of cash built up for Eternal Fire, so this doesn't mean all that much. But still, we're 6-6. We're neck and neck.
Giving us a little fight here after the string of rounds in a row for Eternal Fire.
Ecstatic, they're full grouping up towards A. I think this is a bit of a hard read from the Bird from Sky, because you think most of these rounds, like, you flash them off of these angles like Car, like Bracket, and they're not really throwing much retake utility Eternal Fire. They're just kind of holding back into the site, and I told you, their success comes from how good their crossfires are. So the one counter to that is to force them off of these initial angles and just try to send all of your players in. Really, that's the best way to counter it, because you can't risk giving them a misspaced kill and keep walking into these ops. Like, they're going to pick you apart piece by piece.
Retake setup though, and more going on the proactive there, but dodge flash is played in. He's left to deal with all of the aggression there. A 1-for-1 trade. Makes is good to confirm a kill there on the B side, but X5 takes proactivity here. He's gonna get nice up close and personal. Dafu delivers another quick trade right there and spam through the smoke. It looks nearly on the line. Fasher down to 36 HP, but they'll still get those numbers punched in. They'll still confirm a bomb plant, and Fasher's gonna confirm even more. Another kill and no trade available, and Calyx gonna drop right behind him. clean as ever on the site take right there from SKADE, as they should be able to take the lead. But Woxic's looking to put up a fight here in a 1v2.
This one's a bit more doable than the previous, but it all depends on who does or doesn't give themselves up. Death, I don't think he's going to be too hard posted on doing that either, but Woxic, now he's going to have to rescope in. Now the footsteps been heard on the wide swing. They can completely guarantee with his players coming through on, and he just doesn't have the utility to try to contend up against it. This should be an ecstatic-sided round, unless he pulls off the most heroic 2K we've ever seen, but a flick to start it off. No, just out of time, and he's spinning around circles on his crosshair, but zello holds down the fort and takes the lead right back for ecstatic.
That was a bit scary right there towards the end. Woxic hitting that first flick almost makes you start to believe, but confirmed right there from zello. He gets an opposite report, and the lead confirmed as well off the back of that round victory. Look at this, though. Eternal Fire going for a broke here. At least Woxic is. He's bought himself into an AWP.
I don't even blame him. Like, he's been looking pretty good. Both of these options have been looking good. So, I mean, to just keep throwing him out, it's not that big of a deal.
At all.
I think it's worth it. Oh, and look at how far forward Woxic is. I mean, you hear about a player in the apartments. Maybe the fall away could force back into an uncomfortable peak, and it does, but how does he hit that shot? Calyx still here to try to find the response, but it's really just to try to grab the op, to be honest with you. 2-on-5, though, and ecstatic. They've pretty much got an 8th locked in on the board.
Op is recoverable here for Calyx. I don't know if he's realized that. But either way, great effort put up there. Woxic will drop an AK here. He'll drop another. I don't think this will entice him into an actual round conversion, right? But still, it's good damage done. Next round of the last of the half. And I think the op is still in apartments, right? He never picked it up, actually. Yeah, there it is. Probably wouldn't have an op if it wasn't for this save coming through from Calyx. So you'll welcome that opportunity.
Opportunity.
But still ecstatic. They're going to win the half.
My bad.
It's all right.
Well, I mean, you've got the op, but now I feel like we're going to need a little bit more. I mean, there have been star moments from pretty much every player of Eternal Fire in this round, but I told you it's about what happens going forward. Because eventually, ecstatic are a team that is very, very good at catching on to what you do, countering you. Now they're starting to do that. You could see with the last 3 rounds going their way, maybe even a 4th. The buy isn't going to be all that great and well put together from Eternal Fire. There's going to be some holes in it. There's going to be missing utility. Only 2 kits in a team that's having to play retake a lot of times. I mean, that's not that great.
So the best part about it is that the trades have really buckled down in these last couple rounds as well. They've really figured out the trade game quite nicely up against Eternal Fire late into the half. They haven't been able to say too much about it. They've gotten that little string of rounds in a row, right? They were able to find 5 back-to-back, but now they're stuck on 6, and ecstatic look to continue to rise here. We've got Bird from Sky going back in towards spawn. I'm not sure what exactly the game plan is there, but retake utility thrown in towards Banana. They're playing this one oh so patient.
Well, Eternal Fire, again, they're not really taking much. The only thing they've done towards Car is throw in that retake flash. They haven't ever done the retake volley nade setup. I mean, I guess for better or for worse, but Immoral, what forward down to 19. Now stick close toward the broken wall, but now he relies on Woxic heroism. Finding the one, getting the info of the fall away from Fasher. You've still got the op posted of zello, so they can't safely go in for a repeat, but they can safely walk away with a 5-on-4.
That's exactly what they do as well. They'll take that any day of the week. Now they look to take the A-bomb site here for ecstatic. But they're going to meet a really triangulated defense right now. 3 players ready to offer it up. Xanteris, Calyx, and X-Floud with 25 seconds left. Are they seriously going to make a rotation back towards B? They are. And look at this. It's only Woxic in towards Nubox. He's got a lot to do with only an AWP. Can only chamber in 1 shot at a time.
I don't know, man. You say only Woxic, but I don't think that's a good way to describe it. Flashes come blistering over the site, but the spacing is missed, and the bomb's already dropped. Looking for another Woxic. What? Oh, it's not him. More through the smoke's the one connecting, and now you're out of time. The round's already lost. It doesn't matter. Eternal Fire in the midst of chaos come through with the win. They exchange hellos at the very end, but it's as close as it can be.
8-7 here. A solid defense offered up, but I mean, you feel like you're pretty happy with that, ecstatic. You've won the half. At the very least, you don't walk away with anything extra there towards the tail end. And like you said, Woxic just putting up a fiery defense with Xcloud spamming through the smoke right behind him. Able to create some sort of crossfire there.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was just so well played by Woxic. He could have even gotten punished too, because you saw Bastard slip in out of his vision. If he more didn't find that kill through the smoke, there's actually a chance that he dies at New Box. And that round becomes a lot more winnable, but now we need to see what Eternal Fire are made of from the T side. We saw them, I believe, go blow for blow on Nuke, and I mean, look, that map is nowhere near T favored, so, I mean, right now, that's okay. If they can replicate some form of that T side of success, Eternal Fire could very easily add this up to a 2-0.
No doubt. Got to get back to that form, though. It looks like they're going to start things off the right way with the pistol. Basher, somewhat isolated here, but Bird from Sky looking to offer some support. His teammate goes down in the meantime, and Amor and Xcloud, they both find the entries necessary. Now they have to pick up the bomb inside that CT smite. That's mission number 1. Zello's going to find another kill in the meantime, and now in this chaos, are they going to be able to hold steady? What?
Ooh, well, they deny the plant, so there's still a fighting chance for them here. Zello's been able to come back in a double entry from construction. P250's on Torres finally answers back, but still a bit too late, and Ecstatic taking 9th off it.
Incredible stuff right there. Zello doing a whole lot to keep that in good stead. And I think that that one kill from Fasher was all they needed, right? If that bomb didn't get dropped in CT spawn, Eternal Fire would have been able to set up in perfect post plants. They would have been just fine right there, but instead, they take a slight delay in the plant, and that is everything. That's all they need. Went around like that. Double Gliel purchased into, entrusted in Xanteros and more.
This is a risky buy. I mean, you've got the individuals to pull it off, but I still think this is very, very risky considering Ecstatic weren't that far on his fronts. Like, you could just afford to take a save here, maybe look for a bomb plant and buy in the next, and then keep them within a strikeable margin. But it's like, I think 3 rounds is completely different than 4 than you look when you look at what separates the teams. But maybe I'm getting a bit too far ahead of myself because they've just gone 3 for 1 at the B site. A 2-on-4 retake. I feel like it'd be out of your minds to go for this one. That is if you can't find anything on the cross, which they do. Calyx delivered, and on a silver platter, the bomb drop. It single-handedly forced some re-interest in this retake.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's going to be a slight delay in the plant. Now, the numbers do get punched in. And they do set up in post plants here. Zello looking to get flashed through that smoke potentially, but not quite just yet. Going to wait it out. And now post plants established here for Eternal Fire. This is going to be a hard site to re-crack open.
We haven't used up a smoke over on Banana yet. What is that? That's thrown in by the T's? Okay. No, okay. I thought that was thrown in by an emo player or something, but still pulling a couple of kills back. All of a sudden, 1v2. Not unwinnable, but Dafu just can't get the shots off in time. Xcloud makes the shoddy buy work. Eternal Fire stay within striking distance.
Yeah, that's such a bold purchase right there from Eternal Fire as well. I mean, a tough call to make. 2 Galils entrusted into your heavy hitters and Xanteros and more, and they definitely make up for it right there with the opening exchanges.
Well, and now it's Ecstatic, feeling the pressure of the economy, forced to force buy. And I don't actually think we've seen one of these won by them this entire series, so unless they change up the pace here, then it could be poor. That's not poor. In fact, it's anything but it.
Yeah, that's a nice start right there. And we're going to take sidelines here, but he is still alone, right? So if Eternal Fire want to apply some pressure here, if they try and turn up the heat a little bit towards this A side, it's definitely going to be the right read. Rotations are arriving onto the scene, though, in time as well. But not in time to get out of library just yet, at least for Dafu.
Dude, Xantares is so hungry to bring this man advantage back. Eternal Fire feel robbed out of this. So robbed. It shouldn't have been a kill that was given away. It shouldn't have been an opening pick for Ecstatic. But now it seems like there's nothing they can say, and any overextension made would just lead to their downfall, so they have to play this one smart.
Now the stack has been made in towards this A side of things. Ecstatic, they do have somewhat of a good read of the situation here. Spamming a lot of damage to the smoke. Look at that. Xcloud and Woxic on notice, but still Xanteros hunting in for a lovely kill. That's actually going to be the B side rep confirmed here. They're going to start to make their move in. And again, they stacked in towards A, but they've left this B bomb site vulnerable here from both directions. Banana and CT spawn being pressured here, and Fasher they'll soul. Remember, a couple low HP bars. He's going to find the first headshot, looking for more, but there's a cutoff point. Centaur is turning it around, but for only a short period of time. And a fast banana flank is coming on in. Calyx going to hold steady here. Woxic waiting for the smoke push, and it does come through. He's going to drop Zello. Last man standing is Manx. He's going to turn around 180. He's going to convert the second. No! Woxic saves the day right there with a 1v1 clutch.
It's so crazy to see the chaotic situations go that comfortably the way of Eternal Fire. Zantares, I feel like he would have been good for all three of those, but still just not dying initially. Like, forcing away so much time for Fasher, who was distracted on that CT duel for so long, just allows them to continue working back those site picks. And that's what wins Eternal Fire that round. The fact that they're able to get themselves onto the site and get comfy cozy before all the chaos actually ensues.
Yeah, I mean, Zentaris held an incredible bit of composure for the chaos in that round, that's for sure. But that closeness in the last force bite actually encourages them to go for another. This is risky here from SKADE. Maybe a risk you don't really need to take.
Yeah, I'm with you. It does seem a bit desperate, but there's no going back now. This isn't that cringe game that allows you to sell your weapons. No, you've got to face the gravity of your actions, and so far, it's not great. All three of them at this point, I feel like you should just consider a save. Going for it is even more desperate than you come into this round looking like. But, well, Fasher might have just caught timing. That could be a big pick to find so long as he's able to grab it, but already too far out of arm's reach. And, again, I do think this should just be a save call from SKADE.
It should be. They're going to pick up a scout here. At least you're going to walk away with that from Birds from Sky, but lead confirmed here from Eternal Fire.
Zantares saw that, and I don't think he's too cool with just letting you get away.
He's on the hunt. He's on the prowl.
Oh, spotted though.
Tricky.
That's probably gonna force some respect. Yeah, you get out of there, bro. You don't want to lose that AK while you're very cool to go for the hunt. Just you're a bit too out of the pay grade. Don't really want to give him an AK, do you?
Not quite. Not worth it, really. Dropping the scout would have been nice, right? But don't need to go too far forward. Maybe you could drop an MP9 here. Oh, just barely able to stay alive. Basher almost had his number, but not meant to be at the end of the day. In Eternal Fire, they take a big lead. Again, they had a good T-side on Nuke. Now they look to bring that forward here into Inferno. And they've just grabbed the lead off the back of it.
Yeah, well, SKADE finally cut their losses, call it a save, say, you know what? Let them get their 11. We'll work for it from there. But Eternal Fire are looking great on this T-side right now. Almost unstoppable. I don't know, past the pistol. I don't think they've dropped a single round, so this might just be their fourth in a row.
Ooh, great set of utilities. Xantara's down early off that nade stack. That's a nice pickup for them. But again, they're still on that low buy, so they don't really have the firepower. Pressure, and a Bird from Sky gives up his life. He just peeks it through CT, crouch walking in. That's a freebie given back over, and a lifeline here for Eternal Fire as they make their move in towards A, rather the B site, very quickly.
Shots rain off, and it doesn't seem like anybody can do anything about them. Almost sounding like raindrops with their frequency at this point. Calyx just gonna finally punch in the digits of the bomb. Fasher tries to spam, but it's actually not him finding the kill, it's Manx. I believe that was through the CT smoke, and it does just seem like your only success in a round like this is going to come from lucky shots through smokes. Eternal Fire, definitely the favorites, even in this situation. There's no utility to pop through it either, so just about holding down the fort, which Calyx walks it through with no ease, or rather with no problems. And into the 21st round we go with Eternal Fire leading by 2.
G-side's looking really, really strong right now for Eternal Fire. Can they keep it up? Here's going to be the first test in a long time. A lot of force buys in the mix have brought SKADE to this point. I feel like a little bit of mismanagement in that economy, going for some unnecessary risk. And, well, now this is the first gun round that we really get out of the half.
And it seems all deciding, too. Because if SKADE can't put up a fight here, when are they? I mean, obviously, it's the CT side of Inferno, so it's really hard to count somebody out of it when they're not down by a big margin. But still, this is their 4th or 5th round in a row if they're able to convert here. And they've done it against full buys. They've done it against force buys. They've done it against just about anything SKADE have been able to throw at them so far. So if you can't convert here, what's going to make us believe that you can convert at all?
That's for sure. And we're seeing some really good entry work being done. Xantares has been doing a whole lot of it. Woxic has been finding out great opening picks with the op here, but no longer having that in his hands. Gonna try and test this A site here. Zello misses his initial exchange, blinded up. Do they want to peek in through? Or no, they just hit the brakes instead. They're gonna reroute towards B, and again, it seems like the proper read. Fasher getting that jump spot, and he's gonna have an early alarm bell, but he does have to be careful about playing this. If he goes a little bit too loose, if he hangs around a little too long, and Eternal Fire play their cards right, they could catch him on the gap here. They're gonna move up, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Perfect positioning from Amor, and that's an open B bomb site confirmed.
You know, I mean, the only reason he's there is the jump spot to get for that 4A stack. Bird from Sky's only hoping around like this to put some bullets through a CT smoke, but
It's
the chances of Gablon, yeah, this is just out. Call it a day. 12 rounds for Eternal Fire. 1 pick and a round is converted.
That's just sick, all things considered, from Eternal Fire, right? I know they had the idea that if players are jump spotting right there, they get that early alarm, right? They can see and spot out, call in for rotations, get your utility set down. It's not a bad idea from Fasher, but how wise was it for Eternal Fire to just walk on that right side wall, make sure that they're not confirming any sort of early information to Fasher, and with him going down early, I mean, you said it exactly right. They know it's open and clear, and that's what they take.
They don't even want to let him save. You can see how eager they are to steal these weapons away. 3 of them coming through in the apartments. They're very weary of the push play, or the pit play coming through. Bird from Sky. I thought they were going to at least have one dead the rights there, but again, lucky to hang on to all these rifles. Eternal Fire show them a little bit of mercy as they go up to their 5th round in a row again. What's to change? What's to make us think that you can convert here for Ecstatic? Because there's no reason.
Yeah, they haven't looked back here on this T side. Lost a pistol, but they've won out so far. And that is a scary prospect. Static have not been able to put up any resistance. They're going to try and pressure, turn up the heat a little bit. But this underpass position is good for 2. Amor, again, having a huge impact in the early round right here. Finding 2 opening picks. And, oh my god, Zello with a hideout. He's going to get caught off guard. He's pressured from Palace here. No kills in just yet. He's still alive, but he gets fallen. He gets overwhelmed, and now they're going to try and panic rotate in, but they're walking into X-Cloud, they're walking into this crossfire, and it's done. It's dusted. This is 13 confirmed here for Eternal Fire.
Fasher again calls it a save, runs for the hills with the A1S in hand, and I don't again know that he's going to be able to hold on to this. You can already see Xantares eager on the hunt. He's going to meet him in his head over towards Banana. Might see a head-to-head engagement here shortly if he pulls out his rifle. Footsteps heard by both parties, and Xantares gets the angle. What a shot from the superstar himself. 6 in a row. Ecstatic with the 4-man save they pulled off in the previous rifle. Can throw another buyout, but it'll be the last of them.
That is an insane round right there. Eternal Fire decisively taking 13 right there, and that's a statement round as well. I mean, look at this. They try and take matters into their own hands. They try and take some early exchanges, but it doesn't work out. They're just met with swift denial of the aggressive play right there, the aggressive maneuver, falling flat for a Static. And about as clean as you like right there.
This is it. This is last chance avenue for Ecstatic right here, I feel. And the utility's also not looking all that great. They've got a 3-lane setup going on, or at least a 3-bracket setup. The footsteps are heard in the apartments. I certainly thought they were going to put in bullets through the wall, but no, it's only going the opposite direction. Eternal Fire take Manx down to 60 without even a sight line.
They're playing this very passive. Look at the control that's conceded to Eternal Fire. After that aggressive movement that gets swiftly punished, I feel like Static are a little bit scared to take their liberties. A really well-placed smoke right there. Look at this. It's going to cut off Zello's sightline for Arches. And it's going to allow Xantares to sneak on up.
Xantares hear him? I think he heard him.
Surely.
Oh, there's a big play he could make right now. There is no doubt in my mind that Xantares wouldn't even toy with the idea of potentially just walking through that smoke. Who's coming through? Bit of a totem pole, and it works out for at least one. Now Xantares has got a question to ask himself. Does he want to go through in CT just yet? The answer is yes, and he caught timing on his Zello.
Definitely
hears
him
the
now.
footsteps. He's crept behind them. 20 seconds to go, and they're going to be going into the B site.
No way.
My lord, they're gonna walk back into him at the B site. You still don't even know about Fasher. Rather, you do. He's the one that initially found a kill, and now they can come busting in. 10 seconds to go. The bomb lies dormant on the ground. The trade needs to be found, and it is delivered with 6 seconds to go. They get the digits punched in at the closest of margins. Post plant comes through, and they know every single CT decides to go through from spawn. Because you know about the op of Zella when you just heard 2 extra footsteps cheering in.
Oh. Makes delivers a quick headshot right there to Xantares, but it still leaves it up to 2. The duo right now, the low HP bar goes down, but Calyx almost pulls it off. Almost pulls off the heroics there with the help of Dafu's team kill, but Zello lands the op shot and gets the defuse off in time. But that was an incredible attempt, man. Xantares, you couldn't have asked him to play it any better right there, man. What a move, what a play from him. But at the finish line, Zello's going to close things out.
I don't know, man. It's still not enough for me. Not consistent whatsoever. In fact, so much so that the buy here is actually worse off than before. It's always funny to see when a team wins a round and has to go in with a worse buy. That's exactly what's in front of us right now. Walks it back out with the op. Look at the aggression he throws to the table, but not winning the duel. Zello riding the highs of the previous clutch, and now ECSTATIC look to turn up the heat, turn up the pace right back on them.
Follows it up with another. Doesn't stop at 1. He wants more. He's going to force Xantares' the rest of Eternal Fire's hand towards his A site. A one-way smoke thrown on out here as well. To extinguish the molly and to extinguish some of the strife there from the likes of ECSTATIC there. Not a lot of options here left for Eternal Fire. But again, they're going to test the waters towards B. Deep smoke down and a recycled one into his inventory.
They hear the reload falling off into the B site again. This is exactly how they were able to win their last affair at the B site, where they just pushed down the one player and went in, got their bomb plant, and forced ECSTATIC's hand at a save. Now, they've used their utility to perfection. They bought extra time for the rotations to be called over. You've got, I believe, that's Dafu over towards Coffins. Actually, no, it's Fasher. That's even worse news right now if you're Eternal Fire. Molotov thrown into the back of the site with the crossfire very well established. Are they going to break it apart? Xantares, no, he hasn't cleared the right sight line, and now they get to set up even further. 1 for 2, make that 3. Eternal Fire with 13 rounds seem to be stuck.
Crossfire a little bit too much to bear right there for Eternal Fire, but one is still in good standings here. For the Eternal Fire camp, though, to be able to get investments out continuously. Timeout called. I think this is much needed here. They need to maintain a little bit of composure. They know how good their T-sides have been in this one. You just need to carry it forward here for a couple more rounds to close out.
Room tours, let's go. That chair's kind of cozy, I ain't even gonna lie. I got one of them chairs, it's, whoo! It's great. Banging.
Out. Bathroom break.
He's gone. Come on, bro. You gotta decorate your room. It is a box. It is a canvas. I hate seeing rooms like that. Because it's like, you have got fresh walls. Nothing on them. What?
Oh, this is over.
Damn, bro. He must have run back like the Flash.
Yeah, he zoomed back there. All right.
Timing us, bro.
I wasn't sure if he was going to be AFK. No, but they're in it. They're ready to go here. Zello gets him mollied off, so his aggression has been thwarted here in the early stages, which is a good sign here for Eternal Fire, because in these last couple rounds, he's been the bane of their existence.
Woxic still posted up, but Zello could be the man to turn your attention to. Calyx, have they really put too much pressure on Brownholes this game? I'm not sure, and this is such a hard counter. Calyx trying to find an opener, won't deliver. And Eternal Fire's game plan seemed to be sent packing.
Ooh, maybe not, though. Look at this. Bird from Sky pressured off of the banana control. They move quickly with bomb as well. They're going to be decisive about this take here. They're going to beat the rotations faster, just making it towards top position time here. But headshotted down from Amor. One more to deal with on the back of Emo Pillar, and Bird from Sky stuck between two different mollies. He's staying alive, but just barely. And into the flames he's going to go. Down to no HP. He's going to drop. And there's the slight compromise here as Santeris finds another, a 2-on-4. The timeout is exactly what the doctor ordered here for Eternal Fire as they find a resounding 4v5 turnaround.
I mean, the only, like, leeway Eternal Fire have had in this half, it feels like, at least when the rifles have been brought out, has been at the B site, ecstatic. This has been the consistent issue from them, because every now and then you've got it held off. Sure, I mean, I'll give them credit for that. It's not like it's just been every time Eternal Fire go in, but it's the majority of times they go to B. Some overextension is called out, a pick is found, they're forced to save, and there's not any utility to respond upon. I feel like that's, like, a worry as a team that ecstatic have to go over if they want to convert, because, again, this money is still back. They haven't converted around convincingly in a very long time. So even when Eternal Fire are losing, they're still putting the pressure on ecstatic, including here.
Yeah, I mean, a couple saved rifles is all that they're really gonna must drop. I mean, Makes can buy up an A1S as well, so maybe jumping the gun on the worries here for ecstatic, but there's no doubt about it that that B bomb site has been a big vulnerability. So many overextensions and picks going in that way, and Eternal Fire have come into this map with a clear game plan of trying to abuse that fact.
Callus has got a P90, bro. I love this. I'm all for it. All for it.
Oh my god.
Things you love to see it.
Alright. Bold play. See if it works out here. Walks it. Ooh. Blocking that smoke just a little bit. He's gonna move past it. No fears in the world here for Woxic. He's looking to find the entry duty, the entry pathing here, and he's gonna move right on past it.
Well, they have full brackets control, and I'm surprised ecstatic still haven't cheated extra players towards B off rip, but I mean, credit given to them because they're still taking initiative and info. TYLOO in pit. A Molotov would ruin his day. He's got no smoke. Calix at the P90 goes B hopping out of the apartments. But still, the crossfire very well noted. You need one more frag on the site if you want to cement this round. Xcloud delivers on both the Molly and Pit, but Watson catches on the cross. 1-for-1 trades, and Eternal Fire are knocking on the door of series point.
Xcloud does it all in the entry work here. Fasher's still interested in this retake, but it's a 10-second defuse, and look at the utility. It's absolutely missing. One flash is all that he has to get back into this. Woxic holding the line here. He's going to peek. Has he spotted him out? Not confirmed just yet. Said he's going to play a bit of an off angle here, but now, oh my god, Fasher spots him. That's one kill in. Xcloud needs to close, but he can't. He's been spotted out from Fasher, who saves the day with a 1v2 clutch of his own.
It is so surprising to see. Eternal Fire, this whole game, 99% of their success has been because of how good these crossfires are. They're so good at, even in the blink of an eye, getting into sites, setting up a crossfire, and ensuring that you are going to get picked off one by one. And right there, it's missed spacing. I don't know if it's pressure, I don't know if it's communication, but you can see the fact that Fasher's allowed to walk in, drive from Arch, and take 1-for-1 duels without trades is a big problem.
Massive gap right there. Fasher stepping up in a big way right there for ecstatic. And keeping them off of series point here. Gaining absolutely everything. This is going to trigger some hand aggression here. They're just looking to take some early exchanges here, but past the flames, that's utility. They don't expect him, but Bird from Sky still nails the shot.
Nobody's there with him. Emor really hoped to find entry success, but no dice. 4-on-2 towards the A play-ins on Taras. If he moves fast enough, they'll just blindside them on the initial defense. Right now, Zello is completely unguarded in lane, right? If they were to double swing him, there wouldn't really be that much assistance. Pit player would be distracted on apps. Opera would be left all by his lonesome, and well, they don't take the advantage. They back away, and they want to transition towards B, or do they? Woxic's just found a big trade, and that's going to cause some commotion.
So far, the game plan has been in the mid-round. To attempt, some early exchanges, but for the most part, again, these decisive B hits coming on in, and it's going to be true once again. Utility being thrown out, pressure applied here, but in the back of the Emo Pillar and through CT, a run boost through the smoke. It works out, but no Fasher going to shut it down. Good for one, but that's all he'll be able to muster up. Post plants activated. Oh, a lot of damage. And that's back-to-back insane 3Ks right there coming through from the likes of xFloud. Absolutely incredible work done just there from him. What a round. Closing things down with the narrowest of margins. I mean, they had no HP left for that post play, and now look where it leaves them off at. A 1v2 clutch from Fasher in the 2 rounds prior. It leaves them with no money, up against the wall here in the most literal sense, as series point is on the line, and already you can see Zello taken down early.
Zantares. Man, he's got a big ask for himself. I mean, he has been so consistent at finding these openers, it wouldn't shock me to see him go up and find 1, hell, even 2, and open up the site single-handedly. But at the same time, it's a risk to be made, because if you just wait it out for a little bit, then they're probably going to use up most of their utility. They're probably going to give away every little ace in the hole they've gotten around like this. That just further increases your chances, but Zantares has already eaten a couple of HEs.
Yeah, that was one of their game plans there. But Bogdan's Law in full effect as they toss the op over to Zantares here.
Really love that.
Gonna take that rifle.
You are such a fan of that, and I don't understand why.
It's a long-standing practice here. Originated in NAFBL region. At least officially named in the NAFBL region. At the very least. Either way, they try and test the waters towards this B side. They do have a pretty steady defense, but Zello's so low on HP. The execution's going to really offer up some struggles here. They're going to go through the smoke, though. Surely not. Another run boost.
They miss it, though. MP9 decides to pepper in bullets, and it's a 2-for-2 trade because of a team kill. Zantares falls to friendly fire, but still they maintain an advantage. Zello at the back of the site can only connect to tag. And it's a retake that you've got no option but to go for. No kits and not a lot of time. Bomb needs to go down, and more delivers, but the trade is through. And Manx recover the AWP has given them even further of a chance. Both look to recover this round from Banana.
Deep reposition coming through here from Woxic.
They've got to know about both. Oh boy, Manx took it through the angle. It looks like he does, but just not enough time. Galax above this site. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And Woxic running out of bullets, running out of time. Decides to reload, and CT takes the deep fight, and Eternal Fire prolong the inevitable, but still get it in the end. A 16-12 closer, and they take the Series 2-0 to be our first grand finalist.
A crazy 2-0 right there, and you can see it smiles all around right there for Zantares and the rest of the gang over on Eternal Fire. An incredible victory, again, shutting down an SKADE that was on the rise throughout this entire bracket, but Eternal Fire proving that they're a step ahead right there with that 2-0 victory, and in dominant fashion as well.
And I really think this match was a toss-up coming into it, right? If they had Fasher a bit earlier on, I feel like Nuke would have maybe been a bit more sided towards the favor of SKADE. Honestly, if we even saw Inferno win this veto too to begin with, I am a firm believer that Stayer being in this game completely depicted how this veto went for SKADE.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to tell what exactly, you know, the game plan was there, but Inferno looked very, very comfortable. It just looked like they were in their element on both sides of the map, right? I mean, that closeness and SKADE putting up the fight there on T side was solid, but then, I mean, early on, Eternal Fire dominated there in that second half, right? They gave themselves so much momentum, a couple of big rounds won, and from there, they just did not look back at all. They kept up the momentum. They kept SKADE low on that money, and every step of the way we're a step ahead of SKADE, and that's hard to be right now because they have looked so good throughout this bracket.
Right. I mean, look, regardless of the outcome here, I mean, for the future, you've got to be worried about SKADE because they're going to shine up to be a team that is so scary to go against and so scary to try to beat. But for Eternal Fire, I mean, it's just well played by them in the end. Like, they identify the weakness for SKADE's defense, and they continuously abuse it. They keep exploiting that B site. They keep going in and getting the nitty-gritty done that actually ends up winning them the rounds. If SKADE had fixed that B defense more consistently, probably a bit of a closer game. But no, I'm pretty sure, they got 9 rounds on T side. I'm very confident like 7 of those were towards B.
At the very least, right? I mean, they tried their luck a couple of rounds towards A, right? But for the most part, it was that B side that they identified that weakness. They were able to catch them off guard. And it was in those mid-rounds, late-round scenarios in which they called those decisive moves back in towards B. They take brackets control early on, but then they would fall off. They would trigger a stack of sorts towards that A side just because you have to in this current meta to kind of get those early rotations, especially banana control. And in that, they wisely would move back towards B pretty consistently. And it was a game plan that Eternal Fire stuck to, and it worked out all the way through the end.
I mean, you can't even inhibit them too. Like, these games were close. I don't know if it's as dominant as I would have liked to see. Obviously, if ecstatic, or rather, if Eternal Fire want to have favor in taking the tournament as a whole, I think we're gonna need to see a little bit more out of them when it comes to the final. But still, it's good enough to make it there. So, props to them.
Yeah, no, they'll take that any day of the week there. That's a big accomplishment for Eternal Fire. Again, kind of in fresh form off that major. They have been looking good all throughout. A lot of names being taken down here, SKADE included in that mix now as they solidify themselves into the grand finals. And again, I mean, look at this. SKADE, a 2-0 fashion. That's a huge victory as well. As they've definitely proven that they're worthy of a nice invite into this Pinnacle Cup because they're one of our grand finalists.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, close but no cigar, at least for the likes of SKADE. I mean, we've seen close games for Eternal Fire all the way up to here. I mean, remember, SKADE, 16-11, 16-14, was no dominant by any stretch of the imagination. And I wonder if they're going to be able to uphold that line coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's going to be some tough competition there with some of the other rosters that are going to be playing it out. Finest and Movistar Riders also looking in good form. But, I mean, after that, again, we've kind of followed SKADE all the way through. We've been able to cast, I think, all of their playoff games, and they've looked nothing but resilient and resurgent. And I thought that was going to be the case here in this, with the Fasher rejoining back into it, showing up into the server on map 2. But I think they just needed to close out map 1 if they wanted a chance to try and take this into the distance. Inferno looked far too comfortable there for Eternal Fire, and they proved it with a victory in that fashion.
Well, that's the moral of the story. Eternal Fire looked comfortable and ecstatic. The Cinderella run comes to an end. As we head to our last semifinal, we bid you to ecstatic and bid forward to Eternal Fire. But stay tuned because, I forgot. We do have an interview. All right, well, I'll be bidding you farewell because Extra's got to handle this one.
Yeah, we'll be taking a chat in with some of the Eternal Fire members here. We do have an interview up in the cards here. Might be coming up here shortly. Not sure when exactly that's going to take place, but quite excited to talk to xCloud, my good friend here on Eternal Fire, and I will bid Anthony farewell. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited to get to chat with Eternal Fire, right? See what sort of mentality they're coming into this grand finals, because I mean, they have been able to take down SKADE. They've been looking good throughout this entire event. I mean, again, SKADE in these Pinnacle Cups is not an easy task to take on, because they've been proving to be a team, you know, that's taken down Vitality in just a previous Pinnacle Cup, and now, I mean, again, they're taking down some heavy hitters here. They've got to be really, really motivated to try and close out this entire thing.
I mean, yeah, like I don't know. I don't want to down on them because they obviously come out the better team today. It's just the fact that all of these games have been so close to the point where maybe one round doesn't go their way, and it's a completely different round. Like, we literally end off this series. Maybe not plus for ecstatic, but it's only like -6. We go into overtime map 1, 16-12 map 2. And so many of these are off of the back of clutches, maybe small turnaways that ecstatic probably could have closed out. And the same kind of goes for Eternal Fire. There's rounds they lost that they probably shouldn't have. One of them being that 1v2 from Fasher towards the bitter end. And it's like, there's just all these tiny mistakes that I want to say might add up against them when the going gets tougher, but it's consistently hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like everyone was really able to have their individual efforts shown out there. I mean, Xanterra's started off that game really well, and more with that Deagle 4K went absolutely nuclear on that B-side defense, and I mean, everyone really was able to stamp their name. xCloud towards the end with multiple 3Ks back-to-back rounds where he was the one to close out that series, and Woxic just steady as ever all throughout. A lot of good signs here from Eternal Fire. I mean, again, I feel like you can almost afford to make some small details and small mistakes if you're going to have a full team effort show up into the server like they just did in that match.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, though. It's like, ecstatic, for the most part, when they were winning rounds, they looked a bit more put together, because I want to say that it's kind of night and day, where when Eternal Fire would take rounds, they were usually close. They come down to a couple of aim duels, maybe going or not going their way. And for ecstatic, you could see a lot more of those rounds where they just shut them out, where they put themselves together and have 5-man holds pretty damn consistently. I guess we saw the flip side of it from them as well. Like, we saw a good couple of crossfires on the CT side of Inferno from Eternal Fire, and I'm surprised because there were a couple of actually tossed away towards the bitter end. But still, I think maybe if they were a bit more proactive in some of these rounds, like we saw a lot of times where they lose bracket and car control, and the most they'd really opt to do is flash back into car. They'd never actually consistently commit to some re-aggression, and I hope we see more from that, like from them in that regard in the future, because I feel like it could change around their success entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I feel like you can definitely see, you know, maybe some adjustments in the game plan here for Eternal Fire. Not a lot to adjust. I mean, again, they came very close. It was an intense matchup, but you got to be somewhat happy with that victory, right? And I know that we put a little bit of an asterisk next to it with that first map being with the stand-in, but you still, I mean, you were able to convert comfortably on Inferno. That was picked out by the likes of SKADE. So closing that one out and keeping SKADE away from that comeback that they've been pulling through in every single series so far is huge. That's a huge victory for them. And again, you know, in this 2-0 fashion in the semifinals, you know, depending on how this game looks up in the next one, Finest versus Movistar Riders is a very, very beatable opponent. Both of them are you know, kind of familiar matchups for this Eternal Fire roster, and both of them have been, you know, rosters that are kind of in that same level in which they can kind of convert and take them down. And so, I mean, again, we'll see if they're able to do so, but that's a tough question. I'm not sure exactly if, you know, they're going to be able to get that one closed out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard because especially depending on who they meet in the finals, like, I feel like they go in as the underdogs regardless because Movistar Riders, I mean, they've got a bit more leeway. I mean, unless you consider their run at the major to be that kind of leverage over them, which would make sense, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, they made it to the challenger stage. They went 1-3 still, not the best result, not the worst, better than the teams they'd go up facing here. But I'm worried about Team Finest, honestly, because they have been on a lightning sharp run, and I don't see any reason why they can't take series.
Yeah, I mean, Finest have looked very good. They were able to take down another major team in Spirit there very early on, right? And that was an incredible victory right there. But I believe we do have that interview in the cards here. And I will be talking with xCloud after a huge victory taking on SKADE. Man, how are you feeling right there? Congratulations.
We are feeling better because SKADE was the very good opponent the before games which we played before. So we was cursed. We wasn't winning against them. Like we played maybe 3 games and they win against us like SKADE did. SKADE was winning against us every game. And so we cursed. We break the curse today and yesterday. We are feeling very good. It was a tough game. It wasn't very easy. So we was a little bit stressed, but we managed to win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely did, and you very well to do so. I want to talk a little bit about the major run, and is sort of encouragement for you. Is that kind of allowed for elevation to take place in this roster, getting a chance to play RMRs and LAN events? I mean, how are you all feeling after that? Is there a whole lot of more encouragement for you all in that sense?
Yeah, that was my first biggest international LAN tournament, and maybe yeah, it was mine, and it was the first tournament after too long, maybe 2 year. Everyone is playing first time after too long, 2 year long. So it was feeling very good. It was like it's the play. CS is different. You are much even you feeling very good. So we are hungry to playing LAN tournaments, and it's gonna be in June as well, I think. So we are feeling very good, and the motivation is still same. We are focusing on LAN tournaments, and maybe we can join the maybe next Pinnacle's LAN tournaments. So we are very motivated because there is some LAN tournaments in front of us, and we are focusing on them.
Yeah, I mean, awesome. So I again want to congratulate you for a amazing victory here today. Excited to catch you all at the grand final. Bid you farewell and good luck to you here coming up. Thank you for the interview.
And thank you. Good luck, guys, and see you tonight evening.
See ya
for the grand final.
Alrighty. Amazing stuff there from xCloud. A wonderful interview there. He's given a great little bit of information on the motivation here and the focus on those LAN tournaments. But guys, we have another best of 3. In fact, 2 more for you to finish off the day. It's going to be Travis and Hayes to close you all out. Make sure you all stay tuned. After this break, we'll be back with the semifinal and grand final action. Stay tuned.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup. This will be the final 2 matches of the tournament and I'm very excited to say that it'll be me and Hayes to cover them as well. It's going to be hopefully 2 absolute bangers, to be honest. Our second semi-final, we've already seen Eternal Fire make the grand final, great performance from them, and now we get to see who will face them. It's either Team Finest or Movistar Riders, Hayes.
Yeah, I mean, Eternal Fire probably rubbing their hands a little bit going into the final with either of these 2 teams being their opponents, but I'm still definitely looking forward to this game. I mean, I'd say 2 fairly evenly matched teams going into it as well, and I think we have a banging semi-final lined up for us here, Trav.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing that we've got to mention about Team Finest is that actually they've made their way all the way through from the very first stage of the tournament, the little like sort of group stage playoff games where there was like 4 teams involved. They were at that very first initial group stage. They've made their way through that, through the Swiss stage, and now they've got themselves into the playoffs, and they're now in a semi-final as well, and a very winnable one at that. And Arquez the Orpra, of course, Twist, Shocks, Kreese, and Pleasant, lots of experience in this roster. And of course, Hayes, this is the first time that Shocks is playing against his former team, Movistar Riders.
Yeah, he's going to want to prove a bit of a point here that maybe going full Spanish wasn't the correct decision. Something about once you go Spanish? No, that's not the one. Either way, Shocks is definitely going to be looking to have an impact here. And let's have a look at his former team and who they are populated with at the moment. The one name I'm always drawn to is in the middle of the screen there, Sun Payus. Big fan of him on the AWP. And boy, has he been in some good form lately. You know, absolutely warranting the pickup in this team. He's been doing so damn well. Watch Mopos on those entries as well, and just an all-round complete unit who have proven to be able to deal some serious damage. We saw how well they performed at ESL Pro League recently, and this team has got what it takes to punch above their weight.
Exactly. I mean, even at IEM4 last year, I mean, this is a team that beat G2, for goodness sake. I mean, you don't beat G2 if you're not a completely talented roster, and yeah, there's a lot of talent on show. Davy G, some parts as well. I'm really interested to see how they perform today. Veto coming in now. And this one should be an interesting one because they do have a pretty normal permaban, both these 2 teams. Movistar ban Dust 2, there we go. And Finest are a Nuke ban. Oh, there it is, both are in. I mean, let's start off with Inferno. Team Finest, actually a map they don't mind playing, but they'll be the team to pick Vertigo. So, actually, even though there are picks, of course, maybe the 2 maps they're entirely comfortable with, both teams can play their initial picks.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise to see Mirage as the decider as well, considering that's a map both of these teams are super comfortable on. I feel like Finest have gone for a pick here where they've tried to pick a map that they're competent on and they think Movistar Riders might struggle on a little bit. I don't think that they went for the pick where they feel like it might be their strongest. I mean, they play a Vertigo a bunch, you know, they've got a decent win rate on it. I feel like maybe, you know, in a normal best of 3 series, they'd probably be picking Mirage here. Dust2F was available. So I feel like they've had their hand forced a little bit, Trav. Listen, Vertigo is not a great map for Movistar Riders, but with the individuals that they have, you expect them to fare pretty well on the map. Inferno up first was a really good map for the Spaniards as well. Finest are competent on it too, and then Mirage has decided. Like I said, I'm excited for this map pool, man. I think we got a banging game on our hands here with these 3 maps in the pool.
Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to get to a map 3 decider today. I've done a couple of casts recently that have gone to a 2-0, and I thought to myself, oh, okay, I kind of wanted a decider out of these 2 teams, but today I have a feeling we might get it. I think they're very closely matched, honestly. Finest, as I said, they've come all the way from the very first group stage. Sure, Movistar Riders did have the invite, and have got through. Don't forget, Team Finest actually did beat Team Spirit in the first playoff game, and everyone knows the ridiculous performance Team Spirit had at the major. Obviously, online Counter-Strike, it can come back to bite you, but there we are.
I was going to say, like, nothing makes sense anymore, right? Like, you have Team Spirit after such a sick run at the major coming back and losing their first playoff game, but that's how these things happen. That's how these things work. Of course, Faye is going to IEM Dallas. We'll see how they perform there as well after their big feat at the major. Either way, bringing it back here into this matchup, Trav. Remember, as we spoke about at the top of the broadcast, whoever wins this semi-final has Eternal Fire waiting in the wings right now. And dude, that team is looking so damn good. I mean, they did really well to beat ECSTATIC. Obviously, there was a stand-in. Stayer played in the first map, and then Fasher came back. They beat them cleanly on the second map as well. And we've just seen Eternal Fire in some great form lately. So I think regardless of who wins here, they will be the favorites in the grand final. But it's not like there's an unwinnable matchup waiting for either of these teams if they do win.
Exactly. I mean, I think Eternal Fire are the favourites. I mean, they made the major. They got their stickers. I think that was the biggest goal for them, especially Eternal Fire. I mean, it would have been a big disappointment for them if they didn't qualify for the major outright and missed out on that, you know, all that extra bonus money, of course, from the stickers and everything. They'll be a little bit disappointed with how they performed at the major itself, but I think they can only call that entire event a success for them. As for this one, they'll be expecting to win. Again, whether it's a Movistar or whether it's Team Finest, I think they'll be expecting to win it. I think Movistar would give them the best game in the grand final, but in terms of this first matchup we have, this second semi-final, to decide what our grand final will be, yeah, I think I will give a slight edge to Movistar. I'm going to pick them 2-1 this time around.
Okay. You know, the thing about Finest is that it's a bit of a lucky packet as well. We've seen them put up some really good games lately where they've punched above their weight, sort of greater than the sum of their parts when everybody's pitching up. I mean, it's a scary team to bet against. I mean, my logical brain is there with you as well. Movistar Riders, the more consistent team, the more accomplished team. But I think that Finest have the momentum behind them at the moment. And here in the online realm of Counter-Strike, I think that bodes for a lot. So, Trav, the game is live. Without further ado, we're going to be getting into the action and we're going to see how things unfold. Notice there how I just kind of gestured as a prediction. I didn't actually put my neck on the line, so that was pretty suave of me if you ask me.
I respect it. I respect it. Staying on the fence, I don't mind that at all. Why not? There are a lot of fences on Inferno, and that is where we're going to start. How will this game pan out? Who will make the grand final? We're about to get this second semi underway. And Arquez, of course, with the 2 flashes. He is the AWPer for the Finest side, and we're going to kick off the second semi-final with 1 bullet and 1 kill. Pleasant removes some Pius immediately.
Yeah, talk about announcing your presence in the pistol round, just peeking down middle for some information and just absolutely rips off the head of the Spanish sniper. Of course, just with the Glock in this round, but yeah, Movistar Riders still going to have to feel this one out. This is the pistol round that Heroic actually used against Vitality to close out Inferno, where they had left Stowen behind the half wall, and then Vitality pushed up and he got all 3 of those kills, right? And I kind of like this strat because you leave one player half wall, so the CTs can't get banana control, but you're pressuring middle the entire time, and it looks like something similar is going to happen here. Alex is completely blinded up. The flashbang comes through from the CT side, and that was beautifully played by Finest.
Yeah, some nice initiative taking there from Team Finest, getting themselves another opening pick, and now all that Movistar Riders are left with a bit of a pinch toward the A site. Here's the reloader's death, and that's a really nice opening. Blessing will go down, but Shops is still dancing around the graveyard position, and he'll take 2 frags of his own. His first 2 kills ever against his former team. It's the first time he is playing against them. The first time these 2 organizations, I believe, have played against each other, especially with these rosters. And it will be Twist in Mexico to finish it off, so that's a perfect start for the CT side.
Yeah, it certainly is. I love the little attention to detail there, peeking down middle just to get an idea of what's going on. I think that's pretty stock standard CT side Inferno pistol round. You know, once Pleasant even gets the kill at that point, he feels like he's got his reward and he falls back. And then just the attention to detail to throw the flashbang to clear out Banana. You know, we don't often see a lot of util in the CT side pistol rounds, but that flash was well worth its weight in gold. Now we shift into the second round, Finest 1-0 ahead, and it's going to be an eco from the T side.
Not willing to invest too much too early. Of course, no bomb plant on the T side pistol, so there you are. Wind up time a little bit and go for the rifles in the round number 3. That's usually the way it goes. It gives Finest a chance to build up some cash with the MP9s. They've got 3 of them, in fact, on this one. Shocks. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, sometimes you may only need a deagle to get some tasty picks. So much damage is being done, but only 1 pick back so far, and Arquez will change that and take down Davy. And that should mean that Finest will stabilise a little bit here and sort this one out. Moppos has actually managed to steal away that M4 to Woodlong after that Sun Pious 1 dig, so that's something, but with only 27 health, there's not really much he can do with it, I'd imagine. Aim punch will be a big factor.
You can see Kriaz right now. Yeah, definitely. Kriaz is trying to find that M4 and he's realised he's got the intel that Movistar Riders have actually got that rifle. So, yeah, nice little pickup there. We'll see if Mopaz can do anything with that or not. I mean, as you already rightfully pointed out, the lack of HP certainly going to be playing against the Spanish squad in this particular round, and no utility either. So it's pretty much just a hope and a prayer. I guess it's only 1 player on this B bomb site right now, Trav. It's Twist who's here by himself. So if Mopaz can somehow win this gunfight cleanly, that kind of blows the door wide open on the round. And I actually think Mopaz has crossed the smoke, whereas Twist thinks he's got the cross covered. Okay, he's playing very passive here towards this B bomb site right now, but that's okay because his teammates are making moves towards middle, and Finest are still in control.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Not a bad choice. This is a very tight line, and I think he realised, obviously, in a round like this, there's no way in a million years that they're going to have a smoke for the cross. So it makes sense to play that defensive line, and he'll manage to get that M4, and Kriaz will even manage to pick it up and take it into the next round as well. So they do recover the gun that was lost. But still, Movistar won't be entirely unhappy with how that round panned out for them, I don't think, because at least 1 kill is what they've managed with the investment they had, the 1 deagle. So we're going to go into the buy round with them now looking to make an impact.
Absolutely. Yeah, not too much cash on Pleasant nor on Shock, so a bit of economic damage could be dealt here if Movistar Riders win the round. Let's see what their approach is going to be. Of course, it is their map pick, always important to keep in mind. I mean, Inferno is one of those maps that you should just be able to play regardless of what your map pool is, right? Nice boost up here, Pleasant, peering above the smoke and deaths. Oh, falls prey to the setup. Never expected that to be coming through. And you can get away with those gimmicky plays on the CT side, right? You can pull them out of the bag here on Inferno, find those opening picks, and then just take that one-man advantage to the bank.
Exactly. And with a round such as this as well, with a couple of those SMGs still up, it would be a big start for Finest if they're to win what you could consider their bonus round here. Movistar with the AK still. I've got utility. In fact, they've still got 3 smokes. Problem is there are still around 3 players toward B. They're going to start rotating off at that particular moment, though. Sort of organising their own utility. And they are going to stick 3 here still. Maybe guessing what Movistar like to do on their opening gambit on the T side.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to, you know, once you've got that opening pick as the CT side, the T is more often than not fall back on the B bomb side, so they've got that extra defense here to pad it up. Your bait setup because Twist finally shot through the smoke means they're never going to be expecting a Narquez boosted up. He can get 2 for free, switches to the knife, it's a disaster. The flash comes through, Kriaz has fallen on the side, but thankfully for Finest, Twist has been able to get one back. Sunbayus is fragging, Twist is just doing it through the smoke right now, and he's keeping Finest in the round.
Well then, that was an interesting one. Sunpius has still got a chance, but not anymore. That grenade flies in, banked off the CT wall. And I gotta say, that one was a little bit wilder than I was expecting. Anarquez inexplicably there, switching to the knife as they pushed the site past him. I reckon if he hadn't done that, he had 2 kills on his plate, but it doesn't matter. They win the round anyway. Not the end of the world. They're good. And I'll confirm their 3-0 start. One thing I will say is that even though Movistar Riders have picked this map, they do have actually a worse record on it than Team Finest. But obviously there's a caveat to that of Movistar having played it against very good teams in Pro League. So you got to dig a bit deeper on those sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. That's always important. Wow, look at the aggression coming out from the CT side right now, showing no respect to Movistar Riders whatsoever. And we've seen these rounds go awry really quickly in the past, so this is just a testament to the confidence that we've seen coming through from Finest. You know, Trav, I guess they've been working really hard in the couple of weeks that they've had off with the major being played, and I just love to see this aggression. They're really just making moves on the CT side, aren't they? You think about the pistol round, they were keen to get information, keen to gain control, with the first gun round as well, the boost that comes through, and then the 3-man stack on the B bomb side, and now the push down middle. They're throwing a lot at Movistar Riders.
They are. And at the moment, Movistar can't handle it, which is a great start for Finest. I mean, I can just quickly run you through. I'll have a little gambit as we see Mopos just trying to get a pick with the Deagle at the previous results, actually, of Team Finest, of course. He's only played a couple very recently, to be fair. This month, they've only played 2 on Inferno. It was a win against Kova, 16-2, and a loss against Wisla Krakow in this very event, 16-3. And I believe that was with this particular roster, the Swedish core. So, yeah, that's really all they have to show for it recently. When it comes to Movistar Riders, they've lost to Mousesports, they've lost to Astralis in Blast Premier, they've beaten Wisla Krakow, beaten Sangal, and beaten Party Astronauts, but lost to Liquid 16-14 in Pro League, and of course they haven't made a roster change since then. The thing that is incredibly impressive is a win against players, of course, Gambit, on this map. So, again, that's nearest makes no difference about 2.5 months ago now. So it's a while ago since they've had that success. But that's the main reason why I'd favour them slightly.
Yeah, I'd still say there's some validity to those results, right? Still the same team, and fairly recently, look at Anarkes getting boosted up. Mopos has heard the scope. Oh, Anarkes wisely falls back. He seems to have had some sort of inclination. There was a play close to the half wall. The HE grenade comes through. Oh, man. Once bitten, twice certainly not shy there from Sun Payus. He catches the boost that comes through this time and punishes Finest shenanigans.
Yeah, that's an excellent way to get into a round finally. They've got the AWP out on the T side. Their star AWPer, of course. And Arcades is there to counter. That's going to be a very interesting battle so far. Not a battle I think we've ever seen, as I mentioned. I don't remember at any point in history, whether it's been on HLTV or not, where Sun Pius has faced up against an Arcades. His counterpart, he's got the line right now as an Arcades towards short from the A-bomb site itself. And that is where Movistar Riders are headed at the moment. A Molotov will come in toward the top of Banana from Team Finest, as you can see on the minimap there. 2 players split on either site. 45 seconds to go. Just holding the line at the moment, looking for aggression, and Anarkes is creeping up right now. Will he walk into the scope? There's a shadow advantage here for some players to play with if he creeps up himself. At the moment, it's a bit of a standoff. Early pick for Twisted or Banana, and Anarkes catches the timing, drops the bomb as well.
As you say, perfect timing there for Anarkes, and look at Plessum on top of the balcony right now. He can't hit the shots. Alex with the AK gets the job done, and Anarkes gets caught by deaths as he tries to round the corner. 18 seconds left remaining. Movistar Riders have full control of the side. Twister's trying to come through, but he can't catch them on the cross. Bomb plant secured, and I wonder if Finest are even going to consider going for this. Nah, Twister's called it. He's done. Saving, heading for the hills. Job done, and Movistar Riders are on the board.
They are on the board, and mostly thanks to timings that round. I mean, we saw it work in Finest's favour early on. I mean, Anarkes creeping in just as some Pius crept in. I thought the timing on that was pretty good. They actually needed to get that information, did Finest, because they only had that one kill toward the bottom of Banana. They knew it would possibly be a play toward A after that, because Twist could see basically everything at that stage. But, yeah, as it is, Anarkes got his pick, but then was isolated towards short, and when the pinch came through long, the fact that Pleasant didn't get a single kill from balcony meant that Anarkes was under a lot of pressure. And then the apartment's flank came in as well, made it basically impossible for him to do anything, split between 2 angles. And it will be Movistar to get on the board now. Finest.
Yeah.
A good start though. They're all looking like they're fragging well across the board. I mean, Twister's already on 8 kills and Pleasant's on 6, so it feels like they're on form.
I felt like that was a really nicely played out ride from Movistar Riders as well after they got that opening pick, and you just saw how they had control of archers with Sun Payus watching towards short, player bottom Banana, just waiting for Finest to make a move and looking to punish it. Obviously, once they lost the life at bottom Banana, they had to activate, and things nearly fell apart, but they were still able to maintain their composure. Let's see how the 6th round plays out. No money in the bank for either team here, Trav, which means an eco is imminent.
And eco on the edge, really. Both teams are sort of on the edge of the economy, and yeah, of course, Movistar have not built up that much as of yet. Shocks peaking nicely to take down Davy G, and that's actually a good response, because with that pick towards the top of Banana, for Movistar. It can often be a situation in which it puts a lot of pressure on the CT side, especially using that pick towards such a crucial part of the map. Some Pius about to peek towards CT, and Arquez, unfortunately, right into the crosshair. And now Kriz is under a lot of pressure. Molotov in towards the quad position. That's a nice pick from Pleasant, actually, catching Mopos trying to advance. And Kriz is still here, alive and kicking, dancing between the pillar, trying to get away, but he's wasted so much time. Pleasant's still here. They know it. But it is a 2v3, and that's going to be very hard for Finest to recover. Alex is ready to peek with his team, takes a dink, but still hits the insta-headshot. And that will force Shocks away to save, almost certainly.
Yeah, it looks like he's hanging around here, saying his prayers as he makes his way through the church, looking to have a crack at the clutch, but now he's been discovered. And with only 29 points of health, I don't know if he stands any chance. At least the Molly's going to be forcing Deaths out, who does fall to his deaths, as his namesake might suggest, but he avenges himself by getting that kill. And so it is going to be another round going the way of Movistar Riders, starting to find their footing on the T side of their map pick here. And it is actually a reset of Finest's economy.
It is. Don't forget, you can scroll down and click all the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. We've got plenty involved, of course, this time around. And in the last 2 matches of the season, of course, you've got your last few chances to get involved with our lovely partners. And, of course, there's a survey being run right now as well. So if you complete that, there's a chance you could win some nice skins. So don't pass that chance up. USPs for Team Finest in this round should give Movistar a chance to close the gap to 1. If they walk into this USP stack in top mid, though, could be a little bit interesting. Some factors actually first here as well with the AWP, so you have to be careful. And there's a missed shot. Lots of ticks are coming in, and look at the kill feed. It's all blue for a split second. 3 USP kills, and Alex is under so much pressure. He's now 32 HP, and Arquez has got his pistol out again, and he takes him down. What on earth has just happened? 32 health between the final 2 remaining Finest players. Mopos can at least get the bomb, and if he can get toward B, it should still be a Movistar round, but he's going to have to work for it.
Oh my god, as you say, incredibly low HP on the remaining 2 players. Mopos has this clutch right before his very eyes. Can he close it out is the question. Gets a free bomb plant, and he's going to have a post-plant position of his choice. Even, was that play? I don't know if he's improvising right now and trying to make it work, or if he did intend to actually right-click the smoke. I feel like this might give a bit of a space for the Finest players to retake with. They've got a smoke of their own, but no kits, so time's of the essence, and they've probably heard the footsteps. Twister's got the AWP, but he misses the key shot. Bopo's going to go for the reface here, and he kills them both, lines them up, knocks them down, and Movistar Riders avoid ending up with egg on their face. They nearly just lost to a full eco there, Trav.
That was so tight. That was so tight. In the end, Mopos saving their blushes there. That could have been so much worse. And as you say, the fact that they could recover that AWP as well from some Pius's body really makes a big difference to their likelihood of winning that clutch. But in the end, Twist missing that shot. Of course, he did used to AWP in the old days when he used to play for NIP and Fnatic. Had a couple of stints AWPing for both teams, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Back in the day, you have to pass that now, a long time ago, and unfortunately he'll miss that shot, and the round does go Movistar Riders' way. What I will say is that the grenade damage in the next buy round for Finest is very good. Mopos will absolutely eat that one, quite literally, landed in his neck it feels like, and he's 41 health already.
Oh, returning the favor, perhaps, yeah. A bit of a chip damage done there to Twist. Gives Twist the information that there's presence, so he might not be as convinced to go for the aggressive play. Mopo's going to go for the wide swing. I spoke about this guy in the pregame in terms of his entry duties, and he's absolutely living up to the expectation right now. Just the wide swing gets the kill. There's going to be a retake coming through here from Finest. Kleston left to his own devices is going to be resecuring that control, and my goodness, he nearly gets 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, Alex still on that 19 points of health as well. This is interesting. Arquez is trying the same strategy again. They'll get jump face this time. Can he get away? Or only just. Thankfully, the shots from Pit from Shocks are really helping his teammate out right now. Molotov will come in, but the smoke will put that out. Or will it? It actually sounds like it's still burning right next to him. He might not be able to move Shocks for the next few seconds. So Arquez is under pressure. Gets 1, but only 1. But look at the health. Everyone's so low. But now DaViG has a chance at the clutch. Who does trade Kreese beautifully there. And look at this. It's now anyone's. DaViG, 74 health. Pleasant, full health. Has a smoke, but no kit. There's one on the site right in front of him. And he's actually a bit closer than I think Davi G might be expecting. Pleasant knows he's in the right-hand corner. There's nowhere else he can be. He was here quick enough to get that information. He's going to look for it, and he immediately takes the head off of him. Really nice patience there from Pleasant. He knew the information, and he hit the shot immediately. Picks up the AWP. Best round possible for Finest. 5-3.
Absolutely, Trav. Couldn't have said it better myself, mate. I mean, I think everybody on Finest breathes a huge sigh of relief there once Pleasant buries the bullet into his opponent's head and completes the round, because it was supposed to be Finest round for the taking, the way that they were trading so favorably. It nearly fell apart there. Davy G with the great attempts at the clutch falls short at the final hurdle. And Finest are back to winning ways. Notice how they were looking to play a bit more passive from the onset of that round. I think that's just because Movistar Riders have started to find a bit of momentum, and they're doing a bit of damage, so you just see the respect levels increasing a little bit from Finest. Not really playing as gimmicky on the CT side or trying to force the opening pick as much, sort of waiting for their opponents to make the next move as we cycle ourselves through the player cams and get a look at our players on the server.
Always nice to see the thoughts of our guys, of course, looking to try and make a grand final, and that would be a really big deal actually for both of these two teams. There's a lot of money on offer. And
Indeed.
Yeah, most certainly going to want to take advantage of it. There's Twist. He's using the same headset I'm using. What a legend. Man of culture.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that would almost be like the greatest accomplishment of my career. I mean, I know that you've done quite a lot so far, Trav, so maybe not you, but that's quite an
career. It's not even a career yet. It's only just starting for both of us, my friend.
Oh, I love that. Let's go. Let's look at this aggression. We haven't really seen this so far from Finest here on the CT side, where they've looked to immediately have an impact towards Banana. Doesn't look like he wants to continue to commit, though. I mean, it is just an anti-eco here. There's a few potential pitfalls, a few potential proverbial banana peels that Finest need to avoid. One of them being that AK on Mopaz.
Yeah, of course. He's actually holding the tight line right now. I believe he's got a teammate right next to him. Quite often we see a setup of one player up and one player down, but actually just going to play it a little bit differently, a little bit more separated, I believe, there. And Twist is now under pressure, only just gets away, but does spot the player on the log piles, so he's got an information at least. So that's not really a huge problem. That's away with his life fine. As you say, the hero AK is very much a threat, and Arca's taking a very wide peek. I'm not sure he's aware that there's a player in the left cubby, and if he decides to go aggressive off the back of that when that molly fades, he could be in significant trouble, and that AWP could be gone already, but he'll stick around and stay close. The gun barrel should be spotted by Mopaz at some point. You can just see him creeping up on the left. There we go, but he's going to spot it first. Unfortunately, gets picked by the pistols first, and now Queez has to help his teammate out. Unfortunately, Anarquez will die immediately, so it's down to the two rifles on the site. Des is leaping in to try and take down one of them, but there are two here to face, and it's a lovely hold in the end. Sure, they lose the AWP, but they still keep 4 players up.
I mean, Twist just laps those frags up as the players line up. It was looking really messy there from Finest to try and defend that B bomb site. Nearly actually fell apart, as you say. It seemed like Anarquez is going to get caught completely off guard, and he actually gets timed as he checks the left corner, and that's as the moment that the player swings out from the top of Banana. But they were able to still maintain their composure, missing a bunch of shots, but up against the pistols, it wasn't too much of a threat. That AK actually not really having too much impact in the end either. So Finest have doubled up on their opponent's trap. They've gone 6-3. Need to remember this is Movistar Riders map pick as well. And with this being the semi-final, there's certainly going to be pressure on the shoulders of both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to quickly have a little scroll over right now and just give you an example of what they're actually playing for. Just click the event on HLTV, and second place in the event, it is guaranteed $20,000, which is pretty good for second place. And then the winner gets you $80,000. So I tell you what, that's a bit of a jump. So to even get into the grand final, you're guaranteed 20k, and then a chance at winning 80. Yeah, hello, Sailor. That is most certainly going to be a chance for them to make some dollar. And yeah, for especially teams at this level, it can be absolutely crucial for progress and confidence at this level of CS.
Absolutely, Trevor. A huge purse awaiting whoever can come away with the W here in the event. And as you say, certainly a decent prize for second place as well. And Narquez in the apartments right now, holding a very aggressive angle so far forward. He saw the trajectory of the HE grenade came through from second middle, so he knows there's players in the vicinity. How much does he want to risk it is the question. Yeah, it looks like as Shox's smoke in corridor starts to fade, his timer is up as well, and he falls back onto the A site. So Finest haven't been able to innovate an opening pick here. Movistar Riders have control of Banana. They're starting to work their way towards top middle as well, and it's looking like they've got some really nice positional platforms to work with in this round.
Yeah, wouldn't disagree with that, because I've got pretty decent progress. One player up toward the apartments, as you say, pretty quickly. But I think he's just been spotted there by Shox. In the meantime, just a bit of a look away there from Pleasant. Gets caught by the player running further forward. Gets double peaked in the end. Narquez is here looking to swing, but he's about to get faced by his counterpart Orpa. He just about swings round in time again, and Narquez at least gets his 1 kill. So often reliable for that, but I'm afraid I don't think it's going to matter this time. Finest had double the score of Movistar Riders, but that's about to change. 4 players alive for the Spanish side. Alex with all 3 of the kills, in fact. And Twist and Criaz look to run off and save.
Yeah, really well worked round there from Movistar Riders. As I was suggesting, they had the control to play with. They were able to, work their way towards the bomb site with numbers as well. And the defense sort of capitulated. Once they lost the Archers player, as you say, Alex doing a phenomenal job as well. And Narquez able to get a kill, but there was just too little too late. The damage was done. The rot had set in. And, with the position that he was in there towards short, there's just no way for him to, get out and continue to frag. You almost just guaranteed to be taken down after getting that 1 kill. So Movistar Riders keeping their opponents within touching distance, which is really solid. I mean, we've seen how, the major was one of the main themes was how strong the CT sides were. Kindar sort of saying if you can get around 6 rounds on the T side, you'd be really content with that. And it's looking like Movistar Riders are on course for that right now.
Indeed. And of course, Movistar Riders have really sort of, over the past year, haven't they? They've really put themselves on the map in World CS. They're not a top 20 team on HLTV for nothing. Some great results in Pro League, some impressive maps, some good performances, even if they did obviously not make it too much further than that. That ridiculous performance at IM4 last year as well, taking down G2 as they did. Incredible performance in the end, helping them get the points required to qualify for the major, as that was, of course, the RMR last year. That's all the history, and this is the present. They're going to look for a tournament victory here. It would be a big deal for them. Big deal for Finest too, though. And Finest have really been the team that have, as I said in the pre-game, ground out their way to this position from the very first stage at the event to here, and they're about to grind their way into the bomb site. Alex is getting the first pick though, and Plesson's doing great work. 3k on the hold, and Sunpice is going to miss the AWP shot, tapping away the USP, and he's missed both of them, I'm afraid. Cruz is here to help out too, and he's tagged his AWP down to 10 HP, so there's not really much you can do with this one. 50 seconds to go, and they're back toward T-spawn. I think we might be in for a long save here, Hayes.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually so well played by Pleasant, bobbing and weaving like that. Sting like a butterfly, move like a bee. There's a saying in there somewhere. That's certainly not it, but he was playing really well there, just back and forth, using the pillar as cover. As he tucks in, that's when the Movistar Riders players swing even wider to try and force that fight. So he catches them in transition again. That was just beautiful Counter-Strike coming through from Pleasant to rack up all 3 frags. Nearly even got a 4th in the sequence as well. And, we've had some back and forth rounds here. Finest just keeping themselves ahead whenever there sort of seems to be a round where Movistar Riders could break the momentum and really make it an even 50-50 game. That's when Finest, step back in and make sure they get across the line. So, yeah, I'd say maintaining control of the game. Still very close, very narrow, but... Finest are impressing me, Trav. As you said, top 20 team here with Movistar Riders, but Finest are showing that they're able to keep up with the pace.
Exactly. You can see the odds are very, very even right now, and that does not surprise me whatsoever. Of course, we've seen some great performances by both these two teams in the past, but I have to say, currently, this is Team Finest's best form by far. And their start has been pretty impressive too. Plessons, obviously, and Twist especially. Those two, for me, have really started performing well in the early stages of this game. And Finest, if their individuals perform, that's when they can really be a dangerous outfit. I mean, they didn't beat Team Spirit. I mean, the game against Team Spirit was very close, actually. I mean, you saw that Team Spirit, there wasn't necessarily even a hangover from the major. They were playing relatively okay, but Tier 2 Counter-Strike is just an absolute meat grinder, I'm afraid. Well, pause. Headshot Kriaz, and that'll be the opening pick for them. Straight away, That puts Finest under pressure with not having really any information on Banana again.
Yeah, good way for the Spanish squad to start off the round here. We've seen them actually, I'm pretty sure they've got 100% success rate so far here on Inferno in rounds which they found the opening pick. So that doesn't bode too well for Finest scores right now, especially considering there's only one player on the safe bomb side. It's only Shox. Sure, he's got the AK, but he's going to have to do so much work right now. They're going to need an absolutely heroic hold coming through from Shox. And oh, that's just so unfortunate. Alex still in Bananas, taking Twist down. That means Finest have no idea what's going on. And Narchez has gone back towards B. Pleasant, who's in Library, finally, at least they will be able to get a kill back through their AWP. But Pleasant's hemorrhaging damage. He's trapped in the corner right now. And Shox has been taken down. Oh, what a beautifully worked round by Movistar Riders. A lot of moving parts to that one, which we know can be really difficult to try and keep tabs on everything that's going on. But that's just a testament to this team's communication.
Yeah, I thought for a second that the way Movistar were playing that round, they might just walk in one by one in various aspects of the map, right? Like Pleasant could have easily got that kill toward Arch, and Narchez, I think they sort of telegraphed there that he was the only player toward B, so that could have easily been worse. We decided, okay, we could just rush the AWP down easily, and Narchez could have easily popped off, but they positioned themselves really well, as you say, with the amount of control they had elsewhere, and just forcing Finest away from those favourable angles. And getting that opening pick really made a difference, didn't it? I mean, just getting a 5v4 so early on, they really seemed to sort of spread the defense, didn't they? They didn't know what was going on. I mentioned the lack of information could be a problem, and that seemed like that's exactly what happened.
I'm pretty sure Movistar Riders, out of the 5 rounds that they've won so far, only one of them have come from the B bomb sites. And it feels like this A site is costing Finest quite a lot. Not only because they're struggling to hold it, but it looks like they're really, looking to rotate and pad up that defense on the B sites. I think Inferno has become like a B site hotspot for a lot of the T sides. So maybe Finest just, playing into the meta a little bit by stacking up the defense. But I think they need to shift their focus a little bit more towards A here. Movistar Riders running riot. Is going to be another eco round that comes through for the CT side. Just a Narchez with the AWP, so he has to be the hero.
Yep. I mean, if there's one man you want to do it, he's often the man to be very good at the solo plays with the AWP. And again, I'll get away with an opening pick. Someone's called 911, I think.
I love, though, that he stayed towards the A side. So often we see AWPers get a pick middle and go B immediately because they're preempting the opposition to go towards the opposite side. But that's become so choreographed that he's staying A. He's outthinking Movistar Riders. He gets a second and he's able to get back around to safety. Can he stay alive is the question. He's got a teammate with the P250, but his teammate can't get a kill. Somehow, Davey G's been able to get both of those frags on the entry and immediately just shut the round down.
Oh, how has Davey G got away with that? That was the frag on the pistol player in pit, sure. But managed to avoid Narchez beautifully. As you say, Narchez was in the head there of Movistar Riders. It seemed like he was about to make a play, like I mentioned, that he's so good at, just winning around all on his own. It's usually at least one per game where he gets a significant multi-kill that changes the course of a round. But unfortunately, this time all they can do is grab the AK and look to save it. At the bottom of T steps, that's the first pick that Narchez got. So it's a good round there in the end for Movistar Riders. They figured out the problem. Mostly thanks to Davey G, it has to be said. So they're going to close the gap to 1 here.
Yeah, good attention to detail, making sure that there can't be any extra weapons saved up by the CT side. WG, he's going to... Okay, I thought he was the player juggling the weapons. I was going to say, my brother, you need to get yourself to safety. But all's well and ends well. Movistar Riders have closed the gap to just 1 round. They could even go on to win the half from here. Really good recollection of the situation and just regained control. And actually sort of dictating terms at this point. I feel like the rounds that Movistar Riders have been winning have been largely predicated off of team success and them working well as a unit, whereas Finest have been the individuals popping up. We've had a 3K from Twists, we've had Pleasant going huge towards middle as well. It's the individuals who stand up and get the job done. So that's a bit of a scary one because it's not super sustainable. And Narchez is looking to make the play. The smoke's actually blinded him. He had the grey screen. He's going to try and get around the corner, and he will. Barely any health left remaining, but he's alive.
Oh my goodness, and in the meantime though...
Twist isn't.
Unfortunately, exactly. Twist, he's most certainly not anymore. Going to take a place on top of Banana there, trying to go through the smoke. Shox, don't ask me how he's got away with that kill. Sure, it's a 4v4, but look at the damage. The opening bullets that Narchez took Might force Pleasant into making a play here. He's going to look for this frag toward WG, or who sees who first. They're blocking in the smoke, and he just about gets away with it. Again, it's recovered into a 3v3, but damage seems to be basically irretrievable for Team Finest unless they don't smoke CT, which of course they can't because they don't have one. A flash is the only thing they can use, but it's a good pre-fire for Mopoz. And of course, an Arcez, that's the one sort of situation that you can look at and perhaps say, well, he is the player that we know plays on higher ping because of his location. I'm not sure if they're in a team house together right now, but maybe.
I don't think they are.
I reckon that is a factor due to the high ping that he couldn't shoot in time there. Because he's very fast.
Actually, we know they're not because we saw the player camps earlier, right?
True.
And they were all in their rooms.
True.
So yeah, that's an important consideration that you just mentioned, man. Looked like it might have cost him a little bit. Difficult to be an AWPer and hold those tight angles in the online realm of Counter-Strike. Look at Mopoz, he's got 14 frags, Trav. When your entry fragger is farming kills as he is right now, life must be real good in your camp. Big work coming through from Mopoz right now. Being set up so nicely by his teammates. I mean, how good have the flashes been so far from Movistar Riders here on the T side?
Indeed.
Let's see these odds. Yes. 1.63 Movistar. Yeah, back to almost what they were at the start. Yeah.
Now it's an even game. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see that come to pass. Movistar Riders, of course, now coming into the last round of the half. They have all the money in the world. Got a nice little replay coming in here to show you that headshot from Mopoz, of course. Triss trying to make a play toward the top of Banana. And we're going to see Shocks as well. How he managed to get that kill while full blind. Just saw the end of it, and there we go. Wasn't in the end, though. Too strong. And that was even a bit in the air. Here we see the ping, maybe the sort of thing affecting an Arcez. But even so, to be fair, maybe that's a little bit of a harsh prediction there, because that was a very fast close-up wide swing, wasn't it? I reckon on low HP, maybe no AWPer in the world could face that one.
Yeah. I mean, Mopoz wide swing. I'm gonna get like a Mopoz peak Steam group going because I think he deserves one right now, doing so damn well. We're gonna see the Xantares peak up in the grand final. I'm sure there's tons of people in chat right now who are super excited to see Eternal Fire in that grand final. They'll be playing against the winner of this game. It's gonna be happening pretty much immediately after this match if this ends, with it being a 3-mapper. Otherwise, it's gonna be at 7 p.m. CEST. But just keep your eyes on HLTV. Right now, our eyes are firmly fixed on this last round of the first half, Trav. Who's going to be finishing ahead? If it's Movistar Riders, that would be devastating for Finest. It's Mopoz on the entry once again. He's going to do as he's done so far and find that opening pick. Now it's Sun Payus who comes into the act as well. He gets himself a frag. Oh
nice.
My god, he's going to double down. Unscoped there. He's still actually able to get the scope in on time and find the frag onto a Narcez.
That's a really nice pick. 2 from Sun Payus again. We saw him step up so many times for this roster in the past when they're in sort of hectic situations like that. And he hits 2 critical shots. Sure, he's 10 HP, but I don't really think Shocks and Pleasant really have much say in this one. Got a tight angle here, does Pleasant, and they are actually going toward his position. They're all going to group up together now. There's 50 seconds to go, plenty of time. The bomb is coming as well on the back of Sun Payus. Of course, he's the low HP player, so he'd probably want to get the 2 rifles in first. Problem is, if Pleasant somehow gets a double kill, it's going to be a very hard trade for Sun Payus being so low. So this round hinges on Pleasant's position here. How many can he get? Can he back from the angle? He can't get a single one. And that should seal a first half lead to Movistar. Look how far Shocks is away. There are plenty of Shocks in Counter-Strike, but I don't think that whichever Shocks you are is going to help you in this situation.
No better than Shoxy King, Shoxy Jesus himself, my favorite player of all time, so maybe I'm a bit biased. And he follows me on Twitter, so it doesn't really
That's the flex you want to get in.
That's true. Shots to flex his skills here. Yeah, finds the first low HP on a couple players as well. Wants to phase the smoke as it fades, but the problem is Sun Payus has the angle with the AWP, and he's not missing a beat right now. Gets the frag to close out the round. 3 from him to put the finishing touches on a half, and Movistar Riders close it out ahead.
Yeah, probably not unhappy with that at all. Movistar, considering that, of course, that Team Fire's got a very good start to this game. They won the pistol. They sorted out the conversions pretty comfortably as well. And, yeah, they're going to take a 1-round lead into the second half. Pretty good in the end. Finest won't be entirely happy with how the rest of that CT half panned out, but I think at the end of the day, that sort of did show Movistar's prowess on this map. The fact that they could work out a T-side as they did. Finest just, it's not a map which, even though they do play Movistar played it against much better opposition, of course, than Team Finest have. So that's the difference in quality. And in the pistol round, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of just a run up short. No more than that.
Wow.
G toward the balcony with the dual Berettas getting pinched down a lot, and somehow, don't ask me how, Kriaz doesn't take him down, doesn't even look at him at all. And some Pius, oh, what a flick up to the right. Taking a third headshot of the round, and out of nowhere, it's all down to Anarchez, looking for a quick headshot with the P2000 recovered off, but right now no one can hit the shots. In the end, Alex will finish it off. And the dual Berettas really are in the meta right now, aren't they, Hayes?
Man, oh man, I just can't believe how Movistar Riders shut down that threat so well. I mean, that was very aggressive. It's as aggressive as you can possibly be in a pistol round. All 5 players just charging straight up middle. But Movistar Riders, I think with that extra player in Palace, just sort of gives them that extra option to shut down, because you can't rush down the player in Palace, right? Like, he's actually almost the thorn in their side. And then it's Sun Pius who's just tapping away, getting the frags while they focus on that Apartments player as well. Look at this shot. That is just beautiful. Shox looking straight into the sun, and he got singed.
Good line, Hayes. Good line.
Thank you, Trav.
Are you planning that one? Or
No, not at all. Mate, listen, I got like the craziest blue balls from watching the major, just wanting to cast so damn badly. It's all built up, and I'm letting it all out, baby.
All right.
So happy that we got the grand final. So yeah, like from a selfish point of view, I've been so excited to cast today.
All right, relax.
And I hope that everyone's, I hope everyone's enjoying the show from you and myself. Of course, we've got our observers Mata and Lanchemi, and then we've got the goat Gefilte Fish pushing the buttons. So between us all, hope that you guys are enjoying the show.
The goat himself. Yes.
He's a fish, sorry, not a goat.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not the right animal. No problem. But yeah, it's been a brilliant watch of the major, of course. And that, as soon as that was as that ended, all the tier 2 Counter-Strike started back up again. And we're getting some bangers either way. Some of the teams that were stars at the major showing up. Some teams that were expected to see good things from the rest of the year. Of course, the final 2 matches of this championship, which started before the major, are about to be coming in. And then when it comes to the Pinnacle Cup, of course, we do have the Pinnacle Cup Championship coming up in Sweden, which you can still buy tickets for, if I'm not mistaken. So, please sign up for that below the stream. That'll be fun to attend that one. There's some really good teams in attendance for that LAN event. 2 lovely shots from Kriaz, actually, to get at least 2 picks back in this round. But in the end, Movistar will at least survive with all 3 intact to keep the majority of their CT side up. But yeah, the Pinnacle Cup Championship should be a really fun one. There's plenty of teams there which, of course, competed at the major. Some sort of failed a bit. Some had a pretty good performance. You've got teams like Heroic, Astralis, big failure at the major for Astralis. You've got, I believe, Copenhagen Flames, who made the playoffs as well. You've got Fnatic, who haven't even got a roster yet. So I'll be fascinated to see who they show up with. EG, who are a massive failure. Everything.
Trav, I love the storylines, mate. That was well summed up. Doesn't get better than that. Right now, though, we have a massive round on the cards for Finest, who came up the block swinging. Trav, they were up 6-3 at one point. Mate, that means they've only won 1 of the past, 8 rounds. It is all Movistar Riders, and it looks like Mopos wants to try and keep up that aggressive streak, just pushing straight down Banana, successfully avoids the bullets coming through the smoke, and he's going to be able to tuck himself into logs.
Yeah, that's a pretty good position to have, even if he is a little bit low from it. He has early on here, trying to make his way up through mid. There's a player in the long cubby, and there's a player on the balcony as well. It's the Orpa, of course. You'd expect to be in that position on the long corner, but it's just a rifle at the moment. Kreese is on the angle, ready to push up short by the looks of it. And looking to take mid as a group here. The bomb's not picked up yet, so they haven't necessarily made their final call just yet. Lesson pushing up. Oh, almost catches the timing on some Pius, but there's a rifle to support him. They're going to try and chase him down because they know he's so low, but it doesn't matter because Alex is here to bail out his teammate with a 2k. Sure, some Pius does go down, but that was a real bait and switch. But Kriaz always hearing the footsteps of Alex running away here, and it's the 2 really low health players on the site. Kriaz has got the play. There's no way Movistar expect this. Dun, 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 dun. It's like a shark in the water. Surely it's only a matter of time. There's one. Looking for a second. He's going to spot it. And there's 2. Site's clear. It's going to be a team finals round unless Davi G and Deaths can do something about it.
I mean, that was just a bit of an oversight there from Movistar Riders. After they get those 2 picks in towards Archers, they think that they've dealt with all the threats, but Priaz just reads the situation so damn well. As you say, hearing the footsteps of the player going all the way back through Speedway towards B, he calls for his teammates to make their way up Banana. He gets both the kills, puts the nails in the coffin himself. Job done. Finest able to pick up their first round here on the second half. Needs to be a lot more where that came from. And I mean, Movistar Riders maybe going to be a bit aggrieved with themselves that they aren't able to close that round out, considering how well the bait and switch worked towards Archers. And very messy kills there from Alex, but he did find both the frags, which is ultimately what mattered. But then they just don't consider the fact that there could be more players coming through, and that costs him everything.
Yeah, of course, the footsteps as well when he was running away, it really made a big difference. That was a great play in the end. Greaves must have been frantically coming to his teammates. Guys, I can win you the round here. This is the early portion of it, of course. They knew they did so much damage to Sunpire, so they tried to chase him down. And in the end, they weren't successful. Inadvertently led to their demise in that round, actually. As the player fell away, of course, back to the B-bomb site, and creates heard everything. And
Yeah, he
saved 2 and 4.
certainly did use those audio cues to his advantage, and now it's going to have to actually be an eco for Movistar Riders, and this is coming back to the damage that was done in that eco round. If you think about it, they got those 2 kills, so I feel like that's come back to haunt Movistar Riders a little bit. Nice position being taken up here, though. I like this this boost that they've innovated towards Dark Corner, allowing Deaths to maybe have an impact with his rifle. The second rifle's towards Ace. They've hedged their bets here, split them 1 rifle on each site. And Deaths is biding his time, waiting for his opportunity to pounce.
I really like this. I really like this. Yeah, it's a great position to put the rifle in. Of course, you'll know where it's come from, but at the same time, they're actually going to stick with it. Maybe they're expecting them not to know exactly where he is because of the silencer. That could be a factor. And Deaths is just getting so many kills from this position. Wow, he makes it 3. Can you believe it? And of course, then the rifle drops into his teammate's hand below him. Unfortunately, of course, he doesn't have Kevlar, so they've actually managed to trade their way onto the site here. Sure, it's a man disadvantage, but daviG, with that rifle, does not have a kit in this one, which I feel like would have been a relatively decent investment on a round such as this, which you could have won. And yeah, we'll get a pick back, though, so it might not even matter. Pleasant now has to clutch it. 1 versus 3. What's the second player towards CT? We'll tap the head off of Sunpire beautifully. It's now all down to daviG. It's actually a pretty clean duel. 74 versus 63. No kit, as I mentioned. It's a hold of the angle for daviG, but Pleasant keeps playing with it, wasting the clock down, but just 11 health now to spare. daviG will jump in, hit the 1 bullet required, and I think, Hayes, he's just got enough time, and that is a brilliant play with the 2 rifles from the Spanish side.
Oh my god, I can't believe Movistar Riders have been able to get the job done, and the defuse comes through just in time as well. daviG, tip your hat. Deaths with a huge impact there as well. Love that boost. I mean, as you rightfully mentioned, like, you know, the decision to commit to the boost after they got the first kill on Twist was an interesting one, because, you know, you figured out, or you thought, yeah, probably going to expect that maybe a pre-fire crosshair placement will be on point. I think Deaths, though, just, you know, decided to hide. You know, he wasn't facing as they came around the corner, so they probably expected that he had repositioned, so he's able to get those 2 more kills. Still a really solid effort from Finest in the 2v3, but it's just not enough, and losing a round like that is criminal, Trav. It's absolutely criminal in a playoff game like this.
Yeah, that's just a really nice innovative play, as you say, from Movistar Riders, just catching out Finest there. They got their round with that great play from Kriaz pushing towards CT, but what can they really do from there when they get hit straight back, of course? It's a tough one. The buy in this round is, you know, it's okay, sure. I mean, they've got 4 rifles, and already one has rung the bell of daviG. He's out of the round already, and Death's actually under a lot of pressure here. It's actually the only one on the site. There's a player arch and a player library, which are going to pinch toward long, and that will get 1 frag back in return. But Death needs a couple of kills here. He can get 1, but only 1. So they've got themselves the A bomb site in a 3v3. Alex, though, I think he's just got the timing on Pleasant. Pleasant turned around and did not see him walk into Boiler. That could be a big play coming in here.
Who takes first contact is the question, though. You've got a player coming from short. It looks like Sunpius is going to be repositioning here to join up with his teammate on quad as well. As I said, who's taking contact? That's the big question right now. Who takes the attention? Alex, he's waiting for somebody to give him that opportunity. Meanwhile, they're juggling smokes, shocks. That's a beautiful tap, but somehow Mopaz is actually able to pivot 90 degrees to get the trade frag. Smoke dropped on the bomb to make it difficult for Movistar Riders to try and close that gap, and Twist knows that he's got room to play with. Alex gets the trade once again. Pleasant just has to stay alive here. There's no time for Alex, and he's going to have to fall back and save the gun. Pleasant picks up the AWP. Will he survive the explosion? Should just, and he will.
Yeah, the bomb not planted exactly in an all default spot. I think he would have gone down if it was planted there. But yeah, great round from Finest again, keeping it close, really keeping themselves in touch here, which is surprising. Considering, of course, that there's been a couple of rounds which almost reset them. They've just kept themselves in the game, haven't they, basically? Because if Movistar won that round, Finest would have been on a full eco into the next. So, yeah, pretty impressive so far. And at the moment...
Yeah, I'd say... Yeah.
Look at this. Look at the cameras. A little glance there. They are together. That is a team house. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, they're going to be traveling to IEM Dallas soon, remember? They're going to be competing across in North America in the next few days. So I'm sure they've got a flight waiting for them. Not sure exactly when that is.
True.
But it also sort of... It begs the question, how much are they showing, Trav? These games right now, how much of their tactical depth and playbook are they going to be exposing for teams that could potentially watch their demos going to IEM Dallas?
Yeah, true. I mean, Dallas is going to be a huge journey for them. That's going to be incredibly exciting for this team to make some strides against some of the best teams in the world. Again, they've had their chance in Pro League. They're going to get another chance in America, which is great for them, of course. And, of course, as you say, that was a very pretty team house, wasn't it? A very lovely gaming setup, lovely lights on the side there. That's a gamer's dream, it has to be said. And as you say, I'm not entirely sure when they're travelling, but I would assume it may even be tomorrow after this very event. So maybe even tonight, who knows? But,
I mean, ironically, to get the same amount of prize money they would get as a bare minimum here in the Pinnacle Cup, they would have to place in the top 6 at IEM. Oh, excuse me, top 4. Top 4 to get 3,000. So if they just win this, they already secure the same placement prize money you would get as you place top 4. Anyway, focusing back on the round here at hand, Movistar Riders are able to force Anarkes back, and it looks like with Anarkes' position compromised, Finest are going to be changing up the plan here in the round.
They are indeed. Can't wait to see which one of these two teams plays Eternal Fire in the grand final. It'll be an absolute banger. We've got our big names like Voxic and Xantares ready and raring to go in the wings to play for that grand prize of 80 grand, as you so rightly said. But in this round, we're popping out to all the apartments. It's going to be a big burst as well. FVG will get 1, and he makes it 2 as well. The MP9s are absolutely showing up in this one. MP9 is basically a mini M4 from that close range. Such a fast-firing weapon, and can be so dangerous in these situations. Damage has been done, but with 15 seconds to go, Twist needs to somehow make a solo play here. FVG will give his life up, maybe thinking that the round's basically over, but I think he'll be right in predicting that anyway, because Anarkes has fallen all the way back with his AWP. He's saving it into the next, and right now, Hayes, neither team can string 2 in a row.
That's a good point, Trav. And I mean, it's even a fairly conspicuous decision to go for the save here if you're Finest, because it's not like they can actually commit to a full buy in this next round. It's going to be ugly. They're going to be throwing pots and pans together. That MP9, I just actually forgot. I wanted to make a point on that. I don't think that he gets that second kill if it's an M4, because that the moving accuracy was what actually allowed him to get the second kill, right? Like falling off the railing back onto the balcony is when he gets that frag. So the MP9, almost the superior weapon in that situation. God damn, it's my favorite SMG. But Finest are going to be kicking themselves, Trav. They need that round so badly, and if they lose this, it feels like the writing's almost on the wall here for Inferno.
Indeed. And yeah, Movistar Riders are, of course, I would say at 12-9, they're most certainly in the pound seats here, but Finest are keeping it close, and as I said, beforehand, both these two teams, while it is Movistar's pick, they are very happy to play the map. They have decent records on it. As I said, back in Pro League, it was Movistar Riders to get that insane result against the players team, of course. Yep. Gambit and
now Cloud9. Yeah,
now Cloud9, and it's been fun to see their progression. Of course, Cloud9 were a team that let me down in my pick'ems at the major, so I'm disappointed in them. But there we are.
I wouldn't know. Prize in Diamond Coin myself.
Yeah, okay.
Trav,
I blame Team Spirit, G2, and Cloud9. That's my three to blame.
You should blame the man in the mirror. That's all I'll say.
My own idiocy, yeah.
I think one important thing, you're just touching on the maps at the beginning of this round. You know, going to Vertigo next is a bit of uncharted territory. We haven't seen Movistar Riders on Vertigo in the past month. Great flashbang there from Anarchez means Shox has to just place his crosshair on the head, gets the kill, twist with the frag as well, and all of a sudden this force buy is working wonders for Finest.
Oh yeah, this is terrifying. I mean, Twist has got the AK, of course, and Anarchez with the AWP saved over from the previous round. And Mopos, oh, he should have been able to drive here. That would be a big mistake, but no, I think his smoke had actually favoured him in that situation, and it's going to work out perfectly. 2 picks in response, 3v3, but he will get found in the end by Pleasant. Look at daviG though. He's on a mission, but I think he's been heard by Anarchez.
He has.
There's no reason to scope here if you haven't been heard, and he's going to escape immediately. I think he possibly realises that this would be the wrong rotation, but look where Shox is. He's come all the way through, and some Pius had no idea of that one. And everyone on Movistar had no idea of that one. And Finest, there again, I mean, it just keeps happening. It's one round for one team, one round for the other. Swings and roundabouts. It doesn't stop.
Yeah, we're just trading rounds back and forth at this point. Finest, you know, doing the bare minimum to keep themselves in the conversation as well. Shox with some really good movement there and decision making, sort of capitalizing on that window of opportunity that presented himself, where he was able to slink his way in towards the A-bomb site undetected. I actually think he was the one who heard daviG making his way down middle, and that's what allowed for the players in Banana to prepare themselves for that potential push. Mopos nearly, actually, with that individual heroic moment there, locked down the top of Banana. But, he just fell as he was falling. He fell as he was looking to fall back, which was a bit unfortunate. He's got a bit quiet here on the CT side, only up to 19 kills, 2 of those coming in this round as well. I think he must have been 16 after the first half or something around there. So, yeah, CT side hasn't boded too well for his cause. Either way, 12-10. Gonna have to be an eco for the CT side as well.
Exactly. I think they've traded around so much. I mean, they're going to know that Finest Economy is at a stage of not being entirely perfect, but do you really force here? Sure, you have the AWP. Well, they're going to continue to do it. They're going to see if the streak remains. Moz, MP9, we've seen that work already. daviG, FAMAS, CZ on Alex, and a PT50 on Deaths to go with some Pius's AWP. Well then, if they lose this round, we're looking at what could be a 12-all game, Hayes.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Movistar Riders invested everything they got right now. Mopos with that MP9, we've seen how much he's been able to accomplish with that SMG to date, but it's going to be that SMG, or as I call it out, sings its beautiful voice and is able to get itself a kill. The AWP, Sun Pius, has been taken down though, so Finest still in a pretty good position in the round, all things considered.
Again, sort of even either which way of it. Damage taken. Mopos has a little line there on the right-hand side of that smoke, but he's going to fall off the back of it. He's going to play the jump spot, and he spots 2 players. That's going to be the cue to fall back a bit. So
I wonder if Finest saw him. I think they did, but it's not looking like they're reacting to the fact that they were spotted. They're still committing up Banana right now. Oh, but just look at the weapons. To CZ and an MP9. Up against AKs and an AWP, there should almost be no way here for Movistar Riders to lock this one down. Rotations coming through from Deaths as well. But Finest, this has to be their round for the taking.
CZ shooting through CT smoke to try and bait them into the MP9 boosted up, and it's going to work out well for that. Of course, now Alex only has 12 bullets left. A reboost. Oh, it's perfect. They're not going to expect that, but Twist just faces in time. What a critical swing that was. That could give Finest their way in here. And I doubt that Movistar are going to want to throw the AWP away in this situation. They obviously can't buy next round. They're going to creep in at least. I think they know they've done damage, which is why they're still interested in it. It would be a bit of a weird decision to play this one out. Shox will shoot the ground, so not to make any noise dropping off the edge of pool. And in the end, they are going for it. Deaths, he gets 1. And it makes sense to go for it on the players without the AWP. And he actually even gets Shox as well, but does he survive? I think he is going to, because Anarchez can't afford to be anywhere near the bomb as he's only 22 HP. So both the AWPs are going to stay up here. And it looks like that it's going to at least have 1 gun into the next round for your Movistar.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually a really well played round there by Deaths, all things considered. I mean, relatively speaking, that he was able to get out alive with the AWP. He didn't just immediately turn and run. He had to stay to get the fight with the player on Coffins, but it's Finest who win the round, and that's obviously the most important point there. They've won 4 of the past 6, and they've certainly got themselves back in contention here on Inferno. Yeah, it was looking a little bit dangerous there at one point up against the mix mash of weapons that we saw on the CT side, but Finest still able to get themselves across the line, as you rightfully pointed out in the round. Twist, I think the pivotal kill was when he took down the second boost up player there. If that frag comes through, things probably snowball out of control.
Yeah. So what's the call now if you're Finest? Do you go in as a group into one place, and if it's the AWP, you just say, okay, well, the AWP's easier to trade than a rifle? Or do you try and send one player in somewhere, look for the information?
Yeah, they're going for the full exec here. It's just going to be Sunpius by himself. Go for a hero play, but he's completely blinded up whether that was his flash or not. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's going to be a conversion here for Finest, and they're going to be making it a 12-12 scoreline. All right. I mean, we saw Finest slip up against, I wouldn't say a full eco round, because there were 2 rifles that got all the kills in the round that they lost, but it was 2 rifles and 3 pistols, right? And that was towards the B side. So I think Movistar Riders think, alrighty, we shut them down over at B in the last anti-eco from Finest's perspective. Maybe they're going to look to go A on this occasion. So they're trying to stay ahead of the game, go for a bit of a gamble. I don't mind it. I love seeing teams gamble in these types of situations. Doesn't work out, however, and it's going to be Finest who level up the scoreline here, Trav.
Yeah, this is getting a bit worrisome now if you're Movistar Riders. You're going to have to just start from square one again. It's an even game. It's basically whoever breaks the economy next, but I would imagine, that would get themselves a match point or a map point first. And yeah, I mean, they're going to have the AWP for free at least, so that means that Sunpius can get all the utility he wants and needs. But it's a worrying stage for them. The loss bonus is almost built up to full again, obviously, thanks to all of the rounds they've lost. But still, it's Finest who've built up a better bank at the moment. They're going to be feeling a little bit better about themselves, I would say, at this stage. And Arquez, face down mid. Oh, he actually almost pulls the trigger at exactly the right time. Sunpius is lucky actually to get away with that, and he won't even know that he's lucky to get away with it. Peering toward second mid window, there's the information towards Shocks, but maybe just a little bit of a... Maybe he was glancing at his minimap there. That sort of felt like a minimap glance, didn't it? Because he didn't shoot as fast as I expected.
Absolutely. I mean, you back Sunpius to hit that shot every single day of the week. Opening frag goes a begging. Looks like Finest want to put pedal to the metal in towards the A-bomb side. Flashes are good though. Sunpius will get a kill. WG's been compromised. Lamoni is going to force him out. Will try get a kill before he goes down, but it's not going to be possible. And the pit player's fallen. Everybody's fallen. The A-bomb site's been compromised, and Finest are on the cusp of regaining the lead here in the dying stages of this first map.
Oh boy, Movistar. What's going on? There's nothing more you can do here than a save. We'll remove the AWP from the action. So that's actually a little bit of a misplay there from Monarquez, actually. Because they wouldn't have had an AWP in the next round otherwise. I mean, let's see, Sunpius 2900. Sure, he could have bought one, but perhaps it wouldn't have been necessarily advisable with one player on low money. But I think they probably would have gone for it, to be fair. So still, it does make a difference, because giving that AWP for free means that Sunpius, once again, doesn't have to invest as much. So, slight error, but no problem. At least Finest win the round. That's the most important thing. And they can, of course, repurchase that AWP. Kreaz has got one. All good. But yeah, this is worrying if you're the Spanish side right now.
It is fairly concerning. You consider the fact that Finest were looking pretty grim. What it was 12-9, I think, and before that, sort of the 11-7 or somewhere around there. Movistar Riders were in complete control of proceedings on the CT side, but they've had that lead pulled right out from underneath them, and now it's Finest to have that luxury in their favor. And it looks like they've got a bit of a swagger in their step as well. Looking to get aggressive here in towards Banana. They're feeling themselves right now. It's going to be a nice combination of utility coming in. Half smoke means that they can secure top Banana control. Pleasant catches a dink. At least we'll live to tell the tale. But we are seeing a bit of initiative coming through from the CT side in this round.
Yeah, that was a dirty dink. That basically almost puts him out of the round, but You'll be given the AWP thanks to that, so... I guess we'll be on the rifle. The good old law, of course, to get the low HP player on the AWP, as it's a 1 bullet, 1 kill, to be expected. And the question is, what do Finest do with it now? I'd imagine they get the AWP to hold the angle and try and get the rifles in somewhere. Mopos toward top banana, looking for the boost. There's Pleasant, and he will find him in the end. So, that is the AWP removed, and Arcus can now take it back. So, unfortunately, that didn't work. Sort of pass the parcel with the AWP in this round a little bit.
Yeah, and Arcus like, go for the boost, man. I think it's a good idea. Just, you know, peek. Oh, I get my AWP back. Oh, well,
what a shame.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, what a shame. By design. Good opening pick, though, for Movistar Riders, Trav. They desperately need this round to bring it back into an even playing field, particularly because they've got no spare money in the bank. Sun Pius with his AWP, going to miss a vital shot. Finest close the gap, making their way in towards Archers. The problem is the time. There's only 20 seconds left, so there's no time to mess about. They have to transition onto this bomb site smoothly. There is a player who's in smoke in apartments. Finest trying to clear out the sites and identify the locations of these players. The flash is so damn good. Death will get the kill onto the player in towards Graveyard. Can't deny the plant, and it's a 2 versus 2.
This is absolutely wild. I can't believe this is played out as it just has. And Arca has hit 2 critical shots. There's some plays with smokes and apartments coming through long. Death tries to make the play by rushing all the way through like he did. And in the end, it's only just recovered. 1 kill for Twist, 1 kill for Shocks. 2 really important kills in the scale of the round. And Arcade then covering for the rotation coming in will mean that Sun Pius again is forced to save. And Team Finest, they're now just 2 away from an upset on map 1. And as you so rightly said earlier, Hayes, with map 2 being Vertigo, one that Movistar don't have a good record on and don't even play that much anymore, this is very worrying for them.
Yeah, tantalizing prospect. Intimidating if you're Movistar Riders. Looks like they're going to go for the investment here in this round. I mean, the slightly cheaper A1S, alleviating a bit of the pressure, giving them the option in the situation to go for the investment. But how Finest were able to win that previous round is absolutely beyond me. Barely any time left on the clock. All the Movistar Riders players were tucked into some really strong positions as well. But here we go. Okay, 14-12. Finest can taste victory, at least here on Inferno. That would set them into such good stead. Look at Pleasant. He's ahead of the Molly. And it seems like he knows that Mopos is in towards the site as well. I think Finest is just going to be committing off of this. Where's the utility? What do Movistar Riders have to keep them at bay? Mopos has a smoke grenade. He's opted to hold on to it for now, though.
Oh, he's going to show himself before he crosses CT. That could be a little bit of too aggressive play there from Pleasant. Mopos. Oh, okay, that's a bit of a... He's so concerned about the Molotovs, isn't he, coming in to stop him. But look at this. Shocks is still toward T-steps. Can you believe it? Well then, you were so right in saying that they could go for a fast B-pop. I didn't think it started well at all. But in the end, they trade their way into the site and take down rotators as well. And yeah, Movistar just don't know how to counter it right now. This is not a good look at all. Team Finest have made their way into a guaranteed 15-12 and a couple of critical map points to play with. If they keep going like this, it shouldn't be too long before they close out the game. What a great round again from Team Finest. And yeah, Hazy, you can maybe describe it as you described it so well. Like, unbelievable that they managed to get a player past the Molotov in Pleasant without even taking a tick of damage. Because if he did, the sound cue would have been heard.
Exactly, and then Mopos just immediately drops that smoke grenade that he's holding on to, right? In the end, it's not even Pleasant who is the threat. He was the point man who got taken down by Alex through the smoke, but it's his teammates who follow up and get those kills, and with that they find around 3 map points up for grabs for Finest. Look at the top of your screens, guys. What a run this has been from the majority Swedish squad. They've got themselves, 6 consecutive rounds and 8 of the past 10.
Yeah.
Beautiful turnaround here from Finest on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw those dots at the top of the screen as well. I mean, we saw the swings and roundabout battle that it was one team winning one round, one team winning the other, just over and over. No one could string 2 in a row. And as soon as Finest did, they've broken clear, and broken clear incredibly cleanly as well, it has to be said. Their money's in a really good state. They've just got money for the end of the game. They're in they have no troubles here at all. The only troubles they have are who are in front of them. But in the last few rounds, they've looked like no trouble at all.
All right, well, Finest looking like they're just going to be picking up a bit of utility, unless they're going for a quick game of tic-tac-toe here on map point, which I highly doubt. Jokes aside, they've got really nice control here in the round. Player in towards Banana, you know, showing some presence towards top middle. And Movistar Riders, they're stressed, Trav. You can see that they don't want to make any missteps right now. One thing they've absolutely got going for them is the extra man towards B bomb side. Flash over the top is perfect, but Pleasant, he swings out to keep his teammate. No, he doesn't keep him alive. At least he's able to get a trade, but he falls to the Molotov.
Yeah, that trade, I believe that was a tag by some Pius. In the end, Mopoz's Molotov actually finishes him off there. So there's a chance I think he may have gone down anyway with that tag, as the Molotov would have done more and more damage, but certainly the AWP just getting that extra bit of damage through the half wall does mean that the Molotov is too much for Pleasant to handle. Some Pius, again, Billy Molly down. Oh, he's 5 HP. He's taking so much damage from that. He'll get 1 kill, but now he's on trouble, and Shock's double entries the site. 2v2 to possibly win out map 1 here. It's anyone's. The problem is for Movistar is that they have an MP9 on this retake. DaVG has a kit, that is something, but they don't have a smoke. A swinging toward the graveyard and the ruins position, and it could be a graveyard for Movistar on map 1 here. It's deaths 1v2. And it's looking pretty impossible. The Narcos is holding the line again, and he'll get the second kill as well, finishing it off for Team Finest. What an incredible victory for them on map 1. That's Movistar's map pick they've just ripped away from them, and they'll go into Vertigo feeling very, very good about themselves. They know it's a map they're strong on. They have a great chance at a 2-0 here now, and we'll find out if they can manage that directly after this break.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second semi-final of the Pinnacle Cup number 4. Finalists have managed to take the first half off of Movistar Riders in really nice fashion as well, and they have a great shot at a possible 2-0 here, Hayes.
I mean, there wouldn't be a better shot than right here on Vertigo. As you say, Finest have everything in their favor right now. Can they close out the job is the question. Fairly uncharted territory, though. We're going to see if Movistar Riders have been working on their game. They will begin on the favored CT side, and it looks like these Julies are going to be called into action, Trav.
Again, you know, the meta of the Julies right now is so strong, and again, Davy shows how powerful they are. Just spamming away, can even make it 3 kills. Look how low Anarchas is. Oh my goodness. 2 guns are better than 1. Kreis has at least looked behind 1 player toward B, and now Davy's under pressure, and Kreis is taking all the kills right now. He's getting his team back into this round. 2 versus 3. Davy is low, and of course, Twist is now here as well. Out of nowhere, it was a 2v5. This is now basically in Finest's favour, I would say, unless Davy can recover it, but no! They played beautifully as a team there, did Team Finest, and with just 2 of them, Kreis and Twist, they're going to win the pistol round.
That is absolutely devastating for the side of Movistar Riders. I mean, Davy, he gets himself 3 kills to begin the round. He absolutely shuts down all the players that come through towards middle. There was a beautiful push from Kreis in and amongst all of that. He wrapped around the B player, and that kind of gave them something to play with. But as you say, it was a 2 versus 5, so it was still an abomination of the round. Here we go. This should have been job done, nail in the coffin type of stuff. But Kreis, in the meantime, was lurking through on the B bomb site, had great trigger discipline, eventually activates. This is the kill I'm referring to. Takes deaths down, and then he didn't actually get Davy. Look at how he transitions. Man, what, that was wonderfully played there by Twist and Kreis. What a beautiful combination between the 2 speeds to convert the round.
That was absolutely glorious. What an incredible recovery that was. Did not expect that at all when you saw the 2v5 while Dubretus came in, but then we saw Kreis coming in from behind on B, catching out the B player, making that play. And his sort of individual decisions have won Team Fast a couple of really critical rounds in this series so far. That one on Inferno where he pushed through Arch, and now this one as well on the opening pistol round. Some Pius will get himself an M4 in this round, as they've managed to obviously get a couple of kills in the previous, so they built up enough cash to buy something. Will be dropped over by Davy, I believe, after getting those 3 kills with the dualies. He's the one without Kevlar alongside Mopoz.
Yeah, Movistar Riders, I mean, Trav, you know, that's a devastating round to lose, you know, in its own capacity. And couple that with the fact that they've just lost their own map pick. Great shot there from Kreis to take down the aggressing deaths. It even compounds losing that 2 versus 5. The fact that they're down 1-0 and have to win this map to keep themselves in the hunt for the grand final. Losing that round is just so rough. Oh, what a beautiful nade combination. Kreis, he is just making me moist right now. This guy's playing some beautiful Counter-Strike and showing a variety of his skills as well. We've seen him with the utility, with the pistol, just great decision-making, good trigger discipline. He's on point.
He most certainly is at the moment. UMP on shocks. Don't see this SMG too much these days. Maybe we've travelled back in time to 2017 or something. But doesn't matter. It looks like Team Finest are going to win this round anyway. And I tell you what, you're absolutely spot on. Rounds like that in the pistol, in that 2v5 as it was, can so often give you such a huge boost of confidence and momentum. And now they've figured out this one as well. Movistar Riders is going to be left on this saved M4, the Deagle, and unfortunately nothing else beside it. So at the moment, it's not a good performance from Movistar Riders so far today. We were talking a little bit in the pre-game, weren't we, Hayes, about Finest's previous results on this map, talking about how impressive they've been. It's their most played map alongside Ancient in the last 3 months, and it shows. They've beaten Spirit on it twice, once before the Major and once after the Major as well.
Oh, well,
and of course, yesterday they beat TYLOO on it as well, one of the invitees, 16-4 for goodness sake. So,
yeah,
incredible.
I mean, they're in some fantastic form on this map right now, and immediately putting that pressure onto Movistar Riders as well. And it's not like those are outdated results that you're mentioning against Spirit. Like as you say, both of those results have come in the month of May. So, yeah, red hot form right now for Finest here on Vertigo. which means Movistar Riders have a massive challenge on their hands right now to try and keep themselves in the conversation of that grand final.
Exactly.
Nice molly. I mean, it's a nice molly to throw in general, but it feels just like a mega waste to throw it in this instance. I mean, it's the only molly that they've got. There goes his smoke. I guess he's trying to just flex right now over towards the A-bomb site and just show, wow, there's a huge amount of presence, and he's actually just here by himself. However, Movistar Riders have got some information, and it actually looks like they're rotating accordingly.
Yeah, it's not too bad a decision at the moment. I mean, I've got a couple of players here already. The M4 still up. You never know what it can do. It's being boosted at the moment toward heaven. On the edge of the panel, I believe, actually. That box on the left. There you go. But it will have to fall away. Now, all of them are actually behind this connector smoke. There's one player spotted. And Arcus will avoid that player. He still hasn't spotted him. There we go. It's finally dawned on him where Davy G is. He ordered himself one kill off the back of that. And even a second, too. And he's even managed to steal away the gun as well. It's dropped by some players. Couldn't get anything done there, unfortunately. The player with Kevlar. So this should mean Finest can clean it up pretty comfortably. Alex only has the USP. He's swung on by the UMP. USP versus UMP, and UMP wins every day of the week. 2 kills for Shocks. And that is the clean start for Team Finest. They got exactly the same thing on Inferno. They got the clean 3-0 start before Movistar fought back and made it an 8-7 half. Can they keep the streak going this time? Don't forget, you can
good question.
Scroll down and click all the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. We've got plenty involved with us this season, of course. The last couple of games of the entire tournament. And there's also a survey we're running as well for a chance for some free skins. So enter that, and you could get yourself some fancy stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, let's see if there's any fancy approach in the round. Movistar Riders looking to try and get themselves on the board. Interesting angle being taken up by Shocks. Not at all looking to have any gunfights. He's just playing for information on the ladder. Oh, Krias taking a lot of damage there to the incendiary, I believe. You know, Krias, he's come out the block swinging here, Trav. I think he's up to like 8 kills already in the first 3 rounds. Doing a significant amount of damage, but it's going to be Davy G who opens up.
Yeah, so at least a good opening there. It can be a bit of a struggle if you let the teaser get away on Vertigo. Of course, back in the old days of Vertigo, I used to say that picking this map is a big advantage because starting T-side is usually favourable. But these days, of course, the meta has changed and the M4A1S has changed too. And we saw at the Major that Vertigo was one of the most CT-studded maps, statistically at least, which is a surprise for sure. It's not something we expected going into it. We expected it to be Nuke or Overpass to have those stats.
Yeah, true. Opening pick found here by Movistar Riders, absolutely must-win round for them, considering that fact, and well, considering they're still looking for their first round here as well. As you mentioned, on the stronger half will be Alex to shut down the aggressing Pless, and aggressive position being taken up by Mobiles, playing as fast as Smoke. He's got Sunpayus in the back line. Lots of numbers here for the CT side right now. Not many numbers remaining for the T side. It's only Krias left. 20 seconds on the clock, and he's being flanked out. Dead man walking, fitting for Debts to do the damage and seal the round. Movistar Riders are on the board.
That's a really important start. They survived with 3 players alive as well. That was just telegraphing exactly what Team Finest wanted to do there. They didn't let up at all. And it's been a fantastic start in this series so far for Davy G and for Krias. Krias with 8 and 2. And Davy G has 6 kills already. In fact, 6 is about the same number as his teammates combined. So he's having a great game so far. So that was a perfect hold in the end. You see a replay of that right now. Sunpius just grabbing the shot close as well as they walk past the smoke. Good line being held. And even though they were traded out, Sunpius got himself a second. And this is the map where we've seen him pop off before in the past against the really good teams. I remember the game they played against G2 on this map, which was a ridiculous performance. But one thing they have struggled on historically, from me remembering them, watching them back then, was their CT side. They had pretty good ideas on the T side, but there were some significant errors on their CT holds. So to get off to a good start like that is important for them.
You just made such an integral point, though, about Sunpius being their dominant force on Vertigo. He sports a crazy 1.24 rating in the last 3 months on this map, so I guess maybe that's not a great sample size. I haven't seen too much out of them in the past 3 months, but he's the man that they're going to be looking to try and do the damage and keep them in the hunt to be competitive here against Finest. If Sunpius doesn't pitch up and play that star player role that they need out of them, then Movistar Riders can kiss that spot in the grand final goodbye. And I think it's fair enough that we started, putting that pressure on Sunpius. He's stepped into the role. He's had enough time to acclimatize to this level of Counter-Strike. We've seen him do it against some of the top teams in the world, and his team needs him to stand up here in this match and this map right now.
Exactly, and he made some mistakes in the previous map as well, so he'll want to make up for that. Some not the best performance that he'd be happy with. Des has a very advantageous angle on the edge of the plywood there. He'll take down one of the advancing pistols, and Sunpius has got his pick elsewhere too, so this looks pretty solid for Movistar Riders in this one. Finest have their guns still up and raring to go in this round, but the impression that with 45 seconds to go, make that 40 actually, they don't really know exactly what they want to do with it. They might even be considering a save already, and it wouldn't surprise me. They wouldn't be able to buy at all in the next round, and with this save, they keep their util as well. I mean, look, Shox has full util, and Arcade still has the essentials with a flash and a smoke, so yeah, it makes the most sense here to save, no doubt about it.
For sure. Pleasant's going to be able to afford to buy in the next round as well, at least, picking up something of a Galil and armor or something like that. So, yeah, I think the save is the right call. I'm right there with you. Movistar Riders starting to string a couple rounds together here and show that they have what it takes to be competitive. And Sunpius got an important frag there towards the A site. Death's also in a forward position there, just taking a bit of initiative, not making like crazy aggressive plays, but just saying to Finest that you're not going to be able to get control of the B stairs for free. Always going to have to be concerned whether it's a trade or util usage. They have to be present-minded that they could be a threat throughout the half. We'll be investing once again. Pleasant actually gets an AK dropped across to him there. That was from Shox, so yeah, I like to see that. Pleasant's been in some great form.
He has indeed. OK's on the AWP. I would say that T Vertigo is often one of the hardest maps to get an AWP off and running on. It's probably alongside Ancient as the hardest map to tee AWP on. Shox is trying to bait out Sunpius in mid with those little jumps and little hops, but playing the very tight line behind the panel is more than enough for him to get an opening pick. He had a rifle in support anyway, so he didn't get run down. And Finest have had a good start, but at the moment they're getting picked off one by one, and once again it might be left to Twist Pleasant and an Arcade to do something, and what do they want to do with this? I don't know.
Well, in the previous round, they saved when it was just the three of them, right? Look at Pleasant. He's been able to creep his way up to the sandbags. Oh, no, the audio cue. He isn't able to complete the jump up onto the top there. So he's actually a sitting duck. Free frag for Mopos. Back into the 3 versus 5. This is going to be forcing Finest's hand in towards the B sides as well. Util raining in. That's going to telegraph the play, and Movistar Riders are rotating accordingly. Finest... Are they trying to double pump this one? Yeah, they're still going to be committing. They can't afford to go for back-to-back 5 versus 3 saves. What sort of a message does that send?
No, they have to go for this one. They need some loss bonus, I think, at this stage. Alex will take one, Des will take the other, and then Arcade is just trying to hold the line from further back. He is worth a save for sure. Keeping the AWP into the next round. He has a Tech 9 to boot as well. Can even drop that Tech 9 to a teammate if he really wants to. And they're going to have something in the next, but other than that, it'll most likely be a full eco. He's being hunted, to be fair, and he's being hunted a lot. This is going to be a tough one for him. Gets the first towards Sunpius. Everyone's pushing him down here, and they do remove the AWP from the equation, so that's going to definitely commit Finest here to a full eco. They have nothing into this next round. In fact, look at that. All of them, around about 2.5k per player. Very even across the board, and that's not enough to buy, Hayes.
No, certainly not. Going to have to go for an eco, maybe some sort of a gamble play. It does look like they're investing into a bit of an airstrike here. AG's pretty much across the board. Just Arcade is going to forego the piece of utility, save up a bit of an extra cash so you can buy that off in the next round. And I suppose you just go towards a ramp here and throw your nade through the smoke, right? That's seems like a pretty good option. We have seen Movistar Riders looking to try and make plays here towards a ramp as well, as is the case more often than not. CT side Vertigo, and they draw first blood.
Yeah, they try the airstrike there with those grenades, as you say, but in the end, can't really do much with them. Mopoz, well, yeah, actually dinked there through the edge of the sandbags, and now he's 6 HP, so yeah, your little bonks can be spotted through the little corner there between one bag and the other. So need to be a little bit careful, and right now he's just hiding. He refuses to lose his weapon, and it's a good choice, because keeping 5 alive for Movistar here is absolutely paramount. It really builds up their economy now to a really nice stage. Death is almost on 10k at this stage. Don't forget, tickets are still available for the Pinnacle Cup Championship in Sweden. That's going to be an exciting LAN event. All the teams are confirmed now, if I'm not mistaken. So there's going to be some new rosters there playing out. I think Fnatic haven't confirmed their team yet. They only have Mezzi and Crims under their banner at the moment. So that's going to be fascinating to see who they pick up coming up.
Certainly will be. Massive gun round here. Movistar Riders been able to get themselves in the lead 4 consecutive rounds. Finding momentum. Confidence is going to be picking up as well. They needed this after what happened towards the end of Inferno. Certainly going to be instilling some belief in the Spanish team. In the meantime, still just putting numbers towards A ramp here. Not going to be giving any control for free. You know, they're forcing Finest to shut down this defense before they might reconsider their approach. However, as the util starts to fade, they begin to fall back. Oh, we can see the foot. And Sunpayus, well, he'll settle for doing a bit of leg damage.
That will hurt indeed. In our case, down to 17 HP. His ankle, I'm afraid, has been obliterated by Sunpius. And now he'll be hobbling up the A ramp to try and at least do some damage one-legged. Imagine if that actually was a thing in CS, that you had to hobble after getting legged. Move slower,
like you
maybe.
could, yeah, like you shift walked, like without even shift walking.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be funny. But what's not funny is the damage taken, and it's going to be hard for Finest to advance towards the site now. Look at Alex, he's playing the tight angle on top of the railing as well. Mopos will get caught out. That will mean that Alex is baited in and he gets a lovely 2-man spray down. That's really well played from that position. Not the easiest to get 2 kills. And Arcades is looking for a flank and finds it, but Shox will unfortunately lose his life. And again, with low health and 20 seconds, and Arcades might try and save again. They can afford to hunt again. They'll know it's an Arcades again. I'm not going to say it's like anything like James time, but right now it's certainly an Arcades time.
Yeah, he hasn't had as much impact as you would like with this AWP. Only the 2 kills so far here in the first 8 rounds. Certainly going to be looking for a bit more impact as the map goes on. It's Movistar Riders though, Trav, who have just found heaps of momentum. And they're doing such a good job of keeping Finest at bay. It's not even like these rounds have been close. Finest haven't broken down this defense in any of the gun rounds so far. Over towards the A site, excuse me. So it's looking pretty bleak right now for Finest. No cash in the bank. Do they look to force around the AWP? Probably not. They could go for some sort of a half buy here with the round loss bonus that they have behind them. But yeah, Finest need to start answering back with a few rounds of their own. Otherwise, that early good start to their name is going to be washed away, mitigated.
Yeah, and a factor we have to consider as well is that if they didn't lose that 2v5 in the pistol round, who knows what the scoreline would have been. Finest could have easily not even got a round on the board at this stage. Because, of course, in the early stages of this game, they were sort of playing around with that one gun, Movistar Riders, and lost the eco and the conversion. Damage done by Mopos again toward the team Finest pistols making their way up the ramp. But yeah, at the moment, it's all Movistar. And they're not letting up. The open and Arcades trying to get activated, looking for a peek toward the site, but he can't hit the shot, I'm afraid.
Need that so damn badly as well, considering the weapons they have to work with. And look at Mopos continuing to make moves here, playing around the fringe of the smoke. Gets the first. Even the low HP Pleasant going to be offering himself up on a silver platter. Mopos just taking names right now. He's even going to be able to take down Triaz for free. Even could be on course for the ace. It's only Shox left remaining. Looking for a bit of economical damage here for them. Oh my word, Mopos, that is just insanely regressive. Pushing down the ramp while holding down mouse button 1, and he receives his reward of the ace, first of the series.
Yeah,
Movistar Riders, they're starting to pull ahead here.
It's like he was trying to mask his footsteps, wasn't it? Just spraying wildly while he ran down. It's like he was given the idea from his teammates. Go on, mate. Go chase your ace. You deserve it. You've got 4 kills in this round, and he found it. Mopos adds 1 to his tally. All the statistics will now say he has an extra ace on the board in his career. Might not be the most flashy, but they all count. And he's up to 9 kills already in this one. And look at the money on Movistar right now. How clean these last few rounds have been. Deaths 13.7, Sunpius 10.1, Mopos 11, 3 players on quintuple digits. That is so hard to break down if your team finds down on the T side on a map that now is considered very CT sided. Ouch.
Yeah, absolutely, Trav. That's such a good point that you make, and that's really a testament to the fact that these rounds have not been close. They've been pretty much as one-sided as they get. Movistar Riders have just been shutting it down, you know, whether it's towards a ramp or getting picks towards B stairs. There hasn't really been any threat from Finest in any of these gun rounds in terms of actually working themselves in towards the bomb site. And that's a pretty, you know, precarious prospect, because what do you do? It's not like there's just 1 or 2 small adjustments that needs to be made. Shox gets gifted a golden opportunity as Sun Pius misses a key shot. And now he's able to slink his way into the back lines.
That is, as you say, that is such a big kill, but that just opens up a brand new path of opportunity. But, oh, it was about to be countered. It still might be, though. It still might be. Mopos is getting more kills down at the bottom of a ramp, and Shox, sure, while he did get that kill, dinked down to 10. And like I said, we'll switch to the AK. Spot a player toward generator. Will smoke the right-hand side of it. So that allows a possible push toward the site and to get it planted. But now DaviG is wary of Shox coming in from the flank, and he's saved by Mopos anyway. And then he'll just peek aggressively to stop the Anarchez bomb plant. That was really well worked out there by Movistar. That was, they were everywhere, Finest, in that round.
Yeah.
They had a player through mid after that pick toward their AWPer. So many positions they had to be worried about, but in the end, the damage was just too much.
I'd say Mopos is the hero in that situation as well, because he's the playmaker, right? Once Shox has come through and he's been able to get himself in towards CT spawn, Mopos realizes that he has to actually make a bit of a play towards a ramp to regain some control for the team to still maintain. And he does so well to get a kill there. And it just means that Finest aren't able to capitalize on Shox's position towards middle. So if Finest aren't winning those types of rounds, Trav, what can they win?
Yeah. It's not looking hot at the moment. You could say it's the opposite of a fine performance on this T side. What's the opposite of fine? Is there a word that's the opposite of fine?
No. It's almost like fine is the middle degree, right?
It is,
like
isn't it?
Average.
Yeah.
You couldn't say great or like bad, because those are just like other extremes. Not
Fine is
necessarily
neutral.
opposites. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyone in the chat want to give us an idea what another word for fine could be? The exact opposite of fine?
Antonym.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Hope you're enjoying the cast right now, guys. We'll be on the grand final as well, by the way. Exciting.
Is that our
forward to
first
that.
grand final, Trav?
Did we do a fun
Have we done
spark?
one before this?
We did a fun spark, right? A while
Did
ago.
we really?
Was it
Sure.
the K23 BlueJays one? Is that, am I
you're
remembering
right.
that correctly?
No, you're right. Yeah, well remembered. Damn, you see, this is why I keep you around, man.
Oh god.
Strong memory,
All the
that's for sure.
matches sort of blur into one when you're a caster. So remembering stuff like that sometimes is a bit of an achievement.
Now, hopefully a lot more to come in the future as well, right? Some exciting news.
Indeed.
8-3. Movistar Riders are just absolutely dominating proceedings. They don't even have the AWP. They've opted to forego the AWP in this round. That's one hell of a statement. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like the AWP has been pretty integral in the setup so far.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Maybe some players just isn't feeling it with the AWP at the moment, but it's a weird one because he's had a pretty good start to map 2. As we say, you know, in Vertigo is a map where not having the AWP, a bit like Inferno on T side, isn't a big deal. But on CT side, you would definitely favour getting it. I mean, maybe they're looking at the rounds left and thinking, okay, well, you can buy it next round, maybe even buy 2 next round because our money's just out of control. Maybe they want the AK instead, the insta-headshot potential. I don't know. I mean, obviously, as I say, you can afford to buy it, so that's the point. But by the way, we're going toward B here. Twist needs to find this duel, and Death is sending off the side of the building. DaviG gets one as well, and Narcos trades it. So at least we have a 3v3 because look at Pleasant. He's managed to take Mopos on the other side of the map. But DaviG playing very close. I think he might have heard a silent jump from Kriaz. When you're that close, you can hear a jump like that, and he's looking for him. But Kriaz will still win the duel. What a big one that could be. That could be a round for Finest if the round goes that way. But still, some Pius just pushes aggressively and fights back. Maybe that's why he didn't want the AWP, to play like that.
Yeah, good point. Gives him that maneuverability. Finest now just rushing in towards the safe bomb site. Alex hears the audio cue, so he's actually able to get himself onto the site, realizing that neither of these players are in position. Drops the smoke as well to buy even more time of which there's barely any. fakes the plant to try and draw out the util. HE grenade does land on the mark and do some damage.
No
now they
time.
have to commit to the plant. 4 seconds left, and Narquez, he's taking too long. He should just be able to get the plant in time, but he's not covered. The plant's completed, but it doesn't matter. Nex is going to double down, does the damage round
Right.
over Movistar Riders. Devastating finest.
That is... I hesitate to call that a misplay, but I feel like that kind of... I think that's the only thing you can really say about that, because... I don't know. Is he really expecting Movistar to have like a double grenade for the plant? Like at this stage of the round with 10 seconds left? I really don't think that's a possibility. So in this situation, a fake to maybe get Pleasant a free kill and then stick the bomb isn't the worst of ideas, but Pleasant had your back the entire time. So why fake it, I feel? It's just a bit too much of a gamble to leave yourself at that particular moment to have 1 second to spare rather than 5 to spare, as he so did on that first attempt of the plant. I don't know. Either way, Pleasant, even though they did get the bomb planted, and Arcade was obviously like AFK basically, didn't have his gun out when he planted the bomb, so it was all on Pleasant and he couldn't make anything happen either. So at the moment, Hayes, Movistar, look at that streak. 9.
I mean, it kind of feels like in that situation, Anarquez was playing it as if he had like a standard amount of time on the clock, right? Like that was almost just a trigger going through the motion way of approaching the situation. Fake the plant, bleed the util, commit to the plant. But when you don't have the time to play with, you're not afforded that luxury. You have to be able to disseminate between those different situations. Had to immediately commit to the plants. Even if they lost the round off the back of that, that was still the right play. And now it's going to be JVG who opens up onto Kriaz. First frag goes to Movistar Riders, as has been the case in pretty much... I can't actually recall a round in which Finest found the opening pick that went untraded. Maybe when Shocks charged down Sun Pius in the middle of 2 rounds back, but outside of then, it's been bleak.
Yeah, that's the only one. You're absolutely right. That's so scary for Finest. And as I said earlier, imagine what this scoreline would have been if they hadn't won the pistol round. This might have been a clean sweep so far for Movistar. Absolutely impenetrable at the moment, their CT side. Ever since they got the guns up. They will commit to the AWP this round, as you say. Just the 1 round without it. Not the end of the world. Another opening pick going DaviG's way. Everyone on Movistar is having a pretty solid performance at the moment. That smoke will block off Pleasant's headshot angle. Not going too well at the moment. Monpos will spam down Twist as well as he tries to advance his way up the ramp. This is nightmarish at the moment for Team Finest. Nothing is going their way whatsoever. They have utility for this execute. It's now all on Pleasant. With his util, smoke, 2 flashes and a grenade. They're going to have to go off the back of this. They got full loss bonus, of course, and have done for a long time, so why not? They'll boost Shocks up on the wooden plywood. Try and get a bit of a closer entry. Or look for the first and find it. He's expecting the player to be quad and not default. And they'll trade their way in. But Movistar still have an advantage here. And look at this again. 9 seconds to go. Has to plant in the smoke.
Oh, he's going to be able to get it down. Movistar Riders are starting to close the gap, though. Not going to be wasting any time to kickstart this retake. Awkward positions here for Finest to work with, but Pleasant stands tall with that AK-47, tears off the heads of Alex and Mopez, announces his presence on that B bomb site. Now it's up to Sun Pius with the AWP. It's his weapon of choice. Not for long, though. AK up next, gets the first, looks for the transfer, and with Pleasant as low as he was, I believed. But in the end, it's going to be Pleasant who pulls his team across the line, kicking and screaming Trav by the collar. He says, we will goddamn win a round back here on the T side.
That's exact same 2v2 as the previous round. It was Pleasant and Anarquez again. This time Pleasant really does make up for it. 2 critical headshots. And as you say, I really fancied Sun Pius in that clutch. He shoots with the AWP, knows there's an AK below him, immediately switches to it. No hesitation at all. Anarquez is not expecting a wide swing so quickly as that AWP has only just been fired. And as you said, with Pleasant 1 HP, just 1 bullet from death anyway. Even the little toe would have been enough with an AK bullet. At least manages to make it happen and keep Movistar at least on single digits. That was so close.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of the situation is this could still be a 9-6 halftime scoreline in favor of Movistar Riders. If you offered that to Finest, they would break your arm off and take that all the way to the bank. But They're going to have to fight against 2 consecutive gun rounds to try and secure that scoreline. At least they've got themselves the baseline, bare minimum of 4 on this T side. If they concluded the half with just 3, considering they were up 3-0 at one point, that would have just been purely devastating. So, yeah, 9-4 Finest. There's a tiny gap in the door. Are they able to force their way through?
Yeah, it's going to be a door which they need to take the closest exit to. Movistar need to force them to that exit, because at the moment, Finest, if they get the last round of the half, they won't be unhappy with it. 6 on T is genuinely good.
Yeah.
They won't be unhappy with 4. They will be unhappy with 4 with the way the half has gone after losing 9 in a row, but if they can at least get 1 more, it's really not that bad. If you lose 9 rounds in a row and a half and get away with 5 rounds, that's pretty good.
Yes, precisely. You almost would say Movistar Riders would be a little bit aggrieved that they weren't able to be more clinical and more dominant with the way they finished the half off. If it does go that way, but it's the ace once again. Oh my god, Mopos just holds down the line.
How?
Individual peak after individual peak. He's able to punish them all.
This guy is just insane right now. He can't be stopped. Ramp is a no-go zone for Team Finest. Mopos is up there. He's the you know, the meme of the guy with the sunglasses on, where he says either you can come in or we have to stay outside. The bodyguard, what's his name? Bouncer.
Yes,
that's
the one.
Bouncer
Yeah,
meme.
yeah,
There we go.
yeah,
I found the word in the end. I promise. I knew.
And he shut the
it.
door.
He literally is the bouncer that shut the door right now. It's I got there in the end. I knew I could remember that meme eventually.
I got you.
There are many memes in the world, but
cycling through them all.
Cycling through them all in my head, yeah.
Yeah, you've got such a good memory for the game. I'm surprised, you know, that you're always as good as you are recalling things. So fair dues. Slip up on one, we'll let you off. Trap. Finest though have had to piece together this buy. 3 Galils, AK, Mac 10. Death draws first blood. Beautiful flashbang as well. They're not ready for him. He's able to get 3. Completely shuts Finest down single-handedly, and he lives to tell the tale. He's going to write the songs about himself. He doesn't need anybody to do it for him.
Yeah, and it's really been individual plays and holds on this CT half, especially in the last few rounds from Movistar, hasn't it? We saw Mopos get an ace early on against the anti-force buy. We saw Mopos get a 4K, just holding down ramp in that previous round, being the absolute rock-solid anchor. And now Death has showed up toward his B anchor as well. Sumpires has heard and guessed the possibility of an Arcades flanking round. That threat is dealt with. And now Shocks is left in 1v4. Against his former team, it's not going to happen. It's a very tasty one-tap from Alex. And we're going to go into the second half with Movistar Riders having an 11-4. Finest are in the game, but only just.
Yeah, exactly. Only just. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, this has, you know, been a really strong half from Movistar Riders. I mean, I wouldn't say they've been incredibly tested, though. You know, from what we've seen on Inferno and so far here on Vertigo, I think Eternal Fire are just rubbing their hands together, you know, sort of thinking that they certainly will be favored and, you know, sort of, I think, back themselves to win based off what we've seen from both of these teams so far on the semi-final. Hasn't been the most clean-cut, clinical counter-strike from either of these sides. Massive pistol round here for Finest.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. And they're playing a nice little setup here. Problem is that Movistar could be about to hard counter this. There's 2 Molotovs on this execute. Surely they throw one into sandbags. Surely they throw one into sandbags. What is this? Why are there decoys in sandbags? Why are the mollies not going toward sandbags? What am I watching? They're not checking it now. Oh my goodness, they're going to get baited in here. Pesson needs to hit his shots though. Can he deny the plant? He can. That's something at least. It's so hard to shoot with a USP when backs are turned in front of you. And he does get his 1 kill to deny that plant, but now it's such a hard retake. Shocks has the kit, Anarchist has the smoke for it. Alex is scared to plant of being possibly pushed from the double stack position. And now it's going to be a hard one. Twist. Oh, he does get 1 though. This makes it so difficult for Alex and Deaths now. Alex will have to leap away toward Gap and reload his Glock and have more work to do. This is such a big round for Team Finest. They have to find a way to take this. Shocks needs to get on the bomb as quickly as possible. And there it is. Now Death gets 1, looking for a second, finds it. Now has to spam the planter. But no, he's going to make it happen. They might all go down here, Team Finest. But Shocks, oh, he's the hero. He gets to defuse just in the nick of time.
Man, oh man. I mean, it's become a popular play, right? When you've got the kit, drop the smoke, commit to the defuse, keep your teammates alive as long as they can, use them as meat shields, whatever you need to do, but goddamn punch in those digits, and it's exactly what he does to complete the defuse. It felt like Finest were almost their own worst enemy in that round, with Trias behind the sandbags. Everything went exactly according to plan. It couldn't have been better. Even with the first player peeking, he could have got frags for free, and the second player could have got undetected. Either way, that's in the past. We're in the present, and it's a buy that's come through from Movistar Riders. Wow, okay. That's a statement from a Narquez. Just charging straight down ramp.
Insta-cancel. Instantly cancels that play with the M4 as well. And that gives Kriaz a chance to pick up the Galil too. Right. That defuse in the smoke from Shox could prove to be a big turning point in this game.
Yes.
Who knows?
Bang on, Trav. Could be pivotal for sure. Certainly not going to be counting Finest out from here. I mean, it was an abomination of a first half that came through from the majority Swedish squad, but we know how strong their CT side is on this map. So if they're able to maintain their composure, keep their heads, they can come back here. They can fight back. And Narquez just jump peeking for some information. He's got support from Kriaz, and Shox is towards the site as well.
Yeah, 3 players holding this one. There's not much we got to do about this one, surely. And Narquez gets 2 more to add to his tally, and the trades are perfect. Movistar cannot trade their way to the top of the A ramp. Finest close the door, and that's going to force Movistar onto the full eco of their own now. Team Finest getting that 4th round on CT side, keeping them in the game, winning the pistol in such dramatic fashion. And yeah, I mean, that pistol in the end is actually going to live quite long in the memory, because the confusion of just throwing decoys in towards sandbags, maybe the idea of that is for them to hit one of the players there and they hear the collision sound. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay. Trav, I really like the way your brain works. I feel like that's actually maybe, you know, plausible if we're going to try and dig into some sort of deep rabbit hole as to why they did that. I do like your thought process there, mate.
Because they had Molotovs, didn't they? And they just didn't use them for
They
that.
had a molly, yes.
Yeah.
They had a molly. Oh, well, either way, it is going to get through an opportunity for Finest to do damage and keep numbers alive. Finest showing a big tendency to get aggressive in these rounds on the CT side so far. Just looking to suffocate Movistar Riders. 11-7, Trav. Just 4 rounds that separate these two teams right now. If Finest win this first gun round on the half, we're cooking on gas, man. This comeback is absolutely alive.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen bigger comebacks on this map already. I mean, some of you may remember I casted a Team Spirit versus Endpoint game on this map in this very tournament, if I'm not mistaken, actually. Maybe a previous edition of the Pinnacle Cup, not sure. But still,
yes.
It was an insane game, which Endpoint, I believe, had a 14-1.5 victory to win the map after losing the first half 13-2. So,
well, there we go.
There you go.
It doesn't get more extreme than that. Oh my god, Pleasant straight through the smoke is going to take down Sun Pius as well. That's the AWP in the mud. Sure, it can be retrieved, but absolutely imperative. Opening kill comes through, and Trias compounds that with the frag of his own. Remember how dreadful Finest were in the gun rounds in the first half? It's looking like they've left that in the first half, and they're almost like a new team. Mopaz will get a kill back though, taking down Twist, and he's actually going to activate as well. As you can see on the minimap, Mopaz makes his way up the stairs. Whether they're going to commit to that or not is a question altogether. He could just look to try and draw rotations towards the side of the map, or he could commit with his teammates. Let's see what they opt for.
Yeah, it's such a big round. Winning the first gun round here for Finest would be such a big step into getting this game back even again. And don't forget, they are a map up, so it's Movistar that are going to feel the more under pressure, I'd imagine, at this stage, honestly. At least in my opinion. I'm sure they have a 4-round lead, but you never know. Flashes will be dropped down there by Mopoz. He can't really use them from his position, so get his teammates to flash him in instead. That could be a good play. There are 2 players in here, and we can see the whole play, as you say, come in. Generator's been taken by the T side, but Shox will stop Mopoz. That's a spray straight through the smoke as well. That's unfortunate for him. Des holding the angle toward window, and he takes a really important frag. But it's still a 2v3. Nade comes in, does a little bit of chip damage to Kriaz, but the smoke fades at the wrong time for Alex. Now it's all down to Des, and he'll miss his first shot. He's being held from 2 different angles. He's not the AWPer of the team, and it shows, I'm afraid. Movistar Riders will fall by the wayside, and Finest get their 8th now.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary round there. I mean, Movistar Riders did a lot, almost accomplished a lot more than what Finest were able to do in their gun rounds on the T side, which sort of infers and gives us an idea that this is still a half that has a lot to offer. Movistar Riders, you know, have depth on their T side. Their individuals are looking good as well. Pretty even kill distribution across the board there. So I don't think Finest are going to be able to waltz to victory from here, but winning that first gun round is one heck of a statement.
Spot on. Puts Movistar into a situation of what's next now for us in this map. As we said before, they don't have the hottest record on it. In the past, they've been good and beaten some big teams, but in more recent times, more times that are more representative of their current form, I think it's 1 out of 4. If I'm not mistaken, and they haven't actually played the map for a couple of months, if I'm not mistaken, either. So
yeah, about a month at least.
Yeah, so it's might be a bit rusty on it. We'll have to see. Boosting toward mid. Deaths is going to get a teammate up, I'd imagine, from this angle. Waiting for it, at least. And they decide to go for it. In the meantime, Finest are going to clear out ramp, and they see absolutely nothing. They see nothing at all. That might mean that they'll telegraph a mid play. And look how much progress Movistar have. They've got 2 players in the CT right now.
Yeah, and there's actually only 1 player on the B bomb side. How on earth does Twist navigate this situation? Alex has seen Shocks coming around the corner. Gonna be able to get that kill. There's more where that came from, however. It's a Narca's AWP to ring free. Gets a kill. Twist still staying alive. And it doesn't look like Movistar Riders have an answer until Davy G makes his way into the A bomb site and catches Kriaz off guard. That's a really big kill. Unlocks the round and gives them an opportunity and an option to win this round. A way to get into the site.
Absolutely. 3v3, and look at the damage done now. Pleasant and Arquez, 20 odd health apiece. And that might be the call to fall back, honestly, but maybe not now, because Twister's found one on the flank. That will keep them interested in this one. Arquez is still looking at far, but it's a 3v2, and there's Pleasant. Alright then. It's all down to some Pius out of nowhere. Pleasant, playing the headshot angle toward double stack, gets one, but Arquez is not in position. It has to be all Twist here, you'd imagine. He's coming up from the flank, he'll spin around, and some Pius gets it, but Arquez trades immediately, and I think there's going to be enough time for the defuse. He's got a kit. It's all no problem at all for Arquez. He looked like he was off to save, but they've won the round.
Oh man, Twist has only 4 kills on the map so far, but that frag on the flank is almost like the most instrumental for Finest. I mean, that was such a big kill. It meant that both of the players for Movistar Riders had to keep their position on the bomb site. They had nowhere to fall back to. They had to fight their way out of the bomb site, and they weren't able to accomplish that. Great effort in the end there from the last player left alive for the Spanish team. I love the way that he played it, you know, trying to close the gap on Arquez, using the sites as his cover, but Arquez actually played it really well by not facing and just staying alive. He knew his presence was enough, and he gets the all-important trade. Stressed faces here on the side of Movistar Riders, and with reason. The gap is now just 2 rounds, Trav.
Yeah, indeed. You can see that currently obviously in their lovely team compound. Maybe their thoughts are elsewhere. You know, who knows? We mentioned that they're going to be on a long flight to Dallas for IEM coming up. So, you know, that's the sort of thing that can sort of, you know, be in the edge of the player's mind. Of course, they're very experienced professionals, but you've got to have a trip to Dallas on your mind if it's like happening in under a day, which I assume it is, considering the event's starting very soon. You have to be there for press day and everything, of course. You can't just arrive on the day. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, Dallas starts on the 30th. So it's tomorrow, the day after, and then Dallas. So as you say, I mean, they have to be probably flying tonight, if not early tomorrow morning, which doesn't actually even leave them enough time to acclimatize. Either way, focus still firmly fixed on this game. Looks like they're going to try and turn up the pace. Aggression in towards the B-side, flashes over the top. It's actually been a good job from Twist to stay covered, but it's going to be the frags that favor Movistar.
Okay, trades one back again though, and he can Molotov the default bomb plant position. Delay it a little bit longer. He spots the player jumping up, and that's a lovely flick. What a shot from Arquez. His couple of frags here could have kept his team in the round. Movistar's flashes were shining as bright as a star, it felt like, in that round. There were just so many piling in. You heard bang, 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 bang. But in the end, they haven't managed to get the plant down. With 45 seconds to go, it's actually making Finest think a little bit. They've made no noise whatsoever. So, and because of that, Finest are actually going to move off the angle and allow that plant to come in. And Arquez will repost up. The rifles are now with him in support. They have retake util in the form of 1 incendiary grenade, and all 3 of them have kits. Some parts will be burnt back to the edge of the building. Can he hit some taps? First player spotted. He's going to need help from Alex. He's now 4 HP, and there we go. Alex has to perform. Gets 1. Second player's low. Finds it. It's now all down to Anarchist doing another 1v1, but he can't make it happen. And the third headshot from Alex is absolutely glorious. If there was any time for Movistar Riders to win a round, it was that. They needed that one badly, and Alex provided it.
Now, Finest also needed that round so damn badly to try and keep themselves, you know, continuing this comeback. They had the 3 versus 2. They did so much damage to Sunpayus. They get it into the 1v3, but Alex has the perfect angle. I love that he takes initiative in that clutch as well. He doesn't just try and preserve his life. He realizes he actively needs to take the fights as the players try cross into the site. And he does such a good job of that. 12-9, enough cash for Finest to justify the buy, but lose this round, and it's almost certainly tickets on Vertigo.
Absolutely. This is a huge opportunity now for Movistar. If they win this one, they have such a huge chance, but look at the damage. It's a beautiful lineup for Pleasant. He only gets 1 for it, but look at the health on Mopars. 2 HP. Alex is the absolute hero in the previous round for Movistar. He might have to be that again. It's him and Death still the only healthy riflers. Griaz is creeping in. Oh, that's unfortunate. The nade smacks him in the chest.
Oh, that sucks.
And he will get spammed off it. The sound cue basically consigns him to his death there. And Anarchist has to answer back. Gets 1. Looking for a second. Moppers is actually behind the smoke right now. He might have an advantage, though, as he moves to the right. And so he does. Great stuff. But Twist and Shock still alive on full health. 50 seconds to go. I still feel like this is anyone's round.
Shock's able to get a frag back, integral frag, even though it compromises his position and he's going to catch a grenade as a result. At least he's brought it back into an even numbers game. 2 versus 2. Smoke gives Shocks a way to get out of that position and maybe allow him to continue to make moves. 30 seconds, not even anymore. And Movistar Riders still need to close the gap and get onto the site itself. Not really ideal. Sunpayus, yes, he's in the back line, but how does he actively cover Alex once he commits to the bomb plant? What's the util looking like? There's only an HE grenade on the CT side. No kits in play either, Trav. I don't think that there's any on the site. So if this does turn into a retake, it's going to be time pressure on the CT side. Plant coming through. Nade is good. Comboed with the MP9.
Round 1.
That's the round 1. Sunpayus looking to try and chase down Twist, but he's not going to be able to find him in time. And with that, Finest keep themselves alive.
That is exactly the right play to make. You were so correct. You brought up the lack of a kit. You brought up the fact there was only an MP9. You brought up the time on the clock. And those 3 reasons are why Finest made that play. They jumped through the smoke. They don't want to allow the afterplant to come into the action. And the way they did it was absolutely fantastic. We're going to see a replay of Alex's clutch from the previous round, by the way. It is most certainly worth a look. Absolutely insane. Here's the first, second and the low HP player, as I said, and then the third was an insta headshot as Hanarquez fell down. But yeah, that was such a huge find. Here's the replay of the very round we just saw. And the fact that they managed to survive, just keep themselves in the game at 12-10 is such a big deal. And yeah, to finish my point entirely, and to finish your points as well, the fact they jumped through the smoke to deny the plant, they took so long, did Movistar. It was the right play every single day of the week, and they pulled it off.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job to keep themselves alive here on Vertigo. Still a lot of work to do. In fact, an economic reset lingers for whoever loses this round. Really big prospect. Means scores will level at Finest win it. Oh my god, Pleasant's so damn aggressive. Is he going to continue to push through here? He's going to be stopping on the fringe of the smoke. Further chip damage inflicted by these MP9s, just chipping away. And it looks like Movistar Riders are actually going to be forced back, but still so much time to play with. One thing they don't have a lot of is utility, Trav.
Exactly. This is a weird start to the round. So many players have been tagged up and have had battles already. But no picks as of yet. And what a big round it is. Look at the money for both teams, Hayes. It's a ridiculous situation.
Exactly.
Both of them absolutely skint right now.
No money at all. Loser of this round will absolutely be mixed. And if that's Finest, it means it's 14-10. If it's Movistar Riders, it means we will probably have a 12-12 scoreline. Which means all that mega work that they did in the first half has been negated. It looks like they're going to try and go in towards the A-bomb side right now. Smoke, flash, HE grenade is all they have to their name, and Narkez can be able to get the pick and get himself to safety.
Yeah, I've seen a Narkez continue to reface and get an ace before in this very situation, and he might even make it happen again.
Crap.
3 kills for a Narkez. We couldn't even make it a 4th. Look where Alex is. Flicks up for it. He's looking for all 5 of them, and how about that for a Narkez? He usually does this. He usually has an insanely impactful round every single map he plays, and he's shown up again.
All I'll say, Trav, is you are a goddamn clairvoyant. I have no idea you just called that. And he absolutely lives up to the hype and the expectation as well. As you say, Narkez has that tendency. He has that streak, right? When he's feeling it, he's going to re-peak you. He backs himself in those gunfights. And he gets the job done. What a fantastic sequence of plays there and sequence of frags from the Israeli sniper.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's not... The previous ace that I saw him get on this map was just him refacing a ramp. This time, he rotated around to gap and got 4 more. That's just unbelievable. And he's still firing off shots with the AWP. This is a buy round, at least for pistols for Movistar Riders. And they're being eaten up right now. Pleasant and Kriaz get a couple of kills as well. Oh my goodness. It's too much to do. And it's going to be a clean round. They win the round with all 5 alive. Best position possible for Finest.
Exactly. We were just talking about how rough their economic situation was. Now they keep 5 alive. What do you think Movistar Riders are thinking, Trav? This is a round in which they're ecoing. Normally you see a lot of respect coming from CT sides when the T's are on an eco because you don't want to give them those fights. God damn it, Narkez was running at them with the AWP saying, come at me, bro, I'm ready. And now we're going to look at the replay here. That was just the second. There's the third. He almost got double peaked. He wasn't stopping for anybody or anything. He says, my brother Trav, I've got you, watch this. And he picks up the ace. And now the scores are level. It's 12-12, Travis.
And Narkez has grabbed this map by the scruff of the neck and may just be about to send his team to the grand final of the Pinnacle Cup. They're 4 rounds away from that very grand final. Movistar are 4 away themselves, but from a map 3 decider, they have a lot more work to do. Alex in position, boosted up with the AK. Shox is behind that angle. He's crouched. I don't think he's been spotted.
No.
So Alex could have a play here.
What is the game plan for Movistar Riders? Oh my word, if they lose the lead, that would just be such a massive statement. Twist will be trying to take the attention away. Shox actually gets the kill with flashes from depth. It's blind up his teammate. Shox continues to try and make plays. That costs him his life. At least Mopaz is able to get the trade. 45 seconds left on the clock. The Spaniards looking to try and reposition themselves now, making their way towards A. Triaz is in position. And it looks like Pleasant is joining his teammate up on that side of the map as well. Not much time, Trav. They need to make a decision and they have to commit to it from here.
They do indeed. This is such a hard situation. I think it has to be a save, no? I mean, look at the money. Of course, we mentioned the economy is such a terrible position now for both these two teams. Oh no, they're going to have to save. This is such a horrible situation. This just allows Finest's bank to be built up even further. And what are they going to have in the next round? What's the loss bonus? Something like, is it 2,400, I think? So they can maybe afford to drop a Galil. Yeah, there we go. So it's actually more than I expected. I think it is the full loss bonus at this stage.
Yeah.
As they've lost so many rounds in a row. Wow.
Man, oh man. 13-12. Finest have got themselves the lead once again after an abomination of the first half. They look clueless on their T side, if we're going to be brutally honest. Their gun rounds weren't even close. It's not even like they were losing clutches or post-plant situations. I thought we were destined to go to Mirage. But here on the CT side, Finest have maintained their belief and they've showed us why they've had such strong results on this map in recent times. You don't beat Spirit twice on Vertigo if you're not really strong on the map, and the Narkez has been one of the main features in their success. But that wasn't a wall. No, okay, that was a kill that he got earlier in the kill feed, right? Either way, and Narkez is feeling it. Do we see the investment? Surely, right? Surely they're going to pick up Galil's armor here and go for the buy.
Yeah, I would too. They can get utility as well. Of course, the Galil's only 1,800, so I can tell you the technical pause right now is because Kriaz has an issue IRL, so we hope everything's okay for what's going on there. But when
Hopefully
he's
something that can be quickly resolved.
yep, hopefully when that's all sorted out, we can get back underway again. Of course, thanks to our admins who give us all this information. Thanks to everyone on production as well who had some great times in this particular event, this particular Pinnacle Cup IV. Some really fun matches, and we only have 2 left, and we might only have, well, 1.5 left at this stage, because this one could almost be done. Look at the dots at the top of your screen, Hayes. 1 T round from Movistar. 1.
How many gun rounds have we seen won on the T side from both teams combined? Because Finest only won 1 gun round on their T side, and Movistar have only won 1 gun round
2
on their
total
T
then,
side.
yeah.
So 2 gun rounds in total between these 2 teams combined throughout the entirety of this map. I mean, you know, it's not a newfound theory that the CT side has been super dominant in Counter-Strike, but we are absolutely seeing that phenomena play out right now.
Yeah. There was I think there was a Twitter post the other day, I think it was from Vu on Twitter, who said that, I think this map is CT-sided, and it showed like 15-0 half on CT, and then another 13-0 half before the team won 16-13. So, yeah, that's what Counter-Strike can be like at the moment. We're just running you through the replays, of course, while we have the pause coming in, showing you some of the moments of the game so far, but I believe we're back underway. And there we are. Kriaz has sorted out everything. Hopefully everything's okay with him. And we're back in the game. And look at Pless and Go. He's going for a really aggressive play after this pause has ended. And he'll be punished for it.
I mean, I respect it. I'm not going to criticize that play. I think after a bit of a pause, considering they've got the momentum behind them as well, he has a bit of leeway to make that type of play. They even have a round in the bank, and they've got cash as well. So, fair enough. 4 versus 5. Movistar Riders find an opening pick, and this cannot go begging. They can't spill the round from here. Otherwise, it's 15-12 before they afford another full buy, assuming they don't get a plant in this round. Great kill from Sunpai, who's just clearing his way up the angle. They catches Kriaz 5v3. Movistar Riders looking like the break has done them well.
Yeah, what did we say? Like, it's been so hard for them to win a gun round. It's been so hard for them to even get opening picks, and they've finally found a way back now. 5v3 to play with. 50 seconds. DavVG with a standoff with Marquez toward gap, and that's a lovely peek from Sunpius. That's figured it out. Marquez, his heroics will not continue this time. And I would imagine that Shox is going to try and plonk this incendiary on the plant spot. Try and get a spray. If he's lucky, they go for a retake.
They're going back with the bomb. Twisted here. He's on the angle. If he can get them both, that'd be huge. But he can only find the one. Oh, God.
I can't believe they went back.
In which Twist just absolutely robs them, I know. And I think that actually shows you that they're mentally frail right now, Trav. In a 5 versus 2, second-guessing themselves in that nature. I mean, not really, no much conviction behind their decisions if that's the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, the fact that you don't just take A after being in a 5v2 as a group is a weird one for sure. I mean, of course, you can be a little bit wary of players, wallbanging you, of course, through the smokes as well from the connector position, but that is a little bit too nervy. And lucky to get away with it. Twist could have easily got a second and then stayed alive even further. I mean, he would have been the only one left alive because Sunpius got that other kill toward A anyway, but still. It would have been a little bit of an interesting situation to see how that panned out. Sunpius took a dink through the A ramp. So he's already down to 11. Pinched him toward mid, and Narkin is under pressure again. A jump over the angle. And he'll be faked off.
Yeah, I thought he clipped on the side of the wall there, but he might be in some trouble, but they weren't actually pursuing him. Going to breach that minute mark with all 10 players alive on the server. I think that the nerves might be creeping in a little bit here for Finest as well. They've been fighting so damn hard to make this comeback happen. 13-13, they're on the cusp of winning the series 2-0. As for Movistar Riders, I mean, you can't say they're not feeling the nerves. Lose here in regulation, or lose the map and it's game over. Their run comes to an end in the Pinnacle Cup. And actually are grouped up at the bottom of A ramp right now, but they don't have any immediate control to try and make their way towards A. Look, here's his position. He is going to get cleared, but Plesson's there to keep him alive. And now this has to force Movistar Riders' hands towards B side. There's no two ways about it.
He's actually saved his life. Now Twist is going to be here to defend B as well. He's not even alone either. He's got Shox with him. And Movistar Riders, there's no way in here. 18 seconds to go. I think they're saving again on T side here. And honestly, if I
Yeah,
were Finest, I
this
would
is the
send
right
at
call.
least one player in here to try and take down a player after time, because that would be such a huge difference. Kriaz is going to be the one to do it. Some Pius is here. Does he delay it? No, he doesn't. I was about to say maybe it would be a really good idea to wait for the last 5 seconds of the round and then take the kill, which would mean some Pius would have no money in this next round. But in the end, it still removes the AWP from the equation. I don't have enough money to repurchase it, I don't believe, so it's
Well,
not
you could
bad.
get it with the glass cannon if you wanted. But I like the way that you think, Trav. You know, the thing is, it's such a high risk, high reward decision, because if he then falls to a player who comes like retreating from the B site or something, then he doesn't even get the opportunity to get the kill. 14-13, Finest just 2 rounds away from closing this out here in regulation and sending Movistar Riders packing from the Pinnacle Cup IV.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, I think it may have actually been worth a gamble to take him down after time. Just commit to it. But of course, you know, there are some certain situations where you might not even be thinking at all that advanced when you're a couple of rounds away from a grand final. So I don't blame him at all. Just an idea, of course. Nice boost toward mid.
Wow. Up against the AK, nonetheless, he's able to come good with the kill. Levels it back into the 4 versus 4. Movistar Riders, this was their round, the opening pick. This was their opportunity.
Yeah, how do they get back in from here? Listen. Oh, okay, that's a really good pick. Again, some Pius is just about woken up at possibly the most important stage of the game. So Kriaz has put this smoke down. He's playing near it. I don't think they would have heard any footsteps from here, but unfortunately for Kriaz, some Pius is trained on it and has completely figured this play out, which is smart. But how long does he stick on the angle? That's the question. The smoke's about to fade, and there we go. He spots it. I think he just spotted an edge of a shadow there and guessed Kriaz was up close. And now, 35 seconds to go. Alex has cleared out the B-bomb site. It looks like we're going to have a guaranteed round 30, Hayes.
Yeah, I mean, surely no way for Pleasant and Shox to win it back from here. Does look like Shox is going to have a crack at it, making his way towards the B site, but I don't think that he's actually going to be committing to it. And as that bomb goes down, it is going to be Movistar Riders signaling their 14th round. Oh, man. I mean, you know, was that Finest playing a little bit, you know, unnecessarily aggressive, taking too many fights? You saw Twist playing in a forward position towards B stairs there. He was taken down by Mopaz. Then you had a Narchez who was still facing towards ramp. He lost his life to Sun Pius. You know, Kriaz, you wouldn't be too critical of, because at that point it's suppose it was a 4 versus 4 still, the 4v3 rather, excuse me.
4v3.
And it was actually the double scope there from Sun Pius that allowed him to spot him through the bottom edge of the smoke. As you say, Sun Pius waking up at the most timely moment. 14-14. Which way is this one going to fall?
Yeah, you can scroll down and click all the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. CS Money, as you can see on your screen, AstroPay. And of course, if you fill in our survey below as well, there's a chance that you'll have a nice little gift of some skins in your inventory as well. A nice little giveaway we're doing if you complete our survey, so get yourself involved with that. But we're at the business end now, and when I say the business end, I quite literally mean the end, because there's 2 rounds left of regulation between these 2 teams. I would say this map right now kind of has overtime written all over it. If Movistar win 2 in a row, we go to a 3rd map. If Finest win 2 in a row, they win the series. And Shox has started it off really, really well.
Don't discount overtime, Trav. Do not discount overtime. We could absolutely be heading into OT to try and separate these 2 teams. 80 grenades going to do damage. JBG, it looked like he was trying to avoid a flashbang there. Maybe mistaking the molly for a flash, because he definitely turned around. And that meant he offered his life up essentially on a silver platter. And Kriaz obliged. 5v3. Movistar Riders in tatters here in the 29th.
Oh no. Again, they're in a situation where they're 5v3. It's happened so many times in this half so far, where they're just lost. Like they don't have any map control whatsoever, and they've already lost 2 men. It's happened so often. Finest of these man advantages have been very, very solid. TS is having a bit of a poor game at the moment, but it's not going to matter if he gets his team through to the final. Of course, he does do quite a lot of the IGLing these days, so I don't blame him. Movistar, 30 seconds to go. Toward B is going to be the call. Shox looking for the information. Alex not even spotted somehow.
Yeah, he's lucky.
But it's their only call. Let's go.
still going to be committing in here, making the way forward. 20 seconds on the clock. Alex is going to be able to avoid. Wait, Shox has bypassed him. How has Shox gotten past Alex? Alex still going to try and make up for it. He makes his way to the side. He doubles down, taking in Narchez as well. Maybe alleviating enough pressure to find the plant. Pleasant standing on top of the ledge right now, looking for a gap in the smoke. Deaths will go down. Alex has to find the quad kill clutch to deny Finest map and match point. He has the AWP nonetheless. We saw him in an incredibly similar situation in 1v3. That was with the rifle. He takes Krias down. He knows where Pleasant is as well. Only 5 points of health to his name. To get it, but he won't. Pleasant through the plywood. Finds the frag and Finest to 15.
Oh, how was it even that close? How did Movistar even get that much progress in that situation? I cannot believe it. The fact it was such a tight 1v1 at 14 rounds apiece is unbelievable. And in the end, they have Pleasant to thank to keep them going into the lead. I mean, just look at the scoreboard on Finest. They don't have a single player with a positive KD. Narchez, neutral. Pleasant, neutral. Shox, negative. Krias, negative. That shows how much they've been fighting their way to this stage. And that 1v1 was so tight, man. I can't believe it got to that situation. And Alex again. Imagine if he wins 2 insane clutches with 2 different guns in exactly the same situation. This time, unfortunately, it's not to be. Goodness
also
gracious me.
How crazy has Pleasant been? I mean, I know he's neutral on 19 and 19, but I feel like he's had insanely impactful frags, and his aim has probably been the best in the server so far. He has had ridiculously crisp aim in the series so far. 15-14, Finest with an opportunity here to close out the series. 1 round is all that separates them and the spot in the grand final. Or do we go to overtime? The story is not yet written. But it's about to be documented.
The moving hand has not yet writ. What does this final round of the game have in store for us? Some pious. Pleasant, he has a line. He's found the opening kill. Oh my goodness, what a time to get a lucky shot like that. Oh, I can't believe it. Movistar must be cursing their luck right now. Pleasant with a dirty second kill, and he's sticking around for more. You'll finally get punished. But Team Finest have a 4v3 on the CT side to close this out. And Narchez has the line toward Gap, and he's peeking aggressively, but the flash is absolutely brilliant. Perfect from some pies to send Mopoz in. And now they can advance toward the site. A grenade helps out toward Davy G. And again, we have a clutch situation. This time, a 2v2. Some pious and Mopoz versus Twist and Shox. Bomb to be picked up. 30 seconds to go, but Shox is in on the flank.
Sunpius is checking it. He goes back with only 25 seconds left on the clock. He goes back to check the flank. It's only Twist left, and Mopoz knows that he's got him boxed in the corner. Twist steps out, and he steps into his grave. Mopoz buries the bullet into his brain, and it's 15-15. Time for overtime. And Trav, for me, it was the hero at the start of the round that ends up making the mistake that ultimately allows Movistar Riders back into the game. Pleasant did so damn well to get those 2 kills towards ramp, but then he overextends. The rush of blood to the head, he's not able to maintain his composure, so he keeps fighting, and that costs him his life. And from there, Movistar Riders trudge on. Oh god, that was a 5v3. Movistar Riders on the cusp of elimination keep themselves alive.
To use a footballing term, I think Baby Pleasant saw his name up in lights there and thought, I can win this game for my team right here, right now. And again, he goes super aggressive in overtime, and it's costing him. But at least he's bailed out by his teammates. Krias and Twist will get 1 back each to make it an even round again. It's turned into a proper brawl now, hasn't it, toward the end of this? And
Absolutely.
that's often how overtimes go, isn't it?
Certainly is, Trav. What a game we have in our hands here on Vertigo. CT sides dominating. It's going to be Twist looking to get aggressive. Does he check his corner the entire way through is the question. A bit late on the trigger there was Deaths, but he's still able to come good with the kill, and he regains the advantage for his team. 1-man advantage.
Oh my goodness. Movistar, they can't afford to lose an advantage. They've struggled to find them for so many rounds in regulation. And even then, the rounds have been tight. And Arquez, oh, he catches timing. Alex takes a tag through the edge of generator, and that's a ridiculously fast flick close up. That must have been a shock for an Arquez that Alex actually pushed on that, but he was ready for it. And Des isn't looking toward connector. Kriaz, oh, how does he work this one out? When does he swing? He swings with his teammate. Really well done. And now it's all down to Sun Pius. 20 seconds to go already. CTs have rotated in. They're going to commit to the plant. He's going to fake it first, actually. He's being pressured from 2 different positions. Kriaz goes down. And now Sun Pius 1v1. And Narquez creeping up. Very close. Sun Pius has the spray. And he's made it happen. Clutch rounds on clutch rounds to end off this game. And Movistar take the lead again.
Oh my god, what a sick clutch coming there from Sun Pius. The way that he fakes the plant, he draws out the player on top of the boxes, gets that kill, immediately commits afterwards. Anarquez makes the correct read because he starts to close the gap, but the pistol against the AK, I know which one I would favor, and it is the rifle that came out on top. Movistar Riders draw first blood in overtime, and that's a T round that they've just won here, Trav.
Incredible. And now, Finest, they look a little bit nervy. They look a little bit frustrated. They're pushing dry to certain angles, but so far, even though it failed at the first attempt, Kriaz has decided just to go hard in for this one, and he's got 2 back. He's lost his rifle. He's lost his rifle in the meantime. So, actually, he's now in a really rough spot. But he has at least done his job already and got 2 kills.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a rifle anymore.
I know,
essentially
but...
a 3 versus 3. I mean, Finest have made mistakes here, Trav. It's almost like they're their own worst enemy in this situation. It was the 5v3 in regulation to win the series 2-0, and they're actually completely detaching from the A site altogether. It's a huge gamble coming through from Finest.
What a weird set of circumstances. Maybe the loss of the rifle is what's forcing them into this information play. The USP goes first. It's trying to bait a rifle in. I don't mind that. But as you say, in the meantime, they've given up the A bomb site because of it. Thankfully, Anarquez is here. But he's now completely smoked off. Sun Pius' clutch in the previous round could be huge for momentum and to keep Movistar in this series. Plesson's grenade, though, it takes down the bomb planter, and now there's so much pressure on Mopos and Deaths. Anarquez has the line, will get spammed down, but he's continuing to face, of course he is. That's Anarquez, and now even though the bomb's planted, it's going to be impossible for Mopos to swing. And Finest recover to equalise the game again.
So funny, Kriaz actually able to find the M4A1S that he dropped so much earlier because he committed to the flank through middle. I think you're bang on with that assessment though, that because he had the USP, they decided to try and use him as bait and get information. In the end, no harm, no foul. They get across the line, they win the round at 16-16. And you would say, based off what we've seen so far in regulation on this map throughout both halves, you need at least 2 rounds in overtime on your CT side. If either of these teams find 2 rounds on their T side, you would assume that's enough for them to win the match with. Or win the map, should I say. Can Movistar Riders find a second?
That's the big question. Whoever nabs the 2-1 on the first half of overtime often will feel very confident, and I think if it's Movistar, they can only feel good about it going on to CT. So this is a huge round for Team Finest. They all feel like they may have thrown this game away and it was in the palm of their hands. And now they have to continue playing Counter-Strike and not already be in the grand final. But let's see how they fare. They are
My goodness gracious
an aggressive team, aren't they? So they're going to revel in the madness of overtime. But Twist, unfortunately, he's been caught by Alex, and he's already taking the initiative to take the B bomb site right now.
Double molly as well, bit of a miscommunication there. Finest squandering their utility. And it doesn't even look like it's going to have any impact. Movistar Riders, they're going in towards the A site right now. It's just Anarquez here with the AWP trying to clear out the angle. But Sun Pius, we know how goddamn patient this man is with his big green gun. And he's able to get a kill as a result. Now it's Plesson who's on point, looking to get aggressive, looking to be a playmaker. Will be able to get a kill back onto Davy G. How does that impact the outcome of the round?
It's at least 1 back, but Movistar have that 4v3. Plesson on the back of the site. The one man who's been making all these aggressive plays and been relatively successful throughout the whole game needs to do it again. Spots Alex, flash from a teammate comes in. Alex is very blind, but he avoids the bullets and then will focus on Mopos instead, or will he? That's really nice patience from Movistar. You can easily rush into those situations.
Why are they saving? Oh, he's not. Sorry.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
There we
Round's
go.
over anyway.
Yeah.
Movistar are going to take a 17-16. But yeah, in those situations, Movistar, you can easily rush in. You've got 12 seconds and you're worried about players being on the site, but they were so calm about that, weren't they? They really took their time. They took down Pleasant. That was the key frag. And then they had a free site to work with, and they were rewarded with a 2-1.
As I said at the start of that round, if either of these teams can find 2 rounds on their T side, I back them to win in overtime from there, and Movistar Riders accomplished exactly that feat. They need to win 2 rounds here on the CT side, and then we go to Mirage, Trav. Oh, Finest, they're going to be kicking themselves. As you say, they had the game on a silver platter in the palm of their hands. But they need to refocus up here on the T side. A T side which looked incredibly bleak in regulation, and Sun Pius has gotten it off to the perfect start here for his team.
He's taken down his counterpart as well, the ace hero Anarches. It's not Anarchy anymore, I'm afraid. It was earlier on, but that's a great counter from Sun Pius. He has sort of struggled in the first map, but he's really stepped up in this one. Alex will peek in front of that flashbang, and he gets a lovely opening pick, but oh, that's a bit of a accidental reload there. There was no need to do that in the open. Just continue to fight if you're already out there. You can tell the nerves are here. There's some basic errors being made in pressure situations. But it's still a 4v3 for Movistar. He's got his 1-for-1. Kriaz, Pleston and Shox to try and recover this. Creeping up toward A silently as well.
You got Mopos here right now. He's the player who's in position. No support on the site itself. It's not like Sun Pius is far away. But if Finest can find these 2 kills without incurring too many losses, it may be trading 2-for-1. That would be fantastic. Mopos forced to drop the molly. 30 seconds left on the clock. Well timed at that. Sun Pius, does he get ahead of the smoke? The flashes are really good. That's actually going to be forcing him back from where he came. Now it's going to be about chaos. Who can maintain their composure? Who's got the cleaner communication? It's going to be Mopos who gets himself another kill. Shox finally able to activate.
Wow.
My god, himself and Kriaz just deal a 1-2 punch there between the two of them. That should be enough to get the plant. That molly's going to be late on the scene. Shox doesn't have much health, but he completes the plant and gets off the site.
Oh, so he gets off the site. He gets off the Molotov, and that's the most important thing, but it means he's open to connector, and Deaths will take him down. It's now Kriaz. What a time to step up this would be. He needs both these kills, and they have a smoke on the bomb already. Obviously, both have a few kits in overtime. Always peeking wide, but he'll take his head off. Will Deaths, and that's a superb retake from Movistar Riders. They keep their composure. You can just feel like they have more of it in this stage. They're the high-ranked team. They're the more experienced at this level. I would say that perhaps a grand final appearance for Finest is bigger for them than it is for Movistar, despite it being big for both teams. It would be huge for Finest to get over the line, and right now they can't even play for a map victory anymore. They have to play for another overtime.
Exactly, Trav. That's all that they can try and fight for right now. Otherwise, we're going to Mirage, and we know what record Movistar Riders have on that map. Sure, Finest are great on it as well, but it's not like they've got themselves an advantage going into Mirage. That's going to be even keel. 18-16. 2 map points for Movistar Riders, the team who should have been eliminated at the hands of a 5 versus 3. But now they've got themselves a chance to make it 1-1 on the scoreline. Death's on the B-bomb side right now by himself. Should get blessed, and he does. Can he get more? Oh, it's actually Sun Pius who robs him of that second frag, staying alive a lot longer than I expected. Finally, he's been taken down. 3 versus 3 ensues.
Sun Pius has the line. Smoke toward the right. Anarches takes down Mopos. That's a really big find. That could mean that they make a different decision. They've got a whole minute 13 to play with this. And look at Shox. He's directly behind Sun Pius. Does he even realise it? I don't think he does. He's just ignoring him entirely. Well then. How does this play out? What do they do with this? Alex is not going to be spotted for a while either. Shox has to look at some... There we go. Round over here. This is the tap that's required. There it is. B-bomb site is going to be clear. Alex is elsewhere. And I think we're going on further.
We have to be. I mean, Alex will go for this just because they've got more than enough cash to buy up in the next round. I mean, wouldn't that just be so comical that both of these teams struggled so much on their T-sides in regulation, but then in our first sets of overtime, they both teams lose it out on their CT side. Oh, Counter-Strike, the weird and wonderful game. That's why we love it. Unpredictable.
And no round is the same, ever. That's what's so fantastic about it. Alex is actually sticking around here. I mean, obviously they're not going to be leaving the bomb site at any point. They can just go up with the bomb. It really doesn't matter. He spotted the first player. He'll fall off the ledge, unfortunately, and that will catch him off. And even if he did get that frag, it was going to be an insta-trade from the player on the right. So, yeah, we reach the stage again. 17 for Finest. 1 to take us through to double OT. To give them more of a chance at winning this map and winning the series. Don't forget you can still buy tickets for the Pinnacle Cup Championship in Sweden, coming up very, very soon now at the beginning of June. Lots of fantastic teams in attendance for that one on LAN as well. Imperial, after their ridiculously solid showing at the major. Teams like Heroic, Astralis, EG, Copenhagen Flames. Fnatic will have a new team as well. Whoever that is, we don't know yet. Lots of interesting factors to that one. But yeah, look at the dots at the top of your screen there. No one team can string 2 together in overtime. Finest have to do that. They have to do it. Look at it. It's like a little M at the top of your screen.
Yeah, it's exactly what I saw as well. Mine's thinking like, as we do get a look at the Movistar Riders players at their bootcamp right now.
Got their backpacks on the table. It's like they're ready to go almost.
Yeah, bags packed and ready to head off. I mean, it feels like it's going to be a pretty tight window.
Yeah, probably. I would not be surprised at all with the actual event starting basically on the 30th. But obviously with press days and all of that, they're going to have to be ready to fly basically tonight. That's oh my goodness, what's just happened? Some Pious has killed Shox, and Twist, directly behind him in ladder, took a tag through the wall. Can you believe that? This round could be over, and this map could be over through that one bullet.
That is outrageous. That is insane. Plessen also being taken down. 5v3. We saw Finest bottle a 5v3 of their own to close this map out, and with that, the series, Trav. Will Movistar Riders, will they have the same blunder? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Look at the plays they're making. Calculated. Not rush of the blood to their head and try and finish off the game as quickly as they can. They're composed right now. Sunfires might get caught up by the boost, takes damage, but he's alive to tell the tale.
He is, and this is the difference between these two teams at the moment, isn't it? We saw Plessen go super aggressive when they had match point, and in the end it didn't pay off for him despite 2 kills. And now look at Anarquez. If he shifts into this angle, DaviG has the huge off angle on the edge of the stairs. I can't believe that one bullet from some Pious to get that collateral onto a Twist behind him in ladder could be a deciding factor of this game.
Oh, timing.
Twist will get swung on by Alex, and now Kriaz is last alive. His legs will be spotted by DaviG. I'm afraid this map is over. Finest have had their chance, but it's going to be a ridiculous comeback victory for Movistar Riders. 19-17. They move on to a third map decider and keep their hopes and dreams of a grand final alive. We're going to find out who will make it through to that grand final against Eternal Fire coming up after the break.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
It's a second semi-final. It's a third map decider. It's a knife round to decide who starts on what side, and it's between Finest and Movistar Riders. The winner of this map has a spot in the grand final against Eternal Fire later on tonight. Very much looking forward to this one. But I think, Hayes, things might be against Finest here, because Movistar Riders are great on this map. They've won the last 4.
Yeah, they're in fantastic form, not only if you consider their past results on the map, if you series in isolation, you know, they were on the cusp of being eliminated 10 minutes ago. 5 versus 3, 15-14, should have been job done and dusted for Finest, but they bottled it, and it means Movistar Riders have a clean slate to work with here, Trav. And as you mentioned already, probably see them as the favorites going into Mirage.
Yeah, I had a couple of people asking me in chat who I thought would win, and I said beforehand, before we even started this series, I said Movistar Riders 2-1. I'm going to be honest, I did not think it would have panned out this way with that ridiculous comeback on Vertigo. But anyway, we're here. This is the reality we live in, and this is the reality of the pistol round so far. Because Alex is on the balcony, he's about to get spammed down. Unfortunately, backs up into the ladder, and that'll make him a little bit inaccurate, I'm afraid. And Twist is going super aggressive, and that's a perfect start for Team Finest here. They're going to get a bomb plant, and if they don't overpeak Davy and Mopoz, it should be the perfect start.
Yeah, should indeed. Finest looking to just try and put to bed what happened on the previous map and come back fighting immediately in the next. It's going to be Mopoz looking for the flank, although there's nobody offering themselves up from Finest. Smart post-plant positions being taken up, and they've actually spotted Mopoz up. Not only that, they've taken down his teammate, so it is going to be, and pretty much easy pistol round here for Finest, who should have been settling into a grand final against Eternal Fire. But now if they're going to get themselves a spot in that final, it's going to have to be through Mirage. And Trav, we've already, highlighted it. Let's look at it even more. Movistar Riders really good on Mirage. They've only lost this map once in the past 3 months, and that was to Cloud9, then known as Players, which was on LAN as well. They've beaten the likes of Godsend, Liquid, and ENCE on this map, which
Insane
are all
wins.
really strong teams on Mirage. That was on LAN as well, let's not forget. So yeah, big wins on that on Mirage for Movistar Riders. As for Finest, they've had strong results on the map as well, beating Wisla Krakow, Endpoint, Sinners, different class of teams, but they've shown what it takes to be strong on this map as well.
Yeah, and we obviously don't necessarily know how these two match up, because this is a first time meeting between these two rosters. So yeah, certainly this one's an unknown, and despite Movistar's insane results, as you say, on LAN against the likes of Liquid and ENCE, it may It may still be a close game because of the unknown factor, of course, of how these two teams play. Of course, this is the first time, as I said, in map 1, the first time Shox is playing against his former team. He used to be on Movistar Riders for a long time when they were more of the international roster with Smooya, etc. So, yeah, it's going to be curious to see if they can somehow win out this one. It would be insane. Mopos, perfect crosshair placement. Will stop Anarquez, making his way up towards short. Actually, it looks like he wants to go aggressive. Don't think he can pick up the rifle. No, it's most certainly too far away. But still, it's an opening pick for this CT4 spy.
Yeah, it is. Good way for them to start off this round. Still 4 rifles in play for Finest, so they have the firepower necessary. Movistar Riders have a really nice lean over towards the B side of the map here, courtesy of Death's forward position towards their dash. Flash comes through, they blind it up. Shox isn't, however, so at least he's able to adjust and get the kill. Mopes, though, nice adjustment from him to catch Pleasant up close. I don't think they're going to be expecting the player in the side, especially not with Mopos taking the attention away from the broken wall. This is where Alex needs to get in on the act, and he will be able to get a kill.
Look at the health. Shox 9, Twist 30. At least take Alex, but now he's having to run away and keep that AK into the next round. The Force Buy is going to be successful, Hayes, and we see that so often with the prowess of the Movistar guys, with the Scout and the Deagles and such. And Twist is so far away, he's almost on the opposite side of the map, quite literally, to save that AK-47. Of course, Finest winning the pistol, would have been hoping for a clean lead. That's what they did on the first 2 maps. Hey,
yeah, true.
They had a 3-0 conversion on both the 2 first maps in this series. This time, Movistar's Force Buy is successful.
And look at the Pinnacle betting odds there, 1.56 for Movistar Riders. In the 30th round on Vertigo at 15-14, it was 6-1 in favor of Finest. So a huge contrast as the odds have turned around. Swung hugely back into Movistar Riders' favor as they close it out in overtime. Twist, the only player with the rifle, will get traded out at the bare minimum, but he's lost his life. Now the focus shifts over towards the A side of the map.
It does. It's 4v4 still intact, though. Bomb's going back toward B at the moment. You can see it on the mini-map. There's a bodyguard for that bomb as they go and join up with their teammate at top mid. It's only Anarquez lurking in Palace right now. How long will these Force Buy battles go on? If Movistar win this round, then they'll have broken it at the first attempt, and Finest will have to full eco. What a situation this game is. It's been a real incredible watch, especially map 2. Very enjoyable. Some incredibly exciting moments in that overtime, especially, and leading up to it in those final few rounds. And I mentioned I thought it would be close, and it, as you say, the odds thought the same too, and they were right. That's a lovely pick from Pleasant. Des caught completely off guard there, and a flash towards CT2. WG's in trouble here. Umpires will get 1, thankfully, as they cross toward the site. WG at least comes and helps out, and there we go. They're starting to stabilise, and Shox misses shot, I'm afraid. You will at least quick scope some Pius, but 25 seconds to go. Sure, he switched to the M4, but the bomb is nowhere near.
Yeah, especially with the flank coming through from A ramp. Mopos has actually been spotted, but the problem is there's no time. Even though Shox knows where both these players are, he's going to have to try and bait them out with the fake. He's going to hard commit. That's really ballsy. And at least at the bare minimum, he gets a bit of extra cash for his team to work with going into the next round. But the Force Buy won't be successful. Really nicely played there by Sunpayu's coming through from jungle. He actually almost saved DVG's life towards Ticket Box, right?
Yeah.
Because by getting that kill, he takes all the attention and all the heat off of his teammates, and that allowed for DVG to step out and get a frag as well. So a nice little interplay there between the two of them. And I just want to pose a question to you here, Trav.
Yeah.
Where on earth are Finest's mental at right now when you consider the fact they were down 11-4 on the half at Vertigo, and they brought it back from 11-4 to 15-14 in their favor, taking so much energy to get to that point, to lose at 15-14 after the 3v5, and then lose the game in overtime, and now have to fight on the third map. You know, where do you think they are mentally coming into this decider?
I wish I could give you an accurate insight. I wish I was inside their brains. I mean, I know that they're very smart guys, and so I'd love to learn what they have to say and what they have to think, but yeah, I gotta say, I don't think it's in the best spot. You've just won the pistol, then you've lost the Force Buy, and now you're in this situation as well. They just keep getting knocked down, it feels like. RKS desperately wants the deagle. He dropped his pistol elsewhere so he can pick it up silently, which is smart. But it's not going to mean anything in this round. Some Pius will get one, WG will get another, Deaths will get another 2. Deaths with 3 in total. And yeah, it's they can't be feeling good right now about their chances. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire are sitting in the grand final, watching this game, just licking their lips, saying, yes, guys, punch the stuffing out of each other. Keep hitting back,
Exactly.
keep fighting,
Yeah.
keep using all your mental, keep stressing about this game, and we're going to take you easily in the final. That's what they're thinking.
That is such a good good point there, Trav. That is such a good point. They're just watching this with the biggest smile on their faces. Bleed all your energy. And they're going to have had a good break between their semi-final and the grand final. Had a conversation about how they want to approach it, talk about the veto, even get to watch their potential opponents. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, exactly.
3-1. First full gun round in effect here on Mirage. Movistar Riders looking to try and have control towards middle. Alex in the middle of no man's land. Actually going to end up falling to Blessed. Doesn't really land too much damage either. Deaths at range will get a kill back though and level out the numbers.
Forced a little bit of a rotation coming in toward the murder hole. Mopos is about to have a glance. Twist might catch him, or timing's not going either team's way so far, but he actually will have a little bit of an information play there. Peek toward window, and Anarchist is still trained on it, and look at the timing for Deaths as well. That's not going to work out either. Korea's peeks from Palace at exactly the right time, and now Twist is in window. Spots the gun barrel of Davi G. He's going to try and catch him before he falls back to market, and he does just that. Finest have found a way through. And it leaves some Pius to save the M4. Now, Money's in a spot where they're going to have a full buy in the next round. I think with the AWP as well on some Pius's back. But this is a critical round for Finest, and they've done it with every single one of their players, at least the ones who are alive, getting a kill each.
Yeah. Almost a team ace coming through. But, yeah, it's an important win for Finest in this round, Trav. Just making a statement, right? Bit of a landmark for them. Obviously, it's not a super massive round for them to win, but it's just making a statement by winning this first gun round here on the T side. Does look like Sunpius will successfully fight to keep himself alive here in the round. Finest don't want to throw too much at him and continue to do that. It's not like they've got a magnificent economy, but it is just a one-round deficit between these two teams.
The odds really tell the tale. They've been sort of at this level the entire game. There was one moment where Finest were 15-14 up and they had about 4 odds at that live moment, but yeah, it's they've really been inseparable. What I will say is that it makes sense, because the way the veto worked out in the very beginning of the game, it sort of told the tale of a very close game. The first map didn't necessarily provide all the excitement, and the second map really delivered. And now I'm going to have to see what the third map has for us. The early start has left Finest with a pistol round win, a loss against the force buy, but at least a really good gun round victory there. And it gives them some foundation to build off of. Yes. It's always hard to say those 2 words in a row.
That's true. Just one letter between them. It was quite an aggressive hold, though, from Movistar Riders in towards middle in that previous round. So it's not like it was their standard vanilla hold that, you know, if that hold's not working, then you're in trouble. It was sort of something out of the ordinary that they were trying. Sunpius wisely readjusts his position as he was exposed towards... that was such a beautiful shot there, just the way that he repositions himself. Ducks down, gets the kill towards Palace, and it's a 4 versus 5 as a result.
Sunpius getting his AWP straight away, and really already showing up how important that is. Sunpius versus Anarchist has been a fascinating one so far, and that's a really nice adjustment from Pleasant actually with the M4. And Shocks is going to remove that AWP from the equation, but not before he takes Anarchist with him. But that's a really nice find from Shock. Death has gone down. Now Mopos needs to fight out. He gets one. And look at the line being held by Davi G. It might not matter anymore. Mopos has done the heavy lifting here. Pleasant is 1v2 with 20 seconds to go. The bomb is very much obtainable. He will grab it. He won't even fake it. I'll get it down as quickly as possible. Mopos and Davi G both have kits, even an incendiary, even a smoke, even a flash. They have everything they need to retake this one. Molotov in already, but Pleasant's repositioned towards Sandwich, and that could be pretty good. Will they expect this at all? Mopos is going to have a little glance at it. Spots player crossing toward triple. Doesn't expect it. It's a very laboured spray there on the first. and that means it's easy for daviG. We'll grab the AWP as well, and that will give Movistar a 2-round lead again.
Yeah, exactly as you say there, that laboured spray costs him because as soon as the second player peeks out, there's just no time for him to be able to adjust. He was always going to get traded out there by daviG, who picks up the AWP, looks for utility as well. And it's going to be Movistar Riders who get straight back on the horse after losing that 5th round and maintain their lead here in the game. Money's still pretty good here for Finest, but the standard hold comes good for Movistar Riders. So now the question is, do they just keep up with that approach, or are we going to see them looking to get Kucha towards middle again?
Let's see. This is their last buy, so they need to make it worth. They have a Mac 10 on Kriaz as well, off the back of it. Shocks. He's making a solo play toward ramp. That's surprising. And little do you know that Alex could have swung him at any point there while he had that Molotov out. So they're not aware of that position right now, but look at Twist. He's through the murder hole already, and this seems to have gone completely unchecked. Completely unchecked.
Oh, no.
I tell a lie. What a timing from daviG. Wow. I really thought for a second he was about to be behind the B players, and that's completely cancelled Finest's plan. Look, they were bringing the bomb toward B. They might still go B ultimately, but imagine they could have had a clear sight if they didn't check Twist there.
No, exactly. When you get a backstab in that situation as the T player, it's almost a guaranteed round win. Now Sunfires is going to get called into action. Collateral, do you let both of the players play? Doesn't kill either of them. Okay. Shocks gets a frag as he clears, but it's been Mopaz who mops up towards apartments. Great multi-kill coming through from him. Won't be able to finish off the sequence, but there's more than enough time here for daviG to just walk out, deny the plants, and seal the deal in the round.
Yep, and pick up a free AWP as well. It's not just a free AWP, it's a tasty Desert Hydra as well. That's worth a few bob. But yeah, it's a critical one for Movistar Riders. It breaks the economy of Team Finest at just the right time as well. And yeah, as you say, there was a huge opening for Twist there, but daviG just gave it a look. It's like the communication came through at the last second to say, guys, you know, window's not being watched right now. Something could have happened, and lo and behold, he checks it perfectly. Now it's just pistols for Finest to face with, and they only really have one or two of significant threat. 2 Deagles, the rest are P250s and a Glock.
Yeah, it should be a clean round. More about how many players can Movistar Riders keep alive. Debs is farming them towards ramp. Nice little triple kill coming through for him. Wouldn't want to lose any further players, and they won't. Successful anti-eco round coming through for the Spaniards. They start to tear ahead. Trav, I can't actually remember an instance where Movistar Riders... Okay, the first half on Vertigo, I suppose, was the only time they've had any sense of domination or complete control of the game, where they went up 11-4. You think about Inferno, that was almost Finest for the majority of it, with Movistar Riders fighting from behind. And obviously for the second half Vertigo, they really didn't show up at all. But great start to Mirage here for Movistar Riders.
It's a really important one as well. They're pulling away at just the right time. Finest, they're going to need to make sure they get a couple of rounds on the board here just to settle themselves a little bit. They can't afford to lose the half convincingly. They've shown they can come back before, but again, is another matter. And daviG, oh, the timing on Shocks. Poor old Shocks. Big shadow advantage now for daviG. And that is unlucky. Shocks is looking between 2 different angles there and tasked with looking for info at pallet and ramp. And in the meantime, that forces Finest to look for a pick toward B, and Sunfires is already here. It's looking very clean at the moment for Movistar.
Yeah, lovely angle being taken up by Sunfires, but Anarcha is at least able to get the trade on his teammates. However, he doesn't expect Deaths to be right there, raring and ready to go. Deaths even going to add another to his tally. Beautiful timing on the repeat there. Pleasant thinking he's just going to try and preserve his life, and that leads to him catching Pleasant completely off guard. 6-2, about to be 7-2, and this was an all-important gun round as well, Trav. So things starting to get out of control really quickly here for Finest, particularly when you consider that the only rounds they've won so far was the pistol round, and then the first gun round where Movistar Riders were trying something out of the ordinary with that double stack in towards middle, and it didn't work out. Anytime Movistar Riders have, played some sort of a semblance of a standard hold on the CT side here, Finest haven't been able to crack them.
Yeah, spot on. And Finest will call a timeout to give it a bit of a discussion. It's the right time to do it. They've only won 1 of the past 8 rounds. That's not a good look. Movistar will be feeling very comfortable right now. Did you see that Death's knife there, the Slaughter classic knife, is called Red Moustache? Wonder what that's in a reference to. Maybe it's the pattern.
If anybody watching might know. Maybe, actually. I feel like... Is it a Slaughter?
It is a Slaughter, yeah.
Yeah. Must be. I mean, I know that... Listen, like, patterns on Slaughters, people see... the third dimension. You can come up with anything you want.
Yeah, let's not get into what some patterns people see. Let's leave that for a different stream.
Yeah. We know the one that Sippel was looking for.
Yes, we do. We do very much. Marpoz has got the boost up to face the pistols toward B. He could be about to face pretty strongly. Molotov will have to come down. He only just gets it down before he jumps away. There's a little bit of pressure now, actually, but Shox actually sits in that Molotov solely to kill Mopoz. And posthumously, Mopoz will actually get that kill. And actually, Davig's been run down by Twist. Now they're dinking toward the player on shore, and this is getting out of hand. And out of nowhere, literally nowhere, everyone's died, Hayes. Everyone's dead. It's round over.
That was a bit of a twist in the round. I mean, speaking of him, he got 3 kills. Beautiful frags as well. I love the lack of hesitation there. They were clinical and ruthless in their approach on that B bomb site. As you say, Shox opting to trade 1 for 1. I think that's totally worth it. Look at that kill from Twist without X-ray. It's actually really tough to spot Davig, but still preemptively spots him out, gets the kill, and he was just on a tear. 3 kills in quick succession for Twist. Breathes life into Finest's campaign here. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, Anarquez announcing his presence. He's going to continue to charge forward. Sunpire shuts him down. 4 versus 3 ensues. A lot of time left on the clock, but Finest have control of the A bomb site, and there's no response. I think this round's over, Trav.
That was insane. I mean, Anarquez just literally charges up mid, wins the duel against the window player. They can't communicate that fast enough to the player on triple on A, and he just picks them immediately. And that is the call, even though Anarquez charges towards short, to get that bomb over toward the A site. They know it's clear. There's rarely more than a player connector and a player on triple in those sort of scenarios. They'd have just one player to face, if that. 1 or 0. So they find it's clear, they find it's open, and just like that, off the back of Anarquez, literally holding W with the sniper rifle. That's what he's great at. Finest are closing the gap ever further, and it forces Movistar to save, because their money is not in a good place at all.
No. I mean, there's actually a conversation that could be had as to whether they're going to be committing to the buy in this next round or not. I mean, they could drop SMGs, and normally when you've got 3 guns, especially with the double AWP, you probably want to commit to an investment around these weapons. Having said that, $2,400 round loss bonus means they can definitely afford M4s and armor in the next round, and it appears as though that's what they're going to opt for. Give themselves sort of a fighting chance in this round and secure a gun round in the next, instead of going for the super gambly play. It does look like Finest have found some flair. You know, I wonder if that was inspired off of their B rush. Anarquez was very aggressive in the round immediately afterwards, wasn't he?
Exactly. He really does put his team on his back sometimes, doesn't he, Anarquez? Sure, he can have quiet games, he can have quite significant errors, but so often he's so powerful winning rounds on his own. But this is a bit scary. They're walking into Sunpire's assault for free, and Deaths, with the USP only under Balk, is getting faced and getting kills. Can you believe it? Davig's rifle's here too. And Finest are failing right now.
Well, it doesn't even matter what this round started off as, because now it's a 2v4, could even be a 2v3, doesn't matter because there's 3 players with rifles, or at least guns here for Movistar Riders, 2 AWPs in play. It's to be Anarquez to try and make a move to give them away into the round. What that move is, though, is a different conversation altogether. It's going to be a boost up on stairs. I like this a lot. Shots going on an excursion, but Mopoz. Not missing a big great shot from him. Anarquez not even going to have an opportunity to preserve his life. Movistar Riders just won an eco. Sure, there were a few safe guns in the mix, but no investment into the round, and they keep 4 players alive. That is devastating for Finest chances here on Mirage.
Yeah, that is a... They were just about ready to build up a run, weren't they? If they'd taken down that round, sure, it's not the easiest one in the world, is it? Like, you still have 2 rifles and an AWP, for goodness sake, but it's one that maybe you'd expect a little bit of a stronger performance against than that. And you can see the Movistar players right now discussing it, saying, we've just got away with one here. We now need to take advantage of this and push through to a great half scoreline. And their beautiful team house there. Deaths has got the eyebrows, which makes him look surprised 99% of the time. Bless him.
I mean,
it's like he's constantly flashed. IRL.
In South Africa, there's a lot of people draw their eyebrows on, and
yeah.
I always wonder, like, do you wake up and decide how you're feeling in the morning? Like, I'm angry, so I'm gonna draw angry eyebrows on. Like, how do you decide? I don't know. Either way, Pleasant should fall into the HE grenade combo with the AK. No, somehow to stay alive, barely any HP. If the second comes through and brings him down to 4, Pleasant is living on borrowed time right now, but he's alive and kicking. That's what matters. APG with the second AWP will connect on a nice shot there to take down shots.
Yeah, that's a real good change up, having the op toward B. The secondary, of course, now it actually does show up for a frag. So many Molotovs, completely ruining the tyres of the van on the edge of the site there, but with those Molotovs faded, it's going to reposition to that van spot, and that could be a solid position to play from if they think it's clear after those Molotovs have come in. As you say, Pleasant low for so long, low instantly into this round basically. He'll be given the AWP to try and find something. Maybe hold the line while his teammates with the rifles spread out toward A perhaps. But right now, this looks like a Movistar 9th. They've already confirmed their lead on the half. Kriaz holding the angle, waiting for someone just to make an error, but I very much doubt Movistar are going to give away a man advantage here. There are 2 players on B for this play coming in. With 20 seconds to go, they're going to pop.
Oh, angle's good, misses the shot though. Lopez towards the van. Can't really do much because of the smoke that's impeding his vision. And Kriaz has been able to work his way around the site. Barely any time, and the bomb's dropped towards van. So that's a consolation frag at best from Kriaz, because he now needs to shift his focus to retrieving the C4. There's still DVG to play with behind the broken wall as well. Man, oh man, Movistar Riders, aren't they just making fantastic decisions right now? Working so wonderfully as a unit as well. 9-4. What's the economic situation looking like right now for Finest? It's bleak, but enough to salvage a buy. Lose this though, 11-4 looms.
Yeah, and it really does loom in front of them as well. It's a big dark shadow. Look at all these grenades coming in toward top mid. How on earth he survived that, I'll never know. Dodging them. It's a lovely camera angle to see it happen, actually. Great replay. Appreciate it, guys. But
yeah, shout out to our observers, Lanchemi and Mata.
Absolutely.
Mata working in tandem.
What I will say is that Finals will wish they could replay that round entirely, I think.
Yes.
That did not go well. And look at this. Mopos has a play. Oh, he has a play. Anarchis is
They've
setting up util. Shox is setting up util as well. There's one. Bomb drop. That's all the information Mopos needs. He can just run away. Bomb spotted. Every single idea that Finest have in this round has just been telegraphed. Davig is under pressure, but the rotations are coming in. Some Pius is here. Mopos are re-aggressive for another kill. And there are 2 kills in response. But some Pius still has that line, as I said, and it re-drops the bomb. What do they do about this? They have to cross and get it. Oh, it's dangerous. Thankfully, there's a bit of utility up. Now they can take some long-range duels. Alex, oh, he gets caught on the bricks. Some poor movement there. And now this round's back on.
Deaths, does he try and phase through the smoke? Both of the players in towards market right now for Movistar Riders. Sunpires with the AWP, Deaths with the rifle nade. Yeah, does a chunk of damage, and it's going to be Kriaz who gets the kill. Means Death has to clutch, and they know exactly where he is. Huge damage done to Pleasant, but it's not going to matter. Kriaz steps out and gets an integral frag. And with that, Finest close out the round and secure themselves a 5th at the bare minimum here in the half.
It's like we're living in opposite day right now. I don't actually know when opposite day is in the year, but this one was an opposite round. Every single thing went in the CT's favour until they got the site. Look at that wallbang from Kriaz there. That was a really nice find. Doesn't even face the AWP straight up.
Yeah.
He just sprays him down through the wood as if to say, listen, I know you're there, I'll give it a try, and it works. And that's a critical frag in retaining that round as well, and retaining that site hold. And despite dropping the bomb early on, Movistar there, and getting all that intel, they somehow managed a way to lose the round. And some great frags from Finest keep them in touch. Last round of the half coming in. 9-6 is a possibility.
What I will say is, yeah, if Finest get a 6th round here, Trav, they're almost the happier of the 2 teams going into the second half based on where this game was at one point. Maybe neutral, but 6 rounds on the T side, yeah, they'll take that considering they were down and out at one point. Can they find that all-important 6th round? Numbers on Catwalk right now as they transition themselves in towards this B bomb site. There's one player in apartments. Oh no! There's no information or communication. It's actually a bit of a fake towards A. Finest threw so much utility over towards that side that Mobius just nonchalantly jumps out of apartments, but straight into his death he flies. And I don't think there's any way for Movistar Riders to salvage this one.
No, it looks like 9-6 actually is going to happen. Of course, there's utility to throw in. That's going to be a pretty decent grenade, and it will take Kriaz out of the round. They do have a couple of flashes and a smoke as well, but Twist has got a nice off angle towards short. The flash will be to clear out ladder room, not to clear out the main part of the site, and that's a really smart reposition from Twist. That's years of experience coming into play there. They already flashed it out, realised he wasn't there, and they found him. And it's a brilliant hold from Team Finest. They get their 6th, and they've really seemed to have recovered well mentally in this last map of the series. Last half to come, Hayes. One more half in the second semi-final before we find our grand final lineup.
I mean, at least it's lived up to the name of a semi-final, right? It's given us a highly entertaining matchup. We've had drama, we've had clutches, we've had overtime, we've had heartbreak, we've had jubilation, we've had the full spectrum of emotions so far here in this best of 3 series. And this is only the appetizer. We've got the grand final, the main course that's going to be coming up after this. Eternal Fire waiting in the wings. Who will they play is the question. This last half is going to be determining exactly that. And Movistar Riders are moving into this B-side with pace.
They are. A lot more pace than I think Movistar were necessarily wanted to do. They can't hit the shots as well at the moment, Finest. That's some very risky USP taps. That duel continuing to be taken, and Anarchist has just been absolutely rolled there by that Glock on the run. Alex does at least get one back, and just give them a 4v3. And with the health, as we said, I think this may be beyond Team Finest in this one. Movistar just going for a very basic B rush with a bit of utility. It can be so powerful. It's so difficult to hit those jumping players jumping out of apartments. And you only have a couple of players there. And saving the Kevlar is going to be the order of the day, I think.
Wow, okay. I mean, really important pistol round for Movistar Riders to win, I feel like, Trav, because if Finest win that, it's almost back to even keel when you consider the standing of the game. Not going to be able to save his armor. Will Pleasant finally falls. But points in case is that, yeah, Movistar Riders, I feel like they definitely needed that, you know, to keep their ascendancy here on Mirage. Having a look at their statistics, it's actually the CT side where Movistar Riders find majority of their rounds, 63% win rate compared to a 45% win rate on their T side. As for Finest, they sport also a near 60% win rate on their CT side, so we certainly shouldn't be counting them out of this one.
Yeah, that tells the tale of the CT meta, doesn't it, really, at this stage? But, yeah, that's a really nice pistol, and a really important one as well, just to settle them down after losing a couple of those rounds, as you said, at the end of the first half. 9-6 was probably not as good as they were hoping. They need to get over this round first, and that's a lovely scout hard shot from Anarquez. And Mopos needs to do the heavy lifting. He takes down one of the other scouts. That's a really nice frag, and they're recovering the situation really well here at Movistar. The Spanish team picking up their balls and peeking the scouts straight up, saying, listen, we're not letting you do any more here.
Yeah, exactly. And it was also looking like a really rough situation for Movistar Riders, right? So the fact that they just take that initiative and make those plays to get the round back in their team's favor is wonderful. And Alex hits a nice shot there to take down Kriaz. Pretty much puts the finishing touches onto the round. Oh, God. I can't help but think back to that 15-14, 5 versus 3, Trav. Finest had the 5v3 last round of Vertigo.
I'm thinking about it too.
Should have been casting a grand final right now if they didn't bottle it.
Exactly. This is going to be a one that might come back to haunt them in their nightmares a little bit for quite a long time, I feel like. I get the impression,
because
anyway.
they also don't get any cash, right?
Yeah.
Losing here in the semi-final, you go home empty-handed. Had they won that 5v3, they banked 20k at the bare minimum. That's USD, baby.
Yeah, and that's, for a team like Finest, that is a big payday. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, I'd imagine it's something along the lines of, you know, a decent amount of portion of that per player, with a small chunk going to the organisation.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe, I think I'm right in saying that Finest have relocated to Monaco. Is that right? I remember reading that somewhere. Someone in chat can correct me.
There we go.
Someone in chat can tell me. Yeah, they will, if I'm wrong. But I do remember reading something about the Finest HQ being in Monaco now, so it's okay. If they find a way to lose this game, they can go and chill and watch the Monaco Grand Prix at some point, maybe.
Oh,
the organisation.
Feel like that would be an amazing opportunity. Right now, the opportunity that presents itself is a potential 12-6 scoreline for Movistar Riders when you consider the weaponry they have to go up against. And Narquez lands a tag, but in the process, he's been brought down to just 1 point of health.
Yeah, that's hard.
Impressive the way Movistar Riders were able to navigate their way through that situation in the previous round. They didn't get flustered, right? Once those scouts found 2 quick picks and put them in a 5v3, they still just kept their heads down, committed to the plan, and almost made that round look easy. It's kind of a testament to the team's mental fortitude. And now they're going to transition in towards B.
I completely agree with you. It really shows their experience and why they're a top 20 team and why they've beaten the teams they have beaten in the past in various events, such as G2 and stuff like that. Maybe he just spots the arm of Kriaz there and realizes I probably shouldn't peek with a flash out. So gets his gun out and takes the frag, and that will be round over. It's going to be 12-6 Movistar Riders. They might have a free AK there for Shocks, but that's probably the only thing they're going to have. Maybe an important save, because at least they'll have a gun, so they have full range to buy up all the utility they want into the next round. But yeah, as you say, it's absolutely right. The factor of them being a huge chance to get that money, as you say, and the 20k coming for second place is absolutely unbelievable. But of course, the main prize pool overall is 100k, isn't it? And it's 80k for the winner, and 20k for second place. That is the knockout format of this Pinnacle Cup once we get past the Swiss stage. And yeah, it will be a pretty fascinating to see if they can bring it through. Timeout coming in for Finest. It has to be one of the conversations of their life to come back from here, I'd imagine. Unfortunately, my co-caster Hayes is having a bit of a problem with his internet, but we'll get him back soon. Don't worry about it, guys. I've got you. I've got you in the palm of my hand. If you want to be there, of course. I won't force myself on it. But yeah, first 3 rounds of the half for Movistar from 9-6 to 12-6. So critical to settle them down. Here are the Finest player cams. Anarquez, the grandfather. And you just get the impression that maybe at the back of their minds, they're looking at this and thinking about that 15-13 that Hayes so rightly mentioned. Alex toward mid, looking to get a peek over the top of connector. Twist in window. He's on the line. Ready to see if someone just jumps into window on the edge there. It's a possibility. But at the moment, Movistar are making their way up connector, and they're up connector a bit farther than Finest were expecting. And Arcus is looking at it, but he's missed a critical opening shot. That could be problematic. And Shocks will get the opening kill, but it's a 2v2 on that site take. And it's a very, very tight battle in window. It needs to have a trade from Pleston, and he only just makes it happen. And in the meantime, Kriaz on that secondary AWP has taken Mopoz out. So actually, Finest have a 2v1 here. And it's all down to Davi G. This is a very, very doable clutch. With Pleston on 9 health and Kriaz on the AWP. I'm not sure he has a rifle to switch to as of yet. When does Davi G choose to swing here? He will at some point, I'm sure. The arm might be spotted before. Needs to be worried. Oh, he's going to take out a grenade. That's the time for W to swing, surely. There it is. There's one kill. And now it's all down to Kriaz. Where is he? Does he know where he's coming from? Well, he's going to know now. He spots the utility coming from CT. Flash coming over the top. Kriaz will peek with a pistol out and not the AWP. And I think he's made it happen. What about that? Kriaz trusting his P250. And what a huge round that could prove to be. Keeping Finest alive. Unbelievable. Imagine trusting your sidearm when you have the AWP at that stage. In the end, Davi G will be looking back at that and saying, oh, I've whiffed that one. I've whiffed that one. And he'll be upset with himself. That could have been one of the final nails in the finest coffin, it has to be said. And Movistar will call a timeout off the back of that. Decide what their next play is. In their team compound. Lovely lighting, it has to be said. Especially behind the wall there. Looks like a lovely place to be. Packet of crisps on the left. Little drink. Living the life. And they'll be living the life in America coming up soon. It would not surprise me if they're flying out either tonight or tomorrow morning for IEM Dallas. So, yeah, it's going to be fantastic for them to have that opportunity at a big event in America. The first LAN outside of EU in a very long time. Marquez. Oh, actually, Kriaz is going past the smoke here. This could be a play. daviG, he's in it. Is Kriaz. Twist gets an opening as well. And Twist doing so much damage will take the attention away from Kriaz. And that's a beautiful play from Finest. Mopos and Deaths. Out of nowhere, 2v5. Didn't know what happened to them. And I'll tell you what. It's going to be a clean round for Team Finest by the looks of it. 2 for Twist. 2 for Kriaz. Deaths is stuck behind a smoke in TV room as well. There's not much you can do about this. Might have to save the AK, actually. I mean, ideally, he'd really want to do some damage to the economy here. But that's the... probably going to be pretty difficult for him, considering I think everyone knows where he is. With the bomb dropped in mid as well, there's nothing really he can do with this. My co-caster will be back soon, guys. No worries. He's just resetting his internet right now. I hope he will return. For now, you've got me. Hope you're enjoying the cast. Especially the first 2 maps are absolute banger. I know a lot of you will have been waiting for Eternal Fire to appear again. Eternal Fire, of course, made the grand final earlier today. As Shox finishes the round. And yeah, there's obviously a plethora of Turkish fans in chat waiting for Eternal Fire in the grand final, and I know you guys are very excited for that. Eternal Fire have a great chance and a big payday coming up tonight. And occasionally it feels like the entirety of Turkey is in chat. But I can see the passion and respect it for sure. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing them in that grand final. Eternal Fire will be loving what they're seeing right now, watching Movistar and Finest beat each other up, continuing to stress out about this game. This one shouldn't be too stressful. It should be a free round for Finest. It's a lovely spin from Shox. Actually gets 3 kills from that. Really nice hold. I know it's against pistols, against unarmored pistols as well, but it's a really good hold there to spin on a dime like he did. Spray transfer for all 3 of them. Finest have a lifeline still. We start on the next buy coming into this round. Some Pious back on his AWP, and I think that's a dink there through a wall toward an Arquez. He's already down to 11. And that's going to be problematic for the rest of this round for Finest. Oh, Mopos sees that flash coming from a mile away and gives it a little stare before it explodes. Mopos actually advanced closer towards the side, and that's going to be unexpected, I think. daviG has taken Pleasant. That's a pick back in response, and Anarchis is staring toward that spot right now, knowing that he's toward that short position. He wants to face him right now. He wants to swing. But he's not doing so as of yet. Worried about the B apartments as well. 4v4 at least for Finest. They're still in the round, but they're so low on 2 players. WG is making a play, but Kriaz wins the duel, a critical one as well. And now they're going to be going toward B, right into the scope of Anarkes. Sunpice just about avoids that first one, and he gets a quick scope as he drops toward the site as well. That's the AWP gone, and he almost transfers to take Twist, but not to be. Twist gets 3 kills. He's really stepped up as Twist after that poor performance on Vertigo. He was very quiet on Vertigo. But now he's equal top fragging. I say equal top fragging. Shock says 16, but he's almost top fragging for the Finest side. And he's getting his team back into the game right now. The gap is only 2, guys. Only 2. And that will put Movistar back to pistols again. 3 Tech 9s, a Deagle, and a P250. And out they come, bounding out the ramp on A. And Finest are actually playing this one very smartly. They're playing a full 5v5 retake here. Allowing the plant isn't really a big deal. They only have money to buy in the next round anyway, so just let them go and play the retake. Sure, it can be nerve-wracking, and that's a miss from Anarkes, and he won't be allowed to shoot for a second time. Sunpice takes him out. Kriaz, it's a player close, burning, and that Molotov will finish him off. Pleasant coming through jungle, has a Tech 9 close range to face, but he pre-fires him. Really good find. And he'll take Alex as well. They've calmed down the situation. Have Finest. And Deaths is going to try and win this round with a P250 alone. Looking for damage, but he can't even get 1 kill. That's the way it goes with just a pistol. And Finest, guys, have closed the gap to 1. Can you believe it? That's 5 in a row now on CT. And Movistar have to be nervy right now. Flash for WG. Over mid. Shocks on the angle. Pious. Oh, that's a lovely angle to hold for the stairs swing. And his counterpart Orpa Anarkes is dropped. That's an opening pick that Movistar have been desperate for in the recent rounds. Right now, Finest are sticking with 1 toward B. 1 sort of lurking around mid, and then 2 on A. 1 looking toward Palace, 1 underneath the Balk, as you can see on the minimap right there. Movistar have had many a 5v4 in their career. This is one of the most important for them. And that from underpass. To group up together. Pleasant on the line. Gets the first headshot. It's a really big one as well, but he's being pinched from short. And that's a really big trade from WG. But Kriaz is here on the secondary AWP as well. And that's a beautiful flick up to find him. 16 seconds to go. Sunpice has to peek him and does. What a fantastic find that is. But Twist could be about to deny the bomb plant. That's a big miss from Sunpice. But look at the time. The bomb's on the site with 5 seconds to go. And Twist could be about to win this round for his team. He hears the footsteps and he survives to finish it off. Even takes Alex down after time as well. Humongous clutch from Twist. He's put his team on his back at the end of this map. And the end of this best of 3. How about that? In the end, Kriaz with 2 big shots on the AWP. He gets punished for the reface as Sunpice stops him. But Twist stares at the clock at the top of his screen, stares at it, realises there's only 5 seconds to go and he can play around the short pillar. Alex can't chase him down to win the round. And now he has $800 for the next one after dying after time. Can you believe that? What a time to die after time. Could that be a nail? Halfway into the Movistar coffin. Finest. They had this game. They had it wrapped up. They had a 5v3 at 15-14 on Vertigo. They could have taken it 2-0. As it is, they're now in pole position against a half-buy. And the boost on the site is perfectly timed as well. Twist goes unchecked. Twist takes 2 in the end, looking for a third. He pre-fires for that third as well. And Twist has increased his kills to 20. Just like that. Absolutely fantastic performance so far from Twist. As I said, had a really poor Vertigo. But has stepped up hard for his team on this one. Movistar struggling on this T side. Round 26. Full buy for both teams. Movistar, after that half buy, I guess you could call it, in the previous round, unfortunately, couldn't get much damage done, and now they're left with this critical buy, and that's a solo peak from Mopoz. A solo peak. Gets double swung connector. Davy will try and creep up and at least recover the round to an even situation. But look at this. Twist and Shocks are both here. Funnily enough, if Davy just walked through jungle right now, he might get both of them in the back. But of course, he can't know that. Shocks in position. Davy to face connector and face jungle, but in the end it's only a 1-for-1, and Anarchis is in position as well. Alex needs this frag, and he actually gets Twist. What a big frag that could prove to be. Friaz is whiffing. Oh my goodness, that could almost have been a disaster. But he gets away with it. Great flash from Alex, but he switches to the AK on the floor to try and get an insta frag. But he doesn't hit the few bullets required. And look at the money for Movistar Riders with Finest on 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds in a row for Finest. And the odds for Movistar as well. You can see how much they've swung in Finest's favour. What do you do if you're the Spanish side here? You can buy on 2 players, but only just. What a huge decision to have to make at this stage of the game. Eternal Fire, waiting, raring to go in the grand final. They'll be licking their lips watching this. They'll be gleaning all the information on whichever opponent they face. And look at the buy they're going with in this one. 1 rifle. Actually, the rifle on Mopoz is on the player without Kevlar right now. That's an interesting decision. They have enough cash to buy up in the next round, I believe. They got full loss, obviously. This is still a scary round for Finest. But when Anarchis is hitting shots and can fall back to safety, then it's all good. Shocks will peek the bench smoke as well, and even taking damage to the fire and flames doesn't matter. Gets 2 kills. And it's Mopoz with that glass cannon Galil to be stopped by Anarchis, and there's Kriaz on the angle. Oh boy, Finest, what a run to put together right when you needed it. Unbelievable performance. And they're 1 round away from the grand final against Eternal Fire and a guaranteed $20,000. Movistar need 3 in a row. Already in the opening stages of round 28. Look at the damage done to Sampayas. More grenades coming in. Even more. Plessen and Anarches combined with the damage to take that frag, and Shocks on the other AWP as well. It was Kriaz on the secondary earlier. Now it's Shocks. 5v3 for Finest. 2 more players to find now as Twist takes Mopos. Surely they can't find a way to lose a 5v2. There's Pleasant on the elevated angle in mid, and Alex must be wondering what on earth has happened. Finest recover after an insane series to take map 3 and go through to the grand final of the Pinnacle Cup and a guaranteed $20,000. Look at the happy faces on the Team Finest side. They're absolutely delighted. What a win for them. That is not one I expected at all. We spoke about it. The 5v3 they had on Vertigo to win the series. They fell by the wayside. They lost overtime 19-17. They've pulled themselves together and they've won the best of 3. Absolutely unbelievable. What a performance. I'm so impressed with the mental fortitude, how to come back from such a crushing second map loss when you were only 3 kills away from making the final straight up without even needing the third map. But they step up. That's an insane run. I think it ends off at 10 rounds in a row to end off that series. Absolutely unbelievable. And they get a chance now to play Eternal Fire in the grand final for $80,000. For an organisation like Finest, that is massive. For both these two teams, actually. Eternal Fire and Finest, it's massive. But yeah. I mean, an incredible game. I can only have to apologise for the lack of my co-caster. Unfortunately, his internet has dropped out. It happens to the best of us. But yeah. It was an insane one to cover, and I'm really glad I got the chance to. It was a really fun game, and I will be here as well for the grand final too. At least whether it's with Hayes or not, I don't know. But here's the bracket. You can see exactly how this tournament's gone down. It's been a very long time coming, of course. This tournament started before the major. And as you can see, the playoffs in front of you. How Finest have got to this position. Team Finest started in the group stage of this event. Not even the Swiss stage. They weren't even a Swiss stage invite. They had to qualify for the Swiss stage. And they've got their way all the way to the grand final. Can you believe it? Fantastic performance against Team Spirit. They deserve their spot here after beating a team of that caliber. They comfortably pushed TYLOO aside in the invite stage. And now they've beaten their second invited team, Movistar Riders, as well. Here is how Eternal Fire got here. Beating, in the invite stage, SKADE 16-11, 16-14, and ECSTATIC earlier today, 19-17, 16-12. And it will be those two teams in the grand final to play for that grand prize and the title of champions of the Pinnacle Cup. And the last Pinnacle Cup for a while as well, if I'm not mistaken. You have that Pinnacle Cup Championship coming up on LAN, but neither of those two teams will be in attendance. So, absolutely incredible performance. What I can say is that I can only hope you guys stick around for the grand final, because Finest are going to be full of confidence. Absolutely brimming with it. And I have a great shot against Eternal Fire. They might be tired, sure, against Eternal Fire at this stage. Eternal Fire have been sitting waiting for ages. But, yeah, it's an insane performance, and they can only be absolutely delighted with it. I believe at some point we will have an interview with Anarches pre-grand final as well, so we can get his thoughts on how that map went down and how that series went down. A lot of questions I can be asking him, of course. He had that insane Vertigo ace as well on the AWP on CT side as we headed toward the end of toward the business end of that second map. And, yeah, an absolutely brilliant performance. And I know a lot of you in chat are waiting for Eternal Fire. I'm looking at the chat on my right-hand side right now and saying, of course, there are plenty of Turkish fans in. It's going to be absolutely banging when Eternal Fire get in the server and we have a grand final to play. It's been a pleasure to cast that one for you. And, yeah, only a few minutes an hour away from Anarches being available, if he does want to be available anyway, of course, because he's just had a stressful, long series. So, absolutely unreal. And I can only think that for Team Finest at this stage, they have to consider this tournament a massive success. They made changes recently. I mean, I'm just going to run through it for you right now. They beat a team. Oh, okay. I'm not going to run it through you because Anarkes is ready. We get the chance to talk to one of the players who just pulled up one of the upsets of the day. Here we go. Anarkes, hello, my friend.
Hello,
Massive
hello.
congratulations on beating and getting through to the grand final as well. What a performance from you guys. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, it's insane, I must say. It's really good results after all of the losses we had, and suddenly in Pinnacle, it's like everything is working out. I don't know, like we're playing insane CS, I must say.
And you're playing insane CS as well. That ace on Vertigo was absolutely fantastic. How did you pick yourself up after losing Vertigo? Because that must have been a crushing loss after having that 5v3 at 15-14. How confident were you going into Mirage?
I think we were confident pretty much, like said to ourselves like, yeah, whatever, we lost this, we kind of choked it, but whatever, like this is new map, this is new rounds, like everything is new, so basically just need to come back like stronger and we will come back to shit again, so yeah.
Absolutely. So what are your thoughts on your grand final opponents, Eternal Fire? How confident do you feel? You know it's going to be a tough game, but what are your thoughts on that matchup?
They're a really tough opponent, I must say. I think we have a chance though, like, come on, like, we beat right now two teams like Spirit, Movistar Riders, like, that's like insane result, I must say. And I think we have a pretty good chance, so that's just like about us, if we will bring our game again. So yeah, we can do it.
Absolutely, and I wish you the best of luck for it. I won't keep you any longer because of course you have to prepare for that grand final, so thank you very much for the interview and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, lovely to hear from Anarkes there. You can tell he's feeling confident, can't you? And you can tell he's ready and raring to go at a shot for 80 grand. $80,000 in the grand final. What a chance for this team to make something happen. Of course, as I said, the recent changes they made, it seemed to be incredibly successful, beating teams, as Anarkes so rightly said. Spirit and Movistar are two brilliant scalps, and they'll be absolutely rocketing in the rankings, I'm sure, after that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to a break, and when I'm back, we'll be going for a grand final of the Pinnacle Cup, the 4th edition of it. Hopefully I'll have a co-caster in tow. We'll have to see, but I'll definitely be back. See you guys soon.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup. We have a grand final to cast and it should be an absolute banger. Unfortunately my co-caster Hayes, he's had to drop out. His internet is a cruel mistress sometimes. That's what he gets for living in South Africa. I jest of course, but I have a worthy replacement alongside me in Fi. It's been a long time since we've casted together, but we do have some good experience, so I can't wait to get into this one, my friend.
I'm super excited. A grand final, two teams you might not have expected to make it into the grand final from their respective brackets. We're taking this one between Team Finest and Eternal Fire, the winner fighting for $80,000. And let's go ahead and just take a look at how these teams kind of made it to this portion of the bracket. I think Team Finest definitely made the rounds on Twitter when they took down major semifinalist Team Spirit, but man, have they continued that momentum.
They have, exactly. I mean, that was an insane result. They backed it up, of course. I mean, it was a rough one. It was a very close game, 16-13, 19-17, but then they played the invitee, TYLOO. That was an easy one for Team Finest, and then we just saw earlier on that ridiculous performance against Movistar Riders, coming back from a heartbreaker, a loss on Vertigo, to clinch it on Mirage. And you can see Eternal Fire's path through as well. A little bit easier, but still close matches on both the invite quarterfinal stage and the semi-final against SKADE earlier today. But they're here for a reason, and they have their shot alongside Team Finest, as you can see, at that grand prize of $80,000.
Yeah, that is what they're looking for here. Grand prize as well as invites to all the upcoming Pinnacle lands. That is huge stuff for these teams, at least competing internationally. Both of these teams are have sort of been grinding it out at this tier of play for so long, and now they have their big opportunity, Trav.
Yeah, Team Finest, they came from the very first stage of this event. They came from the group stage, and they've made their way all the way through that first stage, the Swiss stage, and now the playoffs to find themselves in the grand final. And as you may have seen earlier on, Anarches and players such as Plesson as well are the most aggressive players on this team, and they love refacing and love catching their opponents off guard. It's going to be fascinating to see how these guys play against the legends, of course, of Xantares and Voxic on the Eternal Fire side. I think they have a great shot of getting some great confidence earlier on. It's going to be close, I reckon.
Yeah, I think between these two teams, stylistically, they're kind of very similar, at least in terms of they are very forward-facing. They do like to take gunfights, and Eternal Fire, they have all the tools in their arsenal to do so. You know, I do want to highlight, outside of Voxic and Xantares, I think xFloud has been playing some excellent Counter-Strike as of late.
Yes.
He's more or less in the supportive roles, but, I mean, from what I've seen of him so far, throughout this event, he's been having some great decision-making alongside his team. He's been integrated well into this Eternal Fire team. So if he wants to be the glue to bring everything together for the squad, xFloud's the man to do it.
Yeah, and quite often as well, that fifth that we mentioned for Eternal Fire has been a bit of a problematic one for them in the past, but xFloud has really grown into that role ever since he was brought in. Of course, he had that arm injury as well, which he's come back from too, which is an insane comeback. He's been playing so well in those difficult roles, as you so rightly say. So yeah, I'm super impressed by him with the star power of Voxic and Xantares, and of course of Imor, who is obviously a very aggressive player, a bit like an Arques in a way, the same sort of, not the same roles, but the same sort of aggression. He loves holding W, and we're going to get into the veto to see where this one's going to be headed.
Let's go ahead and dive on into it. As I mean, Finest have had success on a variety of maps. Generally speaking, they've kept it close on a variety of maps. So I don't deny their map pool is solid, but they're gonna pick into Overpass to begin. If you have any thoughts on that, and Eternal Fire pick into a Team Finest Vertigo. Sometimes, I mean, from what I've seen from Finest, they looked great on Vertigo, but I know they kind of had a heartbreaking loss on Movistar Riders today. I kind of want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, that one was a fascinating one. They had a 5v3 at 15-14 and couldn't translate it into a victory, and in the end lost it 19-17. So that's why I was ultra impressed with their rebuttal on the final map decider to actually win Mirage. I think ending it with 10 rounds in a row, but yeah. What's interesting about this one is the fact that Finest actually don't have the best record on Overpass. It's one they play, but not one they win too much on. So for them to pick it, and for Eternal Fire to get a CT start as well, obviously, that's going to be a huge advantage for them. Eternal Fire will have most certainly watched that Vertigo earlier, so maybe that's why they're picking into the Vertigo, trying to expose some of what they've seen Team Finest do earlier. They've read everything they've done over all those rounds, of course. And then Decider of Dust 2, both teams like that map. It's a classic Eternal Fire map. I hope we get there, honestly.
I mean, a conundrum, to be sure, for Finest in the pick of Overpass.
It's a weird one, isn't it?
I mean, when Mirage is open, when, you know, I mean, you could even play just Inferno. Is this something that Finest are looking to just uncork now, or are we walking into something that Finest?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe we'll come back to the question is maybe we'll look stupid here on the desk if Finest come out and blow Eternal Fire out of the water, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at it as well right here. Eternal Fire, they've played it 4 times. They've won 3 of them, including wins against SKADE and Fnatic. And a win against SKADE, what I will say, is that it was a 16-2. And SKADE and Overpass have always gone together very, very well. So to win against them 16-2 is unbelievable. And just checking the Finest statistics as well, like you said, Fi, just 3 out of 9. They beat their Kova on their last time out, but they've lost to ECSTATIC, they've lost to Apex, Spirit, Isurus in this very event. And so then to pick into it, I totally agree, is a bit of a weird one. As soon as I saw it, I wondered if it was a typo, but it's most certainly not.
I mean, I don't know what to say, but they kind of have to throw themselves at the wall and see what sticks, I suppose. I mean, they've ran decent score lines on it. I'm not going to say that they've been blown out every single time. They've tried to implement it in their wheelhouse. Is this the time to try and experiment, so to speak?
One idea.
Yeah.
I have one idea, the reason they may have picked it. They want to play a different map to what they played earlier, because Eternal Fire would have watched everything they did on their favourite maps. Maybe that's the only thing, but that's a very small caveat. That's very unlikely for them to be having that thought process. So yeah, Overpass is most certainly a surprising one. I would favour, honestly, even though it's Finest pick, I would favour Eternal Fire. And map 2 could be anyone's, because Finest like it, but Eternal Fire, as I said, I've seen everything earlier. So
I mean, we'll see how it pans out. Maybe we could just look silly here on the desk. That's for sure. But I mean, for the side of Eternal Fire, I feel like, I mean, on the other hand, Eternal Fire picking into Vertigo, I still think it's a fantastic map, though it's by far and away Eternal Fire's best map in their pool, that's for sure. But, I mean, generally speaking, Team Finest have ran a good Vertigo. I had the opportunity to watch them obliterate TYLOO on it. Relentlessly, just Plesson just had a 2.0 rating on the map. So, yeah. I mean, that gave me a good impression of what the Vertigo has on offer for Team Finest. So, I mean, we saw a little bit of it earlier today, but I mean, there's still so much potential. They're still dangerous on that map.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, as I said, they actually had a really good performance against Movistar Riders. They just saw their name up in lights, I think, at that 15-14 5v3. Plesson over-peaked toward ramp. It was a bit of an over-aggression just at the wrong time. He could have fallen back with a 5v3. And possibly won that game a lot quicker than it actually happened. But yeah, their mental strength to recover and win on Mirage was the most impressive thing. I'm not going to see Mirage in this series, but I think Vertigo, if I was to give an ultimate prediction, I would actually say Eternal Fire take Overpass. Vertigo is 50-50, maybe ever so slightly on the edge for Eternal Fire. So it could be a 2-0, but if it's not, and we go to Dust 2, that's a home map for Eternal Fire. They've loved Dust 2 for a very long time, haven't they? So I think, for me, if we do go to a third, it's Eternal Fire 2-1. That's the pick I'm taking.
Yeah, you know, I think for the side of Team Finest, they have something to prove here. They pulled off what could be considered a fluke win over Spirit. Now another fluke win over Movistar Riders, and now you have to bring it home in the grand final. Let's hope that at least I'm going to be sticking around here with Trav. We're going to be taking this one away in map number 1 of the grand finals. Team Finest with the odd pick of Overpass. Will it bite them in the butt, or will it come out as a surprise? We'll see, but right now the Pinnacle odds heavily favoring Eternal Fire.
Absolutely, and so they should. Dignitas is working his way up through short pipe, and already we'll see a couple of players about to face him, but he's helped out by shots, and even though his teammate behind him gets immediately taken out, they will go 1-for-1 at least to begin with this pistol round. Plesson has got some control of some vision toward bathrooms, but no much more for now. Kriyaz has picked up that P250 and try and do what Shock started, but at the moment it's just a clean 4v4 and no decisions have been made.
Yeah, right now Eternal Fire kind of have to play the passive roles. They don't have a lot of options to get really aggressive for information, so in the meantime Team Finest can just walk up long free of charge, but they should be expecting this. There are the jump spots going through. I'm wondering if that's spotted. Is there a timing that's been spotted? Woxic, I think, Surly. The jig's up. He's going for the swing.
Going for the taps with the P2000. Woxic and the P2000. He always loves going for that. It's been a consistent factor with him playing Counter-Strike. He doesn't really like to use the USP. But he'll spot the information, as you so rightly say. Xantares, once again, jump spotting, just wanted to keep the vision and keep the information. And now 30 seconds to go, fight. It has to be a playthrough long, and they've got the players here to defend this one.
Xantares doesn't know. Xantares has no idea. He's just missed the timing of the jump spots. Now they're all of a sudden they're so close. Xantares in a bit of a bind, but he'll make it do with it. A perfect first headshot, joined by Woxic, and it just needs 2 players to hold off 4. Here for Eternal Fire, they're geared up for the pistol. Kriaz, a couple headshots would be nice. Maybe some extra kill reward for that coming Force Buy or Eco. Oh, he's getting extra kills. He almost gets himself a triple kill there. Not a bad effort from Kriaz. It was a lost cause, but, you know, Eternal Fire will still get the pistol.
Yeah, and it's not bad, as you say, because it gives them a little bit of extra cash too, right? Like just a couple of kills there for the bonus money for the next round if they want to do something with it. But I imagine without that bomb plant, they're probably going to go for the full eco. But yeah, pretty nice try in the end. Unfortunately for Finest, it just took a little bit too long, right? I mean, as soon as I completely agree with you, the fact that Xantares wasn't aware with that jump spot, they were actually really close to him. It's a bit, I would say, almost a bit unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter at all. And he manages to fall back behind the dice, has Woxic to support him. So no issues there whatsoever. And Eternal Fire will now look to farm up some cash with the SMGs.
All right, but who knows? You know, 5 Glocks coming Xantares' way. Is it going to be 5 kills? Comes close to it, and then helped out by Calyx. And it ends all in short. 5 X's in one spot. 2-0 Eternal Fire. Yeah, the anti-eco goes about as planned.
It does. Not a single one there for Team Finest to write home about. That's another interesting factor, right? It's not just the fact that they've picked Overpass. It's the fact they've picked Overpass and they're picking into obviously a very CT heavy meta in which they start T-side. So
yeah,
it's a weird one, isn't it? There's so many caveats to discuss about how this is an odd decision. If they somehow win it, then we can obviously have a very interesting question in the interview afterwards. So
that's for sure.
I want to.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a big risk of even picking Overpass. It's just CT side starts can be so brutal. I think we've already seen it. I mean, that wasn't. Oh, okay. Spam there for Kriaz. What I will say is that's why at least you see some teams even avoid picking it. The CT side meta, fantastic, and even on the bonus round, it's going to be Eternal Fire up 1 for the good. Xantares getting the initial. And, well, Finest, they do at least press forward on the map. They have a boost up and running right here with Xantares.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard to get past. He's going to be about to be faced by Twist, actually. He can walk through the smoke, but Xantares just realizes it at the last second and spots Twist making his way through, and he goes for a second duel as well. And that's a classic Xantares peak with confidence. That's what we expect to see from him. He's already up to 9 kills in this game with another 3k in what is the first gun round. And look at Woxic. I think he knows where Anarkes is. Bomb's dropped in the open. Anarkes is holding the off angle, but Woxic pre-fires him with the right eye peek. And that's a very clean 3-0 start.
And from those bonus rounds, all those SMGs just got upgraded to AKs. Like, this is already just a horrifying start for Team Finest. You're hoping that they get at least a T-side pistol to get them some breathing room, but overpass CT sides, especially in this economy, is going to be tough luck. We'll see if they can at least bounce back on a gun round, but this upcoming one, looking to be a half-buy, Tech 9 play. Trying to find something that works, but I mean, Eternal Fire are just, I think they're happy to play this map too. They don't play it often necessarily, Trav, but
yeah,
it's not like the worst map in their pool.
No, not by far. It's one of those that they have a decent record on, but they just don't get the chance to play that much because I think a lot of teams tend to ban it in the veto that they play. Xantares is looking to really farm away here, isn't he? Plenty of kills in the anti-eco. And a couple in the buy round, and now he's getting even more in the second anti-eco. Yeah, he's most certainly loving life right now, isn't he? 11, 1, and 0. That's a lot of ones. He's almost doing some binary right now.
Oh, and it gets worse. Calyx, come on, give him a break. It's still early days, but I think just the fashion that Eternal Fire have been getting these are pretty insane. I mean, look at this. Calyx is pushing mollies now. Plessen, see if he can
Yeah.
at least ring one back. And
Nice
there you
shot.
go. All right, fantastic one there from Plessen. Just calm down the confidence a little bit of these Eternal Fire players here for Plessen.
Yeah, indeed. One more pick would be really nice. I mean, Antares, of course, as we've said, is quite low. Goes actually for a pretty decent pre-aim against Immor there on top of the default box, but that's all she wrote on this one. Eternal Fire will take a 4-0 lead as expected. Finals have their bye coming in, and we mentioned that if Finals somehow find a way to win this entire grand final, it'll be a very interesting question, as we see the wall bang there from Calix. A very interesting question about the pick of Overpass. I mean, we can ask that to the Eternal Fire guys as well, can't we? Because it'll be most certainly a weird one saying, were you expecting Overpass here? I'm sure you weren't. But as I said, that is for the future. This is for the present. And in this present, it is another buy round for Finest. They're going to want it to be a gift, that's for sure.
Yeah, they should try and see what's there to unwrap. I'll keep the gift jokes metaphors going as Zentaris on the connector steps has Shocks right around the corner. Oh, but again, timing doesn't quite favor Zentaris. They are close. They are past. He's going to need to take his moment to fall back and quickly, slowly falling back. Now Shocks, yeah,
That's
he turns
unlucky.
away, but the trade is there from Woxic. At least holding on to
Insta.
this A site.
Insta. Really good. Woxic is to keep the 4v4 intact. Zentaris will be feeling a bit hard done by there. That his first death in the entire game is like that. But sometimes it happens. And Vox is actually going to stick around as well on low HP, which is surprising. He could easily be wrapped from long. There's the information. Or does he get the kill? That's such a hard angle to find. But at least he's put an arcade down very, very low. Expert on site has got some trouble coming his way. He'll have to deploy an incendiary to stay alive.
Woxic.
Woxic once again gets another. And that's going to force Finest away.
Woxic on rifles. You never thought you would ever see it. But here we are. Woxic with the 2-piece to give Eternal Fire the man advantage. There is this lurk from Kriaz coming out from this monster tunnel. It is only Immor. This round can still be won by Finest, but it takes a 1v1 duel between Immor and Kriaz.
It does. Immor's got the sort of headshot
20
angle, but Kriaz
seconds.
has actually ducked under it really nicely here. You can avoid being spotted if you duck under Monster like he was just doing, and the timing is not working in Eternal Fire's favour right now. Look at this. Immor has no clue whatsoever. That's an open B bomb site, but look at the time.
No time.
7
There's no
seconds
time.
to go. There's the bomb. There's nowhere near enough time for this. Eternal Fire, with just one player alive on Calix, they're going to win the round.
I'm not sure if they were even going for it, if whether they were saving or not there for Team Finest. I'm pretty sure it would have just been a save call, and they're just gonna say, okay, Kriaz, just do what damage you can. But I'm just wondering what would have happened if they decided to group up with Kriaz and walk onto the site, get themselves an entry and maybe a plant. Because Kriaz, again, he had the 1v1 duel against Immor, but Finest a little bit of hesitation in a grand final will cost them, and as Eternal Fire up 5-0 to start on Overpass.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Because if there was 15 more seconds on the clock, that play would have probably won Finest the round. But as it is, they could not get the bomb onto the site quick enough, despite the kills coming through. That was a bit of a confusing one. I'm completely on board with that factor, because it seemed for a while that Eternal Fire were a bit confused what they were doing, because they get caught in the side a couple of times, didn't they? So, yeah, in the end, Calix realises the clock and will survive and keep the clean sheet intact. But now Immor is under pressure towards short.
Okay, tucked out to the corner, but he's not even going to get his first kill. Surprising there as a refract comes in from Kriaz, as Antares again up to test, and he will fall at the hands of Shocks. A couple of maybe advantageous angles. Hello, Woxic catches Blessin jumping right into his arm with his knife out, but it's still a man advantage working here for Finest in this 3v4. Finest just need to play calm, and almost falling there as an arc is a damage exchange, but no frags. Finest are still very much here to play.
You're right in saying damage exchanged, and Narcos took a bit, and so did Xcloud. But a resmoke came in from CT spawn. But it's not going to delay them any further. It's going to fade, and with 25 seconds to go, they're going to be going in toward B, and Xcloud has to defend this one. Low HP players coming in, and oh no. Calix and Xcloud combine beautifully, and look, it's the two low health players on 20 HP each that have to come in last. It's going to be impossible for them. Xcloud gets another, and Narcos is forced to save.
the 3v4 setup. They try to group up together. They're like, yeah, we can trade each other out. But Eternal Fire, despite being in such a low man situation, they still have such a potent crossfire. And especially so when it's in a late round. That crossfire is so brutal because you don't have a flashbang to break it apart. Your utility is already run so low from getting the map control you have and the frags you have.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, Eternal Fire, they're just comfortable with just sitting tight, holding the angles, and it works perfectly. Finest are down 0-6 to start off their map pick. They got to call in a TO.
Yeah, what do they say? What do they really discuss? They're sort of in a situation where they've just been locked out. There's one round where they had a chance, and other than that, not much to say for it. Look at Xantares with the flag behind him, feeling very hot right now, of course, having a fantastic start to this final map decider. Final map decider? Grand final decider, I should say. And yeah, they'll be feeling very confident at the moment, all 5 of them. Having shown relatively okay form at the major, I would say they achieved their goal of at least getting stickers for the organisation and for the players.
Yeah.
It was getting any further than that would have been a bit too much to ask, I think.
Winning this tournament would probably be a big stamp on at least what they've been together for a team for quite a while now. Eternal Fire's been around. And I think this would be a huge, huge result for Eternal Fire. For these group of players coming together.
They're fun to follow, aren't they?
Final. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the team has probably some of the best personalities in the space. Woxic and Xantares. Even Amora goes up there as a long-time FPL god.
Of course. He's a madman. I've seen some ridiculous plays from him over the past 6 months or so. Pleasant has crept up toward bathrooms, and Woxic might get surprised by this, and there we go. And Arcades has the line with that saved AWP, and that could be a way into the site here.
Yeah, Xantares is going to swing out long. He might get an isolated one, but it's such a difficult shot to hit with only the headshot angle being played. And all he needs to do is draw the attention because they're already in on the site. And Arcades can cut off all the rotations, scoping up multiple different angles. 2 ops are in play, but Xantares looking to stand between Finest and the site. Just trying to fight out from multiple angles, but Arcades is picking his teammates one by one. Xantares still fighting out, but now joined together by Calyx. He needs to find that kill on D1, and Arcades and Xantares has done it. But now he's left it up to xFloud. Xantares has done the heavy lifted. xFloud coming in late onto the site, has access to the bomb, and there's only 20 seconds here for Finest.
Oh, this is a clutch every day of the week for xFloud if he just keeps his cool here. Twist, of course, does have the AK, but Chris only has the Tech 9. Big swing from xFloud, and now he knows where the bomb is. 10 seconds to go. Look at what he's playing. It's absolute perfection from xFloud. He's so smart and is so reliable in these situations. Brilliant stuff from him once again. And I've got to say, how on earth did Xantares stay alive that long? Getting pressure from the Deagle from long, all that long range. Finally, he smokes himself off so he can take the Jules towards the site instead. His teammates go down. He gets taken down through the smoke by Twist Deagle, finally. But xFloud was the snake in the grass. So reliable. And he'll win out a 7th in a row.
He's been doing that all darn tournament, xFloud. Pristine decision-making, the aim to back it up. Being such an asset for this Eternal Fire squad. And then Woxic is going to add to it. Finally getting out his AWP, and now he's really here to play. It is 7-0 right now. I mean, you can still make the claim that it's early days, but Finest need to get things started in, if not this round, the next.
Yeah.
And down in 4v5 territory, kind of just left to work up long. And in the meantime, Eternal Fire, they've pushed all the way in through Monster. There's going to be a 3-man A setup, if not, and flanks to back this one up.
Yeah.
This is not a pretty round for Finest at the moment.
They've got everything going for them, haven't they? Every single setup is a really handy one for them right now. Another 5v4. You would say at this stage for Team Finest, if they can somehow grind out 4 rounds from this T side and they're in the game, but where are they going to come from? There's been an absolute lockout from Eternal Fire so far. They've been put into some tough situations, but here's another one.
All right, well, xFloud on the site, but it doesn't even need it. It's crossfire being played between him and Woxic. Woxic still turning around, but what? There's a flank coming on this. Shox is about to get a freebie onto Xantares. Pop goes 1, and Woxic up next. Shox on the flank almost gets all 3, but Calyx keeps it in line. And so it will be a 2v2, but Twist maybe looking to push that smoke. He's going to let off for just a moment. He's just going to play right behind it as Amor will walk right into his crosshair. Eternal Fire with a massive opportunity to keep their lead going. The Finest will pry it open. Shocks on the flank man. And Calyx in a clutch. 12 HP. I don't like his odds here. And he's going to go down. 7-1. Finest will at least notch their first on the board.
And that's all Shocks, isn't it? Coming in that position, getting 2 kills in the back, basically, popping 2 heads, as you so rightly say, and almost getting that third as well, doing so much damage to Calyx. In the end, Imor tried to make that play by pushing through the smoke, but his shadow was seen pretty quickly. And in the end, it's too much for the low HP Calyx to handle. It will be the first round on the board, and that's a really important start for Finest. The fabled scoreline of 7-1 still exists, apparently. Never see a team go farther than 7-1, it feels like.
We'll see
Good time
right
for a
now.
timeout as well, actually.
So
I will
calling
say.
another timeout here for Finest. I mean, still, I'm going to say that round was still not clean. I don't
Of
think
course,
that's a
yeah.
replicable round there for Finest. Just a little bit of a miscommunication there for Eternal Fire, not really covering their 6, or at least making sure that their flank is clear. You can check it periodically. You don't have to be holding for it necessarily. And so kind of missing the timing there at the moment. So Finest calling in their timeout. But we'll see. I mean, I think Eternal Fire, they're still at a very solid purchase. Not really, actually, all things said. I mean, it did come down to an X-Cloud clutch, if you remember, to get them up to 6. So, you know, it's not all perfect here for the Eternal Fire camp. If there's a round to win here for Finest, it needs to be this one, and a B-Rush to boot.
Wow, they're actually going hard for this one, Finest. Respect after the pause as well. Maybe that was the strategy. But right now it's not working out for them. Not when X-Cloud's on the site. He's so reliable once again on the anchor positions. Shocks trades him. There's only 1 kill back so far for Finest. Finally a second. That's Voxic to drop. And look at the health on Imor. He's not beyond the realms of possibility just yet, but Calyx is there on bridge. And now it's only an Arcades. He'll get pinked by Calyx. It's a lovely flick down, but Imor swings very wide to put an end to that hope. And I don't mind the strategy, Fi, to go for a B-Rush after a pause, your own pause as well. But when you run into X-Cloud, it's very difficult.
I mean, X-Cloud's been lights out all darn tournament. And he's going to hold his own again. 8-1. Now for Eternal Fire. And they just put Team Finest back down to square one. A B-Rush off the pause is a ballsy call. When you're running into X-Cloud is an even more dastardly call. Daring our Finest. And now, well, that daring cost them down to an eco. Tech9's up close in con. Can deal the damage, and Shocks, of course, is going to get it. But Voxic, now in a bind, has to get away.
Yeah, has to run away from these now. This is the flick on the player jump spotting him, and that will allow Pleasant to advance now. So I hope that Voxic will fall back a little bit further, and he will do just that. Back to a safer angle in Banana, and spots the information and will tag up Pleasant as well. I think he's aware that he's tagged him too. Santaros has 13 kills and 5 deaths so far in this game, but he's been on 13 for a while now.
Watch
been
out.
Caught out in the back a couple of times. And
Imor?
hang on a second. And Marquez. Oh, Imor just adjust for that one. Thought for a second that Marquez could manage to grab himself a free rifle there, but not to be. Now with a minute to go, even though they've picked up that rifle on Twist, this is going to be very hard to get past Voxic's AWP.
Voxic just going to double scope in. Top of dice. Massive off angle. All things said. On the other side of things, Calyx has taken a lot of damage. I'm still concerned, but now with the rifle out of Pleasant's hand, I am less concerned. Kriaz should be able to pick it up, but he's just made a footstep. That's definitely been noted here by Amor.
Staring at him.
Pretty fire.
Though, yeah.
2v3. You just got to get a clean entry. If you try to get a clean entry versus Voxic, I dare ya.
Yeah. He's playing a very defensive angle, though, toward Banks, so they actually can, if they really want to, maybe get a plant on default. Thing is, of course, that is very wallbangable, and I'm sure Voxic will try it. 3, 2, 1. There it is. Very close. Grenade damage to Kriaz as well. Banked from CT. So, 2v3, vaguely doable, but it's still going to be very difficult, and especially difficult now, as Calyx swings and rips the head off of Kriaz. It's all Twist. Can he roll back the years and get that experience that we've seen in NIP and Fnatic over the years? Make something happen here. Unfortunately, he gets one, but takes a big dink and gets taken down to 11 HP. And that will mean that it's an easy defuse for Voxic, and Eternal Fire will increase their lead to 8 again.
Yeah. I want to say though, Twist on the rifles lately has actually looked really solid. I mean, I wouldn't have doubted him in that clutch, but Eternal Fire I think the positioning there from Twist was just a tad bit ambitious. Playing from the flowers is just a more or less a one, and you're probably traded position. If he played out towards maybe Divider, if he had time to fall all the way back into the bathrooms, he might be able to mix up his angles a little bit more and maybe get an opportunity to get a clean kill on the defuser and start shaving players one by one. But right now, 9-1 for Eternal Fire. There was a little speed bump where I think Shocks came in on a flank.
Yes.
A little bit of a miscommunication. But you know, and when I interviewed Woxic, he said they were just they were cleaning up mistakes, but he said they were making less and less mistakes. And as long as they keep doing that, as long as they don't let these little mistakes, little miscommunications get these rounds out of their hand, I mean, they can dominate the game. I mean, just playing together, for the side of Eternal Fire has been working out really well. I think their connector presence and their fighting early on towards the A site has been super potent, and they've clashed very well and been very fluid against the Team Finest default. I'm wondering how Finest are going to shift things up though, if they will, because they haven't really put too much presence towards short. They've been liking just the 3-4 man A side defaults, and that's where Xantares and Woxic have made it their playground.
Yeah, and Xantares is about to have an aim towards playground, I would say, at the moment, but unfortunately his teammate Immor will drop the round. Smoke blooms towards short pipe, and they're going to try and take it together, and they'll be successful. Short control on overpass is most certainly one of the most critical aspects of the map, and they'll have it underneath their control now. Xantares, as I said, is looking toward playground, but Narcos isn't going to be advancing too quickly from there. So this is a chance for Finest to finally have a double man advantage to work with and make it into a success.
It takes a massive play here from Xantares. 3v5, but he has the advanced position. I mean, he is in the prime position to get himself a multi-kill, is Xantares. And as they start to creep up towards party, things are very silent for Finest. Xantares, now Woxic.
Here's another one.
Oh, the timing could not be more painful to watch. But Xantares, here's your chance for the multi-kill. And he's not quite going to find it, but Woxic will strike into short and at least keep this one a 2v3. Reeling it back in for Eternal Fire. They're going to begin their rotate back to A.
Will it be heard? I think it
Plus
might
it has the bomb.
He does have the bomb. This is scary. He's only 42 health, Plesson. And he's not necessarily too safe on truck. But he's going to hold it. Woxic now knows he's there. Incendiary can come in. That's going to be an easy takedown, surely. Is he going to burn? Oh, he's not. It'll take the P2000 to take him out. Bit of a weird plant to plant toward truck. I'm not sure whether they're going to want to repeat that one. But they still could have a good chance at winning the round, because look how low Woxic is. 14 health. And Narcos has the line toward green bin. There's not going to be much chance, I don't think, for Eternal Fire to cross this angle successfully. And comes the first, and Narcos holds the angle very comfortably and actually hits that tag toward Calyx somehow. Don't ask me how. Should activate Twist to win out this clutch pretty easily. Calyx is holding the angle, but it's a Narcos to take the final kill. And they made it hard for themselves, I think, there, Fi, but they win the round anyway.
Yeah, they're... You know, it still gets super interesting. I think Xantares didn't know how close Plesson was to him. I mean, there was... I mean, dude, if Xantares comes up there with a 2-for-1 in his position, the round's completely different. But, you know,
True.
They're up 9-2, but their money has just been snapped here on the Eternal Fire side. I don't doubt that Finest can start to rev up a scoreline. If they can close out this half, I could call it a decent showing. Despite the early domination from Eternal Fire, the Team Finest are still very much in this game.
Exactly.
Of course, losing against the Eco would hurt those chances, but
yeah,
I'm so devious. I like chaos.
No, I know. Chaos is often the first word you think of when you watch Eternal Fire and Finest, though. They do love reveling in that chaos, so that's why I expected to see a banger, that's for sure.
Short aggression.
Yeah, short aggression again. Coming in, they're all working at once. There's one. Baits the rifle in. Well played. Gets himself the 1-for-1. And Plesson's low in the meantime, too. He's been swapped the AWP because of that. Shocks will try and do some housekeeping and get that AK out of a retrievable position from the CT side. So it makes sense.
taking a tag. And it's Woxic jump spotting here on the A site. You know, I think if Woxic gets himself a kill gets out, that's a win condition here for Eternal Fire. The rotate's already arrived here for Eternal Fire, and another tag. They can do this.
Absolutely. Xantares is here as well, and he's got the rifle. There's one person who wants to have the rifle, it's him, and he's going to hold down Mouse 1, even while fully blinded. In comes Voxic. It's the duo you want on the site to fire off, but Twist will cancel it out. Really good stuff. But now Xcloud's here, and with the pistol, he's taken Twist out. And it's the aforementioned Plesser now in a 1v2. He knows where Xcloud is, but he's going to miss the shot, and Xcloud swings for the second kill. Eternal Fire. What did you say, Fi? They're going to win their eco.
Oh my, and that is now the avenue has just been closed off. Concrete barricades and, you know, a roadblock. You're not getting through this one. Eternal Fire, keep up the stampede. That was that's the round you convert there for Team Finest, and that would have been double eco territory for the side of Eternal Fire.
You're so right.
Win that round,
yeah.
They're up to 4. I mean, you can maybe say, okay, we have some breathing room. We get our last gun round. We have reasonable chances of closing out the half. Now things, I don't think they could be much worse right now for Team Finest.
They've just swapped. Literal vice versa. Look at Finest money. They only have this buy left. They only have, what? 2 flashes, a smoke and a molly. That's the only utility they have. And you so rightly point out that Eternal Fire, if they lost that force buy, we were looking at a Team Finest 4, which I said was a win condition to get at least 4. And right now, they can only get a maximum of 5. But in comes the play anyway.
Oh, and Xcloud again on anchor duty. Another headshot. Wow. A second for Xcloud. Dude, this is only a 2-man B-hold. This isn't even a proper setup for Eternal Fire. And they've just annihilated them. Eviscerated them. Xcloud and Amor. And then Calyx on the flank. Kriaz gets dropped by the FAMAS. Eternal Fire. They can't be stopped, Trav.
This is the firepower of Eternal Fire. They're living up to their name. They just have so much talent on this team. And it used to be, you know, sort of considered that it might only be Xantares and Voxic. You might say, oh, well, listen, they're sort of not at their peak of their level like they used to be. But no, honestly, I disagree with that. I think that Xantares and Voxic are still in their best form. Maybe Voxic not as much, because if I'm not mistaken, he is IGLing this team these days. So it's a little bit of bit more brain power for him and maybe not as much aim power. But yeah, Xcloud's really taken up the mantle, and he's one of the players I'm most impressed with on this team. I love watching Xcloud play. He does everything right in all these certain situations.
Yeah, he does just start off this round by copping a grenade, so will that even harm him? Honestly, I mean, I've just seen first bullet headshots come out from him, so I mean, it's basically the thing's an op, but he's on the Galil. It doesn't matter. 15 and 5 as the B-side anchor for Xcloud. Popping off. Twist will at least frag one back, but it does actually turn into a rifle retrieval. But oh man, look at this. Calyx is just, he's on the flank again.
Eternally flanking on Eternally Fire, perhaps. But,
I think that's a good name.
Eternally, that's actually you know those mixed teams that take part in qualifiers and stuff. I think
yeah,
I haven't seen Eternal flanking yet. That should be a good one. Get that one going. Anyone wants to sign up for a qualifier and be called Eternal
Xcloud's money crew? Anyone?
Plesson hears the player drop down into the B site, but I'm afraid he only has a deagle. Gives him a little bit of a stare through the wall after hearing the footstep. But yeah, he's about to get peeked from 3 different angles, I'm afraid. And Voxic has that one for free. 2 KD for Voxic, 15 and 8 for Xantares, 15 and 5 for Xcloud. It's a very, very well-rounded performance right now from Eternal Fire, and they're 1 away from a 13-2 half here.
I think a big thing that Eternal Fire are doing right against Team Finest is they're forcing so much utility early on out of Team Finest. They can't get the clean execute that they want. You know, something that you run in practice where you have all your mollies and smokes. They're forcing Team Finest to burn an extra couple flashes, use their smokes out towards short to try and achieve their goals. And now, oh my, for the last round of the half, Xantares, you're seriously going to do this?
Why the hell not? No, he's ready and raring for it to go. And how many is he going to get? Oh, I thought for a second he was going to play the even longer trigger discipline there. He gets away with one. Unfortunately, he can't get away from Monarques, and we'll get him instantly traded. Thankfully for Eternal Fire, though, Voxic still gets one in the meantime, so they retain their man advantage.
There's a long push, too.
This is over. Look at this. Yeah, no clue at all that Calyx was up all that far.
Now, Kriaz, I mean, it's just 1v1 duels that Finest, they're just handing them to Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire feel like they've had the advantage in every single gunfight. I mean, the only real win condition that they've seen, I mean, we've seen a couple of B lurks from Kriaz. And the 2v4, he's going to basically have to solo entry the site, Trav.
Yeah, and by the round, we get more and more confused by the overpass pick. Let's see if their CT side is absolutely nuts. That's going to be their win condition, I'm afraid, I think.
I mean, they're going to need to
Twist.
win their pistol. Let's hold on as Kriaz
lucky.
does fall. But they're going to need to win the pistol, convert against a potential force buy, win their bonus.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that have to go right. Not just
Indeed.
have... You can have a godlike CT side, but you're going to need to win the pistol, which is sometimes... win the coin flip, basically.
RNG, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of RNG on the pistol round. And then, well, you're looking at... I'll convert against the force buy, maybe beat the eco, and then you get to start dominating. 13-2 is a... You know, yesterday...
Yeah.
Trav, I had the pleasure of casting a 15-0 CT side of Nuke, and then the other team
13-0, right?
ran
I
it
saw the
back
tweet.
13-0. Of course.
Oh, no. Yeah,
Can they do
was that
it
Was that
here?
the Godsent game?
It was. It was
Gotcha.
Godsent versus Team 1.
Wonderful. CT meta in Counter-Strike? Who said that? Yeah, I think it might be right. Oh, Plesson's running away. Just spots one. Peeking him as he falls all the way back. He's going to stick around for the fight, though. It's going to full 5 sets of Kevlar for Finest on this round. They're not even buying up a kit.
Oh, okay.
And Marcus has got info here.
So there's so many pushes here for Finest. They found the gaps in the defense. And Arc is going to actually start a flank on the beat. Don't. Okay. Don't take him out midair. Kriaz will get the kill. And an Arcus activates on the flank. This coin flip has all of a sudden turned into more or less formality here for Finest. The one caveat to this is it's a mostly empty A site. With only Plesson on that side, but he finds it more. Easily done. That's a bomb on the ground. X-Cloud's going to go down. Alright, the start is there for Finest. Wouldn't fate be a cruel mistress if Finest lost the eco next round?
I've seen it happen before. I've seen comebacks like this happen before, to be fair. I mean, just the other day, it's an example I always use in these sort of situations because it was so remarkable. As Voxic could get one more kill. Hang on a second.
Is he gonna try and go for the knife? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he's fine.
Nope.
Okay.
He's not gonna sneak up on him.
But yeah, he's got no time to win this round, so no problem.
He actually wants to go down. You do not want to actually survive here on the...
That's a really good point. He
This
does
has been
need to die.
This is a little miscalculation here from Woxic. Is it going to affect the course of the game? No, but it does earn a couple Keck W's from chat. I will know that.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Voxic.
Oh no!
Oh no! That's a rare
Saving on the
one.
pistol round's worse.
Yeah, that's a rare one.
Going
isn't
down
it?
after
Fine.
time on a pistol round.
Yeah, I've seen some odd things happen in the last few days. I've seen wall bangs through walls I've never seen kills through before. I've seen odd economy situations, and that's an odd one as well. Voxic knew he had to die. You were absolutely right, but in the end, well, he gets punished for taking a bit too long there. So he'll only have that 750 into this round, and he's going to use that money for flashes and a smoke. So respect, not even buying up a pistol. He's just obviously the IGL, so he'll buy up the utility for his team. Perez will get the first, but nice instant trade there from Xantares.
That's actually really dangerous map control that's just been taken by Eternal Fire. They dropped the short player, and it's actually full short control. And Shock's up on the great. He is super vulnerable to a flash that doesn't arrive. It's a risky angle, but it'll pay dividends for Team Finest.
Yeah, and that's
Or
a
will it?
big win, though. And Arcus tries the long spray there with the MP9 from mid-range. Not going to work that often for you. And now Xantares has a rifle. He's shot the rifle over to his teammate. Unfortunately, Voxi's been taken out. And look where Plesson is. One, two, three. Oh, he turned around. Okay.
I was so ready for him to pull out his knife, and then X-Cloud turns.
Yeah,
but
and then he kills him.
there's been a lot of knife kill opportunities.
Yeah, Overpass is a great map, man, for flanking. I love it. It always brings up some interesting opportunities like that. Now, Xantares needs to be the one not to die after time.
He has a rifle, though. He's not on a Kevlar Glock.
No, very true.
So
Anyway,
it's worth saving.
Just playing that little position where you can see the feet underneath the plywood there in the playground. But yeah, as I was going to say, the one thing that I remember, I always like to bring up in these situations, is that a game that I casted a while ago. I think it was in the previous Pinnacle Cup. I think it was Team Spirit versus Endpoint. if I'm not mistaken, Endpoint had a 13. I think it was a third. I can't actually remember which team got it, but one of the teams in that game, it was definitely Spirit Endpoint, but one of them had a 13-2 half, and then they lost the game by losing the next half 14-1. So anything can happen.
Oh, did he? Were we just?
No, he died before time. It's okay.
Okay.
He's got
Okay.
3,000.
I was a little zoned out, kind of listening to what you were saying, and I wasn't really looking at the time. He actually was getting hunted the entire time there from Plessin. But yeah, I mean, okay, so starting off this round actually got really dangerous. I mean, unfortunately, you're gonna have to take the full eco here for your Eternal Fire. There's no qualms about that.
Yeah.
I mean, a team with a couple of Deagles. I'm not gonna underrate Eternal Fire in this round, but I'm gonna need to see a couple kills before I call this round over.
Exactly. We need to
This is the perfect start. Look,
not whiff
if
their
there's
MP9
any
spray,
way, just all you need.
Okay, stop here. Let's just see what happens. You've cursed
All
it
right.
already. Let's see if it goes any further than that. Lovely first pick from Imor. Let's see what he can do with it. Creators is creeping up from Connector. I don't believe in a caster curse necessarily. I always just think, whatever happens, happens. But,
I'm trying to speak things into existence here. Kriaz out in the open. Ran down another one from Imor. The flank out towards Long, though, and Twist joining together. Trying to triangulate all these players. And
well done.
they're very lucky to have 3 players on the scene here for Team Finest. And they should be able to get this one across the line. All things said, though, the damage dealt by Eternal Fire gets you quaking into your boots here. But, I mean, Team Finest, they're getting the operation complete. Operation Just Win, Forehead.
They're so terrifying, aren't they? They're so terrifying to play against. Any single gun can be an insta headshot, whatever it is. As you see, the 2 lovely shots from Imor there on the replay. That's the production for that. Much appreciated. Seeing it from Imor's POV. And now we get the proper round fight. This is the round that might shape the rest of this game so far. Do we have a Finest comeback? Do they win the first gun round? Or does Eternal Fire put them 2 from map 1?
And Arc is on the B site. It's rare you see the AWP make its move. It's normally part of a change-up. And short aggression is what an Arc is going to bring to this first full gun round on this B side. Nade even for the door. A flash tossed in. No frag found just yet, but an Arc is posted short.
Posted short and has a view up connector as well, which is dangerous for sure, but he's not particularly dangerous if he gets beat from below. And yeah. That's a tense up there. He tries to get away, and look at the health.
And Twist just got bodied through one of the walls here.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, and then, yeah, that works. It goes both ways, I suppose.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And Arquez, don't ask me how, he just managed to escape with 1 health there from that aggressive short push. And now Twist 8 HP as well. They have 1 grenade.
There's
on
an
Imor.
HE. There is an HE on Amor. But Kriaz...
Shadow?
It's spotted! Zentara is the shadow seen there by Kriaz. And now Zentara is looking to maybe continue this into the entry onto the site. The player's low. And Arc is 1 point of health. But an op is an op. It is 1 bullet. It's just 1 kill. But jumping up, blinded up. Twist as well. The low HP. I'm not sure how, if they realize this is even a possibility. The nade tossed in, though, will actually get Twist, but Plessin's gonna find the kill anyways. I mean, Eternal Fire starting this round half off as good as it could possibly get. 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, posthumously there, unfortunately, that frag grenade getting that kill round was already over, and yeah, the damage done was so significant, but in the end, quite smart by Twist just not to face at any point, right? He only faced when Anarquez got that kill. And I'm sure maybe looking back on it, you can see that one and say, oh, should they have faced CT knowing that the AWP was still up on Anarquez? Should they just clean-faced it like that? I mean, obviously they knew he was low, as Antares would have called that he's done so much damage to him. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they were just lurking around, weren't they? Twist peaked on the timing when the attention was taken away, staring at Anarquez's position. So good experience there from Team Finest, and CT side, they're looking good so far.
Yeah, HP doesn't matter if they aren't looking at you.
Indeed.
That is a pretty pro tip. Just make your opponent not look at you. It's pretty simple. Starting things off, knocking down some pins here for an Arcus. Another one. But the Tech-9s in connector, the deadliest part of the map. I feel like this is where the Tech-9s do their best work, but Twist will survive the onslaught. But a refrag comes through from Imor. In connector, Pleasant taking dinks. This is a weird one. But Pleasant's still sticking around, tapping heads. 2 HP, lobbing the nade on the fallback. Will go down, but I think the damage has been done here. A 2v3.
That was a bit of a wild one there. Pleasant does well to get away with one in the end there, but in those Antares has managed to find the AK. 37 HP. What do you really do from this position? 1 kill would be really nice. That stops the economy from being built up too much on Finest. There's a big difference between surviving with 2 players alive and 3 players alive. Antares will make his way down short, silently of course, jumping on the railing, then the ledge, then into the water. So they might not necessarily know he's coming from this position. There's one player with a big off
1v1
angle. Yeah, Shock's just looking for it. If he walks up bridge, you'll get him. And he actually might just go for the plant, and Shox is going to deny it, or is he? Walking along the ledge is Shox, trying to find him on the edge of the box, and we'll resort to the grenade instead. Dunk! And there it is. Well played from Shox. Gives up a bomb plant, but it doesn't really matter. They keep their streak going.
Yeah, I mean, rounds are rounds. Eternal Fire will get a buy-in off the back of the plant, but all things said, 5 rounds on the trot for Team Finest.
When you start to get
why
nervy,
am I beginning to worry? I'm in the state of worrying now.
When do you begin to? When would you start? 13-10, maybe?
At least the I have. We'll wait.
Okay.
Dang, got some airtime there for Antares. But what I will say is, probably, I mean, double digits is just like alarms are blaring. Like this is getting out of control. If Eternal Fire is still sitting on 13 by that point.
Yeah.
At least Finest they've gotten one of the keys complete. The fantastic start. The money hasn't quite built up though. 1 round win here from Eternal Fire can shut down this comeback immediately. Finest need a clean one, and that's not the fantastic start they wanted.
He's really the only one alongside Kriaz with a little bit of money in the bank, as you say. I haven't built it up to a maximum yet. But a little bit of pushing connector. That's quite a lot of information, I think, for Team Fire. So they can hear a lot through that.
The flank again, though.
And look at the flank. You can look at the minimap. It's that number 8. It's Pleston again. He loves pushing. He's going to be behind the A play here, Fight.
I'm not sure they're going to be even watching for this in the meantime. And Arcus, he's getting aggressive, and he'll take the kill onto his Antares, and that's just drawing further attention.
No.
But Pleston, the flank doesn't finish off, and Imor will actually drop down an Arcus, and Cloud runs through the molly and long, and gets the double entry into the site. And just like that, this comeback might just be up in smoke. The money for Find is not there. Shox off the save. 14-7, Eternal Fire.
It's crazy, isn't it? How the picture of a round can just change in a split second. Because we were looking at that Pleasant flank thinking, okay, if he plays Trigger Discipline and they don't check it, he probably has 2 kills here and they just shuts down the round because Anarquez already got that opening pick. But, as it is, Anarquez drops to Imor. Pleasant can't complete the kill on the flank. He's had a bit of a poor game, unfortunately, as Pleasant this time around. Only 8 and 19. And he gets checked.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it spirals from there with Exfil getting a brilliant double entry on the site. Not even a double headshot, but perfect sprays. Shox is left to save. No HP on these 2 remaining Eternal Fire players. They're going to want to save and keep their guns. No need to hunt anymore. 14-7. Yeah, double the score.
For Team Finest, I mean, at least having Pleasant online is a big win condition.
Yeah.
Especially having him at 8-19 is tough, because when you're the aggressive rifler on both sides of the coin, your success are the impact kills. Your 1-for-1s are fine. Like, I think Team Finest would be in a great stead if Pleasant just, you know, converted a lot of these kills. That's why he has great aim. I just think it's a little bit of an off map from the guy. And Finest are sorely missing him, especially on what we call a very questionable map pick of Overpass.
Yeah, very true. As I said, I'll be looking forward to ask Eternal Fire about that later, or Team Finest, whoever wins this entire series. And the entire tournament, of course. Aggression toward long for an Arquez with the AWP, so that's a good opening pick. No doubt about it. They has to do that at this stage. Well, that would have been a tasty tap if an Arquez, Xantara, hit that. But not to be. And Shox is once again on this elevated angle at the back of the overpass railings on Monster. And they nerfed this a couple of years ago, did Valve, but apparently there are still pixels to stand on. Everyone knows that. And it's a very, very good angle if you don't get flashed, of course.
Oh my, but look where Amor has just outflanked the... Oh
Okay.
no. This is a huge... Oh, but he's not going to get the kill. He's instead going to backstab the B site.
This is a perfect call. This is a perfect call. He's let the AWP, or at least the defender on A, I think it's Kriaz, yes it is.
Oh my gosh.
And now he has 2 players. Do you remember the Tarek moment? Don't make it a Tarek moment.
Don't make it a Tarek moment.
Twist.
He just needs
he's
to
not
clear out
looking.
everything. Twist is not looking, and he's heard the scope up of the op in Graffiti, surely, but they can't deal with Shox. So he gets 2 up on the railings, but there's a man in heaven, and so it's Finest. Anarchus has to be paranoid from so many angles. Out in the open, Imor needs to find this one, but Plesson's dropped the bomb, and that's the one that matters. This flank from Imor. He does have access to the bomb. He might be able to have the opportunity for a plant. He gets no time.
No.
No time. He has to get off of it. He has to fight for kills. But it's not going to happen at the end of it. He's not going down after time either.
Yeah, he's lucky not to, because Kriaz just shot him there at the end of the round, but missed the shot. If he hit that could be a big deal. And in the end, it's only a blip for Team Finest. They hit straight back again. And get themselves an eighth. And as you say, at the end, while that flank toward B was a really nice one, the fact that Shox is in that one position that's basically not visible from heaven, right? Like, it's in the one spot that's vaguely safe from a big flank. And in the end, he gets his couple of kills. Twist going super aggressive.
Oh my.
And he says that this round, Imor, I think, has heard it or seen a shadow or something, because he just spammed him down. And that's the MP9 gone already.
Oh, and Anarchus is in a tough spot too. He has to back away. Finest tried to take a forward stance early on and get punished. I think Twist, there's just a little bit of a gap on the edge of that smoke where Imor was able to see the feet.
Yeah.
Imor was inspecting that smoke. And got the kill, 14-8. Again, Eternal Fire win this and just send Finest right back to an eco. Oh, and Woxic also, that's the win condition of Anarchus gone. That's the op out of at least a player like Anarchus who's just been an absolute playmaker for this team. A huge win condition gone, and it gets worse as Zentaris finds Plesson and Kriaz. He's just slow walking his way back towards the A side. He isn't even going to really be here in time for the play.
Yeah, Zentaris has won his duel. Imor's won his. Voxic wins his against his counterpart Orpa. Yeah, this is basically said and done. I mean, Kriaz will be spotted on the site, and he will take one with him, but that's the information. Shox now needs to go absolutely wild here. Needs 3 kills probably. Spots 1, but there's the info now. They can just swarm him. There should be no issue here for Shox. Gets a dink. Oh, look at the damage done. Team kill actually in the mix there as well, but it doesn't matter. xCloud continues the spray and actually takes down his teammate and the enemy. And that gets Eternal Fire onto 15. There's the odds on your screen as well. That's sort of, you can much widen now for Team Finest, to be expected. It was a bit closer as that map went on, but not to be. And yeah, don't forget you can scroll down and click all the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. Also running a survey right now as well, so you can get that done. You might have a chance to win some nice skins, so have a look.
Yeah, you might have a chance to look at here because Finest might be out of here in just a bit.
Yeah.
4 players were down to the literal bare minimum, 1450 to their name.
That's painful.
Far
indeed.
from pretty. It's a painful way to lose a map. You can't really put up a fight, but Shox is going to anyways onto Zentaris, and xCloud is making so much noise. That is only going to beckon Twist forward, who will find a headshot. But on the other side of the map, the entry on the B site is what Eternal Fire are finding. Shox needs another nuclear headshot. Someone needs to turn up here for Finest.
There are at least 2 here, and Calyx is very, very low. So, in a weird way, now that Twist has recovered the AK as well, I would actually favour Team Finest in this round, but depends on what Eternal Fire decide to do themselves. They're going to group up together toward the back of Monster. You have the low HP player in Calyx, the AWP instead, makes sense. And they're going to try and walk this one together. They are going into 2 of the pistols, the 2 deagles on the site, and one of them is low, so they are making the right call here.
Scooped up inside of the monster tunnel. Just moving as a pack. And a more. That's the low HP Calyx that went first. It only takes a single body shot. And a smoke gets tossed in from short to give the CTs just a tad bit more space. This 2v4 is so very real. But Twisty eats a gush from Amor. But 15 seconds right now, Trav. They got to get kills and fast. Not just space, not just the room to plant. Are they going to save? Is that the option here? 10 seconds? I think they're going to go ahead and save this one. But they're probably not even going to get that luxury. 4 seconds, 2 and 1. The time will run out. Is Woxic going to get hunted or not? Instead, they're going to hold on to the AKs while they can. But a lifeline extended to Team Finest. They still have 6 more rounds to go.
Aye. That was. It's not often you have to save against what is your opponent's basic. I mean, it's a full force buy, sure, but it's only pistols. Yeah, and in the end, Eternal Fire forced into that save. They want the AWP for the next round. I don't think they would have been able to afford it anyway, so I think that's why they made that decision. They can get the buy just. Xcloud's on a Krieg, which you don't see too often these days, and Calyx is on a Galil. So, let's see. Shox pre-aims the 4-man boost there in T-spawn. Good idea, considering they do have that saved AWP. They know it. And we saw the Major, didn't we? We saw Twist hit that shot, actually.
Oh, Kriaz, there's a nade stack? Or was it? They're lining up nades for the B side. I thought they were lining up the HEs. They are lining up the HEs. And, well, who needs the HEs? It's Woxic finding Twist inside a short. How about an op shot instead of your $600 investment? And Pleasant, also 1 for 1. It's information on where Pleasant is. Are they going to try and jump onto this B site? Right now, Eternal Fire. They're just comfortable with working the map control that they have. It's a Krieg for Xcloud.
Yeah. What do they do with
make his way up.
They can scope towards the side a bit easier. And maybe take down a jump spotting player. That's maybe the idea. You've got Voxic and Xcloud for it now, perhaps. 50 seconds. So
right now, Finest have no information. God. It's just no information right now for Finest. You see the passive position that Pleasant's playing. Well, he can't even afford the jump spot because he's so low. You just have to be so afraid that someone can pick you off as you make the jump. Right now, Anarchus is making his way back to the A site. He will be here in time if an execute does get popped. But now 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
smoke.
I like that he's chosen to smoke long because Xcloud's here. He might have to go through that at some point. Now look at the time. 15 seconds to go. Hunting grenade from Voxic though. Take on the low HP of Pleasant, and that's a brilliant trade. Voxic's done all the work in this round so far. Whether it's AWP or grenade, he's making it happen. 3v2. Krez and Shox to try and retake this one. They both have kits, but no utility to play with this one. And they're going to get caught by Calyx, and that's a lovely hold. That's the off angle that always seems to get you a kill. And now Voxic is holding the bank position. Shox might just creep past it, but Xcloud is looking at it too. And there's the Krieg chiming off. It's Eternal Fire winning map 1, and impressively at that as well. They had a big lead, which I would say this one probably could have been easier, that's for sure. Finest put up a fight. But in the end, Eternal Fire will rip the map pick away from Team Finest, and they'll go into map 2 feeling very confident indeed. We'll find out how that one pans out after the break.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
And well, map number 1 goes the way of Eternal Fire in dominant fashion. Team Fine is forced to play from behind from every single step of the way. And now Eternal Fire head to their map pick of Vertigo. By far and away, their best map in their pool. But Team Finest, they've shown competency on this map, Travis. So let's see if they can get this one off with a good pistol, potentially bring us to a third. I'm fine. Let's get this away, Travis.
Let's go. I'm looking forward to it. And already, Shocks, so the grenade is primed. And look at the damage it's done, but it might not even matter. What a headshot that is from him more. We saw in the early portions of this round, Xantares making noise on the grate underneath A to try and fake the play. And even though it didn't really do much to the defense on B, they're breaking through perfectly anyway. A boost is spotted by Xantares as well. xCloud will swing with him to help him out with that one. And even though Anarchis answers back with 1, make that 2. The kit's directly in front of him. They can just pick it up right now. It's all down to Xantares out of nowhere. The smoke is still available. And there's the defuse kit. But Xantares is playing around the boxes beautifully here. Anarchis on for the ace, and he's going to make it happen. What a retake from Finest. 2v3, all 5 for him. What a way to start Vertigo.
All right, Anarchis, an opper by trade, but I don't know what it is about offers, but they're always so good in pistol rounds. Yeah, and he's already got the op to start.
Round 2.
$1,500 from all 5 kills, plus the defuse money he has in op armor.
Hell
and
yeah.
I mean, honestly, it is so worth bringing into this round 2. The weaponry for the side of Eternal Fire is genuinely a huge threat. They are never going to expect an off round 2. Of course, if it falls in enemy hands, then we're talking something different. As they go out to B, Xantares looking for blood.
Oh, he certainly is. Look at that. How fast was he there? And where has Voxic just got that one? I think it was over the top of the smoke toward the bottom of A ramp, and they're just not caring one jot, are they? They're just going straight in for the dry jewels, and they're winning them. But
Anarchis is still yet to fire
get
off.
instantly traded though, so you know it's not the end of the world.
It's 3v3, and Anarchis still has yet to even reveal the fact that he has an AWP. And honestly, I feel like an AWP is even stronger in positions like these, in a 3v3, where players are just going to be slow walking around angles. They're going to be trying to take contact more than, you know, throw a full execute his way. And Anarchis is going to be, for the most part, unflashed if anything comes his way. But they're not going towards A. It's Anarchis towards A.
I like
right
that.
now, Eternal Fire just waiting out the smoke. I'm surprised that Finest, they just cleared out the bottom of ramp in essence. I'm surprised they're not queuing up a fast rotation back towards B. Only now they're going to start the rotate, but Shox is playing off the site. They're handing this one over to Eternal Fire. We might see ourselves in a post plant very, very shortly.
Yeah, again as well. 2 in a row on B too. Alex will check the flank and check it at a good time. Unfortunately, the animation, the special animation, won't come back to give him some good luck. So Pleasant takes him down, and there goes xCloud. And once again, it's Xantares. Can he make up for the previous round? There's one. He's getting spammed through the smoke by that MP9. And he knows where Anarchis is coming from. He hears the stomping coming in. Another headshot for Xantares, and now he's looking for Pleasant on the edge of the box. Can Xantares get it? No! What a swing from Pleasant. Another big 1v1 goes the opposite way that Xantares wants it to go. Oh boy, what a start to Vertigo.
What an effort still put in by Eternal Fire, but I just find it funny. As Anarchis is spamming the smoke with the USB the entire time, despite him having an AWP. But it's Pleasant's MP9, the cheapest weapon Team Finest brought into the round to win it. The flank first and foremost. But then the Giga Swing onto Xantares.
Giga Swing.
He just absolutely it's like a ghost just pops into existence right in front of him, and bang, you're dead.
Yeah.
Tech 9's out to middle, and Shox, he has an automatic weapon. He can handle this.
I was so ready for a Xantares clutch there. Absolutely. So okay, it was the perfect situation for him, having 3 AK, having an AK and a 1v3, but more damage done, it has to be said. And they're putting pressure on toward B again, but I think finally now Team Finest are trying to organise this one, and they're organising it well. And Arcus will catch that shot through the edge of the gap there in Gen. And xCloud is desperately just looking for damage at this stage, I think. Twist.
This is
His low
certified tough.
2, but yeah, that's 1.
Whoa, okay. Damage. I mean, damage is the name of the game here. But now mollied out of position and into Anarchis' op. I mean, it was never really going to happen. But all things said, like, That round came very close to falling out of hand. Shox almost lost his duel to the Mac 10 of Xantares out middle on 2 HP.
Yeah, exactly.
If he gets knocked out, then all of a sudden it's Twist who's on the plate of Eternal Fire, and then all of a sudden Eternal Fire are on their way to winning a half buy, but that's only a dream. That's only hypotheticals we're talking. It's a good CT side start for Team Fine. It's the first gun round coming out for Eternal Fire. But I'm not going to say that Eternal Fire, they haven't looked bad so far on these rounds. These rounds have still been very, very competitive.
Yeah.
See if they can maintain that same face against Finest's full purchase.
What I will say is, I've just given it a double check. Team Finest did win their season half 11-4 against Movistar Riders, which is pretty good. So I'm expecting to see something from them in this map. A bit better than Overpass, that's for sure. Pick does go the way of Xantares, but it's instantly traded from Kriaz, and Xantares is very low after his efforts there.
Oh my.
So look at the flashes. Everyone's completely blind to what B right now, and actually so is Calyx. He's creeping past right now. How does he play this one? There's a player on his left and a player on his right. How does he play this? What's going on? Calyx is behind everyone on B right now. There's a player on his right. Does he even know that? I'm not sure. Toxic is planting in the smoke, in the open, but Calyx still has this play. He's got that kill toward the back of the site now, and they're fine. They don't know Calyx is there. Brilliant 2K.
Anarchus is gone.
They've cleared out everyone, and Anarchus is last alive. He's being held by Voxic as well. And there's the frag. Backstab was flanking him anyway. Look where he was. And yeah, Calyx, they finally take down that player on the back of the site, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Gets himself 2 in that position.
Now the question is here for Team Finest after, honestly, just what a wonderful B execute that was from Eternal Fire. The layering of flashes where Anarchus could never, ever activate. Questions here for Team Finest is, do you force buy? As Plesson is on double eco, and who knows, maybe Anarchus could get himself a glass cannon AWP. But that is a bit of a risk. I'll give it to him. They're going to stick with the USPs, the USPs.
Yep.
And the run. That's a cool way to get across.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't quite pay off in the way they intended. So much damage dealt. And all of a sudden, a 2v2 guns up for grabs, but they're just going to run it. They're going to book it back to A. But there's still a player remaining. There's still Plesson here at the headshot box. Now, I'm not saying this is an easy task for Plesson, but this is the optimal position to do it from.
He can be cheeky with this, but the AWP has spotted him. Oh, it's a bit of a miss from Immort, but I think now they're going to be okay because Voxic can retreat. And as long as they find that picked up AK on Kriaz, of course, somehow he's the one getting all 3 of those kills toward that B play. Xantares is possibly over-peaking a little bit against those pistols. Tap on the bomb will come in. They'll know there's no kit in play here. So obviously it is a full eco. So they don't need to be too antsy here, Eternal Fire. They'll know that this is definitely a 10-second defuse, and now, of course, it's been dealt with, and Kriaz is miles away. So saving the AK is a better choice. Eternal Fire take a lot of damage, but they'll get away with it.
I think the biggest thing there in that round, you saw the flash that was underhanded over that short shelf wall.
Yeah.
That landed out there. It actually blinded Kriaz, but didn't blind Plesson. So Plesson still thought, oh yeah, I still have the cover of my teammate at long range. But because Kriaz was blind, it allowed the swing to come through. There's actually a world. If Kriaz was unblinded by that flash was a couple millimeters off, again, Kriaz has the opportunity to frag out and maybe even find himself even closer to the ace. Almost a massive play. Lots of damage dealt, but not quite what Finest wanted. It could have been even better, is what I should say. Right now, they're going to finally fight for ramp here. Will Eternal Fire. This is Plesson's domain, at least from what I've seen so far from Team Finest. Can they make it happen? Oh dear, but starting things off, a flash through the smoke. Xantares already making his way up. He'll find the initial and the second, dismantling Team Finest with 2 stunning shots.
That's the Xantares we know and love. The Xantares peak has got Eternal Fire control of the A-bomb site here. And likely Fire's already committed to a save. Even with 1 minute 10 to go. There's no way they're retaking this one. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what Plesson and Kriaz love to do. They like to take aggressive control of the top of ramp. They like to make it their domain. They like to make it, sort of play it in such a way that keeps them on the high ground, on the ledges. That let them aim down to their opponents. Top right, top left, gap, crane, even jump sorting sandbags, stuff like that. even the position Xantares is in right now. But one flash can often destroy your hopes and dreams, and it has done just that, I'm afraid. And Eternal Fire are going to even it up at 3 each.
I mean, there's always a reason why Eternal Fire picked this map. They are Vertigo experts.
Yes.
In my opinion. I mean, they've run close score lines. I mean, against some of the best in EU. I mean, shoot, they eliminated OG from the RMR on this map. So, I mean, if that says anything, this is. I mean, right now this is these guys are Vertigo experts.
Absolutely.
Nothing's gonna get past them. These setups are not gonna catch them off guard. They're up to speed with the meta on this map and how every team has dissected this map. Eternal Fire, they should know how to deal with this, but a double op setup could easily catch any team off guard. Pleasant on a dig, hunting for an opener. I've seen him do that before. But not just today, instead Twist has made his way in towards the B stairs, so a lot of map control seeded very early on by Eternal Fire, but they just have to clear everything out again.
Yeah, Twist is in a good spot, that's for sure. I've seen many a double kill come in from there. So if they do go back toward B, they'll have to make sure they clear out all those angles. And Arquez has his AWP toward Gap at the moment. And Criez is boosted with the CZ. If this was a Deagle, I'd be a little bit more confident. But CZ could still work out for one. Everyone's not looking right now. He can be shot a couple of times. That's a nice little fake, but they are staring at it. And there we go. Yeah, they're ready for it. They're ready for anything, it feels like. Immol with another quickfire spray. And goodness me, the death POV there of Shocks just getting planted against the wall from xCloud. Straight through the smoke. That was dramatic.
They just got stapled, man. Just get out the staple, go bang, bang, you're staying here. Nice double up setup you had there, Team Finest. Would be a shame if we just hit you with the wide swing there for Eternal Fire and blasted you guys away.
Yeah.
That's just sometimes what they're able to do. Eternal Fire. If you're holding an angle against them on Vertigo, again, just home territory. I think it's also comfortability for the players too. They don't just pick the map because they know they know their stuff. They pick the map because the players genuinely enjoy playing it. You know, I hear teams always say, you know, remove Mirage from the game when Mirage is literally the best map in their pool. So
yeah. For me, it's Dust 2, man. You gotta get Dust 2 out. Bring back a revamped Tuscan or Train, something like that. Dust 2 is just not it anymore. We saw it at the Major have its like last hurrah for me with that brilliant match. I actually can't remember who it was. Was it the final? No, it wasn't the final. It was the semi-final, right? Yeah, it was. It was the Team Spirit phase semi-final. Yep. Absolute incredible game, but for me, if you're to remove a map, it has to be Dust 2 at this stage.
It just had the best map it's ever had.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if they can drop it into this one. Maybe Vertigo making a case for itself here for Eternal Fire. Oh my gosh, and more. He just knows how to feed around these smokes, catches Kurios off guard. Pleasant has no idea, but he will be able to adjust up just in the nick of time.
That was awesome.
Onto Amor. Pleasant wasn't ready for Amor, but Amor wasn't ready for Pleasant as they jump onto the site now, though. Twist under duress, and he'll find the initial. Now mollied out in the open, and that's where he'll thrive. 2 kills for him, but xCloud, he split the defense now, but a flank. Oh, the flank on Rhino. But Woxic, you're kidding.
I think he must have heard something.
He's committing all his attention towards the flank. If Pleasant begins to push...
Oh no.
xCloud's doing all the work too.
Yeah, xCloud's doing all the kills, and now he's spotted the flare jumping up, and that's the low HP Twist as well. Voxic's convinced. He must have heard something. He's holding it the entire time. He must have had
He's
some
calling
sound
back
cue,
xCloud to flank Pleasant.
This is so good.
But Pleasant's waiting. No. Oh, xCloud! Wow. I mean, what a mid-round decision from Eternal Fire. Woxic knows the flank is coming, and he just patiently tells xCloud, just come back to me, my friend. Flank the flanker. But Twist, my, he's already here. Twist, both these players so low. 1 bullet apiece will do it. He's on 36, but they're going to plant inside the smoke. Wisely, but he's going to find the headshot. 15 seconds. Woxic knows where Twist is playing from. He needs to get the bomb. Woxic has no idea. 10 seconds, and all Twist is doing, he's just leaving the scene. Oh, he's just single-handedly gamed Woxic. And the round's over.
That's incredible. What a mind game that round was. And he might go after time. Oh, he's a lucky boy, Woxic. Thankfully, it doesn't matter at all because he's got 10,600 and he survives anyway. But still, that was a fascinating round. What a round of Counter-Strike. Every round's different in this game. And that one truly brought up every single thing. xFloud, as you say, splitting the difference in mid, flanking basically everyone, then flanking the flanker of Pleasant that Voxic was looking for what felt like years. And in the end, Twist, he was toward B to begin with. That's why they had no idea he was in that gap position on A. Denies the plant, and then completely mind games Voxic. A fantastic victory for Twist, using all of his experience there. And now it's 4 each.
How has Shox gotten here?
What's going on?
What? He has just flanked all 5 players. He's going to join them as a part of the execute, and he will execute too. But Xantares has still gotten the entry onto the site. I mean, somehow this flank from Shox didn't just straight up win the round. Instead, actually, I might favor Eternal Fire in a couple of places, but you're not going to be ready for the second flank. Surely not. He reveals his position. xFloud, he's still standing. Kriaz struggling to close it down. But now, so is Xantares. Oh, it's all over the place. But Team Finest, one way or the other, they'll get it.
What did we say about this one being a bit of a barn burner and teams love pressing W and like it's a lot of sort of singular solo play Counter-Strike? Well, we've just seen it there. 2 flanks coming in from B. Shox, 2 insta-taps with a 5-7. He runs at the last second because they're making so much noise themselves. Absolutely unbelievable round again. 2 in a row that are basically unexplainable almost. And Xantares at the end also thought he killed that player before he gained himself, unfortunately. Oh, and now in this round, with Finest leading 5-4, Tunnel Fire's economy is on the edge at the moment. Oh my god.
Dude. Nice. That was a $6,000 investment down the drain, but Kriaz, 2 kills. xFloud still continuing the rampage from this kid. And just leaving Calyx, no bomb. But with a minute and 20 on the with a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, who needs a bomb? How about the frags for Calyx?
Could be possible here. It's not beyond.
They don't know where the bomb is.
Before. But yeah, you're right. They need to get some information at some point. It's a whole minute to play with, so it's not like he's has to rush at any point just yet.
Finest are getting inquisitive, though, right now at the bottom of Forklift. They might accidentally stumble across the bomb. I wonder if they found it. I don't think they did.
They have now,
Oh, they did. Oh, yep, they certainly have. Yep.
That's now a perfect hold. That's basically impenetrable now if you're Calyx. Has a Molotov and a nade, but where do you really use it in this map in that sort of position? Basically impossible. And yeah, 22 seconds now. He's still creeping in, trying to keep quiet.
No,
I
there's no
don't see
time.
much from here. They've actually given
He's
up the
gonna
bomb
save.
from the long range angles, but it doesn't matter. The choice is to save, and with the money that in the situation it is for Eternal Fire, it does make the most sense, right?
Yeah, I think the money kind of tanked a little bit for Eternal Fire. A couple players are going to be able to buy up, so maybe they'll consider the purchase. A couple of Galils could definitely be in the mix. xFloud and Woxic can get themselves AKs. That's, of course, it would be a little bit of a risk, all things said. We'll wait. We'll see it. Grand Final, of course, is definitely something. We have yet to really even talk about timeout being called out by Eternal Fire. Gives us time to talk about, you know, what the nature of the Grand Final for both of these teams.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Finest have been getting memed on in Twitter for, you know, not really holding a lineup for more than, you know, a month or so. But they've kind of finally stuck with Twist and Pleasant. These two guys, honestly, have been probably the huge benefactors to this team. Finally, someone alongside Anarchas to really take over games, especially Pleasant, is what I'll give. Pleasant, such an impactful rifler in his own right. Team Finest looking to kind of stamp themselves into this realm of Counter-Strike as a certain contender in a lot of spaces. They've hit their stride. We talked about how they kind of took down Spirit 2-0, made the rounds on Twitter, that's for sure. Now they just need to prove it.
Yeah, it's a huge deal, this final, honestly. I mean, even the losers guaranteed 20 grand, which is a big deal, certainly for both these two teams. And it's a big deal for Anarchis this round as well. It's a really nice opening pick. He managed to jump away as well. This is exactly how he got his ace earlier in that critical moment against Movistar Riders. In the end, they lost the map, but it was still one of the plays of the day. He's going to make too much of it this time.
Playmaker.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Woxic tried to make something happen there, as I said, to try and take him down, but straight through the smoke gives Anarchis a freebie. So it's another 5v3 for Finest. They'll take those every day of the week.
Gonna group back up to B. Maybe assemble a boost. Are they gonna be able to get the player up top is the question. They're gonna lob in the smokes. Headshot. Oh, you know, headshot angle spotted. But it just immediately dinked his Calyx. Now a player close up toward the white box. Twist. His position unaccounted for. Finds the kill on the Calyx. And even shocks right onto the edge of the smoke. They're jumping on top. They know this round is all fine and dandy here for Finest. Xfloud, what extra padding can you add to the table? He is checking for Pleasant, but Pleasant's not committing to the flank. He's not giving Xfloud an avenue to get out. Oh my! Xfloud still with another fantastic headshot. That actually scatters the defense completely.
If he was full health, I would give him a pretty good chance at this, but with Anarchis still on his AWP up and in this situation with 12 seconds, it has to be a save. If he gets hunted here, he could die after time, and that would be problematic with only $700, but I don't think they're going to chase him. As this clock ticks to 0, it will change Finest's number from 6 to 7. They'll be feeling pretty good about this so far. As I said earlier, they had an 11-4 against Movistar Riders. If they can get another 11-4, they'll be feeling pretty good about it, despite the fact they did lose that map eventually. I think they're going to know what to fix from earlier. Zantaro is having a great game so far. Xtad on 12 as well. Zantaro's on 13. They're the two main fraggers so far, but elsewhere there isn't really much to write home about, so they're going to need the rest of them to join up together sooner or later. Xcloud's hero AK, or saved AK I should say. So try and make something happen here.
I mean, this man's already been a hero. We've already seen what he can do to an AWPer holding his angle. How about the rifles? For starting things off, Shocks. Opener onto Calyx, trying to take the stairs control solo. Slowly but surely. It gets whittled away. There's a double setup here. Cloud. I mean, of course he's good for a headshot. My gosh, this guy's insane. So, let's see it. 2v3. Centaurus does actually find a frag back into the mix. Can get himself the bomb to pick up. The thing is, the map control is lacking in a lot of places right now for Eternal Fire. So right now, Woxic, I mean, his dig, maybe to poke and prod him towards ramp, but in the meantime, Shocks is pushed all the way down the B stairs. At least gotten that information, but still a very passive setup from Team Finest. Not really fighting for information or map control. Of course, it will require an absolutely blazing entry, and now Shocks is getting proactive. Now they're starting to be the detectives to this situation. Yep. A flank is coming in to these T-side players as they walk up the ramp. Shocks is about to get too near for it. They get around the corner. Shocks sees nothing.
That's unfortunate timing.
But I think he's going to continue forward. He's not going to say... He doesn't have true confirmation that it is an A yet. Surprise, folks. Woxic and Anarchis will drop Zantara's 8-4. Team Finest. I mean, you said they got an 11-4 half. It was a little bit heartbreaking against Movistar Riders.
Yeah.
They kind of need to get their way up there to that stead once again.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I agree. That's the sort of level which could get them a chance at winning the game, even though it was a bit of a failure earlier, I'm afraid. But yeah, it's a great flank from Shocks in that previous round. They would have thought they just didn't check sandbags properly, and he was just sitting there ready to shoot them in the back. But in the end, he was fully flanking forever. Trying to listen for the steps there underneath A in connector there. Just had his knife out, looking at the wall, trying to hear directly below him. Calyx looking for something. Only 2 kills on the board so far, but unfortunately for him, he's looking for an opening pick where there are 2 players. But doesn't matter. Look at this. He does manage to take Creality, checks the angle properly, and now he spots out Twist too. Should get baited in, will Immor, and there we go. Trade's going elsewhere as well, and Anarkes still up, gets one back, but it's still a 3v2, and now he's going to get pressured by Xantares. Look at this, Anarkes doesn't give a damn. He's trying to pick aggressively here. Xantares is close up, and he's going to quick scope him. Really nice pick, and now Immor has to get the kill, and does. Voxic's holding the angle for the rotation from mid, and that's a really nice fifth from Eternal Fire. Well worked out. Everyone's holding their backs. Well done.
I mean, that's just the way that Eternal Fire are exploiting middle right now on their T side have gotten them so many rounds. It's prevented rotations. It's drawn away the B players. And then in the fashion that Calyx is able to break apart that B stairs setup. I was so unexpected in the way that he got the initial kill and then drew out the fire from Twist. He didn't go down until when he swung together with his teammate Inamor and just allowed for the easy trades to come through. The trade game from Eternal Fire, as well as the mid pressure that's working so well for this T side. And now Fine is calling it a timeout. I mean, some may say, in this economy, 5 rounds might be enough for Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
I know some people say that Vertigo is supposed to be T-sided, but like in the year of our Lord, 2022, that has not been the case.
No, absolutely. I actually had this chat with Hayes earlier in our first Vertigo match in the previous game, and yeah, certainly it was considered T-sided in the early stages, but as the meta has progressed, when the M4 A1S was buffed as well, at this stage, it's most certainly a very CT-sided map, almost as much as Overpass and Nuke, I'd say, because you know, at this stage, and especially at the major, I think statistically, pretty sure it was the most CT-sided map. So, yeah, it's crazy how things change. But as it is, will be Eternal Fire probably not unhappy because of that. With 5 on the board already.
See if they can continue. An 8-7 would be an absolute godsend for this to clean a potential 2-0. For the grand final, this would be the biggest achievement that this group of guys, they assembled 9 months ago. Strange to think that it's been that long.
Yeah, true.
And this would be their biggest achievement by far. Qualification as well. For the big international land coming soon. Anarch is posted, waiting. But Xantares is going to walk into his crosshair, and Korea's also finding him. More shocks as well towards middle. Does spot the bomb getting picked up. He's going to slink away, but Woxic walks right into the line of Anarchis. Calyx needs to activate. It's down to basically a 1v1 between the side anchor. A 1v1, except for the fact that there are 3 players there to deal with.
Yeah.
This is a save from Eternal Fire.
A 1v1 with with no way in, and Voxic to add another one to the table on 1 HP. So yeah, it's basically impossible. And with the money the way it is for Eternal Fire, it makes total sense to save here. They even have a couple of smokes and a grenade as well to use in the next round. Xfav has enough cash to buy up some more util as well. So yeah, they're going to have to just take the pain on this one. As you can see, Xantares can buy and Immor can get a Galil. So they're going to have a full purchase on round 15. With the last 1.5 coming in, it made the most sense to choose this option. So 10-5 or 9-6. That is the question. With a tech pause coming in as well. Usually for when it's Eternal Fire, usually it's some sort of ping problem. Because quite often Eternal Fire have some connection issues, of course, with where they're playing from around the world. But they make use of it. It has to be said, they're been doing incredibly well. And if, as you said, so rightly said, Fire, if they win this grand final, most certainly, alongside getting those major stickers as well and qualifying for that massive event, one of the biggest in Counter-Strike history, I think, overall. That would be their biggest achievement yet. To actually win something, win a cup, would be sick for them.
Be a big time boost. I mean, for a team that has been struggling for a long time, and I mean the same goes for Finest too. I mean, this team is just so completely revamped and reformed. They only really were brought together at the start of this year, all things said, and they're fighting in a grand final. I mean, a lot of these players have kind of missed the spotlight. Twist had his, and he's been kind of out and about, out of commission. I mean, you can't forget Anarchis, who's basically the Israeli OG. Like, you hear Like, you hear about Spinks and Flames, like the prodigies. This guy was here before all you kids were doing anything. And he's finally getting a chance to be in the spotlight.
Yeah, and he deserves to be. I mean, he's there's never, at least from what I've seen, there's never one game where there isn't an Arcades highlight, which is always remarkable. I mean, I remember there was one game, I think I casted a 16-1. This is when Finest were at one of their sort of weird stages of not knowing what their roster was, right? And I think they lost an Inferno game. I can't remember who it was against, but they lost it 16-1. And the one round they won was like an Arcades 1v3, if I'm not mistaken. So it sort of tells the tale that he's always the man that puts something on the board for Team Finance, whether it's on his own or not. Have a quick look at what this technical pause is. I've got some information for you. Check in the channel. Yeah, it is. I think it is ping issues. Yeah, it is. So I guessed correctly. Happens sometimes for Eternal Fire. But we've sorted it, and we're going to be back underway very shortly.
Yeah, so many roster iterations. Pluston and Twist have only been on it for 2 months. It's also a great time for Kriaz to kind of get his chance back in the spotlight. I think he's always been bouncing around teams. I remember he got his huge hype boost when he stood in for Fnatic and dominated.
True.
I believe that was at ESL Pro League Season 8, if I can remember that.
That is a long time ago, but I think you're right.
That was like 3 to 4 years ago for Kriaz. Now having his big opportunity to get a big tournament win. But right now, Eternal Fire still looking good. Even 5 rounds could be enough. And a good flashbang tossed in. Shox might want to take an opportunity, but if he did, he might be swinging into 3-4 players. And so they're going to be able to creep up towards B, maybe even assemble the boost up the danger. They have all the assets they need to run a perfect B-side play. The biggest deal here for Eternal Fire is the Spy does not have a lot of utility behind it. Lots of boosts, but maybe the frags to back it up. Xantares is going to open it up. But where's the follow-up? Where's the smokes? Where's the flashes? Eternal Fire.
They have one.
Are they going to commit?
They only have that one smoke. It will just be chucked in now. There's one for right side Gen. That's okay, but look at this boost. Kriaz has absolute full sight, but that's a wonderful flashbang. Oh, X-Floud. He's not just good at shooting people, he's good at throwing grenades as well. And look at him in his position. Twist has no clue. Bit of a team flash there from Anarchos, I think. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. But that's a brilliant execute from Eternal Fire again with not much utility. They really made it work for them. Voxic takes Plesson. Now it's all over to Anarchos. Just going to run in. He'll have his head ripped off by Amor. And that's a pretty decent T-half from Eternal Fire, it has to be said. 9-6. Pretty good. They'll be actually pretty happy with that, considering the run of rounds that Finest got midway through that one.
Yeah, I mean, in a pistol round for Eternal Fire could... Some may say... could put this game to rest. Just consider the CT side so far on this map. From Team Finest, they are a very heavily CT-sided team on this map. At least they have been throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
Throughout today. So, is that going to be enough? 9 rounds is cool. A 3-round lead at the half is fantastic. Can they make this T-side pistol work? A B rush. So important to get this pistol here for Finest to try and stamp themselves in to maybe take their opponent's map pick away. And the Plesson is opening up. X-Floud, 5 HP and a clutch.
Oh, if he was full health, I would absolutely back him for this. I mean, the bomb's still in the open, but look, he's being flanked from mid. There's no way he gets away with this. Yeah, flanked on the side by Shox. I was feeling that one. I mean, even if it was 100 health, he would have been flanked anyway, to be fair. But yeah, that's... a nice burst there from Team Finest. Absolutely no hesitation on that one. Straight into B. And that's actually, if I'm not mistaken, that's a carbon copy of what they did earlier, actually, in their game against Movistar. I think they just decided if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, they're going to win the pistol, get double digits first, lead 10-6. If they can overcome Eternal Fire's force buy here with Xantares on the M4, anything can happen if Xantares is on a rifle. And they're well set.
Still a very, very potent buy. I mean, Xantares on an M4 can do anything.
Yeah.
And up ramp they go. Oh my. He could have had players with nades in hand, but instead he'll be the recipient of 2. But joined together with Amor, it's a double kill for Eternal Fire. And more damage dealt down, but the nade is going to finish off Xantares. A 3v3. It's only Calyx on the site. He doesn't want to really stick around. He might not want to get run down. hunting for wall bangs. But all this is doing right now, Trap, is buying time for a potential flank. Unfortunately, it's only a P2000 really of Woxic. A scout isn't the weapon of choice I'd be wanting to flank with. So they're going to be able to take the full site control. A 1D required here for Calyx. But it's Finest who are geared up to lock in this second round of the half.
This is so difficult. Calyx only 3 and 12 so far as well. Woxic now scouting around with that very weapon, but yeah, Calyx has been dinked down through double stack. There's not really much you can do about this, I'm afraid. They're going to probably at least look for something. Calyx sticking around looking to try and take a weapon away. Woxic actually is creeping up. Woxic, and he will actually take the head off of Kriaz, and Calyx has a slight chance there, but in the end you can't really see anyone on that MP9. Unfortunately, it's out of bullets. That's actually is allowed to get a reload off, but yeah, Shox is too fast on the trigger there. And that's going to be a full eco coming in here for Eternal Fire. Finest are going to get up to 12 and have double the score of Eternal Fire. This is game on right now.
In fact, I think more than game on. I think Team Finest are in the domineering position all of a sudden. This is what,
yeah.
I mean, the pistol round either has it where Eternal Fire get off to buys really early on in the game, or on the flip side, it turns into the fact where Team Finest just barrel on through their opposition. Twist with another. And Finest are marching their way to what could potentially be a third map requirement.
Dust 2
out of the series. A Dust 2.
I really want to see that. There's a part of me that wants to see this game go down to the very last couple of rounds, of course. It is a grand final after all. You always want to see a good grand final. And Eternal Fire, while being a map up, are about to be 12-6 down on the map 2. And they'll be very confident in their Dust 2. I know they will be.
Oh my. Don't mess with this guy. Don't mess with Centaurus on a dig.
Yeah,
give him this respect. Nade him out. Molly him. Get him out of here. He's actually going to be able to return back to the headshot box. Okay, another Molly tossed in. They don't want him here anymore. Another headshot. Well, leaping Mac 10s are hard to hit. I don't blame him. Woxic is just next in line. NX Flat will fall out of the hands of Plessin. 12-6 right now. Finest, they open up the half with the first 3. And Eternal Fire need to get things going if they want to keep their hopes of a 2-0 alive and just to stamp in their map pick. Because Team Finest with both pistol rounds is giving them a huge boost in rounds.
That's the thing, right? Like I mentioned, they need to get going. I feel like Xantares, Xcloud, and to an extent Immor have got going, but especially Calyx and Woxic haven't really had much chance to do much in this game so far. Calyx especially. And we don't expect too much of. We expect just a standard performance from Woxic these days, don't we? Considering he's the IGL for this team, not the hard carry days of Mouse Sports, for example. But yeah, Calyx is having a poor one, I'm afraid, and that is letting Finest really bring up a comeback here and extending their lead. Possibly, as you say, getting through to Dust 2, which will, if we do get to Dust 2, I'll run you through all the stats on that one because there's some very interesting results later on if we do get there. But yeah, at the moment, Xantares and Xcloud need some help.
Let's see if Woxic can bring the heat on the CT side. I think the AWP finds by far and away the most success on the defending side, so he will not quite be wheeling that one out towards the A ramp. Instead, he'll let Xantares and Calyx do some of the talking. I think Calyx in general looking to get a bit more activated in these situations. I think he's been stuck to a lot to the extremities. When it comes to at least the T side, didn't really get too many opportunities to find clean 1v1s. Kind of walking into a lot of the setups. So Calyx on the CT side kind of gets to play his game. Starting off very early on, Eternal Fire go for that bottom ramp peak, but they're not really going to stick around. They just want the information early on, maybe stack up other parts of the map. And instead, they're actually going to run this one retake. I saw Xantares juggling around a couple of HE grenades. Could be very useful come stopping a plant. That's for darn sure. excited to see where he gets to utilize those.
I'm kind of surprised they are playing retake actually, because retaking A is so difficult, and you give opponent that amount of freedom, stuff like this can happen. Twist is going to absolutely outrun Voxic. Now Xantares has to show up. Gets one, really nice double headshot, looking for more, but there's so many players facing him. You can't, even if you're Xantares, you can't win a duel when you're not looking at someone. xCloud does do really well to take one, and he's still waiting for Pleasant to reface, but all he uses the gap in the yellow top. Beautiful stuff from Pleasant. Back into a 2v2. No kit on Calyx or Immor. That's the nightmare situation for them. And Kriaz still has control of sandbags. How he's not hit one bullet yet on Calyx, I don't know, but there we go. And he gets the last as well. Finest are absolutely running riot right now on Vertigo. Eternal Fire have no answer for it.
And that might just seal away the game here. Team Finest with a perfect start on the T side. 4 rounds geared up to be 5. We're looking at 14-6 and then a Eternal Fire timeout that, I mean, it's probably to assess whether they just need to force buy at this rate to try and claw their way back into the game. They don't have really the best tools to do it, though. I mean, it's going to be a lot of M4s, half armor, a little utility. Just straight brawn is what Eternal Fire are going to need to try and win this. And they opted for a little bit of a half buy. A Hero M4 could be up for question.
Yeah.
I mean, Xantares did have the most cash if you wanted to drop one over and maybe take a hit come the next round.
Funnily enough, right now, Fire are on the edge of the possibility of both teams trading map picks. Look at the top of your screen. Team Finest go for a weird one with Overpass, get punished for it. And then a very normal pick for both these two teams of Vertigo is on the edge of going the other way. But this,
I mean, Finest have looked good on this map, that's for sure.
Yeah. Half buy coming in for Eternal Fire. They have the Scout, they have a Deagle, a 5-7, in fact 2 of them, and xCloud's MP9. They still have money to buy next round after this, and oh my goodness, okay. Poor old Rockstick is not being given much to do in this game, it feels like.
He needs to get a very quick opening kill. Someone here from Eternal Fire. Some just clean little setup where you nab the lurker maybe and force him back to the B site.
Yeah.
They have the thing is here you see a lot of like close tucked up angles. There's just still so much utility right now for the Finest side to clear out all these positions. I don't see a world in which xCloud isn't the victim of just the sheer protocols. Gonna toss in a ramp smoke, at least a delay. That delay is certainly going to be needed in a tad bit. Yeah. He's about to have 5 players coming his way.
Yeah, getting 2 would be a miracle. That tells you how difficult this situation is.
Oh boy.
In comes all utility. Oh, really aggressive and gets an insta dink up close, but of course it's not an AK-47. It will only be that one headshot for precisely, good to know. Apparently when you're inside someone else, you do 61 damage with a headshot with an MP9. Not bad. It's pretty powerful, but yeah, it's going to be another round for
Fire
Team
rate
Finest.
is insane, so it's basically just an AK-47.
It is. I've spoken about this as well in length in previous casts and stuff, and just saying that, you know, the MP9 is... If the chat right now wasn't how ridiculously good the Silenced M4 was, I think we'd be talking a bit more about the MP9, honestly, because that's just such a good SMG. The UMP is out of favour now and has been for, what, 4 years, 5 years? So...
Yeah, they've got the wrong guy, is what we're saying here for the A1S.
Yeah. What would you do with it? I mean, everyone asked that question. Actually, I don't think I've asked you yet. What would you do with the A1S? Would you put it back to 20 bullets? Would you increase the price to the A4's price?
Swap prices with the A4.
Okay.
A4, why would you pay $200 for an A4? I'm just asking. Do you want to hit people for 99 and 4?
The only thing that sort of is working out right now is the fact that you know, you see Simple and Bit, for example, use the A4 because the higher fire rate favors someone with that ridiculous first bullet aim, especially like Bit, right? I think he has ridiculous headshot percentages. So
right,
I do get that, but it's very, very niche.
You literally have to be the best aimer in the world to use the A4.
Exactly.
Oh man, that's some fantastic damage landed there by Calyx. It's 14-6. The scoreline's bleak and okay. To make the outlook just a bit Bleaker. Yeah, that is a shot that will break apart Xantaras. 4v5. I'm not feeling great if I'm Eternal Fire.
It's not the hottest situation for them. It was a bit of a run over on Overpass, and we thought that game would be over pretty quickly, but at this rate, this one might actually be even faster, unbelievably. And Arquez trades out Immort. That gives them a 4v3 as they advance toward the A site. It's going to be all down to Calyx, and he hasn't managed to step up too much in this game so far. Only 4 kills on the board. Everyone's here to take him down. 45 seconds to go. Make that 40 now as they push with the smokes up. Connector is covered. CT is covered. Voxic is going to try with the wallbang, I'd imagine, if he hears the plant come in. Actually, they're just going to leave.
They're going to back away?
That's a call.
The smokes have just faded on the A site. Oh my gosh, wait, X-Flat is still here. And he finds the headshot on a twist. I mean, and now it's just panic. It's straight panic for Finest. Time is so low right now that they're going to run back up the ramp. And Calyx still playing so aggressively on the site. A chance, but it's blown. Kriaz gets both of them. Plant. It will come through with a second to spare. 3 of them. And X-Floud. 1v3. Man, Calyx had the opportunity of his life.
He did. What did I say about him needing to step up? Only 4 kills. That was his chance to at least make a play which guarantees a round for his team, right? But no, he was also low on ammunition as well. And yeah, it's not going to work out for him. So we're getting into that stage now where we're talking about a team fights map 2, and now we have to think very, very strongly about Dust 2. 1 map to crown our champions for the Pinnacle Cup number 4. This tournament has been going on for a long time. It started like about a month and a bit ago. Then the major happened. There was a big break in between before the playoffs. And now we're back in it. A reminder, you can scroll down and click all the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. We've got CS Money, AstroPay. And we've got a survey running as well at the moment where you can win some stuff for free. So fill that in and maybe you'll get lucky.
Yep.
But at the moment, Eternal Fire are not getting lucky. It's going to be an absolute run over.
Why are they calling a timeout here for Finest? Like, okay. You got 9 rounds to work with. Of course, it is super important just to make sure that things come all to fruition. Here, just lock it in. Get us out of here. Hold the momentum. You know, I think Team Finest were a different team a month ago when this tournament started. That's for sure. I mean, we would have called them a new team, all things said. I mean, if you want to look through Group A, I mean, they still came out and dominated their group, all things said, but it's still a bit odd and out there. They're a team who went 3-2 during the Swiss stage, just barely getting past teams like Isurus, slightly losing to Spirit in that Swiss stage and Apex, and then they come into playoffs as one of the lowest seeds, and they took down, well, after that group stage play from Spirit, they came out. Spirit were major semifinalists. They took them down.
Yeah.
And just cleaned house on the rest of the bracket. And Team Finest geared up to steal a map pick away from Eternal Fire. And bring a Dust 2, a 3rd. They took a timeout for this one. It'd be a shame if they didn't close it here.
Indeed. And the buy is a bit of all over the place as well. I mean, they got 4 M4s and a FAMAS, but look at this. They're about to use their last bit of utility. Xflad has the smoke, and Voxic has the flashbang, but that smoke is quite literally the only bit of defensive util they have left. Pleasant's holding the line with the M4. Picked it up instead of the AK on the T side now as well. You have the liberty of that. And comes to play. Calyx gets taken down first. Good trade from Xantares, but look how much damage he's taken. 15 health to spare, and look where Shox is.
It's just a pincer. There's no chance. I mean, how can you even fight yourself out of that situation if you're X-Floud? And now Immort, just next in line to fall. Team Finest. Dust 2 comes unknocking, Travis. It only just takes 2 more frags.
And it's the 2 stars, Xantares and Voxic, but unfortunately they're not at full strength. No op for Voxic, no health for Xantares. And Shox is just lurking around all of them right now. He's got them pincered in, as you say, locked into the A-bomb site. He can make a play at any point. Bomb's going to get rushed in, but in comes Shox. 3, 2, 1. Sure, Xantares gets 1 more, but that flank is there. And it's all down to Roxic. Has a free M4 to recover, but only 6 kills in the game so far. It's looking a bit beyond him, and Arcus is holding towards Connector, spots the arm, and that's the second map done and dusted. We do get what this tournament deserves. We get a third map decider, a big sigh of relief there from Twist. And we're going to go to Dust 2. There's a lovely bit of some lovely posturing for the camera right now from Kriaz. Some thumbs up, some hearts to the camera. One more map to decide our Pinnacle Cup champions. It's going to be Dust 2, and we'll find that out after the break.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
And a Pinnacle Cup champion is going to be crowned here. The number 4 is going to be in the hands of either Eternal Fire or Finest, as we take it away to a knife round out towards Long to decide who's going to be taking sides here on the map of Dust 2. I'm fine. I'm joined by Travis, as we're going to be taking our grand final away on Dust 2, a map that I think is even between both of these teams. But lately, I think this has gone in the favor of Finest very much so. But, you know, the caliber of Eternal Fire as a team certainly can't be underrated.
Ooh. Yeah,
okay.
And Kriaz has won a 1v2 knife round there. He was the one on 100 HP, and the other 2 were low. So that's a good start for them. They get CT to kick us off, so that's not bad for them. They'll be happy with that. Favoured side, I would say, on most maps these days. So excellent start. And as you say, you're absolutely right. We're about to crown the 4th edition of the Pinnacle Cup, the winner of the 4th edition of the Pinnacle Cup, and a winner of 80 grand as well. Is some tasty dollar, and it should be pretty exciting. Let's get underway. Dust 2, they're about to open this one. xCloud has 2 flashes and a smoke. Calyx has a flash and a smoke of his own. So it looks like it's going to be a long play, having 2 smokes on the T-pistol.
Ain't nobody is here, though, for Team Finest. It's only Kriaz tucked out towards Car. Not making a peep about this one. Oh, he's trying to boost assemble here. I think they have been spotted. There might be something, because they boosted up Xantares. I think he's just spotted the head of Kriaz. That's such a genius way to clear out Car without using a molly. And now they can comfortably attack Long.
Yeah.
Smokes will go in, bounces across, and with the opening kill, Eternal Fire want the pistol.
That's something I actually haven't seen too much of as well, the boost on Long, to just avoid having to purchase up that molly on the T-pistol, and Xantares will eat up the first as well with that P250. Insta first bullet accuracy, and there's xFab with the recovered USP from the third-person POV there. Beautiful shot on toward Pleasant, and really all they have to talk about right now is an Arquez, and I'm afraid he's 1v5 with a defuse kit, sure, but you're not going to ninja defuse this round, I'm afraid. Too many players to face. 16 HP. He's been spotted. And there are now 4 players facing him from Long. Literally impossible. 1 kill would be nice, but actually he 99 in 1.
9 in 1
there. That's unfortunate. A headshot from that range with the USP is often not a one-shot kill, even if it's a headshot. But yeah, that was a really, really well worked out pistol from Eternal Fire. Took their time, used that boost, as you so rightly said, to clear out Car. Really smart. And they'll be rewarded with the opening round.
Yeah, I mean, on Dust 2, the CT side models are a little bit unfair. They're all, like, super chunky and, you know, big hats and everything. It can also happen when you're crouched behind the B-side platform. But they're walking into a 2-man setup. This could get dangerous, but Shox gives himself up. Can Anarchus come up clutch with a dig? No, he can. Not another headshot landed on xFloud. The double entry is through. For Eternal Fire, they'll proceed in the site.
More critical kills from xFloud again. This guy, honestly, he's starting to become one of my favourite players to watch in Tier 2. Genuinely. This guy is not in the shadow of Xantares or Woxic anymore. He's his own man. And he's one of the most reliable riflers in the space, I feel like, at the moment. Get himself an upgrade to the Deagle as well. And it's Twist and Kriaz forced to save the Scout and the Deagle. Twist has a Deagle of his own as well, so he can drop that to a teammate on the next round to at least try and do something. And actually going to manage to get themselves a gun, and that's a nice shot toward xCloud. There's very low HP here on Xantares and xCloud. That's why they're wanting to get away toward T-spawn, so they don't die to the bomb. They might still do that. Xantares is going to be very close to death there, and there we go. He will disappear from the players alive on the right-hand side of your screen there, so it'll be xCloud and Woxic to survive. So, in the end, technically, Finest have taken 3 players down.
Technically. But, there we go. Finest. I mean, the damage is pretty solid there, all things said. But damage not what you're looking for when you're on the 4 spy. And again, xFloud doing fantastic work. I think it's more or less the playoffs where he's shown since the major. I think there's been a lot of development. And now coming out towards Long, running into a boatload of pistols. Woxic will fall, and more down to 11. On the verge of actually conceding this. This is already just, I mean, advantage Finest all the way.
Oh my goodness, so much damage being taken. That's unreal. Poor old Twist is being peppered away there through the doors, and Xantares will just hold W for the second as well, taking his matters into his own hands for this one. And yeah, you saw Krias just creeping in there, trying to get some timing, but just couldn't make it happen. And now it's only Shocks and Anarches left. Still got that scout available, but damage will be a bit of a hard one to do to at least 3 of the players. Immor, of course, 1 bullet with anything, I think, away from going down with what Finest have. But they're creeping up toward A. It's the right choice. They're going to avoid actually both of these 2 CTs here. So we're heading toward a 3-0 lead for Eternal Fire in the beginnings of Dust 2. And maybe Finest now will be wishing they hadn't won the knife round. Who knows?
Yeah.
Of course, there's a lot of games to be played out yet.
Yeah, of course. Pistol round. A pistol round always gets this kind of 3-0 start for the most part. It is worth saying that Xantares is the highest rated player, at least in the playoffs so far. Rocking a 1.3 rating right now so far. Starting this game off hot as well. He started off Overpass the same. I believe it was 11-0 to kick off Overpass. He's always the biggest asset that Eternal Fire have to their name. Of course, he's probably the biggest name next to Woxic on the Eternal Fire books. Long periods of success this guy has had alongside Woxic.
Yeah, overall, you mentioned stats. I'm actually going to bring that up right now because it might be the last chance I actually get to do it, considering it's the last map of the entire tournament. But yeah, I just want to bring up what you say about the stats of these 2 players, especially during the timeout. So let's have a quick switch over here. For playoffs alone, as you say, the 2 highest rated players in the maps that have been played. Sampius 1.34, Orpa of course, Xantares 1.3. So rightly say, 6 maps played, very good. What I will say is the consistency of Fascia, the rifler from ECSTATIC, of course. 20 maps played in this event. And he's got a 1.28 rating, only 0.02 behind Xantares. This guy also, I mean, I'll mention him alongside xCloud, honestly. 2 of my favourite riflers in this level of CS. They're just absolutely nuts. To see Fascia get an upgrade to maybe a team like Fnatic, maybe, coming up, they need one. I really think that would be an excellent pickup.
Oh, but how about this from Plessin? 2 players pushing in, down from the lower tunnels. 2 kills, but a trade back. Onto the crunching player. The B side is actually just wide open for the taking if Eternal Fire can realize that. They don't anymore. Instead, he's going to drop down and chase, but he peeks into Krias and gets dropped. An absolutely insane round. 2v3 is what stands. But xFloud is still standing, and he has found a gap in the defense. Nobody watching him mid-doors. 0, zilch. And right now, Anarch has to be paranoid. He's about to get walked up on at window by xFloud. And Anarchus is about to go down. That's the B site wide open for Eternal Fire.
That is absolutely perfect from xCloud. Again, that's not even what he's necessarily known for. He's known for the sort of entry and anchor roles, but now late round is really coming to the fore. And again, as you say, the fact that they left mid and xCloud found that space immediately is unbelievable. And yeah, now it's a very difficult retake. Probably the hardest site to retake in the game. But only when you don't have anyone tunnels, and Voxic isn't going to check behind him. So xCloud needs to step up. 0 deaths in this game so far. Needs to keep it that way. Gets 1, gets 2. It's textbook again from xCloud. I keep talking this guy up, and he keeps on delivering. 9 kills, 0 deaths, perfect aim. Again, xCloud wins a round on his own for Eternal Fire.
I think the rating on HLTV is so deceiving for this man too, because the impact he has for this team, the clutches he brings to the table, and the perfect decision-making he has, single-handedly winning him around. Woxic, on the other hand, is going to get blasted at the start of the round by a Plessin scout, and the push in towards lower tunnels from Twist. Well, it gets a 1 and done. Twist is out of there, but all things said here for the side of Finest, they're going to need a little bit more than that. They're going to need some kind of xFloud play. 4 on 4, but 4-0 for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, this is almost how Overpass started, except on the CT side, of course. Immor, as he's low HP, will pick up the AWP. Little jump throw Molotov there against the edge of the wall in lower tunnels will angle your throw a little bit. as he gets launched off the corner like that. So it spreads a little bit further in towards short. But look at Shox on this scout. He's advanced all the way toward long, but he doesn't hit a shot there, unfortunately. He'll have to leap away into pit. He's going to get faced by xCloud. Does xCloud survive? He does, but takes a tag. So his 0 death stat might not last for too much longer. Centaurus has crept up short. I think he's found the space here. He's even going to drop down towards CT. Pleasant, if he hits a headshot, he's going to be fine. But no, he gets caught by Twist. And look at the damage being done. xCloud somehow survives. He is somehow eternal on this roster right now. And look at this. Pleasant's just wall bang headshotted Immor. Bomb will go down. But it has to be down to Calyx here.
And he's getting flanked too. I mean, Calyx, is he gonna turn? He's gonna running knife out. No idea that Anarchis has already made his way out. And xCloud, this time around, a clutch is too difficult a task to ask, and a half-buy win comes out for Team Finest.
Exactly what they needed. Exactly what they needed. Of course, winning on a half-buy does wonders for your economy. And they're going to do just that. Look at that. Look at that boost of money they've just gotten. Twist on 6.9 with the AK. Pleasant on 6.1. They've got an AWP for free as well. Even better.
You wonder if Twist is going to break it out. You wonder if Twist is going to purchase himself an AWP. I don't think that's actually going to happen.
No, unlucky.
But that would be pretty darn classic. He's kind of been out of the opping spotlight for the last 2 years or so. Honestly, in all of his teams he's played.
Fnatic in an IP was sort of every now and then, right? So it was on and off. A bit like sort of the Mixwell, sort of, you know. He was, sometimes he wanted to AWP, sometimes he didn't. That sort of old meme, of course. Some of you may remember that one.
Gotcha. Let's go ahead. I mean, I honestly, the Mixwell days were a little too early or a little too late for me. Let's see how this one will work out here for the side of Team Finest as the B-side play rolls on through. Pleasant with another 2 headshots, but Woxic on an important trade opens up the site and forces Finest to retake.
That's a really big kill. Woxic takes a lot of damage for it, but again, he has a 2v2, and it's the 2 players you want in the 2v2 as well. No xCloud, but you get Xantares and Woxic instead. That's not too bad. But it's going to be a double tunnel retake. That would be absolutely incredible if this one works out here. Xantares has moved away from his position, so that is at least something. He's safe from being flanked, and Woxic can peek off of double box as well with Xbox. And now the grenade coming in does let them know over the presence of at least one. First swing comes in, but smartly, Anarchis delays it and holds the angle. Now it's Xantares. One headshot, another spray down coming in. Oh, so many bullets being used, and Kriaz plays it to perfection. How about that? Not showing his entire body, waiting for Xantares to use up his clip, and the defuse is so close, but he is going to manage to get it. Oh, that's a smarter clutch than it looked. Good job, Kriaz.
Kriaz just delaying, and then he hits him with the swing, the headshot too. What a timing, what nerve there from Kriaz. In that situation, some people will just go ahead and just throw themselves at it, trying to wide swing. But a huge win there for Finest. They're back in the game. Single-handedly, oh my, Anarchis? do you want to take a shot back? He's so many scout shots whizzing past him from Woxic. Nothing hitting the mark. Instead, the Deagles actually do walk out towards middle. Of course, there is an op of Anarchis just preying on T's and the upper dark bush as well. It is about to rear its ugly head onto poor Xantares. Weston opens up, finds that kill. 4v5 or more. It's close with the Tech 9. Why not? But second player here, and that's the bomb. But another kill comes through. A Deagle headshot this time from Calyx, and he recovers a rifle. This is still such an oddity of a round. A long push 2. Flanks on flanks. Shox has fallen back. He's long gone. See what Eternal Fire are going to do in this situation, though.
At least they've got healthy players this time. But the problem is, of course, it is still the eco with a lack of Kevlar, and there we go. Kriaz gets the first immediately. One cut from in the previous round, and more important kills from him. Nice insta-trade there from Calyx, and if he can get this bomb planted, that'll be something for the future economy. He will be allowed to do so. And it's actually not beyond the realms of possibility. There are a couple of headshot angles he can play on site here. He does have the M4.
Wait, he's about to find out that they're not middle. He's about to find out that they're not middle. He might just... There is the chance that he completely... There you go. He should know exactly where they're both playing. He can play from the doors. That is going to be the most unexpected angle that he could possibly play from. Right now, Anarchist is just sending himself in. Kriaz is going to be hit the shot himself. I think if he just peeked initially off the doors and just finds Anarchist, Kriaz gets himself into a very weird situation. But, all things said, defuse is going to come through for Finest. And they'll get themselves up to 3. But the bomb plant and the damage is plenty enough, I think, for the side of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, they won't be too unhappy with that. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not expected to win a clutch like that. So, yeah, they won't be too unhappy. But at the moment, they need to be a little bit concerned, considering basically their win condition right now is xCloud and Xantares combining, isn't it? Especially xCloud winning clutches for his team. Don't forget, there are tickets available for the Pinnacle Cup Championship coming up in early next month, early June. There's a lot of fancy teams on land there in Sweden. Still tickets available to go and meet them. See them in the flesh, of course. Should be exciting, that one. Plenty of good teams in that event. Imperial after they won at the Major. And Fnatic, of course, are going to get a new team involved with that one too. So teaming up for that event too.
Oh, boy!
Imor, he's teaming up with his teammates' flashes for a peek toward long. We'll take at least one headshot in pit. But he's done his job there, to be fair, because it is a ruse. Look where everyone else is.
And it's only Shocks. The off angle being played. The man needs a double kill. There's no qualms about it. But he gets so close to getting the magical 2. But simply the 1. And we know what B-side retakes are. We've seen the 2v2s come through, but a 3v3, that might even be more difficult for the CT side.
Yeah, we've seen xCloud win a 1v2. We saw Xantares get, one bullet away from winning one of his own, but... How do you do this one? And yeah, xCloud is playing a bit of a deeper angle there, and Pleasant doesn't even know what's hit him. Bit of a shock there. And that will probably be the call to fall away. And Arquez is the only one really with money on the CT side as well, so it makes the most sense to save this for sure. Kriaz is just sticking around to try and take down a player exiting, perhaps. And he's going to hear them running away, but yeah, no more he can do. So a dual save, 2 players. And Eternal Fire will keep 3 alive as well. That's important to stabilise a little bit, of course, on the T side. And yeah, that's puts a stop to Finest little run there.
I think the biggest thing right now for Team Finest is Anarchist has just not gotten activated on the AWP. I don't think we've seen like necessarily an opening kill come out from Anarchist or some incredible multi-kill together. It's 3 and 5. It's I guess it could still be early days, but we're kind of getting to the point where the CT side needs to get up and running for Team Finest. And Anarch is out towards the long this time around, but Eternal Fire doing a great job at not giving him any openings to drag a player down. So Anarch is this time not going to get activated. Kriaz, though, thinks a tad differently as he's looking for the fight onto Imor. Support flash is being dropped in both ways, but Imor swings for the fences and Kriaz will take him down. The man advantage found for Finest.
An important one as well at this stage of the game. Very early on their CT half, they need to stay in touch. They've done well previously to not let Eternal Fire get away too much, but it can be hard to hold. Oh, that's a brilliant flashbang. The AWP toward Car. I'm not sure whether that was exactly meant by Xantares, the way he peeked that, but look at Kriaz. He's behind the mid play. They're not expecting him to push long whatsoever, but there's Calyx. Oh my goodness, look at his position. What an angle! He wasn't looking at that 2 seconds ago, and now he's holding it, and not only holding it, hits an instant headshot from there. What a shot! And that puts the round back into a guessing game.
Right now, Finest have no idea where this could possibly be. I mean, at least they have long control established by Anarchist, but I think gearing up for a 20-second mid to B split.
Oh, the time is rough.
They got one smoke to do it. They're gonna go for it. But 2 players on B, stalling out 15 seconds. But the bomb on the back of xCloud does not fall, and they get the entries. Eternal Fire just grease lightning the bomb plant in the B side play success. And you gotta save if you're Finest.
That's the most unreliable situation you could possibly find yourself in. If xCloud dies, it's round over. Literally, it's all down to him. Thankfully, it's down to him, because if there's one man you'd want it to be down to, it is him. He's getting all the important kills in this game. As I said, if he dies, the bomb's dropped and they can't plant. It's round over. There's no one near xCloud. He's solo in B tunnels with the bomb. So he can't get to the site and plant it. It's dropped on the floor if he dies, and, well, the fact he gets that entry is enough to win the round, incredibly. And how about that? Tell the fire. And they reach double the score of Team Finest in what has to be a very, how can I say it, an unlikely situation, which wouldn't necessarily come off maybe 5 times out of 10, something like that. That sort of play.
Man, I mean, again, it hinges even an extra kill, even a kill from the mid player, like a double kill potentially.
Yeah,
could have stopped
the fact that Calyx is there too, right? It makes it easier to take down shocks. Like that could have even been a problem if they didn't clear out shocks properly, but I guess not. When you've got xCloud, who cares? 14-3 for him, and he had really good performances on the other maps as well. Even on the map they got kind of railed on Vertigo, of course. So he's having one of his God tier series right now. Technical reports coming in. I'll quickly check what that is for you on our lovely Discord list. I'd imagine it's probably the same sort of ping issues. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Always happens for Eternal Fire, unfortunately.
xFly doesn't care.
He doesn't, no.
Not at all. 6-3, 14-3 for the guy. Fantastic aim. Decision making. I mean, even then, when the pressure's on him to get an initial kill, to find a singular opener, he gets it. I think Finest, I mean, honestly, in that situation, they have the right. I mean, that's the only way they can play that situation. I mean, outside of that, there's no tactics outside of running that 2-2 split to try and stop a potential play. I mean, there's nothing. Yeah. It's literally going to have to come down to some sort of read. You're going to hope that your analyst did some absolutely insane work behind the scenes to say, okay, oh, this is what they do for their mid to B. To be able to stack it. You have 2 players on the B site. You kind of just have to hope and pray that they hold. And just xCloud individually is taken over. I think Amor also just hasn't really gotten his shout this game. I think he's been kind of just sent out long to just get exploded in a couple of these rounds.
Yeah, true.
But I think the kills that he has gotten have actually kind of changed the course of the round. Even though they're little 1-for-1s, they shake up that Finest defense a lot.
Yeah, they do. I mean, that round was that one of those previous rounds was an absolute says what you just explained. Explains it perfectly, because it was Imor on his own out toward long, gets that one headshot in pit, but the amount of tension he takes, well, there are literally 4 in tunnels, right? The rotation's instant, and then they explode toward B. It's a bit of a shock for Finest, and they can't deal with it. But yeah, that was it's not necessarily always repeatable. Calyx is having a bit of a better performance than Vertigo, thankfully for him. He's already got more kills than he got on Vertigo, if I'm not mistaken. 6-6.
Wasn't a pretty map for Calyx on Vertigo.
No. Imor's an absolute beast, isn't he? I mean, it sort of reminds me of, like, because of just how tall he is, as we saw the pictures of him on LAN, it reminds me a bit of, like, the Turkish Snacks. Because, like, Snacks is... When you saw Snacks stand up against, like, people like Pasha, like, Snacks is scarily tall.
He's subbing in, by the way.
Imor's very tall.
He's
as
back.
well.
Snacks is back, by the way.
Very true. Yeah,
mention.
we're going to see Snacks at Dallas. Incredible. That's going to be such an interesting one to see how he performs. First LAN in a very long time.
He's subbing in for Ents, I believe.
He is. You're absolutely right.
There we go. That's ought to be fun.
I think it's because of Spinks' visa, I think.
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Eco play here for Finest. Twist with a couple of safe rifles. Twist and Anarch is still trying to pose some threats. I mean, Anarch is... If there's any round for him to get activated on, this is the round. And he does fire off. He does reveal his position in that AWP. So... see if he wants to continually stay back in the fight. He's on towards Cat. Just tucking some utility towards his teammates. And now they're going to make the cross. And Arcus, I'm wondering if they're going to consider his position. It comes down to him on the hold. The molly's into Cat. Pleasant falls initially, and Arcus out in the open. His teammates are dropping like flies, and Arcus, he doesn't see an opportunity, and his time to back away is right now.
Yeah.
As Twist unable to find anything either. Just no impact from the rifles.
You can't just stick around in that position there. It's just basically asking to throw the AWP away. So, yeah, he's going to back up. And again, it only takes 2 frags for Eternal Fire to get themselves around. I don't know, man. I don't know what Finest can change to change their fortune here, because things that Eternal Fire are doing are very different each round. I mean, it's hard to innovate on T-side Dust 2, but they are really keeping Finest guessing right now, aren't they? With the long plays, the B splits, the flanks. I think this is a really, really solid T-side coming in. And, yeah, they're really struggling to build up CT rounds here. Of course, this round wasn't a full stretch round for them, but still. Save, and Shadow spotted there for Calyx. One of the most potent Shadow advantages in all of Counter-Strike. I can think of that one. I can think of Ancient coming through mid window. I can think of one on Overpass, a couple of on Overpass as well.
Yeah, I think that's the worst one, though. I think that's by far the worst.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's up close. Wallbang can start firing off. That guy, you're not giving your opponent, or rather, yeah, you're not giving your opponent any chance to really fire off in that kind of position. Eternal Fire up to 7 right now, Travis. This time around, something completely different. Finest want to contest for mid. I'm wondering if Pleasant's been spotted on the secondary. He's been boosted up onto Xbox. This is a unique position, but it's also an exposed one. It's also has a risk involved. With that Arcus down and lower, he gets ran down, and Moore gets a double kill. He just spun and snapped onto Twist. Adios, and now Shocks with the world against him.
That's what Moore can do. He can just turn it on and instantly get 2 frags, and he's done just that. Jox is doing a fantastic job to hold off B, though, but it's only 2. I say only 2. It's the best he could have done. A really good job. But it might still not be enough. Big flank coming in again. That's been the most critical thing for Finest on these retakes. When they have been successful, they've come from tunnels. And Woxic at the moment is not looking for it. So Kriaz could have timing. When does Woxic consider the tunnel's position? He watches for his teammate Calyx, rotating round the smoke to look for doors. And there's the information. Spots it out, takes his time. That's some calm, experienced AWPing from Woxic. And Calyx gets the last. And there is no way in for Team Finest. Eternal Fire locking them out every single time.
How do they find a way to end on the B site over and over again here for Eternal Fire? I feel like they have like 0 plants on A. By the time they take the A site, the round's already over. But these B site plays for Eternal Fire are so seamless with the mid attack. Even though Shocks just tries everything he can, they've been given so many opportunities to try their B split. Oh boy, and Arcus, he's gonna push aggressively forward again. This guy needs to get activated. He needs to be a playmaker. And there you go, an opener on a Woxic. Finally, something ground taken here by an Arcus.
Yeah, Arcus versus Woxic was always going to be an interesting one. It's been that way the entire series. And this time we'll best him. Pushing basically toward top mid, but look at this. There are currently 3 players on long. And that gives xCloud no chance whatsoever. Now they can just peek past the smoke if they really want to. Calyx has the angle, but yeah, the aggression, the counter-aggression from Finest is working nicely in this one. Finally, they're going to fight fire with fire, quite literally, and get the 5v2.
Alright. And Tara's gonna try his luck, but Twist on the off angle and more. Just running it, gunning out middle. He's running out there like he has his entire team behind him.
Yeah.
In a 1v5, no chance. 8-4 right now, rocking for Eternal Fire. They try out long. I think the readjustment there, at least from the re-aggression from Team Finest, was very, very solid. And a good long defense. Finally stopping them before they can actually get off the ground and execute. So Eternal Fire calling it a timeout. I love a timeout at this stage of the game. You're in the grand final. You want to dominate your opponent. You don't want to let this game get close.
Yeah.
They got plenty of cash in their coffers. They can decide to do whatever they want. Of course,
that's actually a
right
really good point. That's actually a super good point, because this is a sort of situation where there's only 3 rounds left on the half. This could easily be an 8-7 at the snap of a finger, and suddenly it's game on, either which way of it. So there's a humongous difference between an 8-7 or like a 10-5 or 11-4. And as you so rightly say, they want as many rounds as possible. You can see Imor there and Voxic doing a lot of the discussion during that timeout. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Voxic and Imor sort of share some of the duties these days. I think. I'm not entirely certain, but I have to double check on that one.
Oh man, this is the play.
Yeah, look at that.
But no! Oh, come on! Xantares is just better! Throw 2 players his way, and he'll take. Thank you very much. Thanks for the kills!
Wow.
And 3 kills for Xantares! Does he want to transition this one into spawn? Does he want to keep going for the fences? But Xantares, he's just a disciplined player.
That is just so hilarious to me. Like, Eternal Fire, we just saw them taking that pause and just spoke really quickly. You could see that the lips moving on Voxic and Imor. And in the end, the only strategy that works is, yes, Xantares, go kill. Absolutely hilarious. This guy, absolute meanie. Bullying Team Finest. Insane shots. Unbelievable. That's only his 11th kill of the game. His X has been more impressive, but that's a round and a half from Xantares. They've got a free A-bomb site. He'll even shoulder pick CT to spot both of them, if I'm not mistaken. So that's all the info they could ever wish to have.
Xantares, do you want to take this ace? Calyx, in the meantime, has spotted. Actually, you know, all of a sudden, an ace might be required, and a perfect angle being played by Xantares. He's going for it. The ace for Xantares single-handedly boosted Eternal Fire to 9, owning in the grand final.
Classic, old-school Xantares. Whatever map it is, he can turn on the style at any point in a game, and he's done just that. Brilliant from him. And his performances, I feel like, just haven't tailed off. He had that slight slump when he was on big, and obviously at the beginning of this Eternal Fire team, he was struggling a little bit for the old insane numbers that he used to have. But now, I feel like it's just as good as he ever was back in the old Space Soldiers days. Insane round from him. And now the only defender toward B on round 14 is Plessin. He's outside the doors. So he needs to put in an insane performance here. There's no smoke up on the door yet. And he will tag Calyx through the doors, actually. So more damage done. But Eternal Fire are going to get another afterplant on B here.
They just found it so consistently over and... That was a tag. That was a tag landed by Plessin. But of course, it's two separate boxes. A wall and a box. Not going to be able to land a kill. But still, lots of damage dealt to these players. Maybe a chance. Woxic is burning out in the open. He goes down to Twist. 3v4. Maybe this is doable here for Finest. They need a B retake. They need it bad. All players coming through mid doors and window. They don't even have a flash to escort this one, though, Travis. And in the 3v4, they're going to save. And believe it or not, Travis, I think this is the right call.
It is, because there's no time. It's as simple as that. Like, if they had time, they'd be going for this every day of the week. But you just can't afford just to throw your guns away when you might not even get the defuse. And amusingly, xCloud survives on 1 health as well from that bomb blast. Everything is going Eternal Fire's way. Oh my goodness. Look at the odds as well. Up to 5 now for Finest. That's to be expected with a 6-round lead for Eternal Fire. Look at that. They just keep stringing rounds together. Only one little burst to make it 5-3. Since then, Eternal Fire have pulled away again. That's mostly thanks to some brilliant clutches from xCloud and Xantares. And
alright.
Need some solo plays from Minarquez now.
Something. Again, the playmaking. I mentioned it 5 rounds ago. He's just never had the chance to get a huge multi-kill. You know, we've already said before prior in the broadcast, and Arcus is always the player to give at least a highlight once per map. We have yet to even get anything from him. They sorely miss that playmaking ability. I feel like he's just kind of been played around for that matter. And Arcus chooses his fights well. Eternal Fire aren't making many mistakes. Backing away towards long. There's 2 players here. There's a read here by Finest. A late long re-execute. And there's 2 players. A setup. A trap is here for Team Finest. This ought to work.
Yeah, a flash behind as well. Chris can take a swing, but there are 3 players about to face him. Look at that third-person POV. You can see how hard it is, but there you so rightly say, Twist is still on the angle. 2 kills. Chris, it advanced just a second too soon, and that 1 tick of fire takes him down.
They're on the site
literally using fire to take this game by the scruff of the neck. And now, as you so say, so hard for them because they basically almost have the site. Problem is, though,
there's
now
no way they can
there's no
cross.
smokes. You're right. There's no smokes for the cross. One comes in, a late one. A deep smoke to cross CT. That's what they needed. That was a desperate grenade that they had to get, but doesn't matter. Big flanks coming in. Anarchist takes Voxic, and Finest might just nab one round here at the end of the half. Calyx is looking for the kill. Now Shox realizes it could be a possibility, and it doesn't even matter. It's Anarchist to tap him down from long range. So Finest stay in the game, but Eternal Fire have a 10-5 lead and are just 6 rounds away from a tournament victory.
A pistol round here for Eternal Fire would definitely just hammer it in. It's $80,000 for the winner. And only
decent,
20
isn't
for
it?
the loser. It's a 60K difference. That is some life-changing money. I'll tell you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I can tell you for sure that it's life-changing money for Eternal Fire. Combine a win in this tournament with the fact they just reached the major and got stickers, they're going to be set for a good amount of time in the scene, that's for sure.
I think this will finally kind of stamp themselves in. They've kind of been joked about. They've kind of had lukewarm performances. And how about this to open it up? A red-hot Zentaris on the opening kill on a Kriaz. Up to Cat. Calyx next at bat, but this time it's Shox who strikes. Up Cat they go. And it's only Woxic's legendary P2000 to try and catch them as they drop in, but they drop right into Zantares.
Wow.
3 kills! Is he going to be on for a second ace this game?
They on toward B.
On a formality, I want to give it to him. I want the entertainment.
Yeah.
But
I do
Zantares
too.
isn't quite in position. Pleasant must make a move down in the 2v4. We'll take down Woxic to start. Burst fire up close. We'll get another on the Imor. Making the Glock sing here as Pleasant gets the reload off. Nade underhanded his way. Maybe an ace will be required from Zentaris, but no, X-Cloud goes down. Zentaris 1v1 between himself and Anarchist. Oh, he's playing the door perfectly right now when he's gonna find the headshot. Zentaris, another massive multi-kill to get the pistol round for a Turtle Fire.
That's incredible, right? That one round could be such a huge factor in where the destination of this grand final goes. I mean, if Finest win that, if Anarchist just wins that 1v1, hits one bullet, maybe they're back in the game, maybe they've got a chance, but Zantares, if they can overcome what will be a force buy, of course, with that bomb plant, plenty of rifles coming in, then they are most certainly in pole position. And look at the money. They're even going to get Woxic and Orpal on round 2, incredibly. Here are the frags from Zantares. There's one, there's two. They try and drop towards CT to possibly pinch and take down some players with a bit of a shock. Preston does really good work here to burst fire Imor. That's not an easy shot to hit with the burst fire, but in the end it's not enough.
So back into swing of things. Woxic already starts this round by taking a tag. That's going to hurt the effort. That's the slow walk up Cat. There's no op watching this angle. But then Tars is about to peek into 3 players. He's good. Is he that good? Woxic now up to bat. Gets his kill. Drops off for a second. 1 HP on Woxic. But that's all he needs to fight.
Oh my goodness. And you know what's hilarious about that as well is I'm pretty sure he was tagged to 28, right? And the AK does 27 in 1. So there you go. And now what do? This is a weird one. They have control of the site, but Tunnel Fire. Oh, look at this. That's a huge piece of initiative taking there by Pleasant. Literally dropping into the hands of Woxic, but of course only needs to tickle him to get the frag, and now retake will come in. Bomb is down. Shox is under pressure toward long. That's a disgusting headshot toward X-Cloud, but it's still a 2v2. Imor with the grenade taking Kriaz out. He tries to advance, but Calyx takes him out, and the bomb is planted open. There's still a chance for this. The scouting pit's doing so much damage, but look at the damage. Oh, he's taken him. He's hit the shot. I don't think Calyx can get to the bomb in time, and no! What a way to win the round. Eternal Fire, they're going to fall by the wayside, and Shox with some stunning scout shots wins the round.
I can't believe it. The milliseconds on the play. I didn't even realize he took down the player on towards the site, the diffuser.
Just like that. And just like that, the game could be back on again. Oh my goodness. As you said, it took me a split second to realize that as he shot, he hits the headshot, and then he gets taken down in exactly the same moment of the round. but that's more than enough. Calyx was so far pushed up long, he couldn't get back to the bomb in time. Didn't even have a kit anyway. Oh, wow. How huge could that be? 2 insane shots from Shox. There's been some insane moments from various players named Shox in the past. But I'll tell you what.
The next generation.
The next generation of Shox may have just had a moment to remember that.
Shox number 1 was so good that they had to make a second.
Oh, boy.
Now the scout in the hands of Kriaz. But oh my, just walked all the way up middle. There's 2 scouts available, 2 tags. Not bad is what I'll say to that. They can still convert those kills. Setting their team up for success. 2 players low. And there you go. Woxic is going to find Kriaz. He's going to get ready to flick down. He escapes. Centaurus next to him. And a man advantage now for Eternal Fire. Are we getting forced by Wars to kick off the second half of the Grand Final?
Second half of the Grand Final is proving to be an absolute barn burner right now. I'm loving every second of this. Every round is a toss-up right now. It's going to be a 3-man play in towards short for Team Fire. They have to find a way to win this round to force Eternal Fire down to low economy. Calyx still has the AK. Exile has the Galil. They can plant safe for short. But Shox, again, might be the one to have to do the heavy lifting here on that elbow angle. Looking for the first frag, looking for Xantares, finds him, and all the kills come through. 2 more kills for Shox. And Woxic is left with just a pistol and a P2000. Just a pistol and 2 health, I should say. I'm getting excited, aren't we all? Galil picked up, but there's not well much he can do with that on such low health. And there we go. And now suddenly Fi, out of nowhere, basically down to Shox's play, they're in the game.
They're facing down only an eco. And up next, maybe a double eco potentially here for Eternal Fire. They're never going to really get an AWP for Woxic if they save this one out. This could easily be 11-9. 11-8, almost a surefire guarantee with the Moaf, the mother of all flashes.
Yes.
Having to be required in the hands of xCloud. We'll see. It's just an Arcus leaping around. Leapfrogging around every corner.
Yeah, that's you want to see from him.
Uh-oh! The flash?
That's pretty good.
It's good. It almost works. The surprise element's there, Trav, but...
That's all they can hope for at the end of the day, though. 1 kill is about what that flash is meant for. So, they get the job done. And now, the critical aspect of this game. This is the most important round of the match so far. It's the first buy round that Eternal Fire are going to have against that full buy for Team Finest, right? They have the Anarcho's AWP on T side, and Eternal Fire's money is at that stage where if they lose 1, again, it could be a 1-round game.
This round means so much for Finest. Win this, game on. Right now, though, Xantares on just the elevated angle. If an Arcus tries to peek in initially, it's going to be so difficult. Oh, but a huge shot! Kriaz, what a flick! And Arcus follows up. 3v5, and they're pincering in. Onto xCloud, out on his own. It's only the FAMAS he has to work with. So many low HP bars, Trav, but nothing can be capitalized on. Team Finest back in the game.
Yeah, and that's all down to Kriaz's entry as well. I mean, Xantares has a really favourable angle there. Just doesn't hit the insta-headshot. It's as simple as that. We expect so much from him, but you can't do it every single round. And Kriaz rips his head off with the Galil. Gets a free upgrade as well, I think. If I'm not mistaken. I think Plessin's got the M4 now off the ground from that Galil. So, yeah, this is looking really good for Team Finest. The save is important. Twist is looking for these saving players, and it would be a good choice to look for at least 1 player here, because if he gets 1 kill, really pretty good. I think Twist goes a little bit before that flashbang there, which is a shame. If he waited for that Kriaz flashbang, then maybe Calyx would have been in trouble, but doesn't matter. They've won the round anyway, and Eternal Fire critically keep 2 M4s alive, but as I said, their money is nowhere, and we could very easily see a game which only has 1 round the difference. I thought that Eternal Fire were about to streak clear after Xantares won that 1v1 against Anarches on B on the CT pistol round. But ever since then, Finest have won every single round. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Xantares is going to be dropped that M4 by the looks of it. Don't blame them, even though, of course, he has to buy up Kevlar to make it worth it. It's going to be a... There'll be at least the 2 M4s still available, and Calyx and Immor have some Kevlar to work with too. Of course, Calyx is one of those players saving, but obviously you normally drop his Antares at any sort of opportunity you can get. But already early this round, it's not gone their way. And actually the M4 has been taken back now by Calyx. Antares only has that pistol. We'll be going in toward B. Plessen is here. Gets himself an opening, and I think that's going to be enough to take the site. Kriya's going for a duel toward long. Calyx will drop, and that's going to be all she wrote in this one. They're going to be saving again. They've got a free AK off the back of that kill, so it's going to be an easy
Three
one
guns ain't bad.
in the end. I think you're back, Fi. Hello.
Yeah, my bad.
All good. That can't have a second caster die on me in the space of one day.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, man.
All good. It's another round coming in for Finest, and they will close that gap to 1. But Eternal Fire can have some decent cash, because saving 3 rifles is a real big bonus going into the rest of this one. Look at this. All 4 of Finest stacking up on car. You can survive there with the bomb blast, so only just, but there you go. Not wanting to risk losing any guns at all.
That would be a crazy nade.
It would be. Better than Pit, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Let's go ahead and head back into this, though. Buy in double ops. Eternal Fire have had enough messing around. I always see the double ops as a bit of a momentum swing. It always can stop a T-side tide at a moment's notice, but of course in the hands of one of these players maybe, but X-Flout tagged on the cross very early on, being the solo B anchor, but Woxic making the aggro play in towards B tunnels, making sure no one can consider lower dark. And so actually, generally said, they have full mid control. Basically upper tunnels control, with Woxic controlling his part of the map. The last thing you really need to focus on here is long if you're Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's an odd one. An odd one for sure. And they can just walk long, as you say. I mean, they have Kriya's, and they have taken it there. So they know it's relatively safe. But there's still a player on the site to worry about. And as you say, Immor's secondary AWP is such a factor, and I've seen some sick plays from him on that secondary to really give Eternal Fire a different look. And we know how critical that second op can be. I mean, we saw it with Patsy at the Major on Team Spirit.
Yep.
Insane on that second op, especially on Dust 2 as well, actually. So let's see if Immor can eat his heart out and come that for his own. Xantares tries to spray that smoke toward long, and oh my goodness, that's a luck shot.
Kill!
That's a pure luck shot on Anarches. That's not the play he was expecting to kill. He doesn't know it. He's just loving the fact he gets one there. And how big could that prove to be? Look at the damage done.
That was absolutely random from Xantares. It has dropped the upper, the backlines, the man who's supposed to stop all of this, and he gets another kill through the smoke.
Dirty.
Xantares will go down, but he's done his job. 15 seconds remaining, but Calyx, he goes down. Does that give them time to cross to the site? 10 seconds remaining. They can't stop him. The heroics somehow might go to waste here, as Twist also pulls out the AWP, and that's it.
What a round. Again, another basically almost unexplainable round there. Like an inexplicable luck shot from Xantares. That was not by any judgment whatsoever. Taking the AWPer down, then he gets another kill through the smoke, tapping as they cross. But then Plessen's like, okay, you've just luck shotted my teammate. I'm going to take this into my own hands here and win the round back for my team. 3 kills, takes down the AWPer on short, and Twist has picked up that AWP from an Arquez and takes down the player rotating in from CT. Incredible. Unbelievable. XCloud forced to save. They have money. Look at the money. I mean, they've saved so many times. Antares has got 7.1, Immo's got 7, and XCloud can drop. So there's no problem here. They're going to be able to buy. But look at the top of your screen, just so you saw it before we faded away to the replay. Here's the luck shot. He wasn't even aiming at an Arquez. Look at that. What is that?
At that range, too, he's playing at a headshot angle.
Fire lottery ticket, son.
Oh my. Eternal Fire gonna call in a TO. I mean, and on the same time, at the same time that we talk about the shot from Antares, it turned out that didn't even matter.
Yeah, it's all Pleasant.
Which is just because, I mean, the entry comes in from Pleasant. The site take was clean from Finest. The ops couldn't do any of the talking as they tried to cross onto the site. Instead, they actually got picked off and went down. And Eternal Fire. This lead has just fallen through their fingers. It's now 11-all, Trav.
You know the most hilarious thing about that as well is that it's such a hard shot to kill the pit player from site or CT. And that's the player he kills by accident. Like, what are the chances? Unbelievable. We're going to be seeing that one on the highlight channels later. That's some quality RNG going in Xantares' favour. The most hilarious thing is that the Counter-Strike gods slap him and say, that's enough luck for you. You can't win this round. You're not allowed. 11-all. Insane. And Eternal Fire right now, a really struggling fight to find a round.
I mean, they all have guns, but I mean, if that kind of luck can't win you around, I'll say it. It's luck. I don't know what to say, but Woxic, all right, he'll start off things fighting an Arquez down through the mid doors. Twist. He's looking to pick on the site player. Bye-bye, Xantares. Again, Twist. You can't underestimate him. He's normally known for his opping, but his rifling these days have been pristine. What a headshot.
Yeah, and that gets them control as well. Sure, still a 4v4, but the bomb will go down and it's another retake, and these are so nervy. Reminder, Eternal Fire have not won a gun round. They won the pistol and lost every single round since on CT. And Shox is working it out again. 2 more kills for him. Incredible situation, but XCloud, he can clutch and he can do it again. He's done it once already this game on T-side. Can he do it for a second time? But Twist, Gandalf, that's a position that's not being checked right now. Shox will peek and he'll take his head off. Team Finest have the lead on the map 3 decider of Dust 2 and are now just 4 away from the championship.
You can't afford another heartbreak here for Team Finest. They've had, you know, magical comebacks and huge halftime leads against teams of a higher caliber. Even today against Movistar, up 11-4 at the half. Couldn't make it happen. But now they've come back from down 10-5 to now leading by 1 at 12. And we even missed this. We missed the flank through middle from Shox that found 2 kills to unhinge the retake.
Yeah.
Finest are getting rounds from places you're never going to expect. And another timeout called in from Eternal Fire. They're forcing again.
Honestly,
this is it.
I don't blame them.
This is genuinely it.
I really don't blame them at this stage. They want everything. They've realised they need just some form of confidence. Some round from anywhere is enough at this stage. They need something. Look at that streak at the top of your screen for Team Finest. Imor,
7.
Glass Cannon AWP, Woxic, AWP no utility. Calyx only a deagle. 2 levels with Antares and XCloud. And look at this long play. They're trading their way in beautifully. Calyx does really well to get 1 kill though with that deagle. It stalls them. It's a really important stall as well.
But Woxic just goes for the swing. He says, I wanted some extras. And gets dropped on the spot. 4v4. Antares. He's looking to go up and over the top to find something. Getting handed nades by his teammates down from CT. Trying to get himself a lending hand. But they've already crossed. Kriaz is already crossed. Is Xantares even expecting this? He drops him only Kriaz, pushes forward, but Xantares holds his own. A massive headshot, a man advantage for Eternal Fire.
That's so critical from Xantares. He's had a couple of, moments in this half so far where he's been insane, lucky, but also whiffed a few times. So he needs to step up, and he's done just that. Really important fight. Nice movement, actually, on the boxes there from Xantares. I always like to see playing around those boxes and just hitting those headshots. Calyx looks for information, will show presence with that deagle. There isn't the right side smoke yet. There it is. Finally, it's come in. So they're going to entry now. The site is completely clear. It's only CT to worry about. 3v4 though. Twist. He's holding the angle. It's Shox that has the bomb. Is there going to be a boost that will come in? Yes, there is. But look at the Molotov. It forces them away. And it forces them away brilliantly. Anarchez gets the kill, and Shox has found Xantares. Again, they're swinging it round. Anarchez holding the angle toward Long. Does get taken out. Jump shots are being attempted, but Shox has taken Calyx's head off. Can you believe it? Immor, 1v2, glass cannon AWP, hits the first shot, an incredibly fast first shot, and if he hit that one, that would have brought the house down. He sees Twist, he's trying to take him down, but it's just too hard for him. There's no time. There's no time for this. He has to hurry up. Twist is still holding the angle. Immor tries to hit the flick, but it's not going to happen. He's trying his heart out, bless him, but Twist pulls out the CZ and takes him out. What an insane 1v1. Team Finest, 13-11. They're creeping ever closer.
Not just creeping, they're storming right now. Even when man disadvantages are handed away right into the hands of Eternal Fire, they're still fighting.
Oh boy, what a round. Again, another one of those rounds which is just so exciting. Everything seems to happen at once.
And Eternal Fire are finally ecoing here, Trav. They were force buying over and over and over again. And they're finally saying enough's enough. We need to get everything together. They need to pull everything out to try and win one of these rounds. Just something. There's a 3-man B stack, all things said. If there's anything to win this round, maybe a Xantares deagle. Boy, has he brought it out before in this position.
Very spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can remember the cast. Exactly remember it was DDK that casted it. What a clip. And he's already got himself one. Right then. Team Finest. You can feel the nerves right now, can't you? Like at this stage. I've got to say, such a nice try from Immor on that previous round. He played it the way you had to play it on a glass cannon AWP. Honestly, he deserves all the NTs in chat for that one.
They're coming back to B? You're kidding. They're still holding a 3-man setup. I wouldn't be going back to B. X-Floud with another screamer. And then they're still committing. They're still going back. And Woxic, he's already has mid control. There's no reason to dismantle this B setup if you're Eternal Fire. No, they're going to keep this in play. The smoke, the molly, everything. There's still 3 players here of Eternal Fire want to win a round. This is it to do it. It's 30 seconds?
They're saving.
They're saving.
Yep.
They are saving. Eternal Fire just come up with a deagle round, Travis.
Unbelievable. And that's actually that's not a decision based off Finest economy, because look, they got Twist on 10k and Anarchez on 9.4. That's a decision based off of not wanting to run into the B site and give Eternal Fire free guns. It's as simple as that. They've already given up 2 AKs. Xantares gets one for free, so does Calyx. Of course, Voxic with only the P2000 can at least look for someone. Doesn't matter if he goes down. But yeah, that's the call behind the save. It makes them total sense. Total sense. But as you can see, look at that. That streak of 7, like you so rightly said. Actually, it's 8, I can count. And yeah, just bookended by the pistol and that previous round for Eternal Fire. Is this where they turn on the style? You can tell how much it means to these two teams. 80 grand on the line.
Fine, well, if it's not the gun rounds, it's the deagles for Eternal Fire. They still gotta convince us. They still gotta beat Finest on a real round. The guns are out, and what's the plan? Long doors push. Aggressive! It's the perfect tactic. The bait and the switch. Woxic catches the fish of Kriaz.
Such a big opening pick as well, considering they've struggled so much for those openings. It's been Finest that have Sure, they've had plenty of man disadvantages to come back from, but it's an opening where they have everyone on full health on a full buy, which is so important for Eternal Fire. They don't have Immor's secondary up this time, but they have that advantage, and Plesson's tagged down to 60 as well. Calyx has full control of long, and it looks like Finest are walking back to B. They tried it once before, got owned by Deagles. Do they actually want to push for it this time? I think they're going to feel like they have to. They've got the money to, that's for sure.
There's still 2 players here. A 2-man setup is everything that EF needs. There's 2 players on the site itself. This is a fortified position. The nades. A nade stack. Molly's going in. Spam through the smoke. xFloud trying to find it. Join with Immor. 2 kills for Immor. Looking to be 13 all as the beat hold stands strong for Eternal Fire. It's their first gun round by round number 26.
You're not wrong.
But they're going to get it.
It's their first CT gun round on round 26. Their 2 CT victories have been with Deagles and the pistol round. They finally get one. And guess what? It's the round to bring them even at 13 all. This is so exciting. Oh my goodness. And look at the odds. Literally nothing to choose between them. Barely any difference. Eternal Fire. They're showing up. Immor with a critical 2k hold. Voxic with a critical opening. Such brilliant frags from Eternal Fire. In the end, they play with the smokes perfectly. And they're in this game. They look down and out for a second at 13-11 behind. Struggling to find any progress at all on CT. And right now, the nerves must be... Oh, I'm not even sure I'd call it nerves. I would just say just plainly the thought of winning an event and 80 grand is tantalizing. It's on the tip of the precipice, but neither of them can reach it just yet. Equal, 13 all, anyone's game. Who do you favour, Vi, at this stage? I can't pick it.
I can't tell you. The money is still there for Team Finest. If they lose another round, they're still there ready to fight. They still look competitive in a lot of these rounds. But they've tested xFloud. They've given xFloud a fair fight. And of course here on the B side he'll deliver. And more. He'll take the close angle. Facing off versus Shox. Oh, he just got hit by that. Oh, and it's a huge opener. Shox finds it, but xFloud in the middle. Drops Plesson on the mid to B split. Tries to come on through. The bomb will be escorted into the site. And so the rest of the players of Team Finest, they don't even need to link up. It'll be a 4-4. This is a save. This is a save.
Oh, can you believe it?
The nade hitting him more.
Yeah, that's what hinges the round. That's literally it. The fact the nade hits Immor, creates a sound cue, that gets the frag for Shox, hears it, judges where he is, and that's the kill that wins the round. At this stage of the game, what a thing to lose. What a thing to lose a round by. Incredible. How many unique situations have we seen in this one? God. I gotta say, I feel bad for Immor because the way he died there is just like so unfortunate. Like, sure, playing with the smoke is dangerous, but to have that grenade hit you and get punished for it, basically, not by your own doing. He's spreading the smoke a little bit, sure, but still, that's all it took. And Finest get a bit of a gift from the gods there, the CS gods smiling down on them, and they're now 2 away from the championship, but they're not on map point and match point yet.
Double ops again for Eternal Fire. This guy again aggressive for Woxic. They're already running him out long in the middle of the open. Calyx will go down, but a 1-for-1 still good enough. Woxic, they're not gonna test him. A 4 versus 4 is Woxic. Is he gonna cross over? Is he gonna get aggressive?
I like this.
Is this the time? In the meantime, the tunnel's aggression. Plesson is waiting for the tunnel's aggression. But Immor, he's clearing for it. Woxic now, out long though. Another 1-for-1. But Woxic in the most precarious position. He might get hunted down, but Plesson's the first to fall. A 2v3, and Woxic untraded. A distinct man advantage. A 2v3 where Eternal Fire lead.
Yeah, and What do you choose to do here? It's not like they have the site and can plant 2v3. We've seen them win those sort of rounds before. This time they're miles away. Look where the bomb is. It's basically T-spawn. Moxic in that perfect position. And he could even get more from this spot. In our case, we'll have to face him completely dry. And that smoke just delays the time even further. 40 seconds. Moxic will play with the car as well, with a possible one-way above that smoke that he's deployed. And honestly, I feel fine if you have to go for this. You've got the money to, and that's an insane leg shot as well from Moxic. Oh my goodness. In our case, 16. Now the save is basically, you just have to call it. There's no point throwing your guns away now. It's going to be 14 all fight.
Oh my gosh. Eternal Fire have found a way to stomach themselves back into this game. It looked like it just fall through their finger. The momentum wasn't there. They're trying to take this off away from Moxic. But instead the time might just take too low.
Oh,
Money's on it. Oh my gosh. If Zentaros was anywhere in this solar system, Kriaz is getting him. But
you're right. I mean, that was actually what Kriaz does there is the best thing he could possibly do. That is the best move. You've got money anyway. They can afford to throw a rifle in and damage the CT economy. They've done just that. That's pretty good. Say Team Finest now win this round. Eternal Fire certainly have a lot less for round 30, right? So, real good play from Kriaz. Sure, Anarchis technically wins that clutch for staying alive, but there was no time anyway. We take a look at the faces on Finest. They look pretty calm, don't they? But maybe inside they're going to be feeling it. They're on the edge of an insane result. They've beaten Team Spirit. They've beaten Movistar Riders. And if they beat Eternal Fire, it'll be a dream run to a championship, that's for sure. Oh my goodness. Who wins this one? It's literally a coin flip.
This tournament win means so much for both teams. Just to stamp themselves in and make themselves a name in the space. That's for sure. That makes headlines.
Yes.
Winning this. And starting things off, Anarchis fires a first shot. And again, xFloud has consistently been the victim of Anarchis' AWP on the cross.
Yeah, exactly. So many B players have met their end with that. Or at least met a hobble onto B rather than a normal walk. It's xFloud on 29 now, thanks to that. 14 all. Calyx just posturing toward long. You can tell both teams now, they've sort of stopped their insane aggression, haven't they? They've sort of reached a stage where they don't want to make any mistakes. The player to make a mistake will be thinking about it for a couple of days after. If it's a mistake that loses the game. So right now it's just very standard, very quiet, very normal defaults.
They're going back long here, Trav.
Oh, the smoke's up. Don't go through the smoke, please. Okay, it's fading.
They can't, but as it fades, Calyx, he catches the player with nades in hand, multiple with nades! Even the blinded player in Anarchis, Woxic 1 for 1, 2 for 3. A brawl out long in the mid-round.
Yep.
An Eternal Fire up for the good, but they push back in through mid-doors. Shocks gets both kills!
Wow.
Catches
No way.
them both! Zentara is in a 1v2. But there's no smoke to facilitate the cross right now.
This is brilliant.
Zentaris, though, stomping Shocks in the corner. Surely he heard Zentaris. He swings out. Shocks is going to get them all. It is Finest on championship point. The young Estonian putting his team on his back.
I can't
15 to
believe
14.
that. I can't believe that. Again, they get a 3v2 Eternal Fire, but this time it pans out so differently. Shock just takes matters into his own hands, says, listen guys, I'm going to walk out mid, hits 2 headshots. He's done that already once this game to win a round, and he's done it again. Taking Xantos on the rotation as well, and it's Team Finest with championship point. Just the one, but it's precious. The damage from Kriaz in that previous round, where he killed 2 players, even though they lost the round, has put Eternal Fire on 2 scouts, a FAMAS, a 5.7, and 1 M4. If they wanted a chance to win a tournament, this is it.
A 5-man play long. But Calyx, again, puts Twist to rest for the second round straight. And Finest, they don't want to buy into this. They're going to delay. And again, it's Calyx. He's completely reversed his performance this series. 2 mediocre maps. This one needs to be stellar. Out long they go, but Kriaz will find him. And Calyx sits on the spectator deck, hoping the rest of his team can pull up the line.
Here we go. This is the play. Finest know that Eternal Fire know. It's 4 toward long. 1 holding pit. Kriaz with the AWP on low HP. Good flash, but they counter it by looking away. Xantares, it has to be him. What a shot from Woxic. Unbelievable, but it might not matter. All the kills are coming in for Team Finest. Now Immor has to win it out, but no, he rotates into Kriaz. And look at the celebrations for Team Finest. They've pulled off the dream run. They've beaten Team Spirit, TYLOO, Movistar Riders, and now Eternal Fire to win the 4th edition of the Pinnacle Cup. They are your champions.
Team Finest do it from the groups. They go 3-2 in the Swiss stage. They faced elimination so many turns. And now through all the twists in the road, facing off against all the favorites, they bring it across the line. Team Finest take home $80,000 and stamp themselves. This is headlines for these group of guys.
It's incredible headlines. They're going to be absolutely delighted. What an insane matchup. I'm going to say quick shout out to my previous co-caster Hayes. I feel bad for him right now. His internet went out. He's missed an absolute banger. My heart truly goes out to you, sir. But Fi, thank you so much for joining me for this one. That was absolutely fantastic. Team Finest, an absolute dream run. I can't believe they've pulled it off, and it looks like they can't either. Those faces at the end were absolutely delighted, and I don't blame them. That's an 80 grand prize pack that they've just got into their back pocket. Absolutely unbelievable. Eternal Fire
interview. He's been in and out of teams like Galaxy Racer here and there. So, I mean, it's good to talk about him changing over to, you know, rifling, what the style is like here in Team Finest, what the environment is, because I think he's surrounded by just such a group of, you know, I think we would call it like a group of outcasts in a certain way. Like Shox has been competing for a long time, all things said,
he was
as much
Riders,
in these lower. Yeah, Movistar Riders, when that international team was up and running, when he was competing on Smash way back in the day, way back being, well, 2019, but, you know, a couple years back, but he's been competing at this level for so long. Same goes for Plessen, same goes for Kriaz, and Anarchas has been hunting for a team to try and get it, so it's always good to get a good look at what Twist has to say.
Yeah, let's have a chat with Twist. I'm sure he's going to be very, very happy with how this one's panned out. Here we go. Here's the Twist. Hello, Mr. Twist. I'm going to ask you the first question. Can you believe it?
No, actually not. It's actually insane. No words, especially after that seat decide on Dust 2. Oh, Jesus.
It's been a long day for you guys. I asked Anarchas in the semi-final interview. You had such a great chance to make it such a smoother semi-final for you, and you had that 5v3 on Vertigo, which you threw away. Still took Mirage so impressively, and then coming into Eternal Fire, you must have been tired, right?
Yeah, for sure. I played for 6 hours now straight, I think, or 7 even. So it feels good now to come on top.
Yeah, I am super happy for you guys. Did you expect to play Overpass in this one? Because I certainly didn't, going by the video.
Yeah, we felt comfortable on it. We just didn't manage to get our T-side going. Like, it was absolute bad. It was. Yeah, it was a very bad side, T-side. And we started rolling a CT, but it was clearly not enough CT or T rounds, I mean.
Yeah, that's fair. One thing I will ask as well is that that map in that final decider, it felt like there was just a lot of madness going on. Was there were the comms very sort of all over the place? Because I feel like the game hinged on so many wild situations. That was that Shox clutch with the scout from Pit as well, where on the same tick he gets taken down. Just getting that one headshot was basically a huge instigator and getting you back into the game.
Yeah, for sure. That was the key round that let us go back into the game. Yeah, that was absolutely insane shot on the pushing long there, for sure. So, thanks to Shock Scout there. Holy moly.
So, where do you think you can push on from here? This is obviously a huge victory for you. You've beaten 3 double teams, Team Spirit, Movistar Riders, and now Eternal Fire as well. What's the next goal for you guys? Where do you think you can go from here?
Yeah, our goal is to reach the major, like every player's dream, and that's our goal for sure, to qualify into the R or more, to get our stickers.
Fair enough. Absolute pleasure to talk to you as well. Massive congratulations, and I will leave it on this final moment. I met you in Cologne 2019. You signed my Cologne manual that I've got behind me, and now I'm interviewing you after winning a grand final. Who'd have thought we'd get here? How about that, huh? Massive congratulations, man, and see you soon.
Thank you, man.
Cheers.
Thanks.
You're such a fanboy.
I wanted to get that one in at the end just to say, listen, I knew I could get it in. I promised I would. So there you are. Absolutely incredible. So nice to hear from Twist. A banger interview there and a banger performance. And Fi, that might be it from us. We're going to have to call it a day, I believe.
Dude, I mean, I had a blast standing in. I was on call, dude. I was in the middle of like doing some homework, kind of like paying attention to the scores on the side of my screen. It's like Hayes' internet has just gone out. By the way, shout out to Hayes. I think it's for the one time. He should have been here. He should have been having a ball out with you, Trav. But it was a pleasure to be on with the broadcast, and thanks for bringing me on.
Absolutely, yeah. I can only be appreciative that you were available, of course. It saves my throat getting too damaged, that's for sure. But yeah, hearts out to Hayes. I will be back with him on the mic very soon. But that is it for the Pinnacle Cup number 4, and that is it from us. Huge pleasure to be covering this one. Thanks to everyone for watching, and thanks for all the nice comments in chat as well. It's much love. Follow us on Twitter below, and you can do !casters to get our links even easier. And yeah, absolute pleasure, and we'll see you guys very, very soon. Have a nice night, everyone.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.